Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry faced Voldemort at 5-year-old and become the youngest wizard. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. At just 5 years old, Harry Potter confronts Voldemort and awakens extraordinary powers, marking him as the youngest and most powerful wizard in history. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. A little boy of about 5 sat on a woman's lap reading a book. The little boy had long silky black hair tied in a ponytail. He was tall and skinny with emerald green eyes. The woman on whom he sat had curly owned hair hanging loosely over her shoulders. Her eyes were light blue with dark streaks running in them. She was reading the book from over the boy's shoulder. A bright fire was lit in the fireplace, burning merrily. Sitting opposite of the fire was a man. He was in his late 30s and had a few specks of gray in his brown hair. His hazel eyes watched the fire dancing about as if it were the only thing in the world. He was startled out of his little world by his wife, Emma, speaking. "James, it's past your bedtime. You need to get to bed," said Emma. James put a small slip of paper in as a bookmark and stood. "Yes, Mum," said James with a huge yawn. He hugged and kissed his mother good night and walked over to the man. "Good night, Dad," he said, hugging and kissing the man as well. "Are you coming to bed as well, Alex?" Emma asked her husband. "Yes, I'm going to go check the locks on the doors first though," said Alex, standing and walking down a hallway to the front door. The lock was secure and Alex headed to the back door when the door blew open. A tall man with flowing black robes walked in through the hole that was the front door. Alex jumped up from the spot he had fallen when the door blew started to confront the man. He didn't get more than a few steps before the man pulled a stick from his robe and yelled, "Avada Kedavra." The last thing Alex heard before the curse connected with his chest was his wife's scream. Emma had just come around the corner to investigate the noise when she saw a ball of green light hit her husband in the chest. She screamed as she saw him sink to the floor, dead. With an audible pop, several more men in black robes appeared around her and one pulled out their stick and yelled, "Crucio." Emma dropped to the ground screaming as pain enveloped every sense. James, who had been watching everything from around the corner, jumped on the man that was making his mother scream. As soon as he had touched the man, his mother stopped screaming. James clawed and bit at the man, aiming his fingernails at the robed man's eyes. The man tried to throw James off but left his eyes open in the process. James sent both of his thumbs at the man's eyes, only one made its target. The man screamed as James' thumb cut through his eye like a knife through boiled egg. At that point another man grabbed the still clawing and biting James and pinned his arms to his sides. The leader of the robed men chuckled at the man rolling around on the floor holding his eye and the little boy trying to get to his mother who was trembling on the floor. The man pulled his stick back out of his and pointed it at Emma and yelled, "Avada Kedavra." James fought even more to get to his mother as the green ball of light hurtled towards her and hit her in the chest, as it had done with his father. An almost unnoticeable silver aura glowed around James as he looked at his mother's dead body. The leader pointed his stick at James and for the third time that night yelled, "Avada Kedavra." Time seemed to slow down as the ball of green light hurtled itself at James and the silver glow amplified. Finally the ball reached James and hit his forehead, but instead of killing him it reflected back on its sender. The robed leader screamed as the ball hit him in the chest and a white light exploded from his body. All of the other men disappeared as the light spread through the room and covered everything. When the light faded away, all that was left was James and his parents' bodies. James began to panic and disappeared with a pop. He reappeared in a small living room, where a fire was lit, and dropped to his knees shaking and crying. A strong pair of hands picked him and cradled him, whispering comforting words in his ear. Finally, after a few minutes, James was able to get hold of his emotions. He looked up at the person holding him and saw an old man. The man had long brown hair with a few strands of gray here and there, tied back similar to the way James' hair had been before. His eyes were emerald green, but unlike James's, they had dark blue streaks in the pool of emerald. Hey, kid, my name is Dragon. What's yours? He asked, smiling down at him. I'm James, James said to Dragon. Well, hello, James. Actually, I was on my way to go get you. I'd hate to explain this to you tonight, after what you've been through, but I think you need to know what happened. James, did you know you were adopted? Asked Dragon. Yes, Mum and Dad told me last year, said James. Okay, you know what wizards and elves are, right? James nodded. Well, a long time ago there were 4 people, 2 witches, 2 wizards. One of the wizards, Salazar Slytherin, was half-elf and married into an elven family. He had 2 sons. One of the sons, however, was not the son of the woman Salazar married and therefore unable to inherit the family fortune. When Salazar died, everything he owned went to his youngest son, Alexander. The older brother, Nicholas, killed his brother to gain control of the fortune. What Nicholas didn't know was that Alexander's fiancée was with child. Somewhere down the line, Alexander's side of the family married into one of the original witches' line, the Hufflepuff line to be exact. Several generations later, your father was produced. During this time, the second witch, Rowena Ravenclaw, married into the second wizard's line. That wizard was Godric Gryffindor, the great something grandson of Merlin. Again, several generations later, your mother was produced. Unknown to most people, both your mother and father were half-elf, but their genetics took after their human side, so they don't look it. Your genetics, however, will take after the elven side of you. You are very gifted, and the elven in your blood only amplifies that. One of your many gifts is shape-shifting, and that will hide your ears, which will appear as soon as I take the spell off them. Any questions? Asked Dragon. James nodded and said, 1. Who are my real parents, and are they dead? No, neither your mother nor your father is dead. Your mother abandoned you as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry to say you were a product of Beep. You know how I talked about Salazar's oldest son? Asked Dragon. James nodded. Well, Nicholas caused a lot of trouble and he stained the Slytherin name. Most of his decedents caused quite a lot of trouble, but none more than Tom Marvolo Riddle, or Lord Voldemort, as he liked to be called. About 20 years ago, he gathered a lot of followers and started to kill people. Your mother fought against him with her husband. During one of the battles, she was taken, tortured, and BP'd. However, the one who BP'd her was a spy for Albus Dumbledore and was able to get her out afterwards. When she found out she was pregnant, she was sure it was her husband's child, but when you were born, a DNA test proved that you were not. The minute she found out, she requested that you were put up for adoption. I haven't talked to her since that day. The last I heard, she was a professor at Hogwarts, said Dragon. What's Hogwarts? James asked. Hogwarts is a school for witchcraft and wizardry. You will go there when you turn 11, but I would watch out for Dumbledore. He's a manipulative bastard, said Dragon with some venom in his voice. Okay, Lord Voldemort was the man that exploded in the light, wasn't he? Asked James to change the subject. Yes, no one knows of his downfall yet and everyone thinks you're dead. I'd prefer it to stay that way. I'll get you a new name, birth certificate, ECT, from one of my contacts. Any more questions? Dragon asked. Just one. You said that shape-shifting was only one of my gifts. What other gifts do I have and what do they do? Asked James. Good question. I believe that you will have many gifts, but at the moment you have 7. The first is, as I told you, shape-shifting. It is the art of morphing your body into whatever you want. There are people with similar gifts like metamorph mages and animagi, but all of those have some kind of spell to make them revert to natural form. The only way a shapeshifter would be forced back to natural form is if they ran out of energy and couldn't hold the image. Your second gift is being an elemental. You can control all of the elements to a point. I'd say that cut on your forehead means you will be especially good at controlling lightning, said Dragon, running a finger across James' forehead. James touched the skin over his left eye, and sure enough, there was a cut in the shape of a lightning bolt. The only problem was it wasn't a cut, but a scar. James looked at Dragon, who continued talking. Your third gift is that of advanced healing. I also have the gift. That's why you have a scar instead of a cut. Your gift, however, will be much stronger than mine. You won't have to concentrate to heal and you'll be able to heal yourself when necessary. Your next gift is very rare. You are a transporter. A transporter can disappear and reappear at will. The catch is you have to be able to see where you're going. It is possible to port to a place you can't see, but you can only do it every 24 hours, 12 if you're only transporting someone or something. Your fifth gift is will wizardry or wand less magic. A few wizards can do simple things like make fire or light, but that's it. You will be able to do whatever you want by just willing it to be. Telepathy is your third rarest gift. You can do anything where the mind is concerned, even control people's minds. Out of all of your gifts, this one needs to be hidden the most. The Ministry of Magic would lock you away and throw away the key if they knew you had this ability. I am afraid the ministry is full of prejudice and incompetent morons. Anyway, your last power is your inheritance from the Slytherin line. Salazar Slytherin was famous for his ability to speak with snakes. He was the first Parselmouth in existence. The gift has been passed down to the chosen heir, you. As Ollivander would say, you are meant for great things, said Dragon, mimicking a spooky old voice. Well, I think it's time to get to bed. Follow me, said Dragon, walking through the room and into a hallway, James close at his heels. Dragon led James to a large room with a four-poster bed in the left corner, a desk next to the bed, a bookcase across from the desk, and two doors on the wall to the right of the bookcase. The two doors over there lead to your library and bathroom. In the bathroom you will find a walk-in closet with any cloths you'll need. The library has every book ever created and therefore is huge. The bookcase in your room has all of the books on your gifts, so you won't find any in the library. You should go take a quick shower before bed, your cloths are covered in dust and blood, said Dragon. James looked at himself and sure enough was covered in dust and had a few blood splatters on his shirt. After his shower, James walked into the closet and grabbed a pair of loose mesh shorts to sleep in. He wouldn't sleep in shirts because it felt like he was being strangled in his sleep. James brushed his hair and lay down, finally able to sleep after his hard day. A.N. My original novel is now published. This is a bonus preview, beyond what is available in the Amazon preview for all of you that have followed me here. It is called The Mage Council, by Amber A. Draper, and is exclusively published on Amazon. It is $2.99 USD and free to download for anyone with Kindle Unlimited. You can like The Mage Council page on Facebook for sneak peeks, updates on when the next book is coming out. The URL is also in my author profile. Thank you everyone. Prelude. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end and the prickle of 1,000 spider legs ran down his spine. For a moment he thought he was about to be struck by lightning. The motorcycle rumbled and wheels ate the ground between him and the electrical sensation drawing him closer. After so many years of running down the clock, excitement began to pool in his chest. It felt good. Iron gates stood between him and the anomaly, drawing him closer. He turned away. There was a place to hide the motorcycle so he could sneak back to investigate the source of the anomaly. A luxury car passed and he reached out with his mind. A subtle manipulation of electrical current and chemical balances convinced the driver to pick him up. He passed through the gates. The sensation waned and then flooded his senses, calling to him. She was in danger, which meant everyone around her was in danger. He'd seen them in action. An anomaly just learning to manipulate particles at their most basic level could be dangerous. Sometimes they didn't understand the physics of what they tried to do. He remembered a greedy, foolish student who tried to convert raw elements to gold. A student who didn't understand the rules and destroyed himself and part of a city block over a few thousand quid. As a young man he'd fallen prey to the allure of the challenge, the enticing, is it possible? Science was young and they'd learned so much since then, with much more left to learn, but he would have no part of it. Years of loneliness, even among his own kind, hardened his mind. He wanted to be left alone, to wander the earth until one of them turned to dust, yet this anomaly called out for him in a way he could not ignore. She was in danger, yet she was the danger. She had pulled and yanked and tugged on his mind until he stood outside of a ballroom. Trapped, her mind whispered. It only took a moment to understand what was happening inside the ballroom. He could smell her fear, anger, and sour resignation, and the hair on his neck stiffened as the anomaly's power swelled. Chapter 1. I'm really doing this, aren't I? Anika folded her arms over her chest in an effort to conceal the bee. East's threatening to burst over the top of her bustier, a garment forced on her by the image consultant her stepfather hired. She felt awkward in the blue gown, like she would trip over the hem or snag the expensive fabric on an invisible edge. Still, she couldn't help but admire the image so painstakingly created by her stepfather's consultant. Normally limp, dark hair had been styled into an intricate braid with a few strands left to hang in contrast with sapphire eyes and olive skin. The empire waist of the gown added a dimension of mystery and emphasized imaginary curves. The consultant had the most trouble with her bee. East's, using an assortment of padding and tape to create the illusion of a full bust. The end result was a stunning woman in her early 20s, not a gangly teen still several months shy of her 18th birthday. She sighed and resisted the urge to rub her eyes. It would smear her artfully applied makeup and Dwayne would see it as an excuse to punish her. In a few hours I won't be his anymore. Of course he'll want one more chance to punish me, she thought bitterly. As if she'd spoken his name aloud, the man from her thoughts crashed through the door. Anika jumped, startled by the sudden noise, but resisted the urge to cower under his gaze. She bowed her head as gray eyes swept from her bare feet, over the curve of her bee, east into the pendant around her neck. She could feel his sneer brush over her skin. Dwayne hated the sapphire pendant because the depth of the dragon eye made him uneasy, a fact Anika sometimes used to her advantage when she wanted to turn the man's attention away from her. I thought I told you not to wear that ugly thing anymore. He spat, his voice deep and smooth as his eyes locked on the necklace. She did not raise her eyes to meet his, knowing it would invite his wrath, something she could not afford tonight. Yes, sir, but Malia picked the pendant from my things and insisted it was the only piece that would match my dress. I tried to explain that you don't like it, but she insisted, she explained, a small hitch in her voice. Dwayne always played better when he thought she was afraid, and in a mood like this Dwayne really did scare her. She held her position, eyes lowered to the floor with her hands clasped behind her back as Dwayne's heavy footfalls echoed in the bare dressing room. His glossy black shoes came into her field of vision and she couldn't help a small flinch when she felt cool fingers brush her collarbone. He traced a line down her cleavage, then up to the sensitive skin along her nape. She shuddered and goose bumps rose under his trailing fingers. His hand wandered until it found purchase on the back of her neck and his grip tightened, forcing her to look up at the gray-eyed monster that is Dwayne Black. His mouth cocked into a friendly half-smile, the one that could convince any stranger that Dwayne was an upstanding citizen completely incapable of the violence she witnessed daily. Sapphire met Slate and she sensed Dwayne's intentions before he finished the thought. She did not dodge or flinch as his open palm flew through the air and connected with the soft skin of her cheek. The sound of flesh on flesh echoed off the bare walls, causing Anika's ears to ring and her vision to swim, but she showed few signs of distress aside from her reddening cheek. Oh Ani, you think you're so smart, don't you? Dwayne hissed, all pretense of charm gone as his fingernails dug into her neck. With your attitude I'm starting to think you want me to sell Bree and Charlie right along with you. Anika's heart raced and she could feel the ever-present rage burning, aching to escape and do harm to the man that would dare threaten her family. I can't lose control or they'll come for me and Bree and Charlie. Stay calm, 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 the air crackled with invisible energy. She could feel the low hum of the rage under her skin and it assaulted her willpower, begging to be released on Dwayne Black as it had many times before. Dwayne sensed the shift in the air and shoved her backwards. She stumbled a few steps and lost her footing in the train of her dress. She crashed to the floor, her eyes watering and her elbow burning from the sudden impact on the hardwood. The rage cooled. No, calm. She expected Dwayne to stay standing and to laugh at her unusual clumsiness. Instead, he drew her up by her wrist, holding it above her head as he pushed her until her back hit cold plaster. She tried not to struggle as Dwayne pinned her body against the wall with his own, signs of his arousal rubbing roughly against her belly. With his face so close to her, Anika could smell the alcohol he'd binged on while waiting for the consultant to finish her work. I can't. I'm sure I could find someone who would love a little boy as sweet as Charlie, Dwayne taunted, his voice still deep and smooth despite his heavy alcohol consumption. His breath was hot against Annika's neck and she squirmed. No, she spoke, flinching as he rubbed against her small frame just a little harder. No, what? His lips were on her neck now and she could feel his teeth grazing her skin. He wouldn't bite. Tonight was too important for him to leave such an obvious mark on merchandise he was marketing as untouched. No, master. Please don't sell Bree and Charlie, Annika answered, her whole body vibrating in a combination of rage and fear. Dwayne laughed, anticipating her answer. What are you willing to do to convince me to keep them? He asked. His tone was low, seductive. Annika fought the wave of nausea that washed over her. Assaults by a drunken Dwayne were not a new occurrence and would probably become a more frequent part of her life when she was transferred to her new owner. The idea made her sick to her stomach. For Bree and Charlie, for Bree and Charlie, for Bree and Charlie, Annika screamed the mantra in her head, at the same time responding to Dwayne's question. Anything. The chandelier in the middle of the ceiling, the only real decor in the room besides the mirror and a chaise lounge in the far corner, swayed in the non-breeze, the teardrop crystals humming but not quite chiming together. She watched the chandelier sway while Dwayne, satisfied by her response, pressed his wet mouth against her neck and forced her to rub against him. After a moment he placed his heavy hand on her shoulder and she knew what he was demanding of her. Annika closed her eyes, shame washing over her as she allowed him to force her to her knees. He fiddled with his trousers, his hands uncoordinated from the alcohol, and Annika resigned herself to her fate. Just this one last time, she promised as Dwayne finally loosed the top button of his trousers. A soft knock sounded against the still open oak door and he froze. Mr. Black? A polite voice asked. A petite black woman stood in the doorway and for the first time Annika was pleased to see Malia, the woman Dwayne hired as her image consultant. What? He barked, angry he'd been interrupted. His hand gripped the back of Annika's neck, keeping her on her knees and prolonging the burn of her humiliation. I would appreciate it if you didn't undo hours of hard work satiating your libido, the woman chided, hands on her hips as if daring Dwayne to challenge her. His expression darkened but he released Annika's neck. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, Mr. Black. Ms. Snow is not ready and we are short on time. A full head shorter than Dwayne, Malia still managed to look intimidating in her dark jeans and beige blouse. Dwayne's eyebrow twitched, unaccustomed to being ordered around by a woman. For a moment Annika feared he would argue or place his hands on the petite woman, but after a moment of indecision he left the room. Ch, he muttered as he swept through the doorway. The picture of professionalism. Malia didn't rise to the jab and went about her business, fixing Annika's dress and makeup as if she hadn't just caught her employer beeping his teenage stepdaughter. Chapter 2. It's almost time and you look beautiful, Malia admired, inspecting her finished product from top to bottom. Little changed since Annika last looked in the mirror. Some of her makeup had to be reapplied to hide the red marks on her face and neck, and her dress needed some adjustment after Dwayne's rough treatment. Heels much higher than anything she'd worn before were also added to the ensemble, tall enough to keep her from tripping over the hem of the dress with every step. Malia ignored her objections, promising walking would get easier with practice and she didn't have to go far. Please have a seat, dear. You're not expected upstairs for a little while and I'm not certain I can keep Mr. Black from ruining my work if we leave early, Malia explained as she packed her cosmetic supplies into a large, rolling suitcase. Annika was secretly amazed by how much stuff it took to prepare for an event like tonight. Annika looked around the mostly empty room, trying to focus on anything except the events that would come over the next few hours. The room was large with white plaster walls and gossamer curtains that obscured the last light of the day. A three-paneled mirror along the wall looked new and had probably been placed specifically for girls like her. Abs like me. Finally her eyes fell on Malia. The woman's dark hair was slicked back into a bun and the soft cream of her blouse complemented a dark complexion. Not the typical image a person conjured when imagining one of the cogs in a high-priced South Avenue market. She sighed. I miss Bree and Charlie. Annika's heart ached at the memory of her two younger siblings, the two people she was giving all of herself to protect. I hope Charlie forgives me for breaking my promise. I'm going to miss you so much while I'm gone. Annika promised, squeezing her 4-year-old brother so tight she worried she might break him. Charlie squeezed back, the slate gray eyes he'd inherited from his father overflowing with tears. Please don't go, Ani, he pleaded. Annika's heart broke, but she forced her lips to turn into bitter smile. Charlie had never spent more than a few hours away from Annika, and she didn't have the heart to tell him this would be goodbye for a long time, maybe forever. I have to go, Charlie, but it's only for a few days. I'll be back before you know it, and Bree will be here to play with you, I promise. Annika comforted, motioning to the 11-year-old sobbing in her bed. Bree was smart enough to see past the lies fed to their little brother, and the truth crushed her. In a few years Charlie won't even remember who I am, Annika lamented, on the verge of her own tears. Bree, she called out, motioning for the dark-haired girl to join them on the boy's bed. She held both children while they sobbed, rocking and assuring them everything would be okay because she would be back soon, all while crying her own silent tears because she knew she might never see either of them again. Annika brushed away a few stray tears. At least the makeup is waterproof. Both women jumped when the door crashed against the wall for a second time in less than an hour. Dwayne stood in the doorway, the picture of a gentleman in his tuxedo and a glass of amber liquid in hand. Time to go, he ordered. Annika stood, a little uneasy with the height of the stilettos, and carefully made her way across the hardwood. Dwayne made no attempt to touch her, only leering as she brushed past him in the doorway. No more words were exchanged with the image consultant. Dwayne guided Annika down the long hallway by a hand placed low on her back. Identical, white-paneled doors lined the corridor leading back to the main staircase. Chateau de South Avenue was enormous from the outside, seated on several acres of private property in rural Georgia. During her time inside, Annika had seen little of the home apart from the foyer, the main staircase, and the seemingly endless line of doors on the second floor. The third-floor landing was unremarkable by Annika's standards, seemingly a duplicate of the second floor. The fourth-floor landing, though, opened to large doors made of frosted glass. A man stood in front of the doors, a guard in the guise of a servant. She could see the faint bulge of a firearm under his jacket and the outline of a transparent earpiece running from his crisp white collar, up his neck and over the shell of his ear. His face betrayed no emotion as he watched their approach, politely nodding to Dwayne as he opened the heavy door to allow their entrance. Annika felt the pressure in her chest rise as Dwayne pushed her through the doors and into the modern-day auction house. She expected a quiet affair filled with sobbing girls led on to a stage one by one and sold to the highest bidder. Instead, it looked like any of the high-class parties she had ever seen on television. Women in a rainbow of colors flirted with men in black suits, many congregated around a full-service bar and tower of champagne flutes. A string band played in the farthest corner of the hall, barely heard over the constant hum of conversation. She watched the gathered strangers and attempted to distinguish which of the patrons attended by force, which ones were buyers, and which ones were negotiating their own contract. A dark-haired goddess in a flowing red dress appeared to be one of the self-contracting AVs. Full, ruby-red lips parted in a surprised laugh as a blonde suitor whispered something in her ear, his fingers grazing her east as his arm slipped around her waist. Annika turned away from the display, disgusted. Academically, she understood sometimes the benefits outweighed the repercussions for the self-contracting AVs. Sold into the market as children and then booted into the world when they were too old to serve their purpose, they often didn't know any other way of life. In their eyes, a rich, abusive spouse willing to send them to school and shower them with gifts was better than prostitution. Maybe it was, but watching a person willingly give away their freedom made Annika's already delicate stomach lurch. The pressure on her spine eased, a silent order to stop. Dwayne stepped around her, eager to shake hands with a tall, red-haired gentleman in a dark suit. The man, introduced as Harold Delaney, appeared less than pleased by Dwayne's interruption. Pinned to Delaney's side, a petite Asian girl trembled as he traced circles on the bare skin exposed by the cut of her dress. The child glanced at Annika and for a second she could only see Bree's face. Momentarily weakened by shock, the beast hammered her mental barriers. She bit down on her lip as a fiery arc of pain forced the air from her lungs. Dwayne continued his hushed and angry conversation with Delaney, ignorant of Annika's distress and the chiming of the chandelier over their heads. She stomped the pain away, eager to focus on anything besides the fire threatening to tear her apart from the inside. Dwayne's arm returned to her back and she realized she'd missed his entire conversation with Delaney while trying to rein in the beast that plagued her. Through his touch she could sense Dwayne's irritation with the ginger and his Asian consort, but there was also a determination to find a buyer for his loathsome stepdaughter. It wasn't long before another man drew Dwayne's attention, a man whose gaze froze Annika from the inside out. His nose sat a bit more crooked than could be considered natural and his teeth were yellow, but it was his pitch black eyes raking her from floor to east that really turned her stomach. "I wasn't expecting to see you here, Russell," Dwayne greeted, his own surprise and dislike evident in his voice. The man, Russell, sneered and pried his eyes from Annika's costume cleavage. "I heard there would be a young girl taking her place in the world and I couldn't resist placing a bid. Though I must say, your girl is exquisite." His fingers reached out to brush Annika's cheek, but Dwayne was faster and slapped Russell's hand away. "Just because Dwayne doesn't like me does not mean he won't protect his investment from a cheap beep." "Not much fight left in her," Russell laughed, his hand dropping. "I half expected her to take a swing at me." Dwayne sneered at the shorter man. "Annika is the you've heard about. She is well trained and I'm sure you're aware of the price on her head." Russell eyed Annika again, now concealed behind Dwayne's considerable height. "I am. $1 million is a little steep for one girl, isn't it? A girl from my personal stock, one I can guarantee is well trained in the art of pleasing a man, yet has not been taken to bed. If anything, I should be asking more. Your stock or not, surely we can come to some kind of an arrangement." Annika's heart plummeted. Dwayne could decide to negotiate a lower price if he is desperate for money. No, 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 no. The idea of being forced to leave with the sneering stranger made her weak in the knees, and the beast took the opportunity to hammer against its constraints again. The force of the attack dropped Annika to her knees, and for a moment she thought she would faint. Already she could hear the chime of the chandeliers and feel the wood floor vibrate beneath her fingers. "I can't do this," she whispered. Partial loss of control had always been overlooked, but the burn spread uncontrollably, and this time Annika didn't want it to stop. A pair of hands grasped her burning shoulders and she braced herself for Dwayne's punishment. Pain might make it stop. Rough fingers grasped her chin and forced her to look up. Eyes so deep and blue they could have been black locked with hers, and she could feel his concern and curiosity as if it were her own. "Calm down," he whispered, his soft voice carrying a distinct estuary lilt. Staring into his eyes, it felt like the mysterious man could sense the wild rage preparing to unleash itself on the entire chateau. A new pain tore through Annika's scalp and another wave of fury washed over her, this one not her own, as she was torn away from the mysterious stranger. The connection severed and she found herself at Dwayne's eye level, suspended by a fistful of dark hair. The fire spread into her arms and down to her fingertips. "It's too far gone to control." Dwayne opened his mouth to berate her, but words were cut short by his screams. He pushed her to the floor, his hands blistering and bleeding from the fire forged by her beast. Pushing past the all-consuming burn, she raised her arms to protect herself from the furious kick flying towards her head. The pale stranger leapt between Annika and her tormentor, intercepting the blow and cracking his fist across Dwayne's jaw. Her beast purred in satisfaction when Dwayne crumbled to the floor. Ignorant of the gathering spectators, he kneeled by her side again and pulled her into a sitting position. Her fingers grazed his dark stubble, re-establishing the previous connection so she could sense his feelings of anger, concern, disgust and relief. Still staring into his eyes, panic seized her mind as a small band of light formed around his iris. The ring expanded until she could make out soft silver against the dark blue, the same silver present in her own eyes. "Oh no," Annika thought, scrambling out of the man's arms and back to her feet. Her heels were gone and she tripped over the unexpected length of her gown. The mystery man reached out to catch her. "Get away from me," she screamed, the beast pushing him away before his hand could close around her wrist. The second encounter with the floor was more violent than the first, and pain shot through her wrist as she scrambled backwards. He held his hand up in surrender. "I'm not here to hurt you, Annika. Let me help you," he pleaded, his sincerity shining through as he inched forward. Help me. Anika growled, rising to her feet again, this time gathering her dress so she wouldn't trip. Help me like you helped my father, you bastard. Confusion flashed across his face, but he pressed on. Listen to me, Anika. My name is Leon and I'm here to help you. There are a lot of people in this house who might be hurt if you don't. Please let me help, he implored. Anika froze. Crash. A crystal champagne flute in the hand of an elderly gentleman exploded. Bystanders watched with morbid fascination as champagne, crystal shards, and blood filled the air. The old man's scream rippled outward and another flute burst, followed by dozens of teardrops on one of the chandeliers. More screams followed. Flutes in hands, on tables and in the tower fractured, showering those nearby with sharp fragments of crystal. Men and women fled the hall, pushing and trampling over each other to escape the destruction. Anika watched the havoc helplessly, though she could feel the beast's pleasure as the now conscious Dwayne scrambled to his feet and fled in the wake of the beast's power. Blimey, I've never seen an untrained anomaly do so much damage. Leon thought. Odd. He could see the waves of energy rolling off the girl in his mind's eye, the perfect frequency to tear through crystal, glass, and even wood. She's going to burn herself out if she keeps that up. Familiar electricity danced across his skin as he gathered his own power to interfere with Anika's beast, to redirect it until it finally exhausted her and he could help. Leon's manipulation left him with no time to react when a wave of Anika's energy changed direction. Bones broke and flesh tore as he slammed into the crumbling tower of champagne flutes and crashed through the bar on the other side. Bottles of alcohol smashed against the unforgiving floor and candles rolled off the bar top and into the mix. Fire roared to life and spread across the hardwood, up the adjacent wall and to the ceiling in the blink of an eye. On the far side of the broken bar, Leon climbed to his feet, blood dripping from a wound on his arm and a gash on his forehead. Anika, you have to stop this. You are hurting people, he shouted, limping away from the heat of the rapidly spreading fire. All the other guests from the hall were gone, but their frightened screams echoed as the destruction followed them. You called me here. Please don't make me hurt you to protect them. Anika glared, the rage boiling over as Leon approached her. She could see the jagged source of blood dripping down his arm and a hint of bone in the wound. He was in no shape to fight her, yet he advanced. Please, Anika. I know what the bastards here are doing and it's wrong, but some of the people being hurt in the crossfire are innocent, he implored, dragging his leg as he edged closer to her. Do not lie to me, councilman. I know you're kind. You don't care about the humans. You just want me to rein in the beast so you can kill me with less of a fight. Councilman. Wah. Leon's question cut off as another wave of power rolled towards him. His skin burned and his insides buzzed as a shield surged forward to protect his broken body. The wave struck him with all the force of a meteor and he braced himself. He crashed through the wall of the chateau and his shield shuddered, barely holding together as he struck the ground. Chapter 3. Anika approached the hole Leon's body formed in the wall, cautious of the spreading fire and toxic smoke, with the beast primed and ready for attack. As expected, he lay unmoving on the dark lawn. For a moment Anika felt a stab of guilt at seeing his broken body, but rage and fear overpowered it. I have to get out of here. I have to get back to Bree and Charlie before Dwayne does. The flight from the burning hall to the lawn passed in a blur. She stopped a few times to help fallen Avs to their feet, boys and girls abandoned by their masters and too defeated to move on without assistance. They don't deserve to be punished for their masters' mistakes. A few were trampled in the frenzy to escape the burning mansion, and their glassy, lifeless eyes weighed heavily on her damaged soul. Flickers from the fire on the upper floors illuminated the night along with a waning moon. Men and women scattered across the lawn and gravel drive, some of them trying to escape and others trying to capture their fleeing merchandise. Sirens echoed in the distance, no doubt able to see the pillars of smoke billowing from the broken windows. Anika barely comprehended her surroundings, her eyes locked on a sleek BMW flying across the gravel. Dwayne, she screeched, reaching out for the vehicle as it raced away. The beast roared to life and snagged the car's metal chassis. The engine revved in response and struggled to pull away under the invisible weight. I will not let you go home to Bree and Charlie, you son of a bi.ch. The engine whined and screeched until the hood burst open and smashed against the windshield. The car swerved, Dwayne no longer able to see the road in front of him, and the beast released its hold. It accelerated wildly, narrowly missing men and women fleeing the grounds until finally crashing into the brick wall separating the chateau from the main road. The horn blared and the engine smoked, but the driver's side door didn't open. For a brief moment, Anika hoped the impact killed her tormentor, that he wasn't wearing his seatbelt and had shattered his skull on the windshield, or that the sudden stop broke his neck. In the next moment, she felt a rush of shame. Mom wouldn't want me to be a killer, she whispered. A grunt of pain to Anika's left drew her attention, and to her great surprise, Leon was conscious. He screamed, setting his broken arm with an inhumanly strong tug, and then he was on his feet. He favored his leg, but the lacerations on his head and arm knitted together as if they'd never been there. She was tempted to attack him again, to make sure he would not follow her, but the urge to get back to Bree and Charlie was stronger. For the first time in her memory, she had the opportunity to escape. Mindful of the sharp rocks making up the driveway, she sprinted down the soft lawn toward the wrecked BMW. Dwayne still hadn't emerged. He is either unconscious or dead. Anika did not care which, so long as she got a head start. Dozens of vehicles lined the driveway, all belonging to masters attending the party. Lexus, Porsche, and Mercedes, all brands she learned to associate with the rich Avers she detested. The first vehicle she reached, a dark Audi sedan, roared to life, the door already open and waiting for her. An inexperienced driver, she forced the vehicle into gear and peeled onto the lawn before circling back to the gravel drive. On the main road, she could see more men and women running, a few of them being chased and a smaller few already captured. The raging beast was almost under her control now that she wasn't fighting it, and it only took a little push here and there for the Avers to go down with broken bones, giving the Avs time and space to get away. Fire trucks, ambulances, and police cruisers passed her as she sped away from the scene. There was some comfort knowing that the various Avs might have a chance to be free. The word of one or two doesn't mean much against a master with a good attorney or highly placed friend, but the word of dozens. Probably enough to get the ring shut down if that many of them are brave enough to talk. In minutes, the main road became the highway, and the car weaved itself through traffic with inhuman precision, ignorant of the objections from other motorists. The burn of power abated, and Anika felt the beast calm for the first time in months, maybe years. Senses dulled by the rage returned, bringing with them the smell of smoke, screams, and dead faces. Anika vomited on the passenger floor. What did I do? The beast has been destructive before, but not like that. The Mage Council. Shattering hundreds of crystal pieces fell beyond anything she ever knew she could do, something that the Mage Council would sense. One councilman had been at the chateau, either by chance or by picking up on her power fluctuations during the last several hours. Mom always said the Magi are unnaturally aware of each other, Anika thought, furious with herself for blowing her cover. There was no telling how many more councilmen sensed her presence, or how many they would send after her. Anika briefly considered letting the beast guide her and taking I-95 as far as she could go to disappear into another city. A lot of people in a condensed area make it hard to pick up on a single person, she dismissed the idea. If Dwayne survived the crash, then her timeframe for escaping with Bree and Charlie would be narrow, and Anika knew exactly what fate awaited her siblings if she left them behind. The Asian tween on the arm of Delaney came to mind, again with Bree's face. The image generated an entire new wave of fury and steeled Anika's resolve. Tonight all three of them would be free. No guns, drugs, or Avs were stored at House Black, which meant the only security would be the fence and a few locked doors. Hannah, Dwayne's personal South Avenue, was left in charge of the children. As a contract South Avenue, Hannah would not be as keen to escape as Anika, but if it came to a physical fight, there was no question who would win. Where will we go? Mom told me to find her sister, but what if she has moved away? The idea caused another wave of nausea to roll through Anika's stomach, but her options were limited. The woman lived in Florida, only a few hours south. With funds restricted to whatever Anika could find in the house, a nearby safe haven would be their best bet, but would leave all three of them within Dwayne's grasp. She entertained going to the police, but again dismissed the idea. It didn't work last time, so why would now be any different? The Audi glided off the highway to a main road in Richmond Hill. She felt relief and an overwhelming sense of fatigue as she approached Dwayne's home. Pavement turned into dirt road, jarring the car and stirring up road dust. The vehicle was not designed for rough terrain at a moderate speed, but it pushed on anyway. Stone pillars held a wrought iron gate in place, protecting House Black from intruders. Anika knew the gate was electrified to preventing unwanted visitors, or escapees, from climbing it. She pressed the gas pedal to the floor and rammed the gate. It collapsed on top of the car, denting the hood and cracking the windshield before breaking off and allowing her entrance to the paved driveway. House Black came into view and the imposing three-story red brick caused anxiety to stir in her belly. The sooner we are free of this place, the better. Anika parked the Audi in Dwayne's 5-car garage to hide the damaged vehicle from anyone coming to investigate the downed fence. Inside, only 2 motorcycles and a black Escalade occupied the space. Escalade it is, Anika muttered, slamming the side door of the garage closed behind her. Dwayne keeps the keys locked in his safe. Sounds like a good place to visit before we leave. Again lifting the skirt of the dress so she didn't trip, Anika dashed across the lawn to the main doors of the house. I have to change, she thought, knowing a torn and stained designer dress would draw unwanted attention. The beast was calm but responded to her need by removing the main doors from their hinges. Her bare feet made no noise as she crossed from the marble foyer to the kitchen cellar, where Hannah, Bree and Charlie had been locked up when Dwayne dragged her away. Again, the door blew off its hinges. Something feels off. Anika expected a shout of surprise from the bang of the door breaking, but no sound echoed in the cellar. Bree, Anika whispered, pausing at the top of the stairs. No one answered and a new panic seized the young woman. Dwayne did something to them. She managed only one step down the stairs when something sharp pierced her skin and every muscle in her body seized. Her balance shifted forward and she turned as she fell. The first impact against the wooden stairs forced the air from her lungs. The second filled her vision with tiny white stars. The third blackened her vision completely. I can't see. I can't breathe. Anika felt strange, like her arms and legs were hundreds of pounds heavier than they should be. Her vision cleared a little as she gulped air and gave her a perfect view of the cellar's ceiling. She wanted to look around, to figure out how she ended up at the bottom of the stairs, but her body refused, heavy and worn out from channeling the beast. On the verge of unconsciousness, she was dragged back to reality by a hot, sweaty hand yanking her off the ground. She screamed, white-hot pain shooting through her chest and into her skull. She willed the beast to roar to life. It barely stirred, governed by the same drugged exhaustion weighing down her muscles. A shoulder dug into her damaged ribs and the lack of air made her head spin. She watched as the cellar steps passed by with only one thought: Dwayne is going to kill me. James woke to someone jumping up and down on his bed. He groaned and pulled his pillow over his head. The jumping stopped and was replaced with a large amount of weight on his chest. James removed the pillow from his face and stared into a pair of blue eyes. You know, Tigress, if I ever woke you up by jumping on your bed in the morning, you would kick my ass, said James sleepily. There was an audible pop and an auburn-hair girl was sitting on James's chest. Her eyes were the same color as her animagus form. You're right, I would kick your ass, but luckily you never wake up before me, so you don't have to worry about it, said the girl in a smug tone. You're lucky I like you, Triss. Anyway, why are you here? Asked James. James had met Triss about 3 years ago in London. Triss was in a bad way because her father had disowned her because she was a metamorphagus and an empath. She was living on the streets. When he had met her, she obliviously had been beaten rather badly and had several broken ribs and was very sick. James, being James, healed her and brought her to Dragon, who welcomed her with open arms. James had helped her train her powers and taught her how to be an animagi. Triss reached into the pocket of her jeans and grabbed a letter. She handed the letter to James and got off his chest so he could sit up. James opened the letter. It read, Dear Mr. Cage, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of school supplies that will be necessary for the upcoming school year. First years, please note that you may not bring your own broom. The Hogwarts Express will be leaving from platform 9 3/4 on September the 1st at 11 a.m. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Lily Evans Potter. James set the letter on the table next to his bed and got up. Did you get a letter to Triss? Asked James. Triss nodded, got up and left the room so James could get dressed. After a hot shower, James threw on a pair of black jeans and a navy t-shirt and went to the kitchen. As he suspected, Dragon and Triss were cooking up a storm, and to prove the fact, a cloud of flour was forming above them. You two are going to have a storm in here if you keep up with the flour, said James, startling both of them. Triss looked up at the cloud forming over here and then to James, who was grinning wickedly. James, don't even thin, you are so dead, Shadow. Triss screamed as the flour cloud above her started producing rain. At the mention of his nickname, James turned into a sleek black panther and ran out the door and into the woods. Triss wasn't far behind in the form of an albino Siberian tiger. After a long run, Triss finally caught up to James and tackled him. The two cats wrestled for a few minutes until Triss finally pinned James, being a bigger animal. James changed back to human form and pushed Triss off of him. Triss followed James's example and changed back. What's up, James? Asked Triss, sensing James' worry. Nothing. We've just gone outside the barrier. I'm just making sure of our location. The barriers need to be renewed soon though. Remind me to tell Dragon, said James, changing into a silver wolf. Triss got the idea and raced James to the house in her tiger form. James, being a more agile animal, beat her to the house. Inside, Dragon had finished cooking breakfast. He put a large plate of pancakes, bacon, sausage, and eggs on the table. Once Dragon had sat down, the kids dug in, both taking 1/3 of the food and leaving the rest for Dragon. After the meal, Dragon started to talk. When are you two going to Diagon Alley? Dragon asked. It was well known that Dragon was very straightforward. James learned that the night Alex and Emma were killed. We'll go today if you have our identity papers and vault keys, said Triss. Dragon reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 envelopes. He handed one to Triss and one to James. Inside those, as all of your information, vault keys, and descriptions. I took your inheritance from Alex and Emma and put into your vaults, James. I believe there is 10, not including the one Triss is using. You should leave soon if you don't want to get stuck in the crowd, and don't do anything drastic, said Dragon with a wink. James and Triss went to their rooms to take their shower to clean off the dirt from their earlier run. After James' shower, he walked to his desk where he had set the envelope. The identity and description paper read. Full name. James Shadow Cage D.O.B., July 31, 1980. Hair color. Brown. Eye color. Blue. Skin color. Mild tan. Height. 5 feet 8 inches. Weight. 135 pounds. Build. Lean. James concentrated on the form and shifted. Since the paper didn't give a hair length, James made his hair short and spiky. His hair in his real form was too long in his opinion, but Dragon wouldn't let him cut it. James threw on a pair of dark khaki jeans and a shirt that showed an outline his stomach muscles. After throwing on shoes, James headed to Triss's room to see if she was ready yet. When he walked in, she was putting the finishing touches on her hair, which was up in a high ponytail. She was dressed in a black mini skirt with a matching black top and tight leather boots that came up to her mid-calf. It looked like Dragon didn't want her to change her description. She looked exactly the same as before. Going for the goth look, Triss? Asked James, effectively making her jump. One of these times, Shadow, you are going to sneak up on me and I'm going to deck you, said Triss, poking James in the chest. Are you ready to go yet? We have the choice of apparating there and porting back, or going in cat form and porting back, said James. That was one of the ups of being a will wizard. Instead of teleporting everywhere and burning his energy, Dragon had taught him to apparate. The only downside was, even though you could apparate out of the house, you couldn't apparate back in because of the protection barriers, so you had to port back unless you wanted to walk. Yes, and so you know my new name is Triss Tigress Summers. What's yours? Asked Triss. James Shadow Cage. What is your full first name? Asked James, smirking. Triss groaned. Tristessa. I hate that name. And James, if you so much as make one comment about it, I will kick your ass. Is that clear? Asked Triss. On any normal occasion, James would have made fun of her, but with how close she was and the way her hand was twitching, James knew she was serious. Okay, I won't tease you, but I would like to know where your weapons are, said James. For years, Dragon had trained James and Triss on martial arts and taught them to always have a weapon with them. Triss reached into a hidden pocket in her skirt and pulled out a small flat throwing dagger. I've got 4 with me, I don't think I'd need more than those. Where is your weapon? Asked Triss for good measure. James squeezed his hand into a fist and hit a trigger point. 3 12-inch blades came out from the space between each knuckle on that hand. Dragon had a friend install them about a week ago. They're titanium, nice don't you think? Asked James, looking at the titanium blades. Triss just stared at him before saying, James, you watch the X-Men too much. Dragon actually allowed you to get titanium claws installed into your hands? Asked Triss, emphasizing the words titanium claws. For one, watching a little bit of TV is good for you. As for the claws, Dragon is the one who suggested them. He said that it would be better for me because I can't always carry a weapon like you can, said James, retracting the claws. Triss nodded, knowing that it was true that James could be unable to have a weapon for many reasons, one being that he could not change into his animal form and have things transform with him like Animagi could. Well, let's get going. I don't want to be stuck in the middle of a crowd with my gift, and I'm sure you don't want to be either, said Triss, walking out of the room. James followed her and found the Dragon in the living room reading the morning paper. We're going to go get our stuff. What time do you want us to be back? Asked Triss. Dragon looked up from his paper at the two of them. Anytime before 6 p.m. will be fine. If you are staying out longer, let me know. You have your keys, right? Asked Dragon like an overprotective grandfather. James reached into his pocket and showed him 11 keys, 10 of which were his, the other was Triss's. Yeah, I have them. If you don't mind, Triss and I will probably go to Muggle London and get some Muggle clothes for under our robes, said James. That's fine. Just don't maul anyone, said Dragon, looking directly at Triss. Hey, it's not my fault that that kid grabbed my ass. You'd have decked him too, said Triss. Triss, no boy will ever grab my ass. I don't swing that way, thanks, said James, shivering. Triss smacked him in the arm and said, that is not what I meant and you know it. Let's go. I already have the starting of a headache and will only get worse in a crowd. James nodded, knowing that she couldn't hold a shield over her gift like he could. We're apparating, right? Asked James. Triss nodded, so James grabbed her waist and with a pop both were gone. James and Triss reappeared in a small back alley outside the leaky cauldron. Come on. I want to get this over with, said James. The two of them exited the alley and walked into the leaky cauldron. As they expected, it was full of people eating or chatting with friends. Oh, this is going to be fun, said Triss sarcastically while rubbing her temples. James agreed as people thoughts broadcasted through the air and into his head. James invoked a partial shield so that both his and Triss's powers would only pick up on strong thoughts or emotions, giving them a break from the noise. James walked straight through the pub and into an enclosed alley in the back, Triss right behind him. He walked over to the far wall and placed his palm flat a stone with a small crack in it. James mentally ordered the wall to open like Dragon had taught him. Within seconds of the command, the wall shifted into an archway. James walked through the crowd towards Gringotts with Triss slightly in front of him. Once inside the bank, James handed his and Triss's key to a particularly ugly goblin. The goblin examined the keys for a minute before yelling, "Gaff!" Another rather ugly goblin walked up to the other goblin and took the keys. "Follow me, please," said Gaff, leading them into a small chamber with a cart on a set of tracks in the middle. James and Gaff into the cart followed Triss. Gaff touched a small piece of metal and the cart took off like a roller coaster. When the cart finally stopped after a very long ride, Gaff got out and walked to a large door with a keyhole in the middle. James and Triss got out of the cart in time to see the door open and revealing the gold within. James walked into the vault and grabbed several of each type of the 3 coins within. James had more than enough for the both of them, so they didn't bother with stopping at hers. I never want to ride one of those things again, said Triss after they got outside of Gringotts. James nodded, putting the Muggle money he had exchanged into his wallet. They agreed to get Triss's books first. James didn't need them as he had a copy in his library. After they had bought Triss's books, they went to get their robes. We're getting open robes, right? Asked Triss. Yes. I hate closed robes. You can't wear anything under them, said James in distaste. Triss gagged before saying, too much information, Shadow. The two of them argued playfully until they reached the robe shop. Inside, the seamstress led Triss into a fitting room while James waited. After about 5 minutes, another seamstress led James back into another fitting room. She took his measurements and showed him the different robe styles. James picked a long, open, black style. James didn't have to wait long for the seamstress to finish his robes, so he went out to the front of the store to pay. Outside, Triss was having a conversation with an older bee-owned man and a boy that could only be his son. James placed his hand on Triss's shoulder. She turned and started to speak when the bee-owned man extended his hand to James and said, I'm Lucius Malfoy, and this is my son Draco. James accepted the man's hand and said, I'm James Cage. As it turned out, the Malfoys were very polite even if they didn't yet know if you were pure-blooded. After a few more minutes of conversation, James excused he and Triss, saying that they had more shopping to do. James carried both his and Triss's bags as they headed to the wand shop. Inside was Mr. Ollivander polishing some old wands. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. How are you? Asked James, giving the old man a hug. I'm fine, James. It's nice to see you after so many years, and how many times do I have to tell you to call me Aberforth? Triss, is that you? You've grown up, said Aberforth, drawing Triss into a hug. Hi, Aberforth. It's nice to see you again, and Dragon says, hi. Anyway, we are here for our wands, said Triss after hugging him back. Yes, you start at Hogwarts this year, don't you? Well, I have special wands that were made just for you too, said Aberforth, grabbing a wand from under his desk. He handed it to Triss and said, it's ash with a phoenix and unicorn core. Give it a wave. Triss waved it and a shower of green and gold sparks shot out of the tip. Perfect for you, Triss. Now, James, I got one specially made for you too, said Aberforth, drawing another wand from under his desk. It's black holly with a daricorn and phoenix core. The phoenix feather is twin to the one in Triss and Tom Riddle's wands. It should be perfect, he continued. Aberforth, of course, knew of what had happened with Voldemort because he was very close with Dragon. James waved the wand, and as expected, a shower of silver sparks shot out of the tip of his wand. Excellent. So you know, James, your will magic can be concentrated through your wand. That is what the black holly is for. It is an excellent conductor of magic. Anyway, Dragon has already prepaid me for your wands, so don't worry about that. Oh, I'll be over for dinner with you in a week, the night before you go to Hogwarts for your going away party. I'll see you then, said Aberforth while going to help another customer. After they left the wand shop, they went toward the pet shop to get their pets. What are you going to get, Triss? Asked James. Probably a cat. What about you? Asked Triss. An owl. I would get a cat, but they shed like snow from clouds. I might get a snake for company though, a Chinese vipertooth if I can find one, said James. Don't they have rules against having snakes? Asked Triss. No, they only tell you what kind of animals you can have, not what you can't, said James with a sly glint in his eyes. You are defiantly going to be in Slytherin, said Triss, shaking her head. Of course I am. I'm his direct descendant, aren't I? Plus you will be in Slytherin too, there is no denying it, James said smugly. I never did denying it, James. I simply stated that you would be in Slytherin, said Triss, walking to where the cats were kept, while James walked over to the owls. It didn't take long for James to decide on a snowy owl with blue and gold eyes. What should I name you? He asked the owl. Her eyes focused on him and he found the perfect name. Sapphire. That's your new name, said James to the curious-looking owl. He picked up her cage and walked to the back of the store where the poisonous snakes were kept. A medium-sized green snake stood out from the rest. It was an adolescent Chinese vipertooth. Hello, James said to the snake. The little snake looked startled for a second before saying, a young speaker. Most say the last died 6 years ago. Are you in need of a companion? Yes, what is your name? James asked the little snake. Jewel. What should I call you? She asked. You can call me James or Shadow, I don't care which. He said. After a few more minutes of conversation, James wound Jewel around his arm and went to pay for his 2 new companions. The old shopkeeper nearly had a heart attack when he saw the poisonous snake wrapped around James' arm but calmed down after a few words from James. Triss was waiting for him outside of the shop with a small pet carrier. Inside the carrier was a small black kitten. It had a glossy coat similar to his in panther form and deep blue eyes. What's its name? James asked. Glacier. After her eyes, said Triss. Let's head out to Muggle London to get the rest of our clothes, said James walking toward the leaky cauldron. Once outside of the old pub, the two walked to a clothing store. James bought 15 pairs of jeans, either black or dark blue. He bought a similar number of shirts, all plain black, blue, or dark green. Triss bought as many 6 pairs of bell-bottoms and 9 mini skirts, along with 15 dark-colored belly shirts. Ready to go home, Triss? James asked after they had paid for their stuff. I'd like to walk around a little more. We never get to hang out when we're here, said Triss. Let's go to a movie then. We still have about 2.5 hours, said James, discreetly shrinking their bags. The two of them walked to a nearby movie theater and saw that the next movie, Terminator 2, Judgment Day, wouldn't start for another half hour and was about 2.5 hours long. Send a message to Dragon and tell him we'll be back around 7:30 tonight, said Triss. James sent the message and the two waited for the movie to start. As guessed, the movie let out about 6:30 and left the two plenty of time to find an empty alley to port back in. Dragon was sitting in his chair by the fire when the two arrived. You're early, said Dragon as the two flopped down in twin leather chairs and started to sort out their newly enlarged stuff. Yeah, we wanted to have a lot of time to get back after the movie, said James, folding up a pair of his jeans. What did you see? Asked Dragon curiously. Terminator 2. Judgment Day. It was pretty good, better than the original, said Triss, putting all her books in a pile. Dragon looked at his pocket watch and said, I think it's about time I get to bed. You two should as well, we're getting up early tomorrow. I also left a present for you in your rooms. With that, Dragon turned and left the room. Triss and James finished sorting out their stuff and retreated to their own rooms. Inside each room was a trunk. On the outside they looked similar, except James's had 7 different locks and Triss's only had 2. James immediately started to put things in his trunk and was pleasantly surprised to find that each of the locks opened a different compartment that expanded to the size needed. He had plenty of room to bring his library. Triss, I need your help to set up my library, said James, knocking on Triss's door. Triss opened the door and gave James a look that could kill. Tomorrow, James. I want to get some sleep before training tomorrow, or has the fact that Dragon wakes us at 3 a.m. slip your mind again? Asked Triss. Yeah, I guess I did forget that little fact. Night, said James, walking back to his room. He put all of the stuff that he hadn't packed yet in his trunk in the corner of his room, put on his night shorts and crawled into bed. Before he dozed off, he looked at his bedside clock that read 8:15 p.m. and thought, I'm going to be so tired in the morning. As expected, Dragon had both Triss and James up and ready for training by 3:30 the following morning. Your first exercise is a sword duel. Triss, your pick on weapons, said Dragon. Triss walked into a small metal shed in the backyard and came back with 2 swords. The first sword, James's, was 3.5 feet long from the tip to the hilt. The blade was silver and the hilt was a deep green. Triss's sword was the same size as James, but the blade was blue and it looked as though the blade was liquid in the moonlight. The hilt was also blue, but it was very dark blue. By just looking at the blades you could tell they could slice through bone without trouble. Okay, drink these, said Dragon, handing each of them a potion. It will block any fatal injuries or limb severing. James, don't heal yourself, it wouldn't be fair to Triss. First to give up or is knocked unconscious loses. Start whenever you're ready, Dragon continued. Triss took the upper hand in the duel by striking first, but not for long. James had expected her to make the first move and dodged. The two of them continued to dodge, parry and strike until Triss put a little too much force behind a strike and blasted James into a tree. Oh shit, James, I'm sorry, said Triss, running over to where James had fallen. It's fine, Triss. Oh, look at all the pretty colors, said James, looking around. Great, he's delusional, thought Triss before yelling, Dragon, we have a problem. A few seconds later, Dragon arrived, look worried. What happened? He asked. The duel got a little rough and I put too much power behind a blow and knocked James into a tree. He's completely delusional. Says he's seeing colors, Triss explained. Dragon nodded and bent down to James' level and held up his hand. James, what color is surrounding my hand? Dragon asked. Purple with gold specks outlined with pink, said James, studying Dragon's hand. James, I think another one of your powers manifested, said Dragon. Great, James said before collapsing. The days leading up to James and Triss's departure to Hogwarts were uneventful. James had quickly learned how to control his newest power and how to turn it off. The colors gave James a major headache and had caused him to collapse the first time he used them. Dragon, being helpful as always, had given him a list to show what the colors meant. Silver was the most powerful aura and the list went down to in power to gold, purple, green, blue, red, orange, and yellow. A muggle's aura was a hardly noticeable white and someone with extra powers' aura was lined with different shades of pink. The darker the pink, the more powerful the power. Dragon's aura was purple with spots of gold and Triss's aura was gold with some purple spots. Both had pink rings around their auras. To the frustration of James, he couldn't see his own aura. It was now the night before James and Triss were to leave and both of them still had a lot of packing to do. Triss, I need help with the library, James yelled, setting another full bookcase down in one of the expanding compartment inside his trunk. What do you need? Asked Triss, walking into the library. I need you to just stand here and make sure I don't kill myself doing this, said James, floating another 6,000-pound bookcase into the trunk. James, why don't you shrink the bookcases, put them where you want in the room, then unshrink it? Asked Triss. James stared at her for a second before saying, why the hell did that not occur to me? Triss, grab your wand, you're helping. Triss followed his directions and grabbed her wand from her room. It took the two of them almost 2 hours to shrink, place, and unshrink almost 312x15 bookcases. By the end, both were sweating and very tried. James, remind me to kill Dragon. Who had the bright idea of giving James the bookworm every book ever written? She asked, throwing her hands in the air. For one thing, Triss, I am not a bookworm. I just read and retain more information than you do. Plus, all those bookcases only show about a third of the books on them, so take all those books we just moved and multiply by 3, said James, flopping down on the floor. How the hell can you even find a book in that mess? Asked Triss, laying spread eagle on the floor. James pulled a small black book out of his back pocket. This is an order booklet. I write the name, or subject of the book I want, and it gives me a list of titles and summaries relating to that topic or the title of the book. I pick the book I want and it is immediately sent to me. The catch is you have to be within a 6-mile radius of where the book is, said James, putting the book back in his pocket. Are you ready to start packing the armory now? Asked James, standing up. You're kidding, right? Asked Triss from the floor. No, but this will be easy. All we have to do is shrink everything and drop it in the trunk, said James, pulling Triss off the floor. How are we going to practice with a bunch of other kids running around anyway? Asked Triss. James walked over to his trunk and pulled out the keys. He opened the 5th compartment. Dragon, brilliant as always, added a training room. Take a look, he said, motioning to the stair that went down into the room. Triss walked down the stairs and sure enough, inside was a full gym and dueling ring. Wow, do any of the other compartments turn into rooms? Triss asked, walking around in the large room. Yes, I'm going to set up the library appropriately when we get to Hogwarts, said James from the steps. Remind me to thank Dragon for this, said Triss, climbing up the stairs behind James. I thought you wanted me to remind you to kill him, said James, shooting a playful look at Triss. Brat, said Triss before walking out to the armory. Next morning. Bounce, 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 crash. Triss, yelled James, jumping up from the floor. Triss stopped jumping on the bed and looked down at James. Oops, sorry, but you wouldn't wake up and it's 9:30. We have to be at the station in an hour, said Triss, exiting the room. James got up from the floor and went straight to the shower. After his shower, James threw on a pair of black jeans and a green t-shirt and walked into the kitchen. Triss and Dragon had just finished breakfast and were waiting on him. What is it with you and showers in the morning? Asked Triss as he sat down. Showers wake me up in the morning much like sugar does you, said James, motioning to the empty pixie stick wrapper on the counter. Oh, was a Triss said before digging into the food. Are you ready to go? Asked Dragon as soon as they finished eating. I think so, said James, running over his mental list to make sure they had everything. Don't worry, Dragon. James packed everything bar the kitchen sink, said Triss, leaning back in her chair. The sink is in the bathroom in the gym, said James offhandedly as he continued going over his list. Are you coming home for Christmas? Asked Dragon, not giving the two a chance to get into one of their famous arguments. Yes, unless something comes up, said Triss before wrapping Dragon in a hug. James wound Jewel around his upper arm and gave Dragon a hug as well. We'll miss you, said Triss, picking up Glacier and putting her in her pet carrier. Sapphire had already left, not wanting to be cooped up the whole ride. James cast a small wand less feather-light charm before grabbing Triss's arm and disapparating with a pop. The two reappeared in a small empty alley across from the train station. James loaded their trunks up onto a trolley and continued on to platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts platform was crowded with students as well as parents. A pack of red heads stood out from everyone else in the group though. The B-owned forms of Lucius and Draco Malfoy also stood out from the rest of the group. Draco had apparently spotted Triss and James and was making his way over. Hello again, said Draco with Lucius in tow. Hello, Draco. Lucius, said James, shaking Lucius's hand. You should board the train now. Have a good year, Draco, said Lucius before walking away. The trio boarded the train and entered the compartment that Draco had reserved. What house do you think you'll be in? Draco asked when they had settled. Slytherin, stated James, reaching in his trunk for a book. Slytherin, what about you? Asked Triss. Probably Slytherin, said Draco. The three of them sat in silence reading for about 2 hours when a brown-haired girl rushed in and locked the door behind her, obviously not seeing the other three people in the compartment. Can I help you? Asked James. The girl jumped about a foot in the air when she heard James' voice. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was in here. Do you think I could stay here for a little while? She asked. I don't see a problem with that, but could you unlock the door, please? Triss asked. The girl reluctantly opened the door and sat down. What's your name? Asked Draco. Hermione Catherine Granger. What are yours? She asked, motioning to James, Triss, and Draco. James Shadow Cage, James said from behind his book. Tristessa Tigress Summers. Call me Triss or you die, Triss said very seriously. Draco Dragonis Malfoy. I prefer Draco said, looking at Hermione. Hermione nodded and pulled a medium-sized book from her robes and started to read. The four of them sat in silence reading when again the door slammed open. A boy about 14 or 15 stood in the doorway looking at Hermione. So the filthy mudblood has decided to hide with snakes. Should have known, the boy said, his eyes still locked on Hermione. James started to get fed up with the boy very fast. I'm going to have to insist you leave, James said, standing up. Are you going to make me runt? The boy asked, trying to look intimidating. Only if I have to, said James, standing at his full height of 5 feet 8 inches, about an inch taller than the other boy. The boy took out his wand but couldn't get it more than a few inches before he felt James's wand pressed against his neck. Get out, said James in a deadly low voice. The boy didn't need to be told twice before he bolted. Who was that? James asked Draco, knowing he would know the answer. His name is Randall Black, a Gryffindor. He is the son of Regulus Black, not Sirius Black. I, personally, never thought Sirius was guilty of what he was accused with though, said Dre. What was he accused of? Asked James, truly curious. Sirius was accused of murdering Peter Pettigrew and 12 other muggles in rage after Peter found out he was a Death Eater. I don't think he did it because I know he wasn't stupid enough to blow up a street full of witnesses, even in a rage, said Dre. You knew him? James asked. Yeah, he is my godfather and third or fourth cousin. Sadly, that means I'm also related to Randall as well. But Sirius was thrown in Azkaban about 5 years ago after Voldemort disappeared, said Dre. You say his name. said Triss, extremely surprised. I was taught not to be afraid of his name, said Dre simply. Sorry if I'm being rude, but what are you talking about? Hermione asked. James reached into his pocket and pulled out his order book. He wrote a few words in it and a large leather book appeared in his hand. This is about the wizarding world. Whatever you want to know you'll find in here, said James, turning to the front page. This is the index. Write what you're looking for in this and it will flip to the page it's on, James continued. He handed the book to a very odd Hermione. Wow, she said, flipping through the book. A thought suddenly occurred to James. Hermione, where is your trunk? He asked. Hermione paled a few shades. I left it in the compartment when I had to run from Black, she said. Come on, let's go get it, said James, standing up. Hermione reluctantly followed James out of the compartment. Hermione led him to a compartment in the middle of the train. James pulled the door open and looked inside. Randall was sitting in the corner reading a book and two other teenagers with Ravenclaw badges. Randall looked up when the door opened and reached for his wand when he saw James. James, never being slow, had his wand trained on the boy before he even had his wand out of his pocket. Where is Hermione's stuff? Asked James. Burned, said Randall. James heard Hermione gasp, but he could hear the bluff in Randall's voice. Accio Hermione's stuff, commanded James. A small trunk flew from Randall's pocket and into James's hand. Thank you, said James sarcastically. He walked out of the compartment with Hermione slightly in front of him. The rest of the ride was peaceful. No one, bar a two-third twins years looking for their friend and the trolley lady, came into their compartment. Finally, after a several-hour ride, the train conductor announced that they would be arriving at Hogsmeade Station. When James, Triss, Dre and Hermione finally got off of the train, they followed a loud voice yelling, "First year this way please." The owner of the voice was a burly man that James could tell was a half-giant. Once all of the first years had been gathered, the man led them to a bunch of boats. No more than 4 to a boat, the man yelled. James, Triss, Dre and Hermione piled into a boat. Hermione, do you have a nickname? James asked once the boats started to move. No, why? Hermione asked him. Hermione is hard to pronounce. You said your middle name was Catherine, didn't you? Asked James. Yes, said Hermione. How would you feel about your nickname being Cat? James asked. That would be fine, said Cat, nodding her approval. The rest of the boat ride was quiet. The view of the castle from the lake, however, caused everyone to gasp. The castle was lit up like a beautiful candle against the star-filled night sky. The boats soon docked in a cove under the castle. The man led them to a set of double doors where another man with black hair, hazel eyes and glasses. Here are the furs, years, Professor Potter, said the half-giant. Thank you, Hagrid, said Potter. Potter led them into a circular room with a pair of double doors opposite of where they entered. Now, said Potter, the start of term feast will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is important because, while you are here your house will be like your family. The houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, he said, all but sneering the name Slytherin. Each house has its own history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn you house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year the House Cup will be awarded to the house with the most house points. The sorting will begin in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school, he said before walking out of the room. The minute Professor Potter was out of earshot, the famous Hogwarts rumor mill started at full speed. The most ridiculous sorting rumor came from a red-haired boy who said, "My brothers said that you had to wrestle a troll to find out what house we are in." James, however, was not listening to the ridiculous rumors but talking to Draco. Professor Potter doesn't normally do the sorting speech, but Professor Evans, his wife, is 4 months pregnant and no one wants her to move around much for the fear that she will lose another baby, Draco said to him. Another baby? Asked James. Yeah. Her first son was stillborn and she miscarried all of the others. Dad said it was Potter's fault, not hers because Potter has faulty genetics, explained Draco. James thought about this for a minute, knowing full well who Lily Evans was. It must be the Potter genetics because I was fine when I was born, James thought, feeling a slight pang of fury remembering that Evans had abandoned him. Professor Potter came back a few minutes later and the room went silent. Follow me, he said before leading them through the double doors he came in from and into a massive hall. The hall had 5 long tables. 4 of the tables had different colored banners hanging over them and were full of students. The other table was at the front of the hall overlooking over the other 4 tables and had several teachers sitting on it. Professor Potter led them to the front of the hall and had them stand side by side in front of what looked like an old hat. The hall was quiet as if waiting for something when suddenly the hat started to sing. A long time ago when the wizarding world was new. 4 people deiced to build a school to teach what they knew. Old and cunning Slytherin taught the students pure and sly. While good man Gryffindor taught those with more than met the eye. Lady Ravenclaw taught those with extra amounts of talent. And sweet Lady Hufflepuff taught those who were combined, it sang. The hall burst into applause when the hat had finished and Professor Potter pulled out a list and started calling names. James was called up quickly and he sat down on the stool and placed the sorting hat on his head. My, don't you have a load of secrets locked away in your head? Slytherin is the place for you, but let's see what else you have locked up in here. Ah, you're the one who defeated Voldemort. Dumbledore would love this piece of information, the hat thought to him. If you tell anyone about that, I will fry your ass, James thought back to the hat, building up some of his elemental energy. Okay. No need to get pushy. You know I live in the headmaster's office and I hear all of his meetings. I would like to tell you that you shouldn't be mad at your mother. Not everything is what it seems, said the hat before yelling, Slytherin. James walked over to the Slytherin table and sat down, wondering what the hat meant by, not everything is what it seems. He was drawn out of his thoughts when Professor Potter yelled, Granger, Hermione. For some reason James felt very protective of the girl, like a brother would be over his little sister. Kat walked up to the stool and sat down. After a minute and a few fearful expressions flashing across Kat's face later, the hat yelled, Gryffindor. Kat got up from the stool and looked over at James as if asking permission to sit down. James nodded and flashed her a lopsided grin, making her laugh. A few minutes later Draco sat down next to James, followed by Triss. I can't believe Granger got thrown into Gryffindor. I thought she would be in Ravenclaw, said Draco, shaking his head. Granger? Asked James, wanting to know why Draco was calling Kat by her last name. Yeah, those Gryffindors will corrupt her and she'll be calling us slimy snakes by the end of the week, you'll see, said Draco with a sneer on his face. I seriously doubt that, said James, looking at Hermione. Hermione was sitting all alone at the end of the table waiting for the sorting ceremony to be over. When the ceremony was over, a man that James guessed was Dumbledore stood up. I would just like to say a few words. They are Newt, Nitwit, Oddment, and Tweak, he said before sitting back down. Suddenly the tables were laden with food. You know that old man is crazy, right? Asked Jewel from under his robes. Yeah, said James, looking around. He spotted Kat doing the same and their eyes locked. James motioned for her to come sit in the empty seat next to him. Kat didn't need to be told twice and was across the hall and in the seat next to him in less than a second. When she sat down, her housemates as well as his started whispering among themselves. One well-placed glare shut them all up. Once everyone had gone back to their conversations, James stared his own. What's up with you looking so squeamish with the Griffs? He asked. Hermione motioned her hand toward Randall Black, who was glaring at her with a malice glint in his eyes. James glared right back at him, causing him to look at his plate. If he or anyone else bothers you, let me know. I'll take care of it, said James. The two of them spent the rest of the meal talking about Hogwarts and anything else that came up. When the meal was over, the headmaster stood up again. I have a few start of term notices I would like to announce. First, the third floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds this year. Second is that Quidditch tryouts will be held in 2 weeks. If you would like to try out, please see Madam Hooch. Also, last but not least, the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden. Prefects, please lead the students to your house dormitories, Dumbledore said. James and Kat stood up and parted ways. Kat looked uneasily at her housemates who were glaring at her, but one glare from James made them avert their eyes. Kat, promise, if they bother you let me know and I'll deal with it, said James, squeezing her shoulder. Kat left the hall with her housemates and James went to catch up with Dre and Triss. He found them trailing behind a fifth-year boy named Marcus Flint, the fifth-year prefect and Quidditch captain. Marcus led them into the dungeons and to a portrait of two snakes arguing, to James' ears at least. This is the entrance to the common room. The password is legacy, said Marcus. The portrait opened to reveal a door that led into a big stone room decorated in green and silver. This is the common room. Up the stairs on the right are the boys' dorms, girls are on the left. 2 students to each room and bathroom. The doors have the names of the occupants written on them. I suggest you get to bed as we do have classes tomorrow, Marcus continued. James said goodnight to Triss and headed up to his dorm. He found his name on a door with Dre's name right under it. He changed from his school robes into a pair of plain black shorts and crawled into bed, immediately fell asleep. The next morning James woke to bounce, bounce, bounce. What do you want, Triss? James asked, burying his head deep into his pillow. James, get up. We have training to do, said Triss, pulling his covers off. James crawled out of bed and straight into the bathroom. He splashed cold water on his face and pulled a loose workout shirt on. Triss was in the armory in his trunk when he returned. A few minutes later she came out with the 2 swords they had last dueled with and 2 cups of a potion that protected the 2 of them from fatal wounds and in Triss's case, healed any inflicted wounds. In James' case, however, it blocked some of his power and only allowed him to partially heal his own wounds. It had to heal the rest of the way naturally. Triss handed him his sword and dragged him downstairs, through the castle, out the front doors, and across the grounds to what he recognized as a Quidditch pitch. No one should be able to see us practicing here, said Triss, downing her potion. James did the same when she handed him his. I hate that stuff, said James, gagging at the horrible taste. Triss just rolled her eyes and got in dueling position. As good as Triss was at dueling, she rarely ever beat James because she didn't have enough patience to let the other person to take the first blow and was therefore very predictable. Also, unlike James, she stuck with using the same technique, which made her even more predictable. James, on the other hand, never used the same series of attacks twice if he could help it and preferred to make up his own techniques. That is what made him a hard to beat. As predicted, Triss made the first strike, but James parried easily and launched his own series of attacks. James could tell Triss was having a hard time parrying his strikes, but she was keeping up. James purposely left himself open in one of his attacks to see if Triss caught it. Sure enough, she saw the opening and left James with a 2-foot wound wrapping around his side, but her making that attack allowed him to drop and kick her legs out from under her, causing her to drop her sword. Before Triss could make a move to grab her sword, James had his sword pressed against her throat. Do you yield? James asked. Triss nodded and James removed his sword and pulled her up. Are you all right? Asked Triss, pointing to his side where a 2-foot-long 2-inch-deep wound was visible. Yeah, I'll have to stitch it up though, said James, inspecting the wound. Sorry about that, said Triss, also inspecting the wound. Don't worry about it. It was my fault anyway, said James. Triss walked towards the Quidditch locker rooms to shower and change while James had to go back to his dorm because he forgot to bring his stuff. On the way to the dungeons, James seriously hoped that no one was up yet, but looking at his watch he wasn't worried as it was only 6:30 in the morning. When James got back to his room, Dre was just getting up and that left him a few minutes to grab a change of clothes, robes, put the swords away and get his first aid kit without Dre seeing to cut in his side. After taking a shower and thoroughly cleaning his wound, James threw on a pair of boxers and black jeans before starting to stitch up the cut that went from his back to the middle of his stomach. It didn't take him more than 10 minutes, having done it on multiple occasions. After cleaning up the bathroom, James threw on a dark blue shirt and his robes and walked out to the common room. It was now 7:15 in the morning and everyone was up and moving around. James walked out through the portrait hole, not wanting to be in the steadily filling common room. James walked up towards the towers, hoping to run into Kat, but not in the way he did. As James walked up another flight of stairs, he heard sniffs and sobs with his sensitive elven hearing. He followed the sound and was very surprised to find Kat as the source. James kneeled down and touched her shoulder and was even more surprised when Kat started swinging furiously trying to get away from him as if he would hurt her. James' eyes widened when he remembered Triss doing the same when he first met her, and his suspicions were confirmed when he saw a black eye decorating her face. James backed off for a second and started calling to Kat. After a few minutes of calling her name, Kat looked up at him with fear in her eyes. "What happened, Kat?" James asked, tilting her head up to make her look him directly in the eye and giving her some mental persuasion. Kat's eyes started to water and she started to speak. "When I was 8, I had an accident that ended up having to have the accidental magic reversal squad come and fix it. They explained to my mom, dad, and brother that I was a witch. My father was very unhappy about it, as my other brother is a wizard, and started trying to beat the magic out of me. When I got my letter, he was even angrier and started to beat me more. My mom got me out and taught me how to cover up my bruises with makeup," Kat said before bowing her head back down. James knew there was more but had decided to drop it for now. "Kat, look at me," said James. Kat looked up and with a small touch of his fingers all of the bruises and cuts on her body disappeared. Kat obviously felt the difference and stared at James' amazement. See her surprise, James answered her unasked question. "I am a healer. Only you, Triss, and my guardian know, so you can't tell anyone," James said, pulling Kat off the floor. Kat nodded. "Why were you out in the halls, anyway?" James asked as Kat led him back to the Gryffindor common room. "Randall Black started taunting me last night and I couldn't take it, so I left," Kat said simply as they reached a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress. "Password?" the lady asked. "Electron," said Kat, and the door opened. "Go and get cleaned up. I'll wait here," said James, flopping down in one of the overstuffed chairs in the Gryffindor common room. Luckily, breakfast had just started and everyone was gathered in the Great Hall, so James didn't have to worry about any Gryffindors wandering around. Kat finally came down from her rooms at about 8:10 and was dressed in her school robes with her hair pulled back. She looked much better now that her robes were no longer wrinkled and her hair was tamed. "Ready to go?" asked James from his seat. "Yeah," said Kat as James hopped up from his chair and followed her out of the common room. It took them about 10 minutes to get to the Great Hall from the towers, about twice as long as the dungeons. A sudden thought struck James. He had left Jewel alone in the dorm. "Kat, I have to run back to my dorms really quick. You can come with me or meet me in the hall," said James. Kat said she would go to the hall and wait for James. James took off like a bat out of hell, and when he was out of sight of everyone, he started porting for short distances. He reached the entrance to the dorms in about a minute and a half and he yelled the password to the portrait. The portrait opened and James ran inside and up the stairs to where his and Dre's rooms were. Jewel was curled up on his pillow when James arrived and James picked her up. "Hey, what was that for?" she hissed as he threw her around his neck and started running back towards the Great Hall. "Sorry, Jewel, but I don't want to leave Kat alone with her housemates for too long. I have a feeling something bad will happen to her and I want to try and prevent it," James hissed back. About 2 minutes later, he reached the Great Hall. He saw that all of the teachers were either sitting at the head table or passing out timetables. James spotted Triss, Dre, and Kat all sitting together looking over their timetables, and James joined them. The first class of the day was potions, so at 8:45 Dre, James, Triss, and Kat all left the hall towards their dorms to get their books. James walked back up to Gryffindor Tower with Kat, reluctant to leave her alone with people like Randall running around. When they entered the common room, Kat ran up the stairs into her dorm while James pulled out his little black book and wrote the name of his potions book. The book appeared in his hands after 30 seconds of waiting. Kat came running down the stairs with a very heavy bag about a minute later. James took the bag from her and cast a quick wandless featherweight charm before running out the door behind Kat. They arrived at the classroom with 2 minutes to spare. Kat and James grabbed a seat next to Triss and Dre, who had obviously been in the classroom for quite a few minutes. "Has Professor Snape made his appearance yet?" asked James, putting Kat's bag in front of her on the table. "No, but my dad said the first lesson is quite a show," said Dre. About a minute later, the bell rang, and at that exact moment, the classroom door slammed open. There will be no foolish wand waving in this class, so don't even bother to ask. Now you are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began. He didn't speak very loud, but you could hear him as if he were yelling. As there is no wand waving in this class, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of a softly simmering cauldron with its softly shimmering fumes. I can teach you to how to bottle fame, brew glory, even put a stopper in death, if you aren't as stupid as you look, Snape continued as his eyes looked over every person in the room. You would think he would get a little more original, James thought to Triss. Triss couldn't help to giggle, and even with her hand over her mouth, Snape had heard her. Is there something you find funny, Miss Summers? Snape asked, walking towards her. No, sir, said Triss, still trying to stifle her giggles. Tell me, Miss Summers, what would you get if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Asked Snape, grinning evilly. Triss, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death, James thought to Triss, knowing she didn't know the answer to the question. Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it's known as the draught of living death, Triss said to Snape, silently thanking James for saving her ass. Snape looked like someone had just knocked over a potion he had been working on for months when Triss answered the question right. Miss Summers, where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? Asked Snape, glaring at Triss. In the stomach of a goat. It will save you from most poisons, James thought to Triss. A bezoar would be found in the stomach of a goat. It can save you from most poisons, Triss answered. Now I know where you get your glare from, Triss thought to James as Snape glared at her again. James couldn't help but laugh at Triss's comment, now knowing why most older students flinched when he glared at them. Snape turned to James with silent fury burning in his eyes. Do you find something funny as well, Mr. Cage? Snape asked James. No, sir, said James, wiping all emotions from his face but still laughing on the inside. Mr. Cage, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Snape asked, obviously trying to embarrass either Triss or himself. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also known as aconite, said James, truly bored by the easy, to him at least, question. Damn Death Eater's children, Snape said so low under his breath that had James not had very sensitive hearing he wouldn't have noticed. I don't appreciate you calling my parents Death Eaters, Professor Snape, for the fact that they were killed by Death Eaters, said James, getting very pissed off that Snape would dare talk about Alex and Emma, who he still considered his real parents, like that. Snape started to make a comeback but stopped when James glared at him. Bastard, James thought to Triss, who nodded to him. The class went by smoothly until Snape called James to stay after class. Dre, Triss, and Kat all decided to wait outside as they didn't have another class until after lunch and wanted to be able to stop James if Snape decided to be an idiot and James tried to kill him. When the bell rang, all of the students, except James, poured out of the room as fast as they could. You asked to see me, Professor, said James, walking up to his desk. Yes, I would like to apologize for my comment about your parents. It was uncalled for and shouldn't have been thought, much less said. Do you accept my apology? Asked Snape, looking very apologetic. James' heart softened a bit at the offer, and even more when he saw the self-loathing behind his eyes. Yes, I accept your apology, and I apologize for getting so angry, said James. Thank you, and 30 points to Slytherin for the questions you and Ms. Summers answered, said Snape before returning to whatever he was doing. James walked out of the classroom to see Triss, Dre and Kat all waiting for him as promised. What did Snape want? Asked Dre. He wanted to apologize for talking that way about my parents and give Triss and I the points we deserved for answering those questions, James explained as they made their way to the Slytherin common room. Halloween. Life at Hogwarts had been good so far. Kat had been accepted as an honorary Slytherin by the rest of Slytherin House. The Gryffindors pretty much left her alone, but when they didn't, James, with the help of Jewel, played extremely funny but embarrassing pranks on the said Gryffindor. Professor Potter, the Gryffindor head of house and Transfiguration professor, suspected James but could never prove anything, as Jewel was normally the one to set up and execute the pranks. It turned out that Professor Potter was a Gryffindor version of Snape, biased towards every house but his own. James had nearly hurt said professor many different times. Professor Evans, Potter's wife and the charms professor, was nothing like Potter. She was very strict but fair and unbiased. James often wondered why she had married Potter, but it wasn't really any of his business. The only real problem with Evans was that because of her pregnancy she was very short-tempered, not that James could blame her. The defense against the dark arts professor could only be described as one thing, a joke. His name was Jack Quirrell and he couldn't say a sentence without stuttering if he tried. James had to reteach the lessons to Tris, Dre, and Kat because they couldn't understand through all of his stuttering. Flying was one of the more eventful classes the four of them had had. A rather clumsy Gryffindor boy named Neville Longbottom had lost control and fell off his broom while more than 100 feet in the air. James had used his quick reflexes and caught Neville before he hit the ground. Snape had been so impressed he bent the rules and let James try out for Slytherin Seeker. James had been the best at the tryouts and had been given permission to get his own broom. James had written to Gringotts and had them order him the new Nimbus 2000 model. This of course didn't make Potter very happy and he tried everything in his power to get James kicked off the Quidditch team but finally stopped when Dumbledore had had enough of Potter's complaints. It was now Halloween and everyone was in good spirits. Kat, Dre, and Tris had just aced another Dada exam with help from James. James had been announced as having the highest grades in his year, as sad as Potter was to admit it. The Halloween feast was to begin soon and everyone was waiting for it. About an hour before the feast, Kat excused herself so she could go get ready in her dorms. James started to get worried when the feast started and Kat still hadn't come back, but Dre and Tris wouldn't let him go look for her, insisting she was fine. About 45 minutes into the feast, Professor Quirrell came running through the doors like Satan was chasing him. Troll! Troll in the dungeons! He yelled before dropping in a dead faint. At the word, troll, all of the students bar James, Tris, and Dre started to panic. Silence! Yelled Dumbledore standing from his seat. Prefects, please lead your students to House dormitory. Professors, please follow me, said Dumbledore. As Flint led the students out of the hall, Neville Longbottom came running towards James as fast as he could. James, Parvati Patil said that Hermione was in the girls' bathroom crying a little while ago and never came out, said Neville, panting. Thanks, Neville, said James before running up to where Tris and Dre were. Tris, Kat is in the girls' bathrooms and she doesn't know about the troll, said James, grabbing Tris's arm and pulling her down a corridor towards the bathrooms with Dre following behind. As they reached the bathrooms, a smell that was undeniably troll drifted in the air. James' heart sank when he heard a scream of terror. James let go of Tris and ran as fast as he could towards the bathroom. When James entered, he saw the crumbled form of Kat laying on the ground and he went on autopilot. He hit the trigger points in his hands for his claws, turned into a very large black panther and jumped on the troll, ripping and tearing at the troll's skin. He felt Tris enter the room and sent her a message telling her to get Kat and send Dre to find Snape. Tris did as asked and sent Dre to find Snape while pulling the unconscious form of Kat out of the bathroom. Dre arrived with Snape and a few other teachers a few minutes later. What happened? He demanded, seeing Kat's unconscious form. Neville Longbottom told James that Kat was in the bathrooms and didn't know about the troll. James told me and Dre and I followed him. We heard Kat scream and James took off. When I pulled Kat out and sent Dre for you, he was fighting the troll, said Tris as Professor Evans examined Kat. What do you mean fighting the troll? Snape demanded, walking towards the door. Before he could open it, a roar that defiantly wasn't a troll sounded, followed by a loud clunk. Snape opened the door to see James in human form with his claws still out. What the hell is going on here? Snape demanded. James turned his attention to Snape with a feral look in his eyes. Tris ran past Snape and right up to James. Let me see your hands, she said in a steady voice. The feral look in James's eyes disappeared and he let Tris look at his troll-covered claws. She inspected them for a minute and pulled a blue potion out of her robes. She poured the potion over James' hands and watched as it ate away all of the troll pieces. By the time this was done, Potter and Evans had entered the room and Dre had left to go get Quirrell. Evans put her hand over her mouth and looked like she was going to throw up at the sight and smell of the mangled troll on the floor. What did that? She asked. I did, said James before having another potion pushed down his throat by Triss. After he swallowed the final potion, Triss pulled out her wand and cast a cleansing charm on James' clothes, hands and face. Evans caught a glimpse of his claws, had to stop herself from screaming. What the hell are those? She screamed at him. Snape and Potter nodded their heads, showing they wanted to know as well. None of your business. Where is Cat? James asked Triss, retracting his claws. The professors looked flabbergasted that a student would talk to them like that, but didn't stop him when he walked out of the bathroom. I suggest you leave him alone for a little while. He cranky and low on energy, plus that troll blood is going to make him sick, said Triss. What potions did you give him? Asked Snape. The one I cleaned his hands with was a disinfectant so he didn't get ever more troll blood in his bloodstream and so the blades don't rust. The one I made him drink was an antibiotic. Our guardian gave me a set of the potions to carry around if something like this happened. James has a set as well, Triss explained calmly. Why does he have metal claws installed in his bones? Evans asked. NYDB, said Triss. What does that mean? Asked Potter, glaring at her. None ya damn business, said Triss before walking out of the bathroom and leaving the flabbergasted professors to look after her. Outside of the bathroom, Triss saw that James had already left and taken Cat with him. Probably going to the hospital wing. There is no way he has enough power to heal her. Even though James looked invincible, Triss of all people knew it wasn't true. Before Triss had even met James, Dragon had put a block on his powers, not wanting James to get a big head. When she had arrived, Dragon had trained her on how to deal with James in a bunch of different situations. He had to tell her about the power block. Currently, James was only using about 20% of his real and ever-growing power. Now Triss was glad for the training, knowing James would probably collapse from the energy loss soon, especially if he had wandlessly taken Cat to the hospital wing. Sure enough, when Triss arrived at the hospital wing, James was standing over Cat with the new Medi-Witch, Madam Winter, looking rather wobbly. Poppy Pomfrey was away for the year, assisting her pregnant daughter. He started to fall, but Triss was next to him and holding him up in less than a second. What's wrong with Cat? James will want to know in the morning, said Triss, adjusting James's weight. She has a nasty bump on the head and her ribs are bruised, but she is fine other than that. She should be ready to go to classes with you tomorrow, said Madam Winter. Thanks, said Triss, carrying James out. About halfway to the dorms, Triss ran into Dre. Dre, can you give me a hand? James is heavy, said Triss. Dre grabbed James and pulled about half of his weight off Triss. Together the two of them carried James to the dorms. Thankfully the common room was deserted when they arrived. Dre led Triss to the room he and James shared and helped Triss lay James down. With a quick spell from Triss, James was in his normal night attire and tucked under the covers. What spell was that? Asked Dre. Something I found in a book, said Triss, walking out of the room and to her own dorm. The next morning James woke up feeling like hell. He groaned and rolled onto his side facing his alarm clock. It read 10:35 a.m. Shit, said James, trying to get up. He succeeded in sitting up but had to lay back down when a dizzy spell came over him. Shit, he muttered again. That is no way to talk, Shadow, said a teasing voice. Why didn't you wake me up for classes, Triss? Asked James, lying back down and pulling his pillow over his eyes. Snape excused you for the day and possibly tomorrow pending on how you feel. All that bacteria from troll blood is a bye.ch to get out of your system. Oh, Snape, Evans, and Potter have decided not to tell anyone about the incident in the bathroom, said Triss, smiling evilly. What did you do to them, Tigress? Asked James, not liking the evilness of the smile on Triss's face. Triss put on her "I'm a perfectly innocent angel" act. What do you mean, what did I do? I swear I didn't torture them into promising they wouldn't tell. I just threatened them very nicely. Plus, I think Snape has a soft spot for you, said Triss in all seriousness. He thinks he was one of the people who killed my foster parents, said James, pulling the pillow off of his head. He wasn't one of them, was he? Asked Triss, fearing for her professor's life. No, if he had been I would have killed or at least mauled him by now. You know Quirrell has the mark, right? Said James. You're kidding. The man can hardly stop stuttering long enough to say a spell, much less to pledge his allegiance to the Dark Lord, said Triss. He has the mark, trust me. It's etched into his aura, just like Snape and Lucius, said James as Dre walked in with Cat behind him. What about my dad? Asked Dre, flopping down on a chair. Well, let's start from the top. I don't want you to be too confused, said James, ignoring the fact that he felt like he had been run over by the Hogwarts Express, twice. When my foster parents were killed, I kind of went off and killed a few Death Eaters. After that, I somehow disapparated from my house and ended up at our guardian's house. Come to find out, I have a few extraordinary powers, James continued carefully. He trained me on how to use my powers, and right around my 8th birthday I met Triss, explained James before being cut off by Dre. What kind of extraordinary powers? He asked. You have to swear on your honor as a wizard that you will not tell anyone what I'm about to tell you. If you break the trust I instill in you, you won't get it back, said James, looking both Cat and Dre in the eyes. I agree, Cat and Dre said in unison. I am a shapeshifter, elemental, healer, transporter, will wizard, telepath, parcelmouth, and aura reader, said James slowly so they could digest everything he had just said. Okay. I think I can handle that, said Dre, slightly uneasy. What about you, Cat? Triss asked from her spot on James' bed. Okay. I second what Dre said Cat. Good. Now, as an aura reader, I can measure how magically powerful people are and what abilities they have, or if they have been enchanted in some way. The dark mark is an enchantment. It creates a black ring around the person who has it, James continued explaining. By now James could tell Dre was a bit panicky but kept his calm demeanor. Dre, I know your dad has the mark, but I also know he was a spy. Snape is in the same position, but I'm not sure about Quirrell yet, James said. I know Quirrell isn't a spy. There are only two living ones, my dad and Snape, said Dre. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on him. Now, both of you need to leave because troll blood is a pain in the ass to get out of you system, said Triss, trying to shove them out the door. Why does he have troll blood in his system? Asked Cat, obviously not knowing what had happened the previous night. He saved you from becoming a cat pancake at the hands of that troll, Triss said simply while pushing them out the door. What do you think about Quirrell? Asked Triss after she had successfully gotten rid of Dre and Cat. I'm not sure yet, but if he is still a loyal Death Eater, he's in deep shit, said James, cracking his knuckles for effect. Triss just rolled her eyes and started making James drink more potions. The next day and a half consisted of James being totally bedbound on Triss's orders. Even he didn't dare cross Triss's orders, so he took that time to finish all of his homework and read some. Sadly, he had to flush the bacteria from the troll blood out normally, so it wasn't like he could get up and move around anyway. When James arrived at breakfast, he saw all of the members of the Quidditch team sitting in an empty corner of the table. Oi, Cage. Get over here, yelled Flint. James walked over to the group and sat down. Now that Cage has decided to show up, we can start the meeting, Flint continued. The first match is Slytherin vs. Gryffindor and is on next Saturday, the 17th. Practice has been scheduled for Tuesday and Thursday mornings from 6:30 to 8 o'clock and every night from 6 to 9 o'clock. You better be there, said Flint before leaving the group. I feel for you, Shadow, said Triss after he told her about practice. James, said a voice from under the table. James looked under it and saw Jewel with her tail wrapped around a piece of parchment. Is that what I think it is? James asked, picking her up discreetly and grabbing the parchment. Yes, tap it twice with your hand or wand and say, the time has come to haunt the night, to be mischievous in the moonlight, and it will activate, said Jewel, wrapping herself invisibly around his neck. The time has come to haunt the night, to be mischievous in the moonlight, James repeated, and the paper came to life. Within seconds, a map of that floor of the school appeared with several labeled and moving dots. It was headed, Hunter's Map. Wow, said James, studying the map. To clear it, say, Mischief Managed, Jewel said from her spot on his neck. Mischief Managed, said James. All of the moving dots and lines disappeared. This is awesome, Jewel. I owe you one, said James, giving the invisible Jewel a piece of bacon. Thank you, said Jewel before crawling into his robes. The weeks leading up to the Quidditch match were pure hell. His new broom, a Nimbus 2000, had arrived and several Gryffindors had tried to steal it or get it confiscated. Jewel completely refused to leave his side after she heard about the troll incident, claiming she had to keep him out of trouble. Flint was tough at Quidditch practice and had threatened the whole team with death or large amounts of pain several times if they lost the match. On top of that was training with Triss. She was even more determined to beat him, and that had resulted in several stitched up cuts. Being constantly hit with bludgers while trying to catch the snitch at practice didn't help. Finally, it was the day of the match, and Flint had pulled each member of the Quidditch team aside and threatened to rip them limb from limb, torture them with the Cruciatus curse, and then throw what was left of them in the Forbidden Forest if they didn't do their job. An hour before the match, James went back up to his dorm and got his broom and Quidditch robes from a warded compartment of his trunk. After getting all of his stuff, he walked down to the locker rooms right outside the pitch. By the time he was changed and ready to play, the rest of the team had arrived. After everyone was ready, Flint started his speech. "If you lose this match, I will rip you limb from limb, ECT. Finally, the announcer, a third year named Lee Jordan, announced the Slytherin team. The team flew out onto the field and waited for the Gryffindor team to be called out. The captain, a boy named Oliver Wood, was the first to be called out, followed by the chasers, the beaters, and the seeker. Once both teams were out on the field, Madam Hooch dragged the Quidditch balls out onto the field. She kicked the chest and the snitch and bludgers took off. She picked up the quaffle and yelled, "I want a nice clean game," before throwing the quaffle in the air. The game was on. Flint had taken the quaffle immediately and was halfway to the goals before the Gryffindor chasers even knew where the ball had gone. James flew up above the game, hoping to avoid getting hit by a bludger. The day before, Triss had gotten really violent with her sword and had given him 3 very large gashes in his skin that made it hurt like hell to move. About 30 minutes into the game, James flew back down, hoping to spot the snitch. About 150 feet off the ground, his broom gave a rough jerk. At first, James thought nothing of it, but when his broom started trying to throw him off, he switched over to his aura tracing mode and searched for an enchantment. James spotted an ongoing curse and traced it back to Quirrell in a matter of seconds. Big surprise, he thought. Before he could override the curse, his broom gave a lurch and sent him over the front of it. He heard Triss and Cat scream as he was thrown off, but he managed to grab the handle with one arm. Looking over to where the teachers were sitting, James was surprised to see Snape furiously muttering the counter curse. Knowing Snape wouldn't be able to stop the curse, James pushed some of the pain from the stitches in his side through the link Quirrell had with his broom. The effect was immediate. The curse disappeared and Quirrell nearly passed out from the pain shooting through his head. Quirrell was going to have one hell of a headache. James pulled himself back up onto his broom and saw the snitch. Great time for it to appear, James thought before going after it. The Gryffindor seeker, Jonathan Reed, had seen the snitch as well and was going after it too. The two of them were neck and neck after the snitch when it dived. Both James and Reed dived after it and the ground rapidly approached. About 20 feet from the ground, Reed pulled out of the dive, but James kept going. 5 feet from the ground, the snitch turned right and James missed the ground by inches. He was back on the snitch's tail in seconds and was reaching out for it when a bludger hit him in the side, but he was able to grab the snitch before he dropped off his broom in pain. James knew that his ribs were bruised if not broken and healed them automatically. Before he could stand up, Hooch was hovering over him and he showed her the snitch. She made a grabbing motion to Lee Jordan and he regretfully announced the Slytherin victory. James climbed to his feet and felt Triss at his side. She started to poke and prod at his side and he noticed it was bleeding. "We need to re-stitch these," said Triss, pushing him back towards the castle. Once they had reached his room, James was in a considerable amount of pain and cursed that potion he had to take. Triss made him lay down on his bed and take off his shirt. "Where is Jewel?" Triss asked curiously, noticing the snake wasn't in its normal spot around James's neck. "She hates to fly, so I sent her to go explore the castle," James explained, wincing as Triss removed the multiple stitches in his side. After she finished removing all of the stitches, she swabbed the 3 deep cuts in an antibacterial solution, re-stitched, and wrapped the cuts. All of a sudden there was a pop and a frantic-looking Jewel appeared. "James, your mother is in trouble, come on," Jewel yelled. "Where is she, Jewel?" James asked, picking up the frantic snake and neglecting the fact that Jewel had called Evans his mother. I can take you. Grab Triss, said Jewel. James did as he was told and he felt a surge of power before they ported. The trio reappeared in one of the upper corridors where the curled up form of Lily Evans lay. James once again went on autopilot. Triss, go get Potter and Snape. Now, he said, walking over to Evans. James held both of his hands over her crumpled form. His eyes turned an eerie silver and a glow enveloped Evans, picking her up and turning her on her back. The glow around Evans turned to dark green, which meant she had been poisoned with some kind of dark mixture, and the color didn't change at all, which only could mean one thing: basilisk poisoning. James's eyes didn't change in color, but the glow around Evans slowly disappeared, laying her on the floor. James placed his hands over Evans' swollen belly, and a silver ball of light appeared in the space between his hands and her stomach. By this time Potter and Snape had arrived, and Triss was having to physically hold both of them back. Let go. That little bastard is going to kill her. Potter screamed, trying to pull himself free from Triss's tight grip. Finally she got fed up and put both of her struggling professors in a full body bind. Chill out. He's not going to kill her, said Triss while watching James heal their professor. A few minutes the ball of silver light disappeared and James's eyes returned to normal. Unbind them, Triss, James ordered. Triss did as she was told and cast the counter curse. Potter was on his feet and kneeling next to his wife in seconds, and Snape was standing over both of them. What happened, Cage? He asked as calmly as he could. Professor Evans was poisoned with a mixture of basilisk venom and phoenix ash, known as basilisk poisoning. This isn't the first time it's happened. I think every miscarriage she has had was a result of the same poisoning. Oh, Professor Potter. Congratulations, you have two healthy twin girls due sometime around Christmas time, said James, looking at Potter. Potter looked up at James with tears in his eyes, and before anyone could react, Potter was on his feet and wrapped James in a hug. Thank you, he whispered before releasing James and returning to his wife's side. James was stunned to silence, as was Snape and Triss. I trust you can get her to your rooms on your own. Let her rest and she should be as good as new by Monday, said James, snapping out of his daze. With a bit of assistance from Triss, James got back to his dorm and crashed into his bed asleep, not even bothered by the noise of the party in the common room. In the weeks after the incident with the basilisk poisoning, Potter had come and thanked James multiple times for saving the life of his daughters. Snape had come and thoroughly questioned him about what he had done to Evans, but had yet to get more than the normal answer of NYDB. At one time he had tried to dig into James's mind using legilimency, but ended up being thrown into a wall when James kicked him out. Evans had thanked James once through Cat, but steered clear of he and Triss. At first it worried her, thinking she had figured out one of his secrets. After picking up a few stray thoughts, James had found out that she had been out and about early one morning and had seen he and Triss practicing in one of their more violent sessions. She was now scared stiff of both James and Triss. Triss had thought it strange that the teachers hadn't really bothered him about the impression he had made so far, but that was before James had told her about Snape. Triss, being her normal protective self, went down to Snape's office and gave him a long tongue lashing. Needless to say, Snape didn't even look James's way for a week. Finally, it was the first night of Christmas break. Dragon had sent them an owl saying that he had some stuff to take care of in America and wouldn't be around for Christmas break. Dre and Kat had also decided to stay behind, not wanting to leave James and Triss all alone at the castle, as they were the only students staying that year. After everyone had gone to bed for the night, James decided to go explore the forest. There wasn't much out there except for the half-giant, Hagrid. James decided to follow him, finding that there wasn't much else to do. After trailing behind Hagrid for about 30 minutes, James started to get bored and was going to head back when a strange thumping sound caught his attention. At first James thought it might be a centaur or something similar, but that thought was stopped when he heard a strangled cry. Straying away from Hagrid, James ran towards the sound. What he found horrified him. Lying dead on the ground was a pure white unicorn dripping with its own silver blood. Hovering over the dead unicorn was a cloaked figure that had several drops of the unicorn's blood on its cloak. The figure must have heard James approaching because it looked up right into James's eyes. James stared right back and suddenly the plainly visible scar on his forehead burned. Riddle, James thought to himself. Suddenly the spirit of Riddle flew away from the body of the unicorn as fast as it could. James thought about going after it but decided against it, knowing he wouldn't be able to kill it after it had had a meal of unicorn blood. James ran back through the forest and back to the school. After about 10 minutes of full out running, James finally got back to the common room. He changed back to his human form and walked into Triss's dorm. "Triss, wake up," said James, shaking her shoulder. "What the hell do you want, James?" Triss muttered into her pillow. "Riddle is in the forest," said James. Triss sat up 100% awake. "Wah mhh, she yelled. "Keep your voice down. You're going to wake the whole castle," said James, removing his hand from her mouth. "What do you mean Riddle is in the forest?" Triss demanded. "I went out to explore the forest and I followed a strange beating sound. I found whatever was left of him feeding on a dead unicorn. I didn't follow him because with all that unicorn blood running in his veins it would have been stupid," James explained. "How do you know it was him?" asked Triss. James pointed to the pulsing scar on his forehead. "It burned. It hasn't done that since I defeated the bastard," said James venomously. "Okay. What's the plan for now?" Triss asked. "Let's leave it alone for now. He's not strong enough to get into the school and I'm still planning a prank to play on Quirrell for trying to get me killed, and on Weasley and Black for nearly getting Cat killed," said James, smiling evilly. "Okay. It's your call. Now get out so I can go back to sleep," said Triss, going back into sleep mode. "Night," said James, heading back to his own dorm. The holidays were rather uneventful. James didn't tell anyone else about what he had seen in the forest. Dragon sent both he and Triss several presents from America and his apologizes about them not being able to come home for the holidays. As expected, Professor Evans gave birth to two twin girls, Sarah and Holly, on December 27th. Dumbledore had arranged Potter and Evans' classes so one of them would always be with the girls. On January 3rd, the first day back for students, James, with the help of Jewel, executed his prank on Quirrell. When Quirrell walked into the Great Hall, he was dressed in his normal purple and black robes and purple turban. With a small wave of Jewel's tail, Quirrell was dressed as Raggedy Ann and had a life-like dummy of a vampire in front of him. Quirrell screamed like a girl when he saw the vampire dummy and nearly tripped over his Raggedy Ann skirt trying to run away. The hall rolled with laughter, but that wasn't the end of the show. With another wave of Jewel's tail, Randall Black was dressed as Snow White and had a small roach climbing around on his dress. Like Quirrell, he yelled and nearly barbecued himself trying to kill the thing. Neither of those reactions were anything compared to that of Ronald Weasley. With a wave of James's hand, he was dressed as a multicolored rabbit and at his feet was a baby Acromantula. Weasley opened his mouth and screamed bloody murder while trying to run away from the spider. Unknown to him, it was attached to him by an invisible thread. When Quirrell, Black, and Weasley had finally stopped running around screaming, Potter stood from his seat and said, "Will James Cage please report to my office immediately?" James picked up his bag and walked towards Potter's office. Inside of the office was a fuming Potter. "Just what the hell do you think you've been doing?" yelled Potter while pacing back and forth across the room. "What do you mean, sir?" James asked. "You know perfectly well what I mean. Playing the pranks against teachers and other students and causing all of the other ruckus," said Potter. "You have no reason to believe that was me, Professor," said James, still playing dumb. "Don't I? Every student and teacher that has been pranked has done something to you or your friends," said Potter, obviously starting to get angry. "That could have very well been the Weasley twins. Do try to stop blaming your own house's faults on others, Potter," said a new voice. James turned around and saw Snape standing in the doorway. "Stay out of this, Snivellus," said Potter. Snape flinched at the name but didn't back down. "As I am Mr. Cage's head of house, I do believe it is my right to hand out punishments to him," said Snape. "Not when it involves my house, Snape," Potter yelled again. "Wow, and you claim the students act like children," said James in a mocking voice. At this, both Potter and Snape stopped and glared at him. "I agree with Mr. Cage," said yet another new voice. Both men turned and saw Professor Evans standing in the doorway holding two babies in her arms. "Lily, What are you doing here? Potter asked while gulping. James had to stop himself from laughing. He knew from past experience how dangerous it could be to anger a redhead. I was here to drop Holly and Sarah off, but as you two are having one of your pissing contests, I'll take them with me. Mr. Cage, you have my class next, don't you? You can give me a hand, said Evans, walking out of the room and motioning for James to follow her. I thought you were mad at me or something, said James as Evans led him down the hall to her classroom. No, Mr. Cage, I'm not. In fact, I owe my daughter's lives to you. I have a confession to make. The morning after you saved them, I went out to the Quidditch pitch looking for you to thank you. I saw you sword fighting with Ms. Summers, and it scarred me the way you were carelessly hacking at each other. I thought that might have been what you were really like, said Evans with a lot of her emotions in her voice. Don't worry about it, what you saw was one of our rougher sessions. Triss is a bit irritated that she can't beat me. No worries though, she and I both take a potion to keep our injuries from being fatal or more than a few inches deep, then heals them, James explained. Evans looked at him for a second and said, Is that why you're flinching with almost every step you take? Evans half stated, half asked. My healing powers don't react quite like they should when the potion is in my system. My wounds have to heal normally. It's a bit painful, but I'm used to it, said James sheepishly. What about the blades? Asked Evans. NYDB, said James. Why are you willing to tell me about some things rather than others? Asked Evans, getting frustrated. If you want to know so bad, fine. Over the summer I was a volunteer in a research project. I ended up getting hurt and had to have a titanium frame put in to support the bones in my hands. My guardian had the idea of having blades put in as well. I thought it was a good idea, James lied. Oh, said Evans. After a few more minutes of silent walking, the group of 4 arrived at the classroom. Several students were already inside, and Evans handed Holly and Sarah over to James and headed over to her chalkboard. She wrote out that day's lesson on the board as students filed in. Triss, Kat, and Dre sat down around James and started to prep for the lesson. Who are they? Asked Kat, looking adoringly at the infants. These are Holly and Sarah. Professor Evans' daughters, said James. At that minute Evans returned. Mr. Cage, you are excused from today's lesson. You may take Holly and Sarah outside or about the castle, but if they have one scratch on them when they are returned, you are dead, she said to him in a low voice. Yes, ma'am, said James, walking out of the room with Holly and Sarah. During all of this, James was trying his best to figure out why a woman he hardly knew would trust him with her only daughters. Oh well, James thought as he carried the 2 girls to the library. Once he entered the library, he conjured a twin wind-up baby rocker and set the 2 inside. He pulled The Hobbit out of his bag and started to read. About an hour and a half later, Evans walked up to his table, but James was too engrossed in his book to notice. However, when she made her way to pick one of the girls up, James was looked right at her. They are a bit quiet for babies, aren't they? James asked, making Evans jump. Don't do that. You scared me, she said as she picked up Holly. Even though the 2 were identical twins, James could easily tell one from the other. I did notice they are really quiet. They have hardly made a sound since the day they were born, said Evans with slight concern in her eyes. They're very healthy, so that's nothing to worry about, said James, hearing her thought. Do you have any brothers or sisters? You seem to be very good with children, Evans said. No, my foster parents couldn't have children, but Triss is good enough. She acts like a toddler most of the time, said James. I heard that Shadow. Triss yelled, skipping into the library. She walked over to him and playfully smacked him upside the head. Hey, what was that for? Asked James, rubbing his head. For calling me a toddler, said Triss, poking James in the ribs playfully. That's it, said James before picking Triss up and tossing her over his shoulder. Excuse us, Professor Evans, said James before heading out to the lake with Triss trying to struggle out of his grasp. The month pretty much went on the same as the previous month. Potter had all but declared war on James, and Snape had congratulated James on getting under Potter's skin. The teachers were piling up homework because of the upcoming exams, even though it was only February. No one was very happy about this except Kat. She was continuously ranting about how they needed to study for exams. James didn't really care one way or another. He was too busy with Quidditch practice, battle training, babysitting, and doing homework to care about anything but sleep. Evans had made him into her part-time babysitter. Whenever he wasn't in class but James was babysitting Sarah and Holly. This really pissed Potter off, but he dare not anger a redhead. Sadly, the twins were almost never quiet except when they were asleep. Quidditch practice could only be described as one thing. Hell, Flint was even more violent about winning than in the game against Gryffindor. Hufflepuff had a new seeker that was excellent. He would even give James a run for his money. He was a fourth year named Cedric Diggory, new on the team. Even worse was the fact that Triss had been kicking his ass around the pitch almost every morning but still had yet to win more than one once. That made her just a little bit moody, and she had blown up several test subjects in all of her classes on multiple occasions. Plus the fact that she still had to get back at James for throwing her in the lake. Between all of this, James had enough time to do his homework, eat, sleep, and do a little bit of exploring. God forbid he should get a detention. Saturday nights, his only free time, was spent exploring the parts of the castle he hadn't yet seen. In fact, that's what he was doing now, exploring the third-floor corridor in the form of a small black snake. So far he had come across nothing of interest, just empty dark rooms. Now he was on his 9th room in the long hall. He tried to nudge the door open with his head but it wouldn't budge. He switched back into human form and tried to open the door but it was locked. He put his hand flat up against the door and concentrated on it opening. With a small click, the door squeaked open. Inside, James expected to find another empty room, but instead was a very large three-headed dog sitting on a trap door. "Oh," said James as the dog let out a long throaty growl. James slammed the door shut and put a series of locking spells on it. The one that was on it before a first year could counter. "Okay," said James, only just barely holding onto his calm demeanor. "That is something to add to my weird shit-o-meter," he said. James went straight back to his dorm and made a plan to go see Hagrid, the groundskeeper, about the three-headed dog. The next morning James was up really early, and the first thing he did was walk out to a cabin that was on the grounds. He knocked on the door and heard barking. A minute later Hagrid opened the door. "Hello, Hagrid. Can I come in?" James asked the half-giant. Hagrid seemed a bit reluctant but let James come in. "I have a few questions for you. Do you know anything about that big ass three-headed dog on the third-floor corridor?" James asked, cutting to the chase. "How do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid asked. "I saw him. Why was he guarding the trapdoor?" James continued. "Now that ain't none of your business. That's strictly between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Oh, shouldn't Avenue said that," said Hagrid, stopping his rant. By then James was already out the door heading to his library. When he got to his dorm he threw open the library door and jumped down the stairs. Between the time he had arrived at Hogwarts and now James had somehow found the time to set up his library. It was now decorated in navy blue, silver, purple, and black. James sat down in one of the tables and pulled out his black book and wrote, "Nicholas Flamel." Seconds later a list of about 10 books appeared. James chose one called Mystic Stones and Where to Find Them. He opened the book and turned to the index. Flamel, Nicholas. Page 285, was written in bold letters. James turned to that page and read, "Nicholas Flamel is currently the only known owner of the Sorcerer's Stone. The stone is a ruby-like gem. It is capable of turning any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life." "Okay, so now I know what is under the trap door," James thought to himself. "Now I need to know who is trying to get it," he thought. "Wait a second. Riddle. It has to be Riddle," James thought, returning the book back to its spot. "Should I tell someone?" James wondered. "No. The teachers either won't believe you or will think you're trying to get the stone for yourself," he thought, running his hand through his hair. "Oh well, it's not like Riddle can get into the school on his own," James thought before starting his homework. The next few weeks were rather dull and boring. James continued on with his normal schedule, with Flint getting increasingly tough with the upcoming match. The Slytherin vs. Hufflepuff match was set for February 21st, 3 days away. Bowl. If you hit me with that bludger one more time, I'll shove it down your throat. James yelled from the place he had landed. It was one of the final practices, and Bull had decided to make a game out of knocking James off his broom with bludgers. Needless to say, James was getting really annoyed really fast. No killing or incapacitating other students, Mr. Cage, said a voice from behind him. James turned and saw Snape sitting on the sideline. You would want to maul him if you were me, and you know it, said James before kicking off. A few minutes later, another bludger from Bull made its way towards James. Seeing the iron ball out of the corner of his eye, James lined himself up, and when the ball was close enough, smacked it right back at Bull. Bull, who had not been paying attention, got hit right in the face when he turned to look at James. Bull's eye, said James before diving after the snitch. A few minutes later, Flint called practice to a halt as one of his beaters needed to have his face repaired. James landed and slung his broom over his shoulder and walked to the locker rooms. After showering and dressing, James made his way to his dorm but was stopped by the tall form of Snape. Please come to my office, Mr. Cage, he said before turning around and walking away, with somewhat of a limp. James followed the potions master with his broom still slung over his shoulder to his office. Sit down, Mr. Cage, Snape ordered once they arrived at Snape's office. James sat down and waited for the professor to speak. I've been told by Hagrid that you know about the three-headed dog on the third-floor corridor, said Snape. Yes, sir, said James. Do you know the circumstances behind its presence? Snape asked. No, sir. I have guessed he must be guarding something, but I have no idea what, James lied. All right. I must warn you to stay away from that dog. It is on orders to kill anyone who enters, said Snape grimly. You should put better wards on it then. A simple, Alohomora, would open that door, said James. Thanks for the tip, said Snape sarcastically. Oh, and that's not a three-headed dog. It's called a Cerberus. I suggest you get the bite on your leg cleaned because a Cerberus's saliva is poisonous. You know what? Let me see your leg. I don't trust you to go to the hospital wing, said James. Snape reluctantly let James look at his leg. Damn, who dressed this? Said James, looking at the horrible bandaging job. Evans, was Snape's short answer. Right then. Don't move, this is going to hurt like hell, said James, pouring a thick blue potion on Snape's open wound. Snape took in a sharp breath and was obviously having a hard time staying still. James then placed his hand on the wound and concentrated on it knitting itself back together. Slowly the wound closed and left behind a small red line that would disappear when the potion had finished its work. What the hell was that? Snape asked, motioning to the empty potions bottle. A disinfectant. It works kind of like rubbing alcohol, the worse the infection the more it hurts. Much better than rubbing alcohol though, said James, standing up. Snape nodded and leaned back in his chair as the potion took effect again. It takes about 10 minutes for the whole potion to run through your body. I wouldn't move around much for that amount of time. It hasn't even reached the worst of the poison yet, said James while exiting the room. James walked back to the Slytherin common room and flopped down on a chair next to Triss. What's up, Shadow? Asked Triss. Sleepy, 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 said James, leaning back on the sofa and closing his eyes. You can't go to sleep yet, Shadow, it's only 8:45. Plus you have to help me with my homework, said Triss, hopping up on James' lap like a toddler. James wrapped an arm around Triss's waist and pulled her down to him. You will sleep too, he said, cracking one of his eyes open long enough to look at her and shutting it again. Triss complied by curling up like a cat with her head on James's chest. Nothing say. Ul is going on between them at this time. The two of them are just very close. A half an hour later, both were sleeping soundly when Dre walked in with Cat behind him. Hey, isn't that cute? Said Cat, pointing to the two of them. Yeah, I guess, said Dre, looking at the two of them. Do you have a camera, Dre? Cat asked. Yeah, said Dre, pulling a Polaroid camera from his bag. Should we wake them? Cat asked after taking a few pictures. No, Triss already said that James hasn't been getting a lot of rest with everything else going on, said Dre, leading Cat back out of the common room. The next morning, James was woken by the extra weight on his chest. He looked at his watch and saw 6 a.m. written in bold print. Triss, wake up, said James in her ear. Triss took a deep breath and snuggled deeper into James's chest. Triss, you need to get up. I have Quidditch practice in a half an hour, he said. At this Triss opened one eye and glared at James. You're not supposed to wake up before me, she said while yawning. There is a first time for everything. Now get up. I need to get ready for practice, said James as Triss got up off of his lap. He stood up and walked up to his dorm. After showering and dressing in his practice robes, he headed out to the Quidditch field with his broom slung over his shoulder. When he arrived, everyone else was only slightly behind him. Okay, this is the final practice before the game on Saturday. You have tonight and tomorrow off to catch up on your sleep, and then he went on with his threats. When Flint finally stopped threatening the team, they headed out to the field. Bull had had his broken nose and jaw repaired and was damn near daring James to do it again. James was ready to do it too. Bull was smacking bludgers at him again. Bull, if you keep batting those damn bludgers at me, I'm going to break your nose again. James yelled while dodging another bludger. Bull stopped hitting bludgers at James on Flint's orders. The practice ended a little while later when Bull hit Flint with a bludger. Not very smart. When James had left, he could still hear Flint yelling at Bull. Serves him right, James thought as he walked to the dungeons to get his stuff for class. Triss was just coming down the girls' staircases when James entered. What's up, Shadow? Triss asked as he started up his stairs. Not much. If you wait a minute, I can walk to breakfast with you, said James, still going up the stairs. All right, just hurry up, said Triss. James returned a few minutes later with his black leather bag thrown over his shoulder. Let's go, said James, walking out the door. Kat and Dre were already sitting at the Slytherin table when they arrived. Morning, said Kat. Morning, Triss and James replied simultaneously. You two looked so cute in the common room last night. I even got a picture, said Kat, holding up a moving picture of the sleeping James and Triss. Ah, you look so cute, Shadow, said Triss, pointing to the lightly snoring James. Thank you, said James between mouthfuls of food. The three of them continued to talk about how cute James looked while he slept, while James himself ate. Finally, it was Saturday, the match against Hufflepuff. James was up early as usual. Thankfully, Triss had given him a little bit of peace and didn't wake him by jumping on his bed. Are you ready for the match today, Shadow? Triss asked as he came down the stairs. For the match, yes. Listening to Flint's very interesting use of vocabulary, not really, but I'll live, said James, flopping down on the chair next to her. Does he threaten you before every game? Triss asked while playing with one of her throwing daggers. He tries to threaten me and the rest of the team, but I just find it funny, said James with a chuckle. Yeah, you know, after last night I'm glad I have my own dorm. God, I could hear Parkinson's giggling through a stone wall. It would be horrible to have to share a dorm with her, said Triss. Yeah, I only have to share with Dre. He said I should feel really lucky not to have to share a room with Crabbe or Goyle. As it is, you can hear them snoring through the walls, said James, rubbing his ears. Let's go to breakfast, said a very sleepy Dre. Okay, said James, picking up his bag that held his broom and robes, and stood up. Triss also stood up and followed Dre down to breakfast. The three of them were soon joined by Kat, and they sat at the Slytherin table as usual. Everyone else was already in the Great Hall and anticipating the Slytherin vs. Hufflepuff game. James ate quickly and excused himself from the table. The rest of the team wasn't far behind him. It was 9:30 by the time everyone was dressed in their robes. Flint started his customary, "If you lose this match," speech, not that James was listening. Finally, the teams were called out. The yells for Slytherin were almost drowned out by the boos from the other houses, but Triss, being her resourceful self, had charmed a foghorn to yell, "Go Slytherin." Unlike in the last game Snape was coaching, not very good for the opposing team. About 30 minutes into the game it was 50-10 Slytherin, and James had seen the snitch. It was at the base of the Slytherin goals. He dived down and flew directly at it. Diggory had apparently seen it too and was right behind James. At the last second the snitch shot to the right, but James was ready for it. He pulled out of the dive 10 feet from the ground and turned right following the snitch. Diggory wasn't as lucky and plowed into the ground. James reached out for the snitch put he suddenly heard a voice yell, "Move," inside his head. James rolled and two bludgers smacked into each other right where he would have been. He picked up speed again and plucked the unsuspecting snitch out of the air. The stands roared as James showed them the snitch. Slytherin wins at 200-10, Jordan announced sadly. James landed and not 2 seconds later was pounced on by Triss. "Damn it. Don't scare me like that again. I thought those bludgers would kill you," she said in his ear while hugging him. "Hey, I'm fine. Thanks for the warning though. I probably wouldn't have dodged if you hadn't told me," said James as Triss let go of him. "You're welcome," said Triss. "I hate exams," Triss yelled as the quartet made their way out to the lake. Exams had just ended and everyone was happy about that. Not a whole lot had happened since the end of February. Slytherin had won the Quidditch Cup again and were in second place for the House Cup. Gryffindor was 50 points ahead of them. "Triss, go cool down in the lake," said James as Triss started jumping up and down, obviously on a sugar high. "Only if you come too," said Triss, still bouncing around. James sighed and took off his robes, shirt and jeans, revealing the swim shorts underneath. He took a running jump and dived into the water. "Come on, Tigress," he yelled as he swam around. Triss stripped down to the bikini she had under her clothes and dove into the water. "Shit, this is cold," she said when she came up for air. She started to swim back to the shore but was stopped by something pulling her down by her ankle. Kat and Dre laughed when they saw James's head pop up only to be pulled back down by Triss. 2 minutes later the pair resurfaced, still wrestling. They kept trying to put one another in arm locks but had yet to succeed. Finally James had managed to overpower Triss and put her in a headlock. "I give up," she said, pulling herself away from James. "Are you two planning on coming for a swim?" she asked Kat and Dre. "I can't swim," Kat answered sheepishly. "Well, we'll just have to fix that," said Dre as he took of his clothes to reveal the swim shorts underneath. "Come on, we all know you have a bathing suit on under your robes," said Dre. Kat sighed and stripped down to her bathing suit. Dre led her about chest deep into the water. "Now, the first thing you have to learn to do is float. What you do is lay flat on your back with your lunges full of air and you float on the surface," he explained. A few minutes later Dre was pulling a floating cat around in the water. "Okay. Next is the basic free stroke. You use your legs to keep your balance and if you want to as propulsion. Cup your hands and move your arms like you would if you were paddling a kayak or canoe." Dre demonstrated the movement. Sorry, but that's as good as I can explain it." It took a little longer for Kat to learn the free stroke, but she had it down rather fast. "Very good," Dre said as Kat swam around in the water. By this time Triss and James were wrestling in the water again. James was taking advantage of his shapeshifting abilities and was changing into various large water animals. At that moment he was in the form of a small dolphin and was being chased around by Triss. Suddenly he changed back and, "Someone is coming," before continuing to wrestle with her. No more than 5 minutes later Professor Evans was standing at the side of the lake. Dre and Kat hadn't taken any notice to her and James and Triss were pretending not to notice her as they tried to drown one another. "You are going to wake the squid with all your ruckus," she yelled. Dre and Kat stopped their swimming lesson, but it took another minute to get Triss and James's attention as they were underwater. "Hello, Professor," said James when they noticed her. "You shouldn't be horse playing when there is God knows what in that water," she scolded them. "All right," said James as he got out of the water and grabbed his towel from the shoreline. Dre, Kat and Triss did the same. Evans left and they dried off and put their robes back on. As they walked back to the castle something caught James's eye. A lone figure walking out of the forbidden forest, Quirrell. For a split second his scar burned. James' mind jumped to the fact that Quirrell was a loyal Death Eater, then that Riddle was the only one who could make his scar burn and the fact that he was in the forest and the end product was, oh shit. "What's wrong, Shadow?" Triss asked. "I tell you once we get inside," said James. Once they got inside and out of the sight of Quirrell, James pulled Dre, Triss and Kat into a hidden room. "We've got trouble," said James. "What's up?" Triss asked, getting a little edgy. As you guys already know, Quirrell is a loyal Death Eater. I just saw him come out of the forest where whatever was left of Voldemort has been roaming. Quirrell came out of the forest while we were walking up from the lake, and I doubt he came back alone, said James. Why do you think he didn't come back alone? Asked Kat. James pointed to the plainly visible scar on his forehead. This isn't just any scar. I lied when I said I had killed a few Death Eaters the night my powers manifested. I blinded a Death Eater and defeated the Dark Lord. Voldemort tried to cast Avada Kedavra on me, but I turned it back on him, but I didn't quite get away unscathed, said James, rubbing the scar. Dre and Kat gave a new meaning to the words, jaw drop. Their chins were so low it looked as if their jaws had been unhinged. Do you have any idea what this means? Asked Dre. That if anyone knew what I had done, my face would be in the history books. Asked James. Dre nodded. That is exactly the reason no one is going to find out. Back to the main subject. What are we going to do about Voldemort? James asked. Why does Voldemort want to get into the school? Asked Triss. At the current moment, there is an object called the Sorcerer's Stone residing in the school. It is capable of giving Voldemort his body back. I think he and Quirrell might be going after it, said James. How could they do that right under Dumbledore's nose? Asked Kat. Plenty of ways. I wouldn't invest a lot of trust in Dumbledore. He has a habit of being manipulative, said James, holding back all of the other names he could call the headmaster. I say we should tell Dumbledore what is going on. Better for him to get his ass kicked around by Voldemort than us, said Dre. I agree, said Kat. All right. Any idea where his office is? Asked James. No one spoke up. Better go talk to Evans then, said James, walking out of the room and back into the entrance hall. The rest of the small group followed. They arrived in Evans' office a few minutes later. Professor, we need to speak to Professor Dumbledore. It's important, said James. Evans looked up from the stack of papers she had been grading and at James. Professor Dumbledore isn't here at the moment. What is so important? She asked, concerned. James took a deep breath before he answered. Nothing that can't wait, Professor. He lied smoothly. Okay, Mr. Cage. Good day, she answered suspiciously, but went back to her papers nonetheless. James walked from the office with the rest of the quartet following. What are we going to do? Asked Triss. I don't think Quirrell will go after the stone until tonight, so you and I, he said, motioning to Triss, are going to follow him. You two, he said, motioning to Dre and Kat, are going to stay here and warn Dumbledore of what is going on when he gets back, if we aren't back by then. Why aren't we going? Asked Dre. Because Triss and I won't get caught as easily as if you were with us. We don't need things like cloaks to become invisible or to hide. Plus, we will be able to react to what could happen better. We were trained for this, said James. Okay, said Dre, a bit psyched out. At around 10 o'clock that night, Triss and James snuck out of the common room. It didn't take them but a few minutes to get to the third-floor corridor. Sounds of soft music could be heard through the door of Fluffy's room. James unlocked the door and looked into the room. Fluffy was sound asleep to the rhythm of a harp. Come on, said James as he led Triss into the room. He wasted no time in jumping through the open trap door, with Triss following soon after. He landed with an audible thud. Instantly he knew he was about to be attacked by a nasty batch of Devil's Snare, but he ordered it to leave them alone through his elemental abilities. A hole appeared in the middle of the room. I never thought I would be happy that you were an elemental, said Triss, remembering all of the times he had started rainstorms over her head. James just grinned. Come on, said James, jumping through the hole and onto the hard floor below. Triss soon followed. They came to an archway and James could faintly pick up the sound of beating wings. He looked around the archway and saw hundreds of flying keys. On the other side of the room was a door, and in the middle of the room was a broom. I think you have to catch the key to the door, said Triss. Yeah, I think so too, said James, walking out into the room. Before he could get to the brooms, there was a mad flapping of wings and the keys zoomed at him. Oy vey, he said before turning into a black hawk and taking off. Tigress, do you see a key that might fit the door? James asked. Yeah, it's 3 feet to your left. Catch it and bring it down to me. I'll open the door while you distract the keys, answered Triss. James looked to his left and saw a big brass key with a broken wing. He took a left turn and caught the struggling key in his beak. Here, Tigress, James yelled while throwing the key down to her. She caught it and unlocked the door. Flying as fast as he could, James flew through the open door, hoping that none of the keys would get in. Triss slammed the door shut behind him. Those damn keys are going to kill someone, said James after changing back into human form. Yeah, and if that doesn't get them, the smell of that troll will, said Triss, pointing to the dead troll behind him. Well, at least I don't get blamed for killing another troll, said James. Triss chuckled. I don't think there will be more than 2 more obstacles, said James, walking through another door. The two walked on to a giant chessboard. James walked through the rows of white players and up to the black. The pawns drew their swords. Boom. All of the black pieces were blown to smithereens. Watch it, Shadow, said Triss, brushing some of the dust particles from her hair. Sorry, Tigress, said James, doing the same. Clang. Shadow drop, yelled Triss. James dropped down to the floor as a sword swiped the place his head would have been. James looked up and saw a marble statue holding the sword. A few feet from him, another statue was advancing on Triss. James concentrated on making an elemental sword, and with a swish of wind, a white sword appeared in his hands. Triss, catch! He yelled, throwing the sword to her. She caught it and started dueling with the statue. James hit the trigger point for his claws and got into dueling position. The statue took the first swing. James easily countered it and swung at the statue's head. He missed and the statue got him in the side. That just served to piss him off. Several minutes and a shattered statue later, James was moving on to kill the statue that was currently kicking Triss's ass. Hey, Marble Boy, come get me, said James, trying to draw the statue's attention away from Triss, who was in a bad way. It worked. The drawback was that this statue was a lot stronger than the one he had just fought. Several nicks and cuts later, James finally got the upper hand on the statue and cut its head off. James walked over to where Triss was laying on the ground. Triss, are you all right? He asked, very concerned. I feel like hell, she said, a little above a whisper. She pressing her hands against a freely bleeding cut in her side. I'm going to heal you, so don't move, said James, putting his hands over Triss's cut. Like with the other people James had healed, his eyes turned silver, but this time you could see a little bit of blue shining through. When James removed his hands, the wound was gone. Triss, I want you to go back and get Snape and tell him what's going on. Cat and Dre will meet you in the corridor, said James, pulling Triss to her feet. All right, but you had best come back in one piece. Here, you probably want this back, said Triss, handing him the air sword. Thanks, Triss. See you later, he said, pushing her through the door they had come in through. Dre, meet Triss in the 3rd floor corridor and get Snape, James thought to him. We're already on our way to the corridor with Snape, said Dre. All right, said James, continuing through what he hoped to be the final door. He hoped it wasn't another physical obstacle, because his wounds from the statues wouldn't heal. He'd used up most of his energy to heal Triss, and the rest was being used to hold his form in place. Thankfully, his silent wish came true, and it wasn't another physical obstacle. He walked into the room and a wall of roaring purple fire popped up behind him. In front of him, a black fire appeared. In the middle of the room was a table with 7 potion bottles and a piece of paper. James didn't even bother looking at the paper. He knew exactly what the potions were and which one would allow him to go through the fire. He picked up the smallest of the 7 bottles and drank a sip of it. Almost instantly he felt like ice. He walked through the fire and wasn't surprised by what he saw on the other side. Quirrell was facing a mirror that James recognized as the mirror of Arise, talking to himself. Quirrell turned around at the sound of James's footsteps. Cage, he snarled when he saw James. I see you didn't come back alone from the forest. Do ask Riddle how it feels to be a parasite, said James. How dare you talk about my master in that manner? Screeched Quirrell. I can talk about the parasite however I please, said James calmly. Let me speak to the boy face to face, said another voice in a snake-like whisper. But master, you are not strong enough, Quirrell stuttered. I am strong enough for this, said the voice. Quirrell turned his back to James and started to unwrap his turban. Stuck to the back of Quirrell's head was the face of Voldemort. Ah, so Tom Riddle believes he is too good to die like the rest of us, said James looking at what was left of Voldemort. Do not speak the name of that filthy muggle that I called a father, hissed Voldemort. Oh, the great Lord Voldemort is sensitive about his name. I bet he is a bit more sensitive about the fact that he was defeated by a 5-year-old. Let's see if you recognize me, said James. Slowly his brown hair turned to black and grew longer and his eyes turned from blue to emerald green. Recognition shone in Voldemort's eyes. Severus's son. Doesn't really surprise me. You're just as arrogant as he was, nothing like your mother. She was to be mine, you know, but I made the mistake of letting Severus have the first pick of the catch. Of course he would chose her. He enjoyed raping her, you know. She, herself, Ned like a whore, said Voldemort trying to piss him off. Surprisingly it worked, but James didn't let it show. She only gave you up because she didn't want her husband to know she was a whore, Voldemort continued. James had had enough and leapt at Quirrell, sword in hand. Quirrell turned and the sword went through his arm. Quirrell screamed as James withdrew the sword. Kill him, yelled Voldemort. Quirrell charged at James, despite the pain, and James stabbed Quirrell right through the heart. Quirrell grabbed the hilt of the sword as he dropped to his knees as he died. Intelligent help is so hard to find, said James, letting the sword dematerialize. What he failed to notice was the cloud of dust forming over Quirrell's body. The grayish cloud started to take the form of a face. It gave a low type of growl that made James turn around. Oh shit, he said before the cloud that was Voldemort rammed into him and all went black. When James woke he felt like he'd been beaten with a baseball bat repeatedly and he felt really hot. He groaned as he tried to sit up and push some of the blankets off him but had to lie back down. That drew the attention of whoever was in the room with him. A second later he felt a cool rag on his head. James, your system went into magical shock last night. You need to rest and stay warm, said a voice that James barely recognized as Snape. He groaned. The last place he wanted to be was near Snape, especially if he had heard the conversation between himself and Voldemort the previous night. James decided not to think on that and go back to sleep. When James woke again it was to the sound of arguing between Snape and Triss. I want to see my friend, yelled Triss. He needs his rest. What part of? He nearly died last night, don't you understand? Asked Snape in a deadly calm voice. James kicked off the blankets covering him and walked to where the voices were coming from. As he made his way to what looked like a kitchen he looked around. The small apartment was decorated in blue, silver, and bronze. He walked into the room where the voices were coming from. It was definitely a kitchen. Snape and Triss both looked very angry and James knew if he didn't intervene they would really start to fight. Do you two have to argue so loud? Asked James. Snape looked over shocked that James was up and moving and Triss pounced on him. James knew that was coming and managed not to fall to the floor when she jumped on him. We were all so worried, Shadow. I wasn't able to reach you through our link and Dre said you weren't answering to he and Cat either, she said in a rush. I'm fine, Triss. If I were anywhere close to dying last night you would have known. I was just low on energy and having ol' snake face headbutt me didn't help, said James rubbing his stomach. Triss chuckled. Triss, do you know if Snape heard any of my conversation with Riddle? James asked in Elven. Snape's jaw dropped. Yeah, he did. I did as well. He looked as if he would cry when he heard that you were his son. And all of those things Riddle said, I thought he was going to run through that fire and kill Riddle himself. By the way, a very pissed off and overprotective Snake is looking for you, Triss said smirking. James' shadow cage. Jewel hissed slithering into the room. Snape was looking on in astonishment as James picked up the hissing, deadly and very angry snake. He was even more surprised when James hissed back. Jewel, chill out. It's not like I died or anything, said James trying to stop the snake's rant. Not like you died. You damn near did. You were completely magically exhausted when you got here. Do you have any idea how easily Voldemort could have killed you had your father not been there? Jewel yelled, hissed. Jewel, had I been completely magically exhausted I would still be asleep, said James calmly. Jewel hissed in defeat, knowing she wouldn't win that argument. She crawled up James's arm and into his shirt, poking her head out of his collar. I think you should have a talk with your dad. He's probably really confused by now, said Triss, pointing to the stunned potions master. James nodded and hugged his friend goodbye. When Triss was gone, James motioned for the potions master to follow him. James walked out of the kitchen and into the living room where he had woken up. James avoided the sofa that was covered in blankets and sat down in an overstuffed armchair. Snape waved his wand at the blankets and they disappeared and he sat down. What do you want to know? James asked, knowing the potions master probably had a list of them. What language were you speaking to Ms. Summers? Snape asked. First, I need your word that none of what I tell you will be revealed to anyone, especially the headmaster, said James. I swear on my honor as a wizard, said Snape. Good. I was speaking a high form of Elven. I'm a little more than half Elven. Triss's grandfather was an elf, so she is about 1/4 Elven. You are 3/4 Elven and my mother is 1/2, but she doesn't know that. Only someone who is at least 1/8 Elven can learn speak the language. In this plane only maybe 30 people have the ability to speak the language, said James. Where did you get the snake? Snape asked. Her name is Jewel and I bought her. She has grown a bit overprotective, said James, patting the snake's head fondly. How did you get the ability to speak Parseltongue? Asked Snape. Runs in the family. The Snape line is the direct descendant of the Slytherin and Hufflepuff lines. Tom Riddle is an indirect descendant of Slytherin. The Evans line is a direct descendant of the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw lines, said James. Once again Snape's jaw dropped. You mean to say that you are a direct heir of the 4 founders? Does the headmaster know? Asked Snape. No, and no one will be telling him. Let me tell you this up front, I don't like Dumbledore. He has a lot to do with all of the bullshit that is in my life as well as Triss's. He will know nothing of me or how I defeated Riddle. As far as anyone is concerned, my mother's son was murdered at the hands of Voldemort for being who he was, if they knew about him in the first place, said James in a very strong tone. Snape nodded. Why do you hate the headmaster so much? Asked Snape with a slight pain in his voice. You know how I said Triss's grandfather was an elf? Snape nodded. Her grandfather is Albus Dumbledore. His son was born a squib and left the wizarding world as soon as he could. When Triss was born you could almost feel her magic and her mother died giving birth. Her father beat her and Dumbledore knew and let it happen. Triss would be dead or worse had I not found her, said James, putting his head in his hands trying not to remember what kind of tortures Triss had been through. Snape looked even more flabbergasted at the news that Triss was Dumbledore's granddaughter. Why isn't she living with him then? Snape asked. You don't listen, do you? He sat and let his son damn near kill his granddaughter and did nothing. You have no idea what Triss went through. Dumbledore shouldn't have the right to even look at her, much less try and assume care for her, said James as pulses of magic rolled off of him in waves. What if Dumbledore tries to take her? Asked Snape, pushing a very sensitive subject. I have a lot of friends in the Ministry of Magic. If he got past them he still couldn't touch her because of the bond she has to me, and the fact Triss would probably kill him herself, said James, laughing at the thought of Triss transforming into Tigress and mauling Dumbledore. How does Dumbledore tie into your life? Snape continued. He is the one who persuaded Evans to give me up. He said that everyone would eventually find out that her son was a bastard, so it was in her best interest to put me up for adoption and then tell everyone that her son was stillborn. He never bothered to tell her who her rapist was, said James. Snape looked ready to kill at the final comment. Dumbledore had told him that Lily knew full well who had BP'd her. Had he known she was going to give his son up, he'd have taken him in an instant. He knew he could still have that chance to get to know his son, but didn't know how to accomplish that with such a closed-off person. How did you find this out? Snape asked, looking at the blank-faced James. When I got sorted, the hat said that not everything was as it seemed. I decided to have a look into Dumbledore's head to see what the hat meant, and I saw what it was talking about. Dumbledore sees himself as some sort of chess master and everyone around him as a pawn. I think he is working to some prophecy or another, but I haven't had time to research them, said James, face still blank, but you could tell from his body movement that he was trying not to curse something. Manipulative old bastard, hissed Snape. And to think I've been telling everyone this for years, said James with a hint of humor. Snape smiled a bit too and decided to ask the question he'd been wondering about since the previous night. I was wondering, could we get to know one another a bit better? Snape asked a bit shyly. As what? Asked James, putting his blank face back on. Father and son. I've wanted a child for as long as I can remember, but Snape stopped there, obviously remembering something bad that happened. James thought about the question for a few minutes. Snape obviously wanted to be at least a small part of his life, and the look on his face alone almost made James say yes. We'll see. Right now I have a lot of work to do before school ends. However, I'm not sure about the summer holidays, so we'll see, said James, trying to avoid giving a direct answer. Now for my questions. Does anyone know about what happened in that room with Quirrell? James asked. No. As far as anyone knows, you told me that Quirrell was acting strange and went to the third-floor corridor. From there on I followed him and killed him when he wasn't looking, said Snape. All right, I'll be going then, said James, standing from the chair and walking out of the room, changing back into his other form and leaving a dumbstruck Snape behind. Finally, it was the last day of school. Most students were running around trying to get packed. James, Tris, Kat, and Dre were the exceptions. They were all packed up and ready to leave. In the days after Snape and James's conversation, they had talked a few more times, but as expected, James's work and prank load started to get heavy. All of the professors piled on essay after essay, all due by the end of the summer. Plus the fact that Black and Weasley were picking on Kat again. James had a special prank just for them and Bowl, for pelting all of those bludgers at him. Are you guys ready to go down to the feast? Asked Tris from her spot on James's lap. Any time you are, said Dre. Let's go then. It's 7 o'clock anyway, said James, letting Tris jump up before hopping up himself. Dre and Kat followed. The feast had already started when they entered the hall. They were the only ones that had yet to arrive. About halfway through the feast, James decided to start his prank. With a small wave of his hand, Bowl, Weasley, and Black were standing in front of the teacher's table. With another wave, Weasley, Bowl, and Black were dressed as TJ, Baby Bop, and Barney sing. I love you, you love me, we're one happy family. The great hall roared as the three of them started to dance in a circle, holding hands while singing. They finally stopped singing 5 minutes later when the spell wore off. A big sign appeared over them that said, "Courtesy of the Hunters," in flashing blue paint. Since when did you start signing your pranks, Shadow? Tris asked in his ear when she was finally able to stop laughing. When the Weasley twins started taking credit for my work, said James while dispelling the sign. It disappeared with a small crack. Well, I'm going to get to bed. Who knows what dragon we'll have waiting for us when we get home tomorrow, said Tris, walking from the Great Hall. Dre soon followed and James was left to walk Kat back to her dorm. The next morning, James was woken by a big, wet, slippery key. From Tigress. Ew. Tigress. That's nasty. You don't see me waking you up by licking you, said James, casting a cleansing charm on his face. Tris transformed back into human form and broke into fits of laughter. Well, I had to wake you up somehow, said Tris when she was finally able to stop laughing. Watch it or I'll have to throw you in the lake, said James, smirking a very Slytherin smirk. You do and I'll have you neutered, said Tris, smirking evilly as James lost a few shades of color in his face. That's not even something to joke about, Tris. That's my manhood you're talking about, said James, cupping his hands over his family jewels. That just made Tris burst out laughing. Come on, we have to get our stuff out to the platform, so get dressed, said Tris through her giggles. James followed her orders and hopped out of bed and took his normal morning shower and got dressed. Jewel wrapped herself loosely around his arm, loving the extra warmth. James shrunk his trunk into the size of a matchbox and dropped it in his pocket. He went downstairs and saw Tris levitating her trunk. Let me see it, he said. Tris put it down on the ground and, like his trunk, James shrunk it down to the size of a matchbox and handed it to her. Ready to go home? James asked. Very. I'm starting to miss the peacefulness of the forest, said Tris, pocketing her trunk. Yeah, I can't wait to go for a run, said James with a dreamy look on his face. The two headed down to the Great Hall and sat down by Dre and Kat. Where are your trunks? Asked Dre. In our pockets, said Triss. Oh, said Dre, smacking himself in the head for his stupidity. Are you ready for the summer holidays? Asked Dre. Yes, said James and Triss simultaneously. Not really, said Kat. You know you're welcome to come stay with us for the summer, right? Asked James. Yeah, but I want to go visit some of my friends at home, said Kat, smiling a bit. Kat, promise me that if they so much as look at you funny you will call for me, James telepathed to her. I promise, Jimmy, Kat thought back. Soon they quartet was boarding the train home. James had said goodbye to Evans and Snape. The former asked for James to come back and visit sometime during the summer, and James said he would if he had time. Kind of clingy, don't ya think? Asked Triss. A bit, but how would you feel if you were denied access to your son or daughter for 11 years of their life? Frankly, I would have blown Dumbledore up myself, said James. That's only because you don't like Dumbledore anyway you look at it, and I have first dibs on the old bastard anyway, said Triss, imagining all of the things she could do to torture her grandfather. You take too much joy in this, said James at the dreamy look in Triss's eyes. Damn straight, said Triss as Dre and Kat entered their compartment. After many hours, the train finally stopped at platform 9 3/4 and started to unload. James hauled Kat's trunk out of the compartment and onto the Muggle platform itself. Where are your parents? Asked James. Kat pointed to a boy of about 16 or 17 wearing baggy jeans and a plain baggy t-shirt. That's my older brother, said Kat a bit uneasily. Okay, said James, carrying the large trunk over to where her brother stood. He set it down at the older brother's feet and stuck out his hand. James Cage, said James. Justin Granger, said the teen. Ready to go, sis? Justin asked a bit too sweetly. Yes, Justin, said Kat a bit uneasily. Bye, Kat, said James, giving her a hug. If anything happens or you just want to talk to me, just call. By the way, I put a featherweight charm on you trunk. It's permanent unless someone removes it, James thought to her. Kat hugged him back. Thanks, Jimmy, said Kat, releasing him. See you later, said James, walking back to where Triss was waiting. Once they freed themselves from the mop of people running around the platform, James ported them to their home. Dragon, Triss yelled, jumping on the old man the minute she and James had entered the living room. Hello, Triss. I missed you too, said Dragon, hugging James as well. Yeah, we were a bit disappointed when you said we couldn't come home for Christmas, said James. Sorry about that. I had some stuff to deal with, but I did get you something to toy with that I couldn't send to the school, said Dragon, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out a leather satchel and pulled a small white crystal out of it. This is called a Sabatha crystal. It was invented in America to try and cure werewolves. The crystal stores curses and the like, but they never could figure out how to get a curse into the crystal. I figured you could find so use for it. Don't worry about running out, the crystals multiply like rabbits, said Dragon, chuckling a bit. He tossed both James and Triss a satchel of the crystals. Cool, said James, looking more closely at the crystal. Kat might like to join in on this project, said James, looking at Triss. I know you're worried about her shadow, but if she needs you she will call, said Triss, putting her hand on James' shoulder. I doubt that. She was sorted into Gryffindor for a reason. Gryffindors have a lot of pride and are determined not to ask for help unless absolutely necessary. Even if she does need help, she won't call for me unless it's a life or death situation, said James, sighing. She'll be fine, Shadow. Come on, we have unpacking to do, she said, dragging him back to their rooms. The first weeks of the summer went by fast. James had figured out how to store curses in the Sabatha crystal, but had no idea how one could extract a werewolf curse long enough for the crystal to absorb it. Kat had called him on the Muggle phone and told him how her parents and brothers were going to France and she was getting to stay with her oldest brother Jack for the next 2 weeks. Jack was a 26-year-old wizard and was shunned by most of his family as well. James was relieved that she was with someone like her. Dre was vacationing in Greece with his parents for the rest of the summer, so he was nothing to worry about. Triss was being as aggressive as ever in training, and Dragon was rather impressed with her progress even though she had only beaten James a handful of times. At the current second, James was in the library in his trunk reading up on werewolves, trying to figure out how to temporarily extract the curse long enough for the crystal to capture it. Any luck yet, Shadow? Asked Triss from the stairs. Not yet. I fully intend to get Cat over here to help. She is damn near as smart as I am, and I know she has been wanting to hit my library forever, said James, setting his book down. Well, her parents will be home tomorrow, so why don't you pick her up then, said Triss. Planning on it, said James. You really shouldn't worry about her so much. She is perfectly capable of handling herself, said Triss, walking up behind James and starting to rub his shoulders. James relaxed into the kneading of his muscles. I worry about you far more than I worry about her, so there is no need to be jealous, said James playfully. I am not jealous. I just don't think there is any reason for you to fear for her well-being, said Triss. You're probably right, but you know from experience how protective I am of my friends and family. I would die for any one of you, said James sincerely. Triss hugged him from behind and gave him a small peck on the cheek. I know you would, but it's not healthy to worry about everyone else so much. You're going to give yourself gray hairs before you turn 20, said Triss playfully. Not like anyone will see it, said James, running a hand through his normal long black hair. When are you going to go see your dad? Asked Triss, changing the subject. Probably tomorrow. I might include him on this project as well. This will be one hell of a breakthrough if I can find out how to extract the werewolf curse, said James. Yeah, it would help a lot of people, that's for sure, said Triss, continuing to rub James' shoulders. The next day, James was up bright and early getting ready to go see Snape. He didn't say anything, but everyone referring to Snape as his father was starting to get on his nerves. As far as he was concerned, Alex still held that position. Snape had yet to do anything to earn the title and was rather lucky James was allowing him to try. Are you ready to leave yet, James? Jewel asked from her spot in front of the common room fireplace. Yeah, are you sure you want to go? I'm flying the whole way, said James, picking Jewel up. Someone has to keep you out of trouble, don't they? Said Jewel. I take that as a yes, said James as she wrapped herself around his neck. At that minute, Triss walked into the room. Are you leaving yet? She asked. Yeah, I just want to grab my notes and the crystals and I should be ready to go, he said. Where is Dragon? Triss asked. He had a meeting in America. He should be back late tonight or early tomorrow morning, said James, walking back to his rooms. After grabbing his notebooks, the crystals, shrinking them and putting them in a small pouch that he could carry while flying, he crossed the hall and knocked on Triss's door and let her know he was leaving. After saying bye to her, he walked outside and transformed into a large black eagle. He made sure Jewel was secure, picked up his pouch and took flight. A half hour later, he arrived at Hogwarts as breakfast was ending. He flew into the Great Hall with a screech after making Jewel invisible. Had he been human, he would have doubled over laughing as all the adults at the table jumped, while Sarah and Holly giggled. It looked like only the Potters, Snape and Dumbledore had stayed at the school for the summer. With a second screech, he landed lightly on Snape's shoulder. Snape looked at the large bird with a bit of confusion until he saw the eagle's bright green eyes. Who would that be, Severus? Asked Dumbledore. An old friend, said Snape, petting the eagle's dark feathers. James nuzzled Snape's hand, thoroughly enjoying the rub. He looked over when he heard the twins giggle once more. With a flap of his mighty wings, he was perched on the twins' bassinet. Evans jumped up, afraid that the bird of prey would hurt on of her daughters, but stopped when the bird nuzzled the girls as he had Snape's hand. Evans still looked a bit uneasy but sat back down. Snape chose that moment to leave the table and James flew over to his shoulder. Snape walked deep into the dungeon where his rooms were located with James perched on his shoulder. When they entered, James flew down to the floor and transformed. Since when were you an anime guy? Asked Snape. I'm not, said James, taking the invisibility spell of Jewel. What do you mean you're not? I just saw you transform from a black eagle and into a human. That is called being an anime guy, said Snape, slightly annoyed. No, Potter is an anime guy. I am a shapeshifter. Big difference, said James. Snape's jaw became dangerously close to hitting the floor. Exactly how many abilities do you have? He asked incredulity. 8. Not including some of the languages I speak, said James. What are they? Snape asked curiously. I'm a shapeshifter, elemental, advanced healer, transporter, will wizard, telepath, or a reader, and parseltongue, said James, counting them off on his fingers. Wow, was all that left Snape's mouth. Well, on to business, said James. Business? Asked Snape. Yeah, I thought you would like to help me with a project, said James, pulling out his bag of Sabatha crystals. This is called a Sabatha crystal. It was developed as a way of curing werewolves. The only problem is no one knows how they work. So far I've figured out how to store curses in them but nothing else, said James, handing the white crystal to Snape. I'm sorry. I wish I could help, but I had a bad experience with werewolves. I don't want anything to do with them, said Snape, handing the crystal back to James. I figured that. Well, if there is nothing else, I need to get back and make sure Triss isn't having a party. She is alone at the house at the moment, said James, putting the crystal away. That's all for now. Come and visit again, said Snape as James poured it away. The following day, James was once again up early getting ready to go get Kat. This time he could just apparate over as there were no wards on her house. I'll be back in a bit, yelled James before disapparating. He reappeared in a nicely decorated kitchen. Sitting at the table was none other than Kat. Hey Kat, said James happily. Kat jumped at the sound of his voice. Jimmy, don't do that. You scared the crap out of me, said Kat. James completely ignored her and told her to pack her stuff. Why? She asked. Because I have a research project I need your help with. It's just you and me working on it. I invited Professor Snape to work on it, but he declined, said James. Kat's eyes lit up at the thought of a project. She was out of the kitchen and in her room packing in an instant. James followed her closely. It took her all of 5 minutes to gather all of her stuff. Hey Kat, let me see your wand, said James. Kat reached up the sleeve of her sweatshirt and grabbed her ebony wand and tossed it to James. With a few well-chosen words, the wand glowed red for a second. James threw it back to Kat. What did you do? Asked Kat, examining her wand. Ollivander is an old friend of mine and taught me how to remove the ministry tracking charms. You can use your wand during the summer and not get in trouble now, James explained. Wow, said Kat. Go say goodbye to your parents and we can get going, said James. Kat ran back downstairs with James following with her trunk. She walked into a room that looked like a den. In the middle were 2 teenage boys and 2 people that could only be Kat's parents. Mom, Dad, I'm going to go stay with a friend for the rest of the summer, she said before turning around and starting to walk out. Just a second, young lady. You aren't going anywhere with anyone, said Mr. Granger, standing from the sofa he was sitting on. James chose then to intervene. She will be staying with me and a few of my other friends for the rest of the summer, Mr. Granger. It is a project, so you have no say in the matter, said James. She is my daughter and I will say where and when she goes anywhere. If you don't leave right now, she won't be returning to that school either, said a seething Mr. Granger. Time to try intimidation, James thought. Look, sir, I know perfectly well what went on here last summer, and the only thing keeping me from blasting you into tiny pieces is the fact that I don't want to get my clothes dirty. Now, I suggest you sit down and let Kat leave with me, said James, throwing a snappish glare at Mr. Granger. I am not stupid, kid. I know that you aren't allowed to use magic during the holidays, Mr. Granger said smugly. This guy is really starting to piss me off, James thought. He hit the trigger point for his claws and watched the stunned look on Mr. Granger's face. I have no need for magic to tear you into little pieces. Also, I nor Kat are restricted to use magic during the holidays anymore, so I suggest you shut your trap, James said, throwing a death glare at Mr. Granger. Mr. Granger paled a few shades and stiffly sat down on the sofa. Come on, Kat, said James, grabbing her hand and porting after retracting his claws. Well, that was fun, commented James when the pair landed in his living room. You scared him shitless, Jimmy, said Kat. Runs in the family, James grunted as he was tackled to the floor by Tigress. Lovely greeting, Tigress, said James sarcastically. Triss transformed back to his normal form and sat on James. What took you so damn long? She asked. James pushed her off and stood up. I had to scare Kat's dad shitless before he would let her go, said James, pointing at Kat. What's wrong with her? Asked Triss. James turned and saw Kat's mouth hanging open. What's wrong with you? James asked. She is an anime guy. Kat half yelled, half asked. Yeah, I kinda had to learn that with as much as James goes running, said Triss, a bit confused. I think I neglected to tell you about that little detail, said James, running a hand through his hair again. Would you like to learn as well? He asked. Kat's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Of course I'd like to learn, she said excitedly. All right, it's still early so we can probably start now, said James. I guess the crystals will have to wait, he thought, taking Kat's stuff to the guest room. The next few weeks were uneventful. James had started to brew the anime guy potion while Triss went over how to shift forms with Kat. By the week before James's birthday, Kat was able to transform into a beautiful golden falcon. You know, isn't it weird how all of our main forms are predators? Asked Triss. Not really. Why? Would you rather be a vegetarian? Asked James playfully. Hell no. I like meat just as much as the next person. I was just stating that it is weird that we are all hunters and our group name is the Hunters, said Triss. We can't really say that yet. Dre hasn't learned to become an anime guy yet. For all we know, he could be a rabbit, said Kat. James burst out laughing at this. Dre, a rabbit? No way. He'll probably be some kind of snake or bird of prey. In fact, he would probably curse you for even suggesting that his form will be anything but honorable, said James, doubling over with laughter again. Finally, it was the day they left for Hogwarts. James' birthday had been fun, with Dragon cooking up a storm while the trio relaxed. They had gotten their letters from Hogwarts and went shopping about a week later. Sadly, they had bumped into Randall Black and his father while they were insulting the Weasley clan. James had stepped in and put a stop to it and managed to bruise the Blacks' egos all in one sentence. The two Blacks left shortly after. James had tried to go on with his day, but Ron Weasley had decided he wanted to start a fight. The fight was stopped by some blundering idiot named Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart was doing book signings in the bookstore and damn near turned Ron into a newt while trying to break the pair up. Mrs. Weasley took that time to pull her family out of the store, scolding Ron the whole way. Lockhart tried to scold James but shut up when James gave him the finger. Now the trio was getting ready to boarding the train to go back to school. Dre had already arrived and saved them a compartment. After packing their trunks away, they all started to talk about their holidays. How was Greece? James asked Dre. All right, I guess. I really don't like going there. My Aunt Cassandra is absolutely batty, but her house is near Athens on the beach, so I wasn't totally stuck in the middle of nowhere. How about yours? Asked Dre. It was all right. James over there was neck deep in some project until Kat came over and then we ran her through Animagus training. We need to run you through that as well, said Triss as an afterthought. No need. As crazy as my aunt as she has here uses. She ran me through the course as well, said Dre, flinching at the memory. What's your form? Asked James. A velociraptor. My dad was a bit shocked. He said that no one on record had ever been able to turn into a dinosaur. Cool, don't ya think? Dre asked. Yeah, see James, I told you all of our forms were carnivorous, said Triss, sticking out her tongue. Real mature Triss. I never said we wouldn't be, but as Kat said, for all we know Dre could be a rabbit, answered James, nearly falling out of his chair laughing when Dre started sputtering incoherently with a look of horror on his face. The quartet was still joking about the look on Dre's face 10 minutes later when the compartment door opened. A girl that James recognized as Weasley's younger sister stepped in. Do you mind if I sit here? My brother is being a prick and I want to get as far away from him as I can, she said. Not much of a problem considering the compartment could easily seat 8 people. James smiled to himself, he liked the girl already. I don't see any problems with that. What is your name? He asked. Ginny Weasley, she said. Well, I'm James Cage, the redhead is Tristessa Summers, call her Triss. Gel boy over there is Draco Malfoy, he likes to be called Dre. This one next to me is Hermione Granger, but everyone calls her Cat, said James, pointing to each one of them in turn. Leave me and my hair gel out of this, said Dre, running a hand through his hair lovingly. Triss rolled her eyes while Kat and James snickered a bit. Anyway, what house do you think you'll be in? Triss asked. I'm not sure. Everyone else in my family is Gryffindor, so I might go there as well, she said a bit uneasily to the crew of Slytherins. Well, we already have one Gryffindor, so what's another, said Dre. Ginny sat and another head peeked in. She was obviously a first year and had brownish red hair and dark silver green eyes. She was very well built and looked like she could throttle even James or Triss. Do you mind if I sit her? She asked. Not at all. In fact, we were going through introductions. This big git is James Cage, only I am allowed to call him Jimmy. Blondie over there is Dre Malfoy. The girl across from James is Triss Summers. The other redhead is Ginny Weasley and I'm Kat Granger, said Kat, shaking the girl's hand. I'm Melanie Crew. Everyone calls me Mel, she said, a bit guarded. James could feel quite a bit of abnormal energy radiating off of her but couldn't see what it was. She was well guarded in the mind and body. Nice to meet you, Mel, and welcome to our still forming little group, said James as she sat down in the window next to James and across from Dre. You know, Dre, we need more guys in this group. We're outnumbered, he said, sinking into his chair, faking fright. Everyone but Mel laughed. Defiantly well guarded. If you looked hard enough, you could see emotions running through the back of her eyes as if she were talking to someone. While the rest of them told Ginny a bit about themselves, Mel pulled out a book and started to read. About 2 hours later, there was another knock at the door and the Weasley twins waltzed in. Hello, dear Mr. Cage, I am Gred and this is my esteemed brother Forge, one of them started. We are here on a business proposition, the other one said. We would like to join in on your group of hunters, the first one continued. As we fear the wrath of a Slytherin prankster. And wish to be let in on the secret to your success. James looked at the two of them suspiciously for a minute. What do you think, Dre? Should they be allowed the honor of becoming a hunter? James asked Dre in a fake formal tone. I don't know, James. They seem to lack in creativity, but they did get rid of Filch in their second year. Plus the fact that they are the brothers of our rival, said Dre. What does that make me? Asked Ginny. Ah, but you have yet to be sorted and have your mind molded to our Slytherinish ways, dear Gin, said James, faking an evil laugh. Well, if you're going to remold our baby sister, you might as well take us along for the ride, said Gred. Yeah, there should be at least a few male Weasley Slytherins, said Forge. What has the world come to, Draco? Gryffindor Weasley's asking us to mold them into Slytherins. Hogwarts is in for one hell of a year, said James evilly. Does that mean we're in? Asked Gred and Forge simultaneously. Of course, but should you ever double-cross us, you shall wish you were beaten with an out-of-control bludger, said James seriously. Gred and Forge gulped. We can still try to kill each other in Quidditch, right? Asked Gred. Naturally. Can't win the cup without at least a little resistance, said James. You mean Gryffindor can't win the cup without a little resistance, said Forge. No, Dre and Triss are joining the team this year. You Griffs are doomed, said James. But Slytherin doesn't have any open positions, said Gred. Yeah, they do. Bull was dropped last year after hitting Flint with a bludger, and Flint was dropped over the summer because he failed the exams, said James smugly. Gred and Forge burst into fake tears. Oh, woe is we. We're going to be trampled by Slytherins, they cried on each other's shoulders. Everyone laughed, including Mel, whom everyone thought was reading. Several hours, chess, and exploding snap games later, the train arrived in Hogsmeade. James, Triss, Dre, Kat, Gred and Forge separated from Mel and Ginny so they could go to the boats with Hagrid. They piled into the carriages led by black-winged horses James recognized as Thestrals. Hey, can any of you see the Thestrals? Asked James. I can, said Dre. Everyone else was able to see them as well. Why wouldn't we be able to see them, Jimmy? Asked Kat. Because they are dark creatures and you're only able to see them if you've seen death, said James as the carriage pulled to a stop. The six of them shuffled out of the carriages and into the great hall where the Sorting Hat was sitting just in front of the head table. James' jaw nearly unhinged at the sight of who was sitting at the head table next to Evans. Dear God, no, he said, hoping his eyes were deceiving him. What's wrong, Shadow? Asked Triss. James pointed to the head table. Oh no, said Triss. Sitting at the head table in all his glory was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, hitting on Professor Evans much to her displeasure. We're doomed, said Dre. James, Triss and Dre separated from Cat and the Weasley twins and went to the Slytherin house table. If I didn't think Dumbledore was crazy last year, I defiantly think so now, said Dre. Did either of you happen to look at the book list? Asked Triss, cringing a bit. Not yet. Why? Asked James. All of our defense books are by Gilderoy Lockhart, she said, smacking her head on the table. At that moment, Potter walked into the hall with all the first years. After the hat finished singing its song, he started calling out names. Creevy, Colin, was the first. He was sorted into Hufflepuff. Next was Mel. It looked as if they were having a small conversation while she had the hat on, but it finally called out Slytherin. Triss waved her over. Finally, the last name was called out. Weasley, Virginia. Like Mel, Ginny seemed to be having a conversation with the hat, or an argument. After 2 minutes, it seemed the hat won and it yelled out, Slytherin. James looked over to the Gryffindor table and saw all the Weasleys except the twins fuming. James waved to Ginny and motioned to the empty seat next to him. Ginny sat looking like she would cry. What's wrong, Gin? He asked. Mom and Dad are going to be so pissed, she said just below a whisper. Your parents aren't going to be mad at you for being you. Plus, you did manage to piss Ron and Percy off, said James, pointing to the two fuming redheads. Ginny chuckled at the sight of the two. James took that time to look up towards the teacher's table. Both Evans and Potter were staring at Ginny in shock, both thinking something about it being wrong to have a Weasley in Slytherin. It was then that Potter noticed that his wife was being hit on by one of the most insufferable men on the planet. He walked up behind Lockhart and grabbed his shoulder. Potter whispered something in Lockhart's ear and Lockhart jumped up from the seat and Potter took his place after subtly casting a few cleansing charms. Evans was now safely between Snape and Potter. After the feast ended, Dumbledore stood. Welcome and welcome back, everyone. I'm happy to announce that Mr. Filch has decided to return after his year's absence, said Dumbledore, pointing to an ugly old man petting an equally ugly in the back of the hall. Also, I would like you to welcome Professor Lockhart as your new defense against the dark arts professor. A few boos could be heard, but they were drowned out by the clapping from most of the female population. In fact, the only girls who weren't clapping were Triss, Ginny, Mel, and Kat, who had joined the Slytherin table shortly after the feast had begun with Gred and Forge in tow. Prefects, please lead your house to their dormitories, said Dumbledore when the boos and clapping stopped. The group all stood and parted, following their respective prefects. When they reached the entrance to the common room, the prefect started talking. The password to the common room is pure blood. You will be notified when it changes, he said as the entrance opened. The group of Slytherins poured into the common room and into the overstuffed chairs and couches. They talked for a little while about classes, teachers and the like for a while, but started to get drowsy. You'd best head to bed, Shadow. I let you off with training most of the summer, so we need to start up again, she said, standing from her now normal spot on his lap. James yawned and nodded before standing and exiting with Dre not far behind. The next morning, James woke with Triss bouncing on his bed as normal. Get up, she yelled as she bounced. Shish, you're going to wake the whole castle, he whispered. Silencing charm, she said, sitting cross-legged on James's bed. James groaned and rolled out of his bed. After throwing on his normal dueling attire, he met Triss in the common room. Now, I want to make this a bit more interesting. In addition to our swords, we will use our wands as well, she said after they had arrived at the pitch. It was still dark out, but that had never stopped them before. Triss tossed James his sword and started her attack. James was having a hard time countering Triss's attacks. It was obvious she had been training during the summer. She was using her wand and her sword very accurately and had given James a deep gash in his side and shoulder and a large cut across his back. After narrowly missing a bone-shattering hex, James decided it was time for the games to stop. Unknown to Triss, he was holding back, trying not to hurt her because he didn't trust the potion they had taken. With a small wave of his wand, a disarming charm went flying at Triss, but not before she shot off another bone-shattering hex. The disarming charm hit Triss dead on and she was thrown backwards while her wand and sword flew towards James, but he didn't catch them. The bone-shattering hex hit him right in the chest, breaking at least 6 or more ribs instead of shattering one. Shadow. Triss yelled, seeing her friend laying on the ground and making no move to get up. She ran over to him and dropped to her knees at his side. She cut off what was left of his shirt and gasped at the bruising around his ribs and the bloody gashes in his side and shoulder. Shit, said Triss, prodding the large bruise. She stopped when James gasped at the pressure. I'm not taking that potion again, ever, James gasped. What the hell is going on here? A voice screamed. Snape was standing at the entrance to the pitch, looking furious. Before Triss could respond, Snape had grabbed her by the neck and was screaming at her. Triss could only gasp for air, trying to block old memories. Neither of them saw James move, but in a matter of seconds Snape was pinned to the ground by a large black panther. Snape tried to stand, but a menacing growl stopped him from moving. Shadow, let him go, said Triss, recovering from the shock of a professor trying to strangle her. The panther stepped off of the flabbergasted professor and slowly walked over to her. Change back and I'll get you cleaned up, said Triss. Slowly the panther shifted back into James's school form. Before he could drop to the ground, Triss grabbed him around the waist with his arm over her shoulder and slowly led him off the pitch and back to the school. The two of them got into James's dorms with little trouble, as almost everyone was still asleep. It was only a few minutes after 6 in the morning and breakfast didn't start till 7. Inside the dorm, James and Triss were surprised to find Dre fully dressed and getting ready to exit the dorms. What the hell happened to you? Dre asked, seeing James's body. Practice got a bit rough, said James, taking his weight off Triss. He limped over to his trunk and opened it up to the armor and gym. Slowly he walked down the stair with Triss and Dre close behind. I'm going to take a shower and clean these out, but I need your help to stitch them up, said James, motioning to Triss. He then grabbed a clean pair of boxers and headed over to the shower. What are you going to do about his ribs? Asked Dre. There is nothing I can do. The potion we take to stop life-threatening injuries, and in my case, heal any inflicted wound, messes with his magic to the point where any injury he gets while the potion is in his bloodstream can't be healed with any kind of magic, said Triss, pulling out the stuff she would need to stitch James's cuts closed. Dre thought for a second before exiting the trunk. He returned a few minutes later with a potions bottle. Try this. It's a salve used to numb and heal broken bones. There are no magical ingredients and potions isn't really magic, so it should work, he said, handing her the bottle. You are a genius, Dre, said Triss, inspecting the bottle. Dre smiled at her and left. Several minutes later, James returned clean and dry in fresh boxers. Sit, said Triss, pointing to the bench where all the supplies to stitch him up were. 20 minutes later, the 3 gashes were stitched closed. Lay down, said Triss. Why? Asked James, wincing as he accidentally jarred his ribs. Dre gave me a salve to help your ribs heal faster, she said, forcing James to lie on his back. James groaned as Triss gently messaged the salve into his chest. You didn't say it would numb out the pain as well, said James after Triss finished with the salve. Triss grinned at him, capping the potion bottle when James caught sight of her neck. I'm going to kill that bastard, said James, closely inspecting the finger marks on her neck. Leave it alone, Shadow. It's not worth getting in trouble over, she said, rubbing the bruises. Let me heal them, said James, tilting her head up. No, you need to concentrate on healing yourself, not me. I'll be fine, she said, gently pushing James's hand away. Healing a few bruises won't mess with my energy, Triss, said James, making another move to heal her. Triss pushed his hand away again. Yes, but you would be going against the doctor's orders, she said, throwing him jeans, a t-shirt, and his robes. Get dressed. I'm going to take a shower really quick, she said, grabbing her own clothes from a wardrobe in the corner by the stairs. When Triss was ready to leave, it was 7:15 and James could sense the awaking students. Come on, I want to get down to the hall before everyone starts to get up, said James, throwing an arm over Triss's shoulder and leading her out of the dorm and through the common room into the hall. Do you promise not to kill Snape? Triss asked, looking up at James's towering form as they walked toward the great hall. He had grown an inch and a half over the summer and puberty had just started to kick in. I won't kill him, but he and I are going to have a little talk about how he treats my friends. In fact, there he is now. You go on and I'll meet you in the hall, said James as Snape walked around a corner. Snape didn't even have time to see James before he was dragged into a secret passage. What is the meaning of this? Snape demanded. Shut up. Don't ever lay a hand on any of my friends ever again unless you want to be in a world of pain. You know damn well that Triss was abused as a child and I came really close to losing her today. If she withdrew into herself, she wouldn't come out, James said in a deadly low voice as the potions master stared at him in horror. James didn't even give Snape time to respond before walking out of the passage and into the hall. He dropped his menacing aura and went and sat down between Triss and Ginny. You didn't kill him, did you? Triss asked him in a whisper. No, I just scared him shitless, said James, grinning at her. Triss rolled her eyes but sighed in relief when Snape walked into the hall unharmed, if a bit shaky. The group started talking about pranks to pull in the near future when Evans walked up to James. The headmaster would like to see you, Mr. Cage. Please follow me, she said, turning and starting to walk away. James stood and followed her to a large gargoyle on the second floor. Jolly Rancher, she said. The gargoyle moved, revealing a moving staircase. Evans motioned for James to go up before walking away. James stepped onto the moving staircase and let it carry him up. At the top he was met with a door that led into a large circular office. He walked into the office and saw that the headmaster was nowhere to be seen. I bet he's going to try that intimidation act, James thought, taking a seat in one of the chairs near the headmaster's desk. A loud trill caught his attention. Sitting on a wooden perch was a large red and golden phoenix. Hello there, said James to the phoenix. Hello, young one. I am Fox. I suggest you keep your eyes on the headmaster. He has been scheming again, Fox thought to him. Thank you, Fox. I am James Cage, as you probably know. Can you do me a favor? James asked. Probably. What do you wish of me? Asked Fox. Anything you hear that could concern me, I need to know. If the headmaster has any meetings that is to do with me, or one of my companions, I want to know about it, thought James. I can do that, young shifter. Do you have any familiars I can get to give you these messages? It would look rather strange for the headmaster's phoenix to go and have a staring contest with a student, Fox thought with a chuckle. Yes, I have my owl Sapphire and my snake Jewel. Either would happily deliver a message to me, James thought back. I'll see what I can do. Here comes the headmaster. You best sit back down, Fox thought to him before ending the connection. James quickly moved away from the phoenix and sat back down in his chair. A moment later, Dumbledore came strolling into the office. Ah, Mr. Cage. Lemo. Drop? He asked after sitting at his desk. No, thanks, said James. Well, on to the reason why you're here. I have gotten a report from a professor that you were playing overly rough with another student and that one of you was hurt. Is this true? Dumbledore asked. No, sir. James lied easily. Almost instantly he felt someone trying to break through his mental barriers. That's invasion of privacy, said James when Dumbledore stopped. Dumbledore gave him a piercing glare, but James was unfazed. No matter. I have all the proof I need from Professor Lockhart. You will be serving detention with him tonight at 7 in his classroom, said the professor. Actually, you have no proof, but whatever you say, Professor, said James before turning to exit the room. I did not dismiss you, Mr. Cage, said Dumbledore. James turned to face the headmaster. I dismissed myself, sir. I don't need your approval as I have no reason to be here, said James, turning back to the door. By the way, I'm not going to that detention because I know you're bluffing, said James before pulling the door shut. What was that about? Triss's voice asked. Your dear grandfather is being a pain in my ass, James replied. Old codger, Triss thought. James chuckled. My thoughts exactly. Anyway, I'll meet you in the common room in a few minutes, James thought before starting his trek to the dungeons. Think about how grateful he was it was Saturday. When he got to the common room, he was happy to see all of the hunters present. Who wants to play a little prank on the headmaster? Asked James. Most of the group stared at him like he was insane. Don't look at me like that. He's been a bit of a pain in the ass today, said James, flopping down in the couch next to Triss. What happened this morning anyway? Asked Triss. He was on about our practice session this morning. He said that Lockhart had seen it and they thought I was being overly rough. It was obvious that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, so I left. He tried to give me a detention, but there was no probable cause, so I don't have to go, said James simply. You being overly rough. You got shredded this morning, said Triss, shaking her head at him. I still kicked your ass, said James, crossing his arms. That's it, said Triss, pouncing on him. The two fell out of the chair and onto the floor while trying to pin one another. Triss got the upper hand for a minute when they tumbled to the floor and was able to pin his arms with her legs and straddle him. Give up? She asked. Nope, said James, flipping over and pinning her arms over her head and her legs with his own while sitting on her. As much as I enjoy watching students try and kill each other, I'm going to have to step in, said a voice from behind them. Hello, Professor, said James, looking up at Snape. Quickly he got off of the struggling Triss and pulled her to her feet. Follow me, Mr. Cage, said Snape, walking out of the common room and into the hall. James followed him until they reached his office. I wanted to apologize for me behavior this morning. It was uncalled for and extremely rude, said Snape after they had made themselves comfortable. Apology accepted. I suggest you don't pull that stunt again. As you probably know, Triss and I are bound to each other. Some of what she feels I feel, and it's not the most pleasant sensation to have someone else's emotions running rampant in your mind, said James. He was still trying to figure out why he was compelled to be so open with Snape. All right, Mr. Cage. The headmaster also wished me to speak to you about your behavior problem. Officially, you should not talk to professors in that manner. Unofficially, what did you do to piss him off so bad? Asked Snape with a Slytherin grin. He said that I was being overly rough with Triss this morning. It was obvious he had no idea what he was talking about. I got shredded this morning, said James, fingering the gash on his side. Yes, why is that little mark not healed? Asked Snape, having seen the gashes with his own eyes. Both Triss and I take a potion that prevents any irreparable damage. In Triss's case, she is healed over automatically, but the potion doesn't react quite right with my healing powers and therefore doesn't allow them to heal by magical means. Right now I'm using a potion to numb and accelerate the healing of my broken ribs, said James. I thought you said that magic didn't work on your wounds, said Snape, getting annoyed and confused. Technically, potions aren't magic unless you use a magical ingredient. Belladonna, snakeskin and the like are things that muggles could get just as easily as we could. They just don't know what would happen if you mixed it together in a certain order, said James, smirking a bit at outwitting the potion's master. And you came up with this theory? Asked Snape. Nope. Dre did. He's brilliant when he wants to be, but he's mostly a dumb ass, said James cheerfully. Right then. You're dismissed, said Snape, motioning to the door. Bye, sir, said James, walking out the door and back to his dorm. The month and a half until Halloween passed by with little problem. Lockhart was grinding on everyone's nerves, however. All he did was talk about himself. James had taken up teaching the hunters again, not that he minded. Lockhart and Dumbledore had both taken to jumping down James's throat whenever they had the chance, which resulted in several detentions on his part, but none of them were that bad as they were with Snape. He and Triss had started using the trunk full-time for practices, as one of the professors was normally out by the pitch yearly in the morning, increasing their annoyance. James had stopped taking the potion and was able to heal himself instead of waiting for it to heal naturally. Potter's class was as boring as ever, for James and Triss at least. They had covered all of that years ago out of boredom. Almost every other class was the same. The best thing was Quidditch practice. Both Triss and Dre had made the team, Triss as a chaser and Dre as a beater. The keeper, a fifth year named Montague, had been made captain and was worse than Flint, if that was possible. Drills started at 6 in the morning and went on till 8. At night they ran from 6:30 till 10:30 because of a special note from Snape, and that was only on weekdays. On weekends they went from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. Needless to say, James, Triss and Dre were completely worn out by the time they returned to their dorms. It was now the night of Halloween. Thankfully Halloween fell on a weekend. Shadow, let's go. I don't want to be late to the feast, yelled Triss, pulling James into the Great Hall. James didn't really want to go because Quidditch practice had just ended 2 hours ago and he was ready to sleep, sleep and sleep some more. James was pretty much sleeping as they walked and only really woke up when Tris slammed him into his seat at the Slytherin table. Okay. Okay, I'm up, he said, stretching his muscles while giving himself a little mental shock to wake his drowsy brain. About time, said Tris, sitting down next to him. The rest of the hunters, bar Mel, gathered around them, and started chatting about different things and the prank that they were planning on playing on the headmaster. Not too long after the feast really started and everyone was having an all-around good time. About halfway through the feast, Ron Weasley and his lackeys, Dean Thomas and some other kid that had a reputation for setting things on fire or blowing them up, approached them. It's a shame, really. A Weasley in Slytherin, a disgrace to the family that is. Fred and George are almost as bad, but at least they aren't in the house, said Ron, sneering at Ginny as he neared the table. Ginny stood from her seat and ran out of the hall in tears. What the hell is your problem, Weasley? James yelled, standing from his own seat. Fred and George were soon to follow. Yeah, we were perfectly happy before you showed up, said Fred. And if anyone is a disgrace to the family, it's you. Family loyalty above all else, George continued. If Mom ever heard what you just said, she would strangle you herself, and that's if Bill and Charlie didn't get to you first, Fred finished. Ron paled. Tris and I are going to go find Ginny. You guys can deal with him, said James, walking out of the hall with Tris close behind. They had just finished searching the third floor when they ran into Jewel. Have you seen Ginny? Asked James. Yes, she went up to the fourth floor, said Jewel as a loud scream echoed through the castle. James took off to the fourth floor and ran down a corridor where Ginny stood looking at the wall in horror. James stopped dead at what he saw. On the wall was, "Enemies of the air beware," written in bright red letters that was obviously blood. Below that was Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, hanging by her tail to a lantern stiff as a board. Oh shit, said a voice from behind him. Tris and Mel stood staring at the message and petrified cat. James took Jewel from around Tris's neck and put her in his robes as he heard approaching footsteps. What is going on here? Asked the voice of Filch himself. James turned to look at Filch as the man looked shell-shocked at his cat. Mrs. Norris? Filch asked in a squeaky voice. "WHO killed my cat," Filch yelled in the silence. He started to walk towards Ginny with a slightly insane glint in his eye. James stepped in between them. "I don't know who killed your cat, but it defiantly wasn't Jin," said James. "I'll kill ya," said Filch, grabbing James by his robes and pulling his fist back as if to hit him. Filch's arm was grabbed by an irate-looking Snape. Behind him stood Evans, Potter, Lockhart and Dumbledore. "That little brat killed my cat," said Filch, pointing at James. "Sir, I only just got here. I didn't have time to kill a stupid cat," said James, looking at the headmaster. "I would have to agree, headmaster. Mr. Cage and Ms. Summers left the hall only a few minutes before the scream," said Snape. "Who was it that screamed?" asked Dumbledore. "Ginny," said Mel. "And where were you during this, Ms. Crew, during this?" asked Dumbledore. "I had detention with Professor Lockhart until about 10 minutes ago. I was on my way to the feast when I heard Ginny scream and I bumped into Tris," said Mel. "Well, I want you all to return to your dorms right now," said the headmaster. "Mr. Cage, please stop by my office after class tomorrow," said Snape before following the headmaster to his office with the murderous Filch and his petrified cat. The next day, James found himself sitting in a comfortable chair in Snape's private rooms. "What happened last night?" asked James, looking at Snape. "Initially, the headmaster blamed you, but the theory didn't last long. He then tried to blame Ms. Crew, but Lockhart shot that down. You would think the man was in love the way he defended her," said Snape, chuckling. James had tears of mirth in his eyes. "That's priceless. I could have such fun with that," said James, wiping the tears from his eyes. He laughed for another couple of minutes before sobering. "What does Dumbledore have against me anyway?" asked James. "I'm not sure. I think he senses your power and thinks you're not on his side. He thinks you're a threat to his power and he wants to show you who's boss," said Snape. "Yeah, giving me detention with you every night. Scary," said James sarcastically. Snape chuckled a bit. "I'm serious though. He's acting like a chess master playing his pawns. It's damn annoying, said James, sighing and leaning back into his chair. You really should be careful around him though. He is a very powerful wizard, said Snape. That's the point. He is very strong for a wizard, but in elven standards he is a squib. That's why he doesn't live in that realm. Triss is easily twice as powerful as he is in wizardry and almost as powerful as me in the elven arts. That's why he doesn't like her. She, his granddaughter, is more powerful than he could ever hope to be, and she can live in the elven realm, said James, running a hand through his hair. What do you mean by that? Asked Snape. I mean that he is jealous of her because she can do things he can't, even thought she is his descendant. During the summer she and I stay in an elven forest because our guardian is an elf. Some of the elven world overlaps with this one and we can easily enter that because the power coursing about it doesn't bother us. Dumbledore can't travel there because the power surge would kill him, but there are those born with the power infusion to enter the realm, like Cat, said James. What else lives in that realm? Asked Snape, pouring himself a cup of tea and setting on in front of James. Elves, obviously. Pretty much every magical creature you would find on this plane and some you wouldn't. There is a large colony of werewolves. They are the exception to the no humans rule. I think there is still a good-sized colony of vampires there, but I'm not sure. There are a lot of dwarf colonies. They can also travel to and from this world with ease. I think the old charms teach. Flitwick is a dwarf. Goodness knows he's old enough to be one. I've only met the man once, but he feels older than even Dumbledore, said James, chuckling a bit. What do you know about my parents? Asked Snape a bit sadly. Well, your father, my grandfather, was a full-blooded elf. His name was Chief Snape, the last of Slytherin's true heirs. When he was 19 he was drafted to help in the war against Grindelwald. The war had even spread into the elven realms at that time. He was injured and sent to the elven healers. His healer was a 17-year-old girl named Andrea Norton. They slowly fell in love and were married not too long later. 15 years after the war they had you, Severus Alexander Snape. By the early 60s some jackass thought he was going to become the next Dark Lord and attack the Snape family, who were temporarily living in the human world after a minor accident. I don't remember exactly who it was, but he came and killed Chief and Andrea. He tried to kill you, but a bunch of wizards killed him before he had the chance. They thought you were a muggle and sent you off to a muggle orphanage in the London slums of all places. I always thought wizards were idiots, but that took the cake, said James. How do you know all this? Asked Snape, eyes a bit watery. James pulled out his black book and scribbled in a title. A minute later a large volume landed on his lap. Wow, muttered Snape, but James ignored it. He opened to the index and wrote the name, Snape. He pages flipped to page 673. Here, said James, handing Snape the book. It pretty much said exactly what he did with maybe a few extra details. Where did you get this? Asked Snape. I own the most extensive library in the world, Professor. Any book you could ever wish for you will find. On last count I think there were a couple 100 billion in there, but that was a while ago, said James. Snape's jaw, once again, became dangerously close to hitting the floor. Yes, you can have access to the potion's text, said James, seeing the professor's questioning gaze. How do you get hold of all of this stuff? Asked Snape. Technically, my guardian got hold of all of it, but the library has a charm on it that any book that has ever been created resides there. All of the ancient texts are there as well. Most of it isn't in English, but the books have a language select, kind of like a computer, except it's only on one subject. It wasn't uncommon to see Snape and James walking around the castle talking. James was slowly educating Snape on the elven realm and their origin. Snape had been making an effort to get closer to his only son, and James let him. Dumbledore started to get a little suspicious, but when he asked Snape, Snape said that he was trying to keep him out of trouble. Dumbledore had believed him. There had been no more attacks, but for some reason Mel and Ginny kept disappearing and turning up at odd moments. Quidditch practice was becoming even more grueling than usual with the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin match on November 25th, the following day. Why did I ever decide to join the Quidditch team? Asked Dre, flopping down on a couch in the common room while nursing a bruise on his chest. Montague is even worse than Flint was, he groaned tenderly, rubbing the bruise. What's your point? You were the ones getting to hit the bludgers towards us. You and Derek are a force to be reckoned with, but I swear if you hit me with another one of those damn bludgers I will kill you, said Triss, growling at Dre. Dre gulped. Chill out, you two. Triss, there will be no killing of one of our beaters. We need him to protect us from Gred and Forge, the terrible twins, said James, sitting down on one of the armchairs. You make them sound like Goblin's shadow, said Triss, sitting down on James's lap. Same difference, said Dre. James and Triss chuckled. Seriously though, they will try to get us in the game. It was part of the deal. Plus, the Griffs are supposed to be good this year with their new seeker. Chris Reeves, I think was his name. Potter had a few rules bent so he could get on the team even though he is a first year, like Snape did for you, said Triss, looking up at James. Yeah, but I'll still beat him, said James. Finally, it was the day of the match. Montague had made the whole team get up really early so they could get one more practice in before the match. Dre had steered clear of shooting bludgers at Triss for fear of castration. Now it was breakfast time and all of the hunters, bar those in Gryffindor, were sitting around James, Triss, and Dre. Looking forward to the match? Asked Jin. Yeah, the Griffs are supposed to have a good lineup so it should be a good game, said James, taking a bite out of his sausage. Cage, Summers, Malfoy. Get out to the pitch, yelled Montague, gathering the rest of the team. Good luck, guys, said Mel as they walked out of the hall. Welcome to the first Hogwarts game of the season. Introducing the Gryffindor lineup. Wood, Spinnet, Johnson, Bell, Weasley, and Creevy. Lee Jordan, the announcer, yelled. There were several boos from the Slytherins, but they were drowned out by the cheers from Gryffindor and the other houses. Now for the Slytherins. Montague, Derek, Malfoy, Cage, Summers, Adams, and Pike. James, Triss, and Dre flew out onto the field, followed by the rest of the team. It looked like Snape was refereeing and he flew out onto the field. I want a fairly clean game, he said, throwing a pointed look at both captains. The two captains shook, or tried to break, one another's hands. Snape nodded to James and released the snitch and bludgers before throwing the quaffle into the air, signaling the start of the game. Triss had gotten hold of the quaffle first and was speeding rapidly towards the goals on her new Nimbus 2001. Within the first 10 minutes of the game, the score was 30-0 Slytherin. An hour into the game, James had seen the snitch. Reeves had seen it as well, and they both dove. The snitch had sensed the two of them and dove as well. 15 feet from the ground, Reeves pulled out of the dive, but James continued and was just wrapping his hand around the snitch when he heard a gut-wrenching scream. He pulled out of the dive and turned to see Triss falling from over 200 feet in the air. James didn't think twice before kicking his broom to take off after her. He knew he wouldn't be fast enough on just the broom, and when he got close enough, he ported himself underneath Triss while holding a shielding charm so that everyone else saw him pick up a lot of speed on his broom before jumping to Triss. A few seconds later, James felt the hard earth connect with his body, crushing his ribs with the pure force. Not even thinking about his own injuries, James sat up to look Triss over. Before they hit the ground, James had cast a charm so she would be protected from the impact. As far as he could tell, Triss was fine aside from a large bump on her temple. She groaned and looked up at him. Ow, she said as he prodded the ever-growing bump. Hold still, said James, holding his hand over her temple. With a small silver glow, the bump disappeared. Suddenly a hand grabbed James' shoulder and pushed him backwards before hitting him twice in the face and once in his ribs. He heard several screams and a few curses, all the while still being pummeled before everything went black. Do you think he'll be all right? Asked a fuzzy voice. Of course. I just wish I could have had a go at Lockhart before Mel, Snape, and Triss had gotten hold of him. I doubt he will ever mess with us again, said a voice James faintly recognized as one of the twins. Why did he attack James in the first place? Asked another voice. Something about thinking James was attacking Triss. What a load of bull. He just risked his life for the girl. Jumping under her from 50 feet in the air to break her fall. Insane, I tell you, said the other twin. How bad were his injuries? Asked a third voice James recognized as Snape's. He had several fractured ribs, a broken nose, and his left arm was dislocated and broken in several places, came the voice of Madame Pomfrey. Hopefully my dear grandfather will be smart enough to fire that waste of air, came Triss's sarcastic voice. James tried to sit up but flopped back down as a dizzy spell came over him. I think we woke him up, said Dre's voice. How long did it take you to figure that out? Asked James, rubbing his temples. Good to know you're alive, Shadow, said Triss, sitting next to him on the bed. What happened? Asked James, sitting up on his pillows. One of those damn bludgers was being possessed and chased me around until it was able to knock me off my broom. Next thing I knew, I had you healing the bump on my head and then you being jumped on by Lockhart. Somehow you had exhausted your magic again and you were knocked out rather fast because your body wasn't healing itself. By then Mel had pulled Lockhart off of you and was giving him a piece of her mind. Snape then joined the fray by breaking Lockhart's nose. Then I got to play with him, said Triss, smiling evilly. What did you do to him? Asked James. Let's just say that he'll have a hard time walking for the next few weeks, said Triss, smiling innocently. Ouch, said James, wincing at the thought of what Triss had done to Lockhart. When am I allowed to leave? He asked as an afterthought. Because your reserves are so low and you aren't healing yourself normally, you will be staying the night, said Triss. Why? I'll be good as new in a few hours. It's not like this is the first time I've had a set of broken ribs, said James. Yeah, but wouldn't it look a bit weird for a student who fell 50 feet to break another's fall up and walking around after getting pounded by a teacher, said Jin. What's your point? Asked James. Triss smacked him on the back of his head. Everyone left James to rest not too long before curfew. Triss had found Jewel and sent her up to the hospital wing to keep James company. Evans had stopped by with the twins earlier in the day and she congratulated him on winning the game. She had also told him that she had found a babysitter for the twins during the day. Evan's old friend and professor, Minerva McGonagall, had volunteered to watch the little darlings. Apparently they had already started doing a lot of accidental magic during the summer and Evans hadn't felt it safe for the girls to be around the other students. One of the more recent cases of accidental magic was when the two of them gave Lockhart a monkey's tail and beaver's teeth. James had laughed at that for several minuets but sobered up in time for Evans and the twins to leave. Now it was just past curfew and James was already bored. Suddenly he picked up on lots of footsteps heading towards the hospital wing. James shut his eyes and pretended to be asleep when the doors banged open. Potter, Evans, and Dumbledore walked in with Snape and a professor that Harry recognized as Vector carrying a stretcher with a stiff body on top. Upon closer inspection, James recognized it as Ron Weasley. What happened? Asked Madame Pomfrey, walking up to the group. There has been an attack. He's been petrified, said Snape as he and Vector set the body on the bed. Did anyone see anything? Asked Pomfrey. No, Lily found him while going on her rounds. He was staring at a window when she found him, said Potter. Does this mean the chamber has been truly opened, Albus? Asked Snape. I'm afraid it has, Severus, said Dumbledore. James was out of the hospital wing very early the next morning. Madame Pomfrey was well aware of his healing abilities. She and Dragon had been friends for years, so she saw no reason to keep him. She told him to take it easy in Quidditch practice but that he was under no restrictions. She had no idea that he knew about what had happened to the youngest Weasley brother. He ran up to his room, dropped Jewel on his bed, and grabbed some clean clothes and robes to wear before jumping in the shower. After washing all of the dirt and grime out of his hair, he turned the water off. After getting dressed and brushing his hair, he picked up Jewel. You sure you want to come? Asked James. Yes, said Jewel, slithering up his arm and wrapping herself loosely around his neck. James walked over to Dre's bed and opened the curtain. Obviously Dre had gotten up early, so James continued on his way to the Great Hall. When he entered, he immediately picked out the group of hunters. All of them were present and James spotted a teary-eyed Ginny sitting with Grim twins. He sat in his normal seat next to Triss. Ron was attacked last night. Snape pulled Gin out of her dorm at 6:30 this morning and took her down to the infirmary. She said that you were already gone by the time she, the twins, and Percy had gotten there. Did you hear anything? Asked Triss. Yeah, I was still awake when they brought him in a little after curfew. Evans said she found him staring blankly into a window. Whatever this thing is, it's bad. I thought it was a basilisk at first, but there are no living ones on record, and Jewel would have told me about it, said James, motioning to the snake just inside of his robes. I thought so too. Jin's taking it real hard though. Why don't you go talk to her? Her brothers have their own stuff to deal with, said Triss, pointing to the teary-eyed Ginny. James nodded and stood from his seat. He walked down to where Fred and George were sitting with Jin between them and sat opposite of them. How are you holding up? He asked. This beeps. Why would anything go after him? As much of a jackass as he didn't deserve this, sobbed Ginny, throwing herself on James. James, not that surprised, held her and rubbed her back without saying anything. He just let her cry. Did the headmaster give you guys a grievance day? Asked James, Ginny still crying into his chest. Dumbledore didn't, but Snape talked to Evans and she agreed to it, said Fred. Dumbledore can be such an inconsiderate bastard sometimes, said George furiously. James nodded. Jin, I'm going to take you back to your room now, all right, said James, picking her up. She was small, so didn't weigh all that much, so James had no problem carrying her. Thankfully, she wouldn't be bothered much in her dorm as she shared one with Mel. When he reached the dungeons, Ginny had cried herself to sleep. Unlike most men, James had a kind of gift that allowed people, mostly women, to feel at ease around him. This had really helped him with Triss when he had found her. She seemed to have a built-in defense mechanism that caused her conscious mind to go deep into her mind to protect herself. That was one of the endless reasons James was so protective of her. He wasn't kidding when he told Snape that if she were to retreat into her mind, even he probably wouldn't be able to draw her out like he had the first time. Cobra, said James. The wall to the common room swung open and James walked in with Jin still curled up in his arms. He easily gained access to the staircase that lead up to the girls' dorms and into Ginny's own dorm. Pulling the blanket down, he placed Jin's lithe form on the bed and pulled the blanket up to her chin. Mr. Cage, came a voice from the door. Yes, sir, asked James, turning to look at the dark form of the potions master. You, as well as Ms. Crewe, Ms. Summers and Mr. Malfoy have been granted the day off to help with the Weasleys. Molly and Arthur Weasley will arrive sometime between now and 12 this afternoon. Ms. Crewe will accompany them to the hospital wing. Mr. Malfoy and Ms. Summers are watching over the remaining Weasleys to make sure they don't do anything rash. I suggest you stay with young Ms. Weasley until someone comes to get you, said Snape before exiting the room. James summoned a chair and a book before sitting down and reading while he waited. An hour or so later, the door of the room burst open and a very pissed-looking Mel burst in. Oh, sorry. I thought someone would have come up for you by now, said Mel, calming herself a bit. It's all right. Just try and keep your voice down. I don't want to wake Jin. She's taking the whole thing with her brother really hard, said James in a low voice. I'm not surprised. She and her brother were really close before he left for Hogwarts. They kind of grew apart after that, but she still loves him and vice versa, even if they don't show it, said Mel, sitting down on her bed. I'm sure. I'd probably go nuts if something happened to Triss. Anyway, what's gotten you so pissed off? Asked James. Damn Lockhart. You would think Dumbledore would have fired him after that display on the pitch yesterday, but no. Old bastard just lets him have free rein. I swear if he so much as looks at me the wrong way again, I'll make the son of a bi.ch wish he were in hell, hissed Mel. What did he do? Asked James. He hated Lockhart with a passion, and if there were grounds to have him removed from the school, he would take it. He would have contacted Lucius about the previous day had there been any rules against teachers physically assaulting students. Sadly, there was no rule against a teacher-student relationship or unwanted contact, so if Lockhart was assaulting Mel you ally, there was little that could be done unless he went as far as to beep her. Even then it was a long shot to get him in trouble with all of his publicity. He keeps grabbing my ass and other places of the like. It's really starting to piss me off, and there are no rules against it in this world. Nothing can really be done unless he beeps me, in which case he might as well dig his own way to hell because it would be less painful. I can't contact me parents because they're dead, and I can't fight back because there are rules against that. Guy's a pedophile through and through, said Mel, rubbing his temples. Have you told Snape? Asked James. Yes, he said that unless he went further than the little A.S. grab here and there, nothing could be done. Taking it to Dumbledore would be little to no use because Lockhart is practically his lapdog and wouldn't do anything about it. Personally, I hope whatever petrified Ron gets Lockhart as well. It would serve him right, said Mel bitterly. Best not to wish things on people. Sometimes it doesn't come out the way you want it to, said James. Sure, O king of philosophy, said Mel sarcastically. Don't worry yourself over Lockhart. You and I both know that if he did anything to really hurt you, you could royal kick his ass, said James smirking. You're probably right, but I'd rather not. Dumbledore would have me out of the school before you could say, chocolate frog, and I really don't have anywhere else to go. I'll die before I go back to that damn orphanage, Mel said, cringing. Then where are you planning on staying this summer? James asked. Jin offered to let me stay with her, but she hasn't asked her parents yet. They may not want a Slytherin in their house, said Mel. Well, if you need a place to stay, just let me know. My guardian loves kids, so he doesn't mind Triss and I having people over. Plus, the house is huge. The only problem we might have is where it is, but if that comes to be a problem, I can always use one of my foster parents' old houses. They were very wealthy before they passed, said James. How did they die? Mel asked. They were murdered by Voldemort. I managed to get out of the house before he incinerated it. I think he was rather pissed that he was one-upped by a 5-year-old supposedly muggle kid. He tried to come after me, but he was brought down before he could find me. But even if he somehow figured out where I was, I seriously doubt he would be able to get to me, said James. You're an elf then? Asked Mel, smirking. How did? You're not the only one with special talents. I can just short of read people's minds. It's not telepathy but a form of legilimency, but not like Snape and the headmasters, but something a little different, and unblockable, said Mel, smirking at James's shocked look. So that's why your aura's different than everyone else's, said James. Mel nodded as the door of the room opened. A smirking Professor Lockhart entered the room. His smirk died a bit when he saw James and the sleeping Jin, but that didn't sway him. May I ask what you are doing in the girls' dorms, Mr. Cage? He asked. Professor Snape told me to come up here to watch over Jin and make sure she didn't do anything rash. May I ask what you're doing here? Asked James. Professor Evans sent me up here to retrieve Ms. Weasley as her parents have arrived. Since you are here and have been ordered to watch her, you can take her down to the hospital wing, said Lockhart. All right, said James. Jin, your parents are here. Time to get up, he said, shaking her slightly. Ginny wearily opened one of her eyes before slowly sitting up. All right, she said, stretching and standing up. Come on, Mel, said James, leading Jin out of the dorm. Actually, I have matters to discuss with Ms. Crew, said Lockhart. Mel shot a pleading look at James. That will have to wait. She is the Weasley's guide, said James, grabbing Mel's arm and pulling her out of the dorm along with Jin. He pulled them into a small passage so Lockhart couldn't find them. Is Lockhart stalking you again, Mel? Jin asked. Yeah, said Mel. That bastard should just leave you alone. You're not even 12 yet and he's trying to beep you. It's sick, said Ginny. You don't have to tell me that. If we were in the Muggle world, he would be locked always for 15 or more years. I still don't know why there aren't laws against that, said Mel. It's because of wedlock. Some pure-blooded lines set their children in arranged marriages. Most of the time the wedlocked couple are around the same age, but sometimes the female child is more than 30 years younger than the male, never the other way around. In those instances, families had signed contracts that every female child would go with a male child in that generation, no matter the age difference. It doesn't happen that often, but it has in the past. Plus, the wizarding world has a dangerously low population because people are so concerned with bloodlines that they inbreed with each other, making that generation or the next squibs. As far as the ministry is concerned, the more wizards born the better, no matter how they are conceived. I heard a few months ago the ministry is going to try and ban abortion, no matter the circumstances or age of the mother, said James, opening another passage door. Isn't that stupid though? The wizarding population can't be in so much trouble that the ministry would overlook beep and then not allow a woman who conceived a child get rid of it, would they? Asked Mel. They're going to try. I know a lot of ministry workers will go for it, but I don't know about anyone else. Plus, this is only in the British Isles. I don't think they could easily pass it anywhere else, said James. Several twisted passages later, they arrived in the hall the hospital wing was located in. How did you find that passage? Asked Ginny. A little snake told me, said James. The two girls giggled a bit, not knowing that what he said was true. We're here, he said, pulling open the infirmary doors and allowing the two girls to enter in front of him. The atmosphere inside the hospital wing was grim. A red-headed woman sat next to the bed where Ron Weasley laid, eyes vacantly open and stiff. Gin stifled a sob and buried herself in James's chest again. The woman must have heard the muffled sob and turned around to see James holding the tearful Gin. What are you doing here? The woman demanded. This was obviously Mrs. Weasley. Gin stopped sobbing and turned to look at her mother. I came to see you, said Gin in a light, almost pleading voice. This is no place for a little girl to be in. Out, said Mrs. Weasley angrily, shooing the trio out. Outside of the hospital wing, Gin broke down into tears once again. What's wrong with Mrs. Weasley? James asked Mel. The whole Weasley family, bar Bill, Charlie and the twins, didn't take her getting into Slytherin well. I guess Gin thought that if she saw her mother face to face they would get along, said Mel sadly. I'll never understand large families, said James, grabbing Gin under the knees and picking her up, as she sobbed into his chest, completely oblivious, for the second time that day. Me neither. They have no idea how lucky they are to even have a family. It's so stupid. Fighting over something so senseless, said Mel. Yeah, but whatever floats their boat. Have you seen the rest of the pack yet? James asked. Last I checked, Percy was off with his girlfriend, Penny Clearwater, I think her name was. Tris was busy keeping the twins from killing something or going after whatever the monster is, and Dre was taking Mr. Weasley to go see Dumbledore, said Mel, thankful for the change in subjects. James glanced worriedly at Mel. Do you happen to know what Tris was doing to keep the twins out of trouble? He asked. I think they were going over some ideas for the you-know-what at Christmas, Mel replied impishly. James smiled to himself. The you-know-what was the little prank on Dumbledore at Christmas. So far they had formed very few ideas on how to annoy the old man. One option was to turn the headmaster's whole wardrobe black and make it stay that way for a few months, but the group doubted that that would really get on his nerves. Another option was to charm Dumbledore, Potter, and Lockhart to do a very embarrassing song and dance routine. Follow me, James said, suddenly turning into a secret passage for the second time that day. What's wrong? Asked Mel. Lockhart was about to come around the corner, most likely looking for you. Try and stay away from him. Don't go into any closed rooms with him either. If he corners you, just call out for me in your head and I'll come, said James. How? Mel asked curiously. I'm telepathic, James thought to hear. Mel jumped when James's voice entered her mind. Cool, she said aloud. Yeah, I love that little trick. As I said, if you need me or anyone else in the group, just call out. Tris can sense your emotions, so you can do that if you ever need her. All right, said James. Mel nodded. By this time they had arrived back in Mel and Gin's dorm. James set Gin back in the bed and pulled the covers over her. Like earlier, she had cried herself into a deep slumber. Christmas vacation came all too quickly for the Hunters. Molly Weasley had continued to avoid talking to her daughter, and in turn Ginny often broke down into fits of tears. Because their mother was treating Ginny so badly, Fred, George, Bill and Charlie wouldn't talk to Mrs. Weasley. Bill and Charlie had both agreed to visit on Christmas to help cheer Ginny up. Originally Bill and Charlie were going to come and stay with the pack at one of James's properties in Scotland, but Molly Weasley refused to let her children leave the castle, so the plans had changed. Dragon had written once again saying that he had business to do in America, so he couldn't come visit Tris and James like he had intended. Between balancing Quidditch practice, new methods of training, classes, and his frequent talks with Snape, James somehow managed to find time to work with the Sabatha crystals as well. While James was having a hard time trying to figure out how to remove the werewolf curse, he could now store any spell he wished inside the crystal. He had given Mel several crystals with multiple curses in them to use on Lockhart if need be. Lockhart was being an A. As usual. He continued to harass Mel and pick on James at every turn. If James didn't know better, he would have thought that Lockhart knew he was the reason Mel never walked the halls alone. Even when all of the hunters were busy, older students volunteered to keep her away from Lockhart. If there was anyone who hated Lockhart more than the Slytherins, it was Snape. Like the whole Slytherin house, Snape wanted nothing more than to knock Lockhart's lights out. Lockhart had a nasty habit of taking points off of Slytherin, James in particular, for no reason but for the fact he was breathing, but he made up for that in Evan and Snape's class. Evan showed a lot of favor to James. Not only had he saved her daughters but also put himself through hell and back to help others. Saving Tris was an excellent example. James could easily have been killed by the fall had he landed wrong, but he still jumped from his broom to break the fall of his friend who would have been killed by the fall had he not intervened. Plus all of the help he had given the previous year with the girls during lessons and still managing to stay top in his class. Truly impressive. If Evans hadn't known better, she would have thought James had already mastered the curriculum. Hey Shadow. Check this out. Tris yelled, looking at the common room event board. James groaned as he sat up. One of the Gryffindors had decided that they wanted to start a snowball fight with him and the rest of the hunters. It was fun, but James was now really tired. What? He asked, stifling a yawn. Lockhart is starting a dueling club. The first meeting is after dinner, she said, pointing at the sign on the event board. James's jaw dropped before he chuckled to himself. That oaf run a dueling club. I'll go just to see him embarrass himself. You guys in? He asked Dre, Jin and Mel, who were draped across chairs. Sleep, said Dre drowsily. Tris walked away from the board and crawled into James's lap. I agree with Dre. Sleep now. Embarrass Lockhart later, she said, succumbing to her own exhaustion. You're worse than me, said James, yawning and going to sleep himself. James, wake up. It's time for dinner, said Tris, shaking James. All right, I'm up already, James groaned, stretching sleepily as all of the bones in his spine cracked. That really isn't healthy, you know, said Tris, dragging him out of the common room. So? Asked James. Tris smacked him playfully upside the head. That's it, said James, picking Tris up and throwing him over his shoulder. James, let me down, Tris demanded, laughing as James tickled her side. Not a chance. We're too close to the hall, said James, picking up speed. Don't you dare, Tris yelled, but it was too late. James threw the doors open with Tris still trying to struggle out of his strong grip. Smiling like a Cheshire cat, James walked over to the Slytherin table and set Tris down on the bench next to Jin. James sat down next to her. I hate you, said Tris, scowling at James. No you don't, said James, grinning at her. Tris smacked him again. Abuse, said James, blocking the second slap. Feel better now? Asked James. No, said Tris, punching him as hard as she could in the arm. Now I feel better. Good, said James as his eyes watered from the force of the hit. That hurt, you know, he said, rubbing said spot. Ah, the poor baby. Should I key it better? Asked Tris in a sweet, sarcastic voice. Yes, said James, putting on a baby pout. The surrounding hunters burst out laughing as James and Tris continued to bicker. So, are you guys going to the dueling club meeting tonight? Asked Tris when she and James finally solved their argument. You bet. Can't miss out on Lockhart making a fool of himself, said George. The others nodded. Hey James, do you think we should prepare to show off a little? Asked Tris. What do you mean by show off? Asked James, eyeing her suspiciously. Well, we've been working with the daggers and I'm starting to miss the long swords. Plus, it would be a good show and would scare the shit out of Lockhart, said Tris, grinning wickedly. I'm not too sure that is such a good idea, but we'll see, said James. Let's go get ready then, said Tris, standing and pulling James out of the hall. A half hour later, James had shrunken Tris's and his own sword down to the size of a toothpick. Come on, it's time, said Tris. Did you drink your potion? James asked. Yes, quit being so overprotective, will you, said Tris, walking up the steps of the trunk. I'm not being overprotective, I'm just making sure you don't get hurt, said James, following closely behind her. Same difference, said Tris. James blew a raspberry at her. That's disgusting, she said, scowling at him. He just grinned. Welcome to Hogwarts Dueling Club. Lockhart's voice echoed through the hall. James watched as Lockhart, wearing the most stupid-looking dueling robes he'd ever seen, walked to the center of the dueling platform. Professor Snape has sportingly agreed to help demonstrate tonight, but don't worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, said Lockhart, grinning at some of the girls that sighed dreamily. Snape walked into the platform in classic black robes with a deep scowl on his face. I'm more worried about Snape getting in trouble for splattering Lockhart all over the walls, James whispered into Triss's ear. She nodded. I hope you're ready, Professor Snape, said Lockhart, getting into a basic dueling position. Snape also got into position in the form of a scorpion's defense. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus! Shouted Snape before Lockhart could do anything. In a blast of light, Lockhart was thrown backwards while his wand went right into Snape's hand. The hunters and a few male students broke into applause. Groaning, Lockhart stood up. Putting his cheerfulness forward, he walked back to the center of the platform. Excellent, to show them the disarming charm, Severus. Of course I knew exactly what you were doing and could have stopped you any time I felt like it. Now, Professor Snape and I will pair you off into groups to practice the disarming charm, said Lockhart. Snape walked over to the hunters and paired James off with Triss, Mel with Jin, Fred with George and Dre with Cat. On the count of 3 you will attempt to cast the disarming charm on your partner. 1, 2, 3. Yelled Lockhart. On the count of 3 everyone cast a spell, but most of them weren't the disarming charm. Several cries could be heard as students started sprouting boils, feathers or some other appendage. Stop! Yelled Snape. Everyone stopped breathing. It seems you lot are such dunderheads that you can't cast a simple charm properly, so as punishment you will not be able to leave to the hospital wing until this meeting comes to a close, said Snape, glaring at the students. Mr. Cage, I know that yourself and Ms. Summers are well practiced in the art of dueling, so why don't you demonstrate a real duel, he continued. Yes, sir, said James, walking up to the platform with Triss in tow. He and Triss stood in the middle of the platform and bowed to each other and pulled their wands out and got into similar positions to that of Snape's. 1, 2, 3, yelled Snape. Impedimenta, yelled Triss. James ducked as the curse flew over his head. He and Triss simultaneously pulled out their swords and James returned them to their normal size with an unnoticeable wave of his hand. The hall gasped as Triss slashed at James with the obviously very sharp sword. Petrificus totalis, shouted James. Protega, yelled Triss. The spell reflected off over her shield and back at James. He jumped out of the way and slashed Triss in the arm with his sword. Some of the girls screamed when they saw the blood on Triss's arm. Triss was quick to counter and sliced James's chest open. It was much deeper than the one he'd given Triss, but it didn't impair his movements any. Stupefy, he yelled. Triss barely missed the beam of red light and was clipped by the reductor curse James fired at her. It's about time you started fighting back, she said, launching a series of attacks at James. Several minutes later, James was covered in blood from the various cuts Triss had given him. Come on, Shadow. I know you're better than this. Stand and fight like a man, Triss demanded after getting another hit on James. Just remember you asked for it, he said. Expelliarmus, James yelled. Ah! Triss screamed as she was thrown backwards while her sword and wand landed at James's feet. James walked over to where Triss landed. Just remember you asked for it, he said, pulling her to her feet. Would you like us to continue with a physical duel, Professor? Asked James, shrinking the 2 swords down to the size of toothpicks again and handing Triss her wand. When he didn't get an answer, he looked and saw most of the hall staring at him with their mouths open. It seemed all of the other professors had decided to drop in and were staring at Triss and James in obvious shock. What? He asked. Lockhart snapped out of his shock and stepped forward. Excellent form, Mr. Cage, but you didn't use your wand much. I find myself wondering if you are only practiced in hand-to-hand combat, he said. Potter, who had arrived sometime during the duel, also spoke up. I have to agree with Professor Lockhart. Even if you are well practiced in hand-to-hand combat, it does you no good in fighting with just a wand, he said. Would you like to duel with me then? Asked James, looking at Potter. If you are up to the challenge, Potter said, eyeing James' blood-soaked appearance. Step up then, said James, waving Potter up. Potter took off his outer robe, revealing slacks and a t-shirt. When Potter and James were in position, Lockhart started the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Tarantalagra, shouted Potter. Protega, said James. Petrificus totalis. Expelliarmus. Potter continued. James dropped and rolled as the two curses flew over his head. Stupefy. James yelled. Protega. Reducto. Yelled Potter. James avoided the reflected stunning spell, but the reductor curse hit him right in the chest, leaving it charred and bleeding, but James didn't seem to notice. Petrificus totalis. He yelled. Potter ducked and rolled. Impedimenta. Stupefy. Reducto. Potter yelled. Again James was able to dodge the first two curses, but the reductor got him a little lower in the chest. He groaned as his skin sizzled and burned. Expelliarmus. James yelled. The curse hit Potter, but he didn't lose his wand. Serpensordia. Yelled Potter. A very large Chinese viper tooth similar to Jewel burst out of Potter's wand and landed at James's feet, ready to bite. Bite him if he moves, Potter commanded the snake. James watched the snake. Potter obviously didn't know that the snake he conjured was deadly enough to kill in seconds. Don't worry, Cage, I'll get rid of it for you, said Lockhart, pointing his wand at the snake. He muttered something and a bright ball of orange light rushed at the snake. It hit the snake, but instead of making the snake disappear, it was hurled several feet in the air before the snake landed in front of a very frightened-looking Professor Evans, who was standing right next to the platform next to James. She obviously knew what the snake was. The snake coiled into a striking position. No, said James as the snake started to lunge. The snake stopped mid-strike and looked at James. Come here now, said James. The snake looked at him through soulless eyes before looking towards the rigid Evans. Don't even think about it, serpent, James hissed. The snake turned its head again to look at James. It let out a menacing hiss and turned to strike Evans when it started to burn from its tail up. James looked over and saw Snape with his wand pointed at where the snake had been. Looking around the room, he saw everyone staring at him. I think now would be a good time to go, Shadow, said Triss. Let's go then, said James, jumping down from the platform and running out of the room at full speed. Triss followed closely behind. When they reached the common room, James went straight to his dorm without stopping. With little hesitation, Triss followed him. I'm in such deep shit, Tigress, said James, running his hand through his hair. Don't worry about it right now. You need to heal those cuts and burns, Triss said, lightly prodding the burns. James beeped in a sharp breath. I need to clean them before they will heal, he said, opening his trunk. I need your help with some of them, James said, motioning for Triss to follow. An hour or so later, both Triss and James were clean and healed. What do you think is going to happen? James asked Triss. I think Snape will tell most of them off and the students will think you are the heir of Slytherin, said Triss. Figures. I'm going to take a nap before I have to go deal with everyone, James said, flopping down on his bed. Mind if I join you? Triss asked. No, said James, wrapping his arms around Triss as she snuggled up to him. This is how life should be, James thought before drifting off into a peaceful slumber. Are you ready yet? We're going to miss the feast, yelled Triss from outside of James's door. I'm coming, said James, opening the door. Over the past couple of days, James had more or less stayed to himself. Almost all of the students had left for the holidays, so the hunter's prank was being rescheduled. No sense in doing a prank when no one was around to see it. Because the prank had been postponed, James put together another type of entertainment. Entering the hall with Triss, he saw very few students. All of the hunters, Percy, Molly, Arthur, Charlie and Bill Weasley, Penny Clearwater, Snape, Evans, Lockhart, Potter, Sarah and Holly, and Dumbledore were the only people present for the holidays and were seated at one large table. James walked into the hall under the glare of Dumbledore, Potter, Lockhart, Percy, Penny, Arthur, and Molly. No one else really cared that he was a Parseltongue because they either already knew about it or trusted him enough not to care. Sitting between Kat and Triss, he leaned over to Kat and asked, "What's your favorite Christmas movie?" "How the Grinch Stole Christmas." "Why?" she asked. James didn't answer. With a small wave of his wand, a Muggle big screen TV appeared. Slowly the opening song of How the Grinch Stole Christmas started. The twins will like this one, Professor Evans, said James, leaning back in the chair to watch the movie. Almost everyone looked at James in astonishment. How did you get your hands on a television that would work on Hogwarts grounds, Mr. Cage? Evans asked. James pulled a Sabatha crystal out of his pocket and tossed it to Evans. A present from my guardian. It will revert magic into electricity, kind of handy for occasions like these, said James. I'm afraid I'll have to confiscate this, Mr. Cage, said Lockhart, plucking it out of Evans' hand. James caught a rouge thought of Lockhart. I'll just erase their memories and present this as my invention. I'll make millions. Evans made a move to protest, but James beat her to it. I'm afraid not, Professor. There is no rule against them and I haven't copyrighted them yet, said James as Evans snatched the crystal out of Lockhart's stunned hands. After inspecting it for a few more minutes, Evans handed it back to him and turned to watch the movie. Several minutes later, "You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch," came on, and strangely several people looked at Snape, who scowled. When the movie was over, James took another request. Patrick Stewart's A Christmas Carol, said Tris. James nodded, and with a wave of his wand the movie started. I have no idea what Christmas movies were out in 1992-93, so I'll just use the current ones. An hour and a half later the movie came to an end along with the feast. Mr. Weasley looked intrigued by the TV but didn't ask any questions after his wife glared at him. Dumbledore seemed to have enjoyed the movies along with everyone but Lockhart, who was sulking about not being able to get his hands on one of the crystals. If anyone is interested, the movies will continue in the Slytherin common room, said James, standing and making the TV disappear. The hunters followed him out of the hall along with Bill and Charlie, Percy, to the insistence of his girlfriend Penny, Dumbledore, Potter, Evans, the twins, and Snape. What do you guys want next? Asked James after everyone was gathered around the TV. How about the Santa Claus? Asked Mel. Coming right up, said James, waving his wand again. A few hours and several movies later, almost everyone had left. Only the hunters, Bill, and Charlie were left. Now that the professors have left, I say it's time to start the party, said Tris, taking the top off of a footrest. Inside were several gallons of butterbeer, and to Bill and Charlie's surprise, fire whiskey and tequila. How did you get this? You're underage, said Bill, picking up one of the whiskey bottles and 2 shot glasses. We are, but some of the older Slytherins aren't, said Tris, grabbing 2 more glasses and the bottle of tequila. Bill smirked. I like you two already, he said, motioning to James and Tris before throwing back a shot of whiskey. Burns, he said, pouring himself another one. James gave everyone his or her choice of drinks. Even though no one mentioned it, butterbeer was almost as alcoholic as any other alcoholic drink in the wizarding world. It just depended how much of it you drank. With a wave of James's hand, Anne Rice's Interview with a Vampire came to life on the screen. Sometime during the party, Snape had returned and was surprised to find several smashed teenagers and 2 adults watching another movie while still drinking. Going against his better judgment, Snape joined into the festivities instead of reporting them. By 2 in the morning, everything had calmed down a bit. Ginny and Dre were off making out in a corner. Bill and Charlie had gone to bed. No one knew where Cat and Snape had gone. Mel had followed Bill and Charlie's example by going to sleep it off. Fred and George were still watching a movie, Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park, last time anyone checked. Tris was curled up with James on the sofa, totally smashed, watching the movie, sipping on a butterbeer. James was even more out of it than she was, but was still aware enough to change the moves every few hours. Around 4 a.m., James stood up. I think it's time to get to bed, said James, waving his hand to clear away any mess they had made and turn off the TV. Fred and George wearily crawled up to the dorm they were sharing with Bill and Charlie. James picked up Tris, who was too smashed to do anything but stare up at him. He looked around and saw that Dre and Jin were no longer making out in the corner and had probably gone to bed. I hope no one did anything. They will probably get a rather unpleasant surprise tomorrow morning when they wake up with someone and don't remember how they got there or what they did, James thought, laying Tris down on his bed. With a wave of James's hand, both he and Tris were dressed on comfortable nightclothes. James expanded his bed a bit before crawling in with Tris, who snuggled up to him. The next morning, James woke up refreshed. He looked down at Triss, who was snuggled deep into his chest, unconsciously trying to block out the light coming from James's personalized artificial skylight. With a wave of his hand, the skylight showed how the sky had looked the previous night. Triss, wake up, said James, nudging his friend. Triss grunted and buried herself deeper under the covers and into his chest. Come on, Triss, time to wake up, said James, pulling the pillow off her head. Triss looked up at him and glared. Look, Shadow dear, not all of us have healing powers that prevent us from getting hangovers, she said, pulling the pillow back over her head. James rolled his eyes before summoning the most powerful hangover relief potion he had. Triss smelled its strawberry flavor and gulped it down before he even had a chance to put it in her hand. I sleep. You go give potion to others suffering horrible hangover, said Triss, sinking back into a deep slumber. James rolled his eyes before getting up and getting dressed. After gathering enough potions for everyone, James sought the most likely to have a hangover first. He found Bill, Charlie, Fred and George first, all buried deep in their pillows. Rise and shine, said James. They all cursed as James's voice echoed through their heads. Drink this and get up before people start getting suspicious, said James, handing each of the Weasley boys a potion that they gulped down gratefully before going right back to Dreamland. James didn't even bother to try and make them get up, it was only 7:30 anyway. He followed the same pattern with Mel, Ginny and Dre, who had stayed the night in Gin's bed, as well as Snape and Cat, who he found sprawled across sofas in the common room. When everyone was cured of any hangover they might have had, James got rid of the TV and went back to bed himself. All too soon the holidays were over. Bill and Charlie had left after James's little New Year's Eve party, which was just as good as the Christmas party but without all of the hangovers. The twins had polished off the last pieces of the DP&L bashing prank, as it had sportingly had been called. Ready? Asked James, sitting down next to Fred at the Slytherin table. Ready when you are, oh Slytherin prank master, said Fred. Wait for my signal, said James, standing up and moving to sit with Triss. Is the music ready? James asked. Yep, said Triss. Let's get the ball rolling then, said James. With a small wave of James's hand, all the lights in the hall went out, leaving them in total darkness. Suddenly the hall lit up in pink, purple, and red lights. In the center of the hall on a makeshift stage were Dumbledore, Potter, and Lockhart, dressed in skimpy torn red and green robes. Some of the older girls gave wolf whistles at the sight of Lockhart and Potter's exposed chests. Thankfully the twins had opted to put the headmaster in something less exposing. On either side of the stage were twin bass reflex speakers. With another wave of James's hand, Lady Marmalade, from Moulin Rouge, started up. The three professors looked horrified as their bodies started moving to the song. The hall rolled with laughter as the three professors started to sing, off-tone, Lady Marmalade. Potter and Dumbledore looked ready to kill, but Lockhart seemed to be enjoying the catcalls and wolf whistles being sent his way. James was fighting really hard not to roll around on the floor laughing with Triss and Mel. Around the hall quite a few people had fallen out of their chairs, they were laughing so hard. Snape looked as if he were trying to figure out if he should just look on and sneer or drop his little facade and join Triss, Cat, Gin and Mel on the floor. Eventually he compromised and looked at Potter, Dumbledore, and Lockhart in high amusement. When the song was over, several fireworks went off before everything went black once again. When the lights came back on, the makeshift stage was gone and Dumbledore, Potter, and Lockhart were sitting back at the head table in their normal robes, looking pissed. Will Mr. Cage, Ms. Summers, Ms. Crewe, both Mr. Weasleys, Ms. Weasley, Ms. Granger, and Mr. Malfoy go to my office please, said the headmaster, standing up. Why are we the first to be pointed at? Asked Dre, pulling Ginny up off the floor. Who better to blame it on than someone they already don't like? Said James, standing from his seat. Do you know where Dumbledore's office is, Jimmy? Asked Cat. Yeah, said James. When the group reached the gargoyle to Dumbledore's office, Potter was outside waiting for them. Milky Way, said Potter, walking up the steps to the office. Sitting inside Dumbledore's office was Dumbledore himself, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Lockhart, and Snape. While Snape looked rather amused, everyone else looked ready to kill. Mrs. Weasley stood and walked over to her sons and daughter. What has gotten into you three? I thought you had more sense than this. I've come to expect this from you too, but you, Virginia. First getting sorted into that wretched Slytherin house, now playing pranks on your professors and headmaster. Maybe that damn thing in the chamber should have gotten you instead. She screeched. Ginny's mouth nearly hit the floor and her eyes filled up with tears. With a muffled sob, she ran from the office at full speed. What the hell is your problem? Demanded a very pissed off Dre. Mrs. Weasley just stood there fuming. You just practically told your only daughter you wished her to be dead. You think my family is horrible. Never, in all the history of the Malfoys, have we ever cast off one of our own. You are just as bad as Voldemort himself. Dre growled, storming out of the room, probably to go look for Gin. Everyone else just stared at Mrs. Weasley in shock or glared at her. The twins looked ready to kill. Unlike Percy and Ron, they were very protective of their baby sister, and always would be. To hear their own mother say such a thing to her only daughter caught them by surprise. I think we agree with what Dre said, the two coursed before exiting the office. The headmaster didn't even try to stop them. James and Tris looked around impassively. Both of their mental powers were going haywire. James could hear everyone's thoughts and Tris felt everyone's emotions. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Back to the original topic, Dumbledore said uncomfortably. Did any of you have anything to do with tonight's rather embarrassing prank? He asked. James quickly put barriers up on everyone's minds so Dumbledore could not use legilimency to tell if they were lying. No, they all said together. Dumbledore nodded, satisfied with their answers, and let them leave. Hey Mel, can you go check on Gin and let her brothers into the common room? Asked James. Yeah, said Mel before walking off, leaving only James, Tris, and Kat standing in the hallway. What the hell was Mrs. Weasley's problem? Asked Tris, silently fuming. I've no idea, but I don't like it. It's incredible how badly families can treat one of their own. I guess that is one of the upside to not having our parents, said James, nodding to Tris. Actually, you do have both of your parents, but only one of them knows you are here, or even alive for that matter, said Tris. True, but I meant growing up in families. Sure, we had each other and Dragon, but he is more like a grandfather than anything else. It's not the same as blood, said James. Basically, living with family has its upsides, but it has downsides as well. Same with living with friends, said Kat. Pretty much. I still wonder what would have happened had my mother covered up my real appearance and passed me as her husband's son, or given me to my father. It's a damn good thing Alex and Emma adopted me. Had they not, they may have had another Tom Riddle on their hands. I don't even want to think about what Tom would with my powers, said James, shaking his head sadly. It's not like your mom could have known Shadow, said Tris. I know, but I'm even dwelling on the past anyway. As the saying goes, what will come, and I'll face it when it does, said James. Very well put, Jimmy, said Kat. Well, now I have solved the great mystery of whether you could ever be selfish or not. And the answer is, not. I swear you need to go take a vacation in Tahiti or some place like that and indulge. You spend far too much time thinking about everyone else's welfare. Your blood pressure must be through the roof, said Tris. Not like it can kill me, said James. You're impossible, said Tris. What's your point? Smack. Hey, that hurt, you know. Oh my god. What in holy hell did he do? Asked Tris as she and James walked into the hall. Instead of the normal tables and house banners, there was pink. Lots of pink. Lots of sickeningly bright pink. I think I'm going to be sick, said Dre, walking up behind them. James pulled a pair of dark sunglasses out of his robes and put them on as he sat down at the Slytherin table. Does anyone happen to know what day today is? James asked with dread. Valentine's Day, said Tris, smacking her head on the table. Shit, said James. I think this is the stupidest thing Gilderoy has ever done, said a voice from behind them. I fully agree, Professor Snape, said James without turning around. Pink heart-shaped confetti started falling from the ceiling on to the people below. I think we may have to turn this around on him. You have my full support, said Snape before he stalked off to the head table. Within the hour, the rest of the hunters had shown up to breakfast, not looking happy. What's the game plan? Asked the twins. Let's see what else he comes up with before we plan anything, said James. A few minutes later, Lockhart burst into the hall with 2 rows of pissed off looking midgets in Cupid costumes. Hello, dear students. On this special day, I would like to present you with a treat. These are my card carrying Cupids. All of the midgets made some rude gesture or another at Lockhart, but he seemed unfazed. On this most wonderful day, my Cupids will deliver singing messages to whomever you wish, said Lockhart before sitting down. The midgets grumbled and stomped out of the hall. I think that we should bring the midgets in on whatever we do, said Fred. Yeah, I think I have a good idea too, said George. Well, I'll leave the planning to you two. Call if you need any help, said James. Ready to get the ball rolling? Fred asked his twin. Absolutely, dear brother of mine, said George. On the count of 3 then, said Fred. 1, 2, 3, they said in unison while tapping their wands on the Slytherin table. Nothing happened. Well, asked Triss. Wait for it, said Fred. Now, said George as the hall doors banged open. Like earlier that morning, 2 rows of midgets marched into the hall. Behind them floated the bound and gagged forms of Potter and Lockhart. The 2 rows of midgets stopped in the center of the hall. With evil little grins, the midgets drew their wands on the 2 men. Together they muttered a spell, and both men were picked up by their ankles by an invisible source. The hall burst out laughing as Lockhart and Potter's robes fell over their heads, showing their underwear. Unfortunately for everyone in the hall, Lockhart had decided to wear a pink jockstrap with red hearts. Thankfully, Potter's underwear were a little better. Instead of a jockstrap, he had on a pair on boxers, but they were covered in small dancing teddy bears. Up at the head table, it looked like Snape was losing his battle to not laugh. Finally, he let loose a long, hard chuckle. Several people stared at their normally dark, unhappy potions master, but few took notice of him. Can I add my own little touch? James asked the twins. Feel free, said Fred. James waved his hand in a small pattern, and a large cloud appeared over the struggling Lockhart and Potter. Crack! A large flash of lightning appeared, and the cloud opened to rain on the 2. Enough! A voice screeched. Evans was standing from her seat at the head table, glaring daggers. I suggest that you let both of them down, Evans said to the midgets. The midgets sulked a little bit but followed Evans' orders. As to not attract any attention, James made his cloud disappear at the same time the midgets released their spell. Lockhart and Potter dropped to the floor hard. Get out! Evans yelled, pointing at the door. The midgets happily skipped out of the door. Walking over to the 2 fallen men, Evans pulled her husband up and helped him pull down his robes, walk up to the head table and sit down. Lockhart ran out of the hall at full speed the moment he could walk. Well, that was a view I could have gone without seeing, but that is why I wear muggle clothes under open robes, said James, shoving his plate of food away. I second that, said Triss, also pushing her plate away. Nice addition with the rain though, James. Never thought that would come in useful, she grumbled a minute later. James chuckled. Triss smacked him in the arm. You know you're going to has problems if you keep doing that, said James. Like? Asked Triss, raising her eyebrows. This, said James. A rain cloud, similar to the one that had been floating over Lockhart and Potter, was raining on Triss. Of course you know, this means war, said Triss menacingly. Anytime, anywhere, said James. Right now, ROR, said Triss, walking sulkily out of the hall. Several minutes later, James arrived in the room of requirement, where Triss was wrestling with a small, lifelike dummy. She must have heard James come in as she finished the dummy off with a hard kick to the head. Okay, Shadow dear, if you dispel the cloud I won't hurt you much, said Triss, walking over to him. Why would I want to do that? James asked. Because you might be better than me in magic, but I still know some very painful spells, said Triss, making a small indication to his nether regions. James didn't waste a second in dispelling the cloud. You know, it's not right to threaten them. They're sensitive, said James, holding his hand protectively over his family jewels. Triss burst out laughing. Please, they can't be that bad, said Triss, trying to control her laughter. Oh yes they can, said James, flinching a bit at the thought. Think about how bad it hurts when you bite your tongue. Amplify that by 1,000, and put it in your lower regions, said James. Ouch, said Triss, flinching in sympathy. Yeah, said James, nodding. Dre, where is Triss? Asked James, putting his Quidditch robe on over his head. I don't know. Last time I checked, she was with the girls, said Dre. Well, if she doesn't get here soon, she is going to be late for the match, said James. 10 minutes later, Triss still hadn't arrived and James was getting agitated. Something's not right, he thought to himself. I'm rather displeased to report this match has been cancelled, said a silk-like voice. Professor, what's going on? Asked James, walking up to Snape. Anyone who knew him could tell he was highly agitated. Come with me, Mr. Cage, said Snape. He wasn't happy about something. The two walked up to the school and James became slightly more agitated as they walked towards the hospital wing. Will all students please return to their common rooms immediately? Evan's voice echoed through the hall. What the hell is going on? James demanded. Last night Mr. Black had Dumbledore removed as headmaster. Professor Evans assumed his role. Hagrid, the groundskeeper, was taken into custody on allegations of releasing the monster from the Chamber of Secrets. He was framed for it 50 years ago, so he was a good scapegoat for Minister Fudge, as is right now the school will be closed within the week, said Snape. But what? He didn't get to finish his question as they entered the hospital wing. Laid out on the beds, petrified, were Triss, Mel and Cat. Triss's face was alarmed and looked as if she had been sheltering someone with her own body. Cat looked scared, she was probably the one Triss was protecting. Mel was in dueling position and looked totally pissed. Where is Jin? Asked James calmly, but his hands were shaking. The creature took her, said Snape, placing a hand on James' shoulder. James shrugged it off. Where were they? James asked with the same forced calm. Near Ning Myrtle's bathroom. There is another message under the first. It says, her body will lie in the chamber forever, said Snape. He knew better than to try and comfort James. The only thing he would get out of it was another broken nose. Triss, James called out in his mind. Shadow. It's a basilisk. You don't have a lot of time. The entrance to the chamber is in the bathroom, the sink that doesn't work. Then her voice was gone. What is he doing here? A voice by the door shrieked. Evan stood by the door with Lockhart, Potter, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Professor, look in the first compartment of my trunk. There is a blank piece of parchment. Hold your hand over it and state your name. A map of the school will appear. Do not let any of them get hold of it. It will only work for you. Keep your eyes closed, said James before walking out of the hospital wing. The adults stared at him in shock before Snape stalked out of the wing to go get the map. James changed into his real form and dropped into the form of a Black Panther. He ran to the bathroom and to the sink. Open, he hissed, changing back. The sink sunk down and a good-sized tunnel opened up. James didn't waste any time in dropping into the tunnel. With all of the fungus making the sides slippery, it only took a few minutes to reach the bottom, a chamber full of rat bones. Lovely, said James, shaking the bones off of the hem of his robe and continuing. He reached another door and commanded it to open in Parseltongue. It did, and he continued. The next and final chamber was exactly what you would expect to find in Nicholas Slytherin's lair. At the far end of the chamber was a large statue of Nicholas Slytherin before he died. The thing lying below the statue is what made his heart stop. In a puddle of water lay Jin, as pale as death. In a second, James had picked her up out of the water and was cradling her. Jin. Talk to me, Jin, said James, shaking her. Well, Mr. Cage, it seems you have been keeping a lot from us. No matter. I'll just kill you and the girl and seal the chamber, then I can take credit for killing the monster, came a familiar and very annoying voice. That has got to be the lamest thing I've ever heard, Lockhart, said James. Avada Kedavra, Lockhart yelled. James raised his shields and nearly laughed at the expression on Lockhart's face when the curse missed, curved by his shield. A small amount of movement behind Lockhart caught James's eye. Right behind Lockhart was Jewel, coiled up to strike. Lockhart screamed as Jewel inserted her venom. He's not dead. I cleared all of his memories, Jewel hissed. James Cage then, said a voice from the shadows. James recognized it instantly. Tom Riddle, nice to hear from you again. Last time I saw you, you were a parasite, said James. You will not address me by the name of that filthy muggle. I am Lord Voldemort, he said, stepping out of the shadows. Unlike Tom Riddle's current form, this Tom Riddle was still school age, 16 or so. He looked kind of like James in his normal form, except he had dark blue eyes, whereas James's were green. I will call you by your name, not some anagram, said James. Tom glared. He turned to the statue of Slytherin and started muttering off in Parseltongue so fast even James couldn't make out what he said. There was a small rumbling as the mouth of the statue opened and a big A.S. snake slithered out. James donned his sunglasses again and put a shield in front of his eyes so the basilisk couldn't affect him. Prepare to die, Mr. Cage, said Riddle before going off in Parseltongue again. Is this guy for real? He can't even speak Parseltongue right. Future Dark Lord my ass, James thought. His thoughts were interrupted by the basilisk slithering towards him at an alarming rate. Reducto, said James, pointing his wand at the creature. It bounced off. Oh shit, said James before he was knocked off of his feet by its tail. He hit one of the snake pillars with a grunt. You want to fight, you son of a bi.ch, then let's fight, said James, ejecting his claws. Tom looked surprised but unworried. The basilisk made another swipe at him with its tail but screamed as it came in contact with James's claws. This is the reason why people don't f.k. with me, James grunted as he continued to punch and stab the giant snake. With his concentration on the tail, James didn't notice the head until the basilisk's teeth were embedded deep in his shoulder. James swung his arm around and buried his claws deep in the basilisk's head. It screamed and let go of James's shoulder, but leaving a few teeth embedded in his flesh. Screaming in an unsnake-like way, it hit the ground with an audible thump, stone dead. That's what you get when you piss me off, said James, completely ignoring the fact that there were 3 basilisk fangs buried in his shoulder in his rage. Impressive, Cage. Too bad you're going to die of your efforts, said Tom. Do you want to try and kick my ass or not? Asked James, rolling his eyes. No want. Plus I doubt you'll be alive in 5 minutes anyway, said Tom. James shook his head and threw Tom his wand. He already knew Jin didn't have hers. Are you going to come play now, or are you afraid of a second year without a wand? James asked mockingly. Fervidus ictus, yelled Tom, pointing James's wand at James. James growled threateningly as the bite in his shoulder started to burn. Reducto. Stupefy, yelled James. Protega. Impediment. Reducto. James ducked the 2 returning spells but didn't manage to get the last 2. The venom was starting to get to him no matter how much he denied it. He grunted as the Reducto curse slammed into his chest. You know, for the smartest student in your year, you sure are a horrible dueler. Isn't it strange how much damage a little book can do? Said Tom, summoning a book that had been in Jin's robes. It was a small leather book with yellowing pages. The words, Tom Riddle, were in small gold print at the bottom. Jin's diary, but the name wasn't there before, James thought to himself. Everything clicked. Regulus Black must have slipped the book into Jin's books when the fight broke out between he and Randall. The name had been hidden and Tom had broken into her mind and started controlling her when she started writing in it. Tom had made her open the Chamber of Secrets and set the basilisk on everyone. She must have written about him and told Tom about what he could do. Regulus had had Dumbledore removed because the old man would have figured it out eventually, and because Dumbledore was the only person Tom was afraid of. It all made sense. Sorry to cut this short, but you have a date with the devil, said James, breaking out of the impediment curse. Tom stared at him in shock. Comavio. Fervidus ictus. Prufoco. Crucio. He yelled desperately. James was able to shield himself from the first 3, but the Cruciatus curse broke right through his weakening shields. The curse made him drop to his knees, but it would take more than that to make him scream. The thing that he was worried about was how bad he was bleeding. Cruciatus on an open wound caused heavy bleeding and often killed the victim. As low as his energy was, he wouldn't be able to heal anything or stop the poison. Several minutes later, Tom lifted the curse. So much for the great James Cage, he said. F.K. this, said James. Standing up, he summoned both his wand and the diary from Tom. Fabulusco, said James, pointing his wand at the diary. It was reduced to ash in seconds. Tom looked panicked and had reason for it. Slowly he was turning to ash. Tom screamed as he caught fire and burned from the feet up. Asshole. He broke my sunglasses too, said James, going over to Jin and dispelling the spell he had on his eyes to protect him from the basilisk. He had enough energy to set his disguise back in place, but not much else. The basilisk poison was really getting to him now. James. What's going on? Jin asked, sitting bolt upright before he could even get to her. Don't worry about it. We have to get out of here right now, said James. You're hurt, said Jin, spotting the blood on his shirt. I don't care. We have to leave, said James. He was starting to sweat and his vision was swimming and showing things that he knew weren't really there. Jin didn't need to be told again and followed James out. Jewel had obviously already left with Lockhart, so James didn't have to worry about him as well. A few minutes later they arrived at the entrance. Hold on to me, said James, grabbing Jin. Using the last bit of unused energy he had, he levitated both he and Jin to the top of the tunnel. Standing there was Snape, looking very anxious. James landed softly and let go of Jin. Hi Dad. I think I'm bleeding, James said to Snape before collapsing. Do you think he'll be okay? Asked a hazy voice. He came really close to dying. I don't know where he got the strength to keep up his shift, but he did. That is a good sign, said another voice. I feel so bad about all of this. If I hadn't opened that damn book, he'd be okay, said a voice James's mind identified as Ginny. It's not your fault. You were being controlled from the moment you started writing in that book. No one blames you for it, said Triss's voice. Except all of the teacher, my parents, and the Minister of Magic. Fudge still wants to have me locked away. Mom and Dad are now angry with me because Dad might lose his job. I don't want my dad to lose his job, but I don't want to be sent to Azkaban either, said Jin's voice with a slight sob. Over my dead body. I went all the way into the Chamber of Secrets to get you, and had to kill a basilisk, destroy your possessed diary, and I had my best pair of sunglasses broken in the process, said James weakly but smiling the whole time. Shadow. You're awake, said Triss, jumping up and throwing herself on him. Triss. Shoulder. Yelled James. Oh sorry, said Triss, trying to get up. I didn't say leave, I said get the hell off me shoulder, said James, grabbing Triss around the waist and pulling her back to him. Triss laid down carefully, avoiding James' hurt shoulder, and snuggled into his chest. You coming, Jin? James asked, motioning to the open side of the rather large hospital bed. Ginny smiled and carefully lay next to James and tried not to rattle the bed too much. She gave him a tight hug. Thank you, James. I don't know what would have happened had you not come for me. I owe you a wizard's debt, said Ginny. I'll take you up on that department now, said James. Ginny looked grim, thinking he would make her do something horrible. Stop treating me like I'm going to break at the slightest movement. I'm not made of glass. Do you really think I would have survived this beast if I was made of anything less than pure titanium? James asked, motioning to Triss. Triss elbowed him in the ribs. I see what you mean. All right, I will stop treating you like you are going to break, said Jin. Thank you. Now all I have to do is make the others quit treating me like Crystal, said James. I do believe you need to be treated like Crystal, Mr. Cage. Can't stay out of trouble for 5 minutes, can you? Asked Poppy, walking into the room. No, Auntie Pop. I'm a horrible ruffian that goes looking for trouble everywhere, said James sarcastically. What did I tell you about calling me Auntie Pop? Said Poppy, crossing her arms. Not to, because it wasn't professional. I won't do it again, Auntie Pop, said James, smiling innocently. Poppy shook her head sadly. First I can't stop you from calling me Madame Pomfrey. Now I can't make you call me by it, she said, throwing her arms in the air. You know you love me anyway, said James. I swear you become more like Professor Snape every day. Like father, like son, they say, said Poppy. Was someone talking about me? Asked a silky voice. No, we're talking about the boogeyman, said Poppy sarcastically. Is there a difference? Asked Triss. Watch it, Ms. Summers, said Snape. Sorry, I'd offer you a hug, but I'm surrounded by beautiful teenage girls on all sides, said James, looking at Snape. I can see that. Funny, most young men would be gloating more. You don't swing the other way, do you? Asked Snape with a raised eyebrow. Hell no. I enjoy female company as much as the next straight guy, but I'm not about to feel up two of my best friends, said James, glaring at Snape. Just checking. I'm not going to have to give you the talk, am I? Asked Snape, cringing a bit. No, I've already had the female version. Mostly, all guys are bastards that no girl in her right mind would go near, right, Triss? Asked James. More or less, I also recall the word don't a few times. So, all guy are bastards and the word don't. Yeah, I learned a whole lot during that conversation, said Triss sarcastically. There is your answer, said James. Snape groaned. Where is she? A loud voice demanded. The hospital wing doors flew open and a purple-faced Cornelius Fudge walked in. He walked right over to where Ginny was laying, white-faced, with James's arm wrapped around her. He pulled a white scroll out of his robes and started to speak. You, Virginia Weasley, are under arrest for the attempted murder of 5 students and endangerment of countless more. Any and all ties you have to the ministry will be terminated. The punishment for attempted murder is an automatic life sentence to Azkaban, said Fudge, pulling out his wand. At that moment Evans, Potter, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley burst into the room but were held back by several oars. Minister Fudge, said James as the minister started to say a spell. Ginny clutched his arm and buried herself in his side. Fudge sputtered and stared at James. Last time I checked, hybrids were not allowed to hold positions of high power. If I am correct, which I'm sure I am, you are half-dwarf, said James. How Fudge started to ask but was cut off. Unless you want to lose your position as Minister of Magic, I suggest you make a deal with me, said James. That's blackmail, Fudge sputtered. Do you think I care? Asked James. What do you want? Asked Fudge. First, I want all charges against Ginny dropped. She was being possessed. Second, I want any jobs that any of the Weasleys lost restored, and I want them to have a 50% raise. Third, I want you to give the Weasleys a 250,000 galleon settlement for this little mistake, and don't tell them it had anything to do with me, said James. Done, said Fudge. Good, I suggest you get on it then, said James. Fudge ran out of the room at record speed. James sighed and leaned back into his pile of soft pillows and closed his eyes. What did you do? Asked Ginny. Blackmail is a wonderful thing, James said, only loud enough for Gin and Triss to hear. Thank you, thank you, thank you, yelled Mrs. Weasley, pulling James into a tight hug. Ah, shoulder, said James as Mrs. Weasley squeezed him. She let go right away when he yelled. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to thank you for saving my little girl, twice. I owe you 2 wizards' debts, said Mrs. Weasley. You don't owe me anything. In fact, I think you owe your daughter one hell of an apology. I know if someone ever said anything like that to me, I would never forgive them, said James, glaring at Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley had a look of guilt in her eyes. She turned to her daughter, who was still clinging to James. Ginny, dear, I'm sorry. I knew something wasn't right about you, and instead of trying to help, I tried to protect everyone else. I know nothing I can say will make up for it, but I'm asking you to forgive me anyway, said Mrs. Weasley. Ginny looked up at her mother with tears in her eyes. I can't forgive you yet, she said. In a flash, Gin pulled out her wand and yelled, Obvolvo. Tarantalagra. In a flash of color, Mrs. Weasley was wrapped in duct tape while bouncing around trying to tap dance. Now you are partially forgiven, said Ginny, nearly falling out of the bed laughing. Several minutes later, Gin sobered enough to remove the spells. Mrs. Weasley looked fit to kill. She puffed up as if she were going to start yelling, but instead she broke out laughing. Okay, people. As much as I enjoy your company, you're getting a little loud, and I would like to get some sleep so these damn bites will heal, said James. Several minutes later, all whom remained were Snape, Evans, and a newly arrived Dumbledore. Are you guys here to thank me for killing that big A.S. snake, or to yell at me for nearly getting killed in the process? Asked James. Both, said Snape. Figures. Do a good deed and get in trouble for it, said James to himself. Okay. You can start yelling now, said James loud enough for them to hear. What in the hell were you thinking? Evans demanded. I was thinking about killing the snake that nearly killed several of my friends, said James. Do you have any idea how close you came to dying? Asked Snape. Not close enough, obviously. My shift didn't even drop, said James, only loud enough for Snape to hear. When I got to you, you were unconscious and had 3 basilisk fangs embedded in your flesh. Basilisk venom can kill a person in a minute or less given the chance, said Snape. News flash, I'm not a normal person. I'm a level 10 healer, the strongest there is. It would have taken more than that to kill me, said James. What about the fact that you had been held under the Cruciatus curse for 5 or more minutes, with a bleeding open wound, said Evans. What is your point? To me, one Cruciatus curse it child's play. It would take 3 or more to even make me think about screaming, said James. Want to test that theory? Asked Dumbledore, stepping into the conversation. You can if you want to, said James. Crucio, said Dumbledore, pointing his wand at James. James just looked at Dumbledore. Oh, it hurts, said James sarcastically. To him, one Cruciatus curse was like a bad sunburn. It hurt, but not too badly. Dumbledore lifted the curse. Amazing, Dumbledore muttered to himself. I told you I wasn't normal, said James, tending to his shoulder. His healing powers wouldn't work, and there was no magical way to heal a basilisk bite. It had to heal naturally, and his was bleeding again. Pulling off his blood-soaked shirt, he tied it tightly around his wound. I hope you have a lot of uses for basilisk, Professor Snape, because I have a whole fresh one downstairs, said James. Snape looked like Christmas had come early. When Dumbledore had decided he was too tired to fire Cruciatus curses at James anymore, he and Evans left. James was still trying to stop the damn bite from bleeding. Here, let me, said Snape, taking the shirt out of James's hand and getting a fresh towel. Thanks, Professor, said James. I wanted to talk to you about what you called me when you got out of the chamber, Snape started. I was wondering what you would say about that. If you don't want me to call you Dad, in private, I'm fine with it, said James offhandedly. No, I don't mind. Call me whatever you feel most comfortable with, said Snape. So I can call you old man, and you wouldn't care, said James. You know what I mean, James, said Snape. Yes, Dad, said James. The world was strange to him, but he liked it. It had been a long time since he had anyone to call that. When do you think Auntie Pop will let me leave? Asked James. Provided you get some sleep, I will let you leave in the morning. I can't do anything about the bite, so I'll leave you in Triss's hands, said Poppy, walking into the room. Auntie Pop? Asked Snape. Poppy gave him the finger. I've been trying since he was a little kid to get him to stop calling me Madame Pomfrey, but when I did, he started calling me Auntie Pop. When he got to school, he continued calling me Auntie Pop, unless it was in front of someone like the headmaster, said Poppy. Guys, if you don't mind, I'm tired as hell and would love to get some sleep between now and tomorrow, said James, yawning. That's fine, James. It's almost midnight anyway. Good night, said Poppy. Snape said goodbye as well before leaving. James, a timid voice asked an hour or so later. What is it, Triss? Asked James groggily. He had just gotten to sleep not too long before. A storm started. I'm scared, said Triss. Thunder rumbled through the castle and Triss jumped. Come on in, said James, making room for Triss. She lost no time in crawling into the bed and under the covers with him. I'm sorry for being a burden like this, Shadow. The storms just scare me, said Triss. You are not a burden. You can't help your fears, said James, wrapping his arms around Triss as another bolt of lightning struck. Yes, but you've been letting me stay with you through these since I was 8. I figure you think I should have gotten over it by now, said Triss. I don't mind, Triss. You have reason to have certain fears, just like everyone else in this world. Take Ron Weasley, for example. His worst fear is a giant spider, said James. True, but it is kind of ridiculous if you think about it, said Triss. Go on to sleep, I'll argue with you in the morning. You're perfectly safe. I wouldn't let anything happen to you, even if you were a pest, said James, smirking. Triss elbowed him in the stomach. I'll get you back for that in the morning. Too tired now, said James. Triss yawned. Good night, she said, snuggling into James and drifting off to sleep. James followed soon after. A low chuckle sounded and James fought his temptation to growl. No one wants to let me sleep, do they? he thought to himself. Don't they look cute together? Kind of like us when we were younger, said a voice, definitely Evan's. Please, at that age you two couldn't keep your hands off of each other, said the voice that had chuckled. Probably Snape. The fact remains that Miss Summers shouldn't be sharing a bed with Mr. Cage, said Potter's voice. Oh, leave them alone, Jim. You really should stop showing favoritism. Young Mr. Cage has saved everyone in this castle from an untimely death more than once. He deserves your respect, said Evans. He has my respect, but that doesn't mean I have to like him, said Potter. Since you don't like me, why don't you get out and let me sleep? Asked James. All three professors turned their attention to him. How long have you been awake? Asked Snape. Since you people noisily walked in here. Now go away so I can sleep some more, said James. It is 11 o'clock, Mr. Cage, said Potter. I don't care. I'm still sleepy, said James, really wishing her could turn and bury his face in his pillow. I second what James said, came Triss's sleepy voice. You should move to your own bed, Miss Summers, said Evans. Is it still storming? Asked Triss. A clap of thunder answered her. In that case, I'm staying right here, said Triss. She has a phobia of thunderstorms, that is why she is here, said James, wishing they would beep up their questions and leave. All right, but I expect you both to be out of here by 3 o'clock. Madame Pomfrey released you this morning, said Snape, steering Potter and Evans out of the hospital wing. I guess it is time to relocate, said James, sitting up. Sadly, said Triss. Come on, said James, casting a warming spell on the floor and standing up. He started to stretch but stopped suddenly and grabbed his shoulder. That's smarts, James said. Come on, I'll fix it when we get back to your dorm, said Triss, pulling him out of the infirmary. School is out, Triss yelled, skipping happily down to the train. See what I'm going to have to live with all summer, said James, pocketing his trunk and lifting Mel, Cat and Jin's trunks. It would be too suspicious to shrink their trunks down too. Better than living with those two, said Jin, pointing to Fred and George, who were happily skipping with Triss. At least Mel will be there to help you hold your own, said Dre, wrapping his arm around Jin's waist. Ever since the chamber, the two of them had become inseparable and were a known couple. True, said Mel, smiling evilly. James had removed the underage wizardry charms on the group's wand so they could more or less do whatever they wanted if they were discreet. No killing or mauling the twins, Mel, said James. I will, said Mel. James rolled his eyes. A few minutes later, they had their own compartment on the train. James stored the girls' trunks away and sat down next to Triss. So, what do you guys want to do? He asked. Do you still have that Monopoly board? Triss asked. Yeah, said James. Do you guys want to give a go at playing Monopoly? Triss asked. Few people did. What about Uno? Asked James. That sounds good, said Dre. For the next several hours, the group played several rounds of Uno, with Mel winning most of them. I am the master of Uno, Mel said as they stepped off the train and onto the platform. I challenge you for a game this summer at our house, said James. Where are you guys staying this summer? Asked Mel, motioning to James and Triss. A manor near Wales, said James. Elaborate, asked Jin. A private island a few miles off the coast, said Triss. Any of you and your families are welcome at any time, said James. I may take you up on that offer, said Dre. Us too, said Fred, motioning to himself and his twin. You guys know how to get hold of us, said James, motioning to his temple. Ginny, Ron, Fred, George, Percy, yelled Mrs. Weasley, coming into view of the pack. Hi, Mom. You remember everyone, said Jin, motioning to her friends. Yes, of course, said Mrs. Weasley, hugging her daughter. Ron and Percy showed up several minutes later. Mrs. Weasley, I wanted to invite you and your family to come and stay with Triss and I at my family manor sometime during the summer, said James. Where is your manor? Asked Mrs. Weasley with a raised eyebrow. A private island off the coast of Wales. My father was very high in the stock market before he passed and bought several houses in different countries, said James. Why are you not staying with your guardian? Asked Mrs. Weasley fiercely. It was common knowledge that James and Triss lived with Dragon in a remote forest in England, not in Wales. He wanted to visit a relative of his that lives near the manor, said James, not completely lying. Dragon had told he and Triss a few weeks before that he had business with his cousin in Ireland and he would be in and out of the manor. I'm sure Dad would love it, Mom. It's a Muggle manor, said George. We'll see. Right now we have to get home. See you later, dears, said Mrs. Weasley, pulling all of her children and Mel off to the ministry cars, taking them back to the burrow. Come on, Cat. I'll take you out to whoever is going to meet you. Triss, you stay with Dre, said James, picking up Kat's trunk and walking her over to the exit to the Muggle world. After you, said James, motioning for Kat to go ahead of him. Kat went and James followed close behind. Is Justin picking you up again? James asked. No, my dad is, said Kat somewhat hesitantly. Remember, if you need anything, I'm only a shout away, said James. I know, Kat sighed. If you want to, you can come directly to the manor with Triss and I, said James. I would, but I'd like to see my mom and Jack, said Kat. Feel free to invite them as well. The manor is huge. It could easily house over 100 people. I still don't know why Alex bought it, said James thoughtfully. My dad is here, said Kat, pointing to a middle-aged man with brown hair and blue eyes. He had several worry lines on his forehead and his hair was looking thin, but he was a good sizes man. He stood around 6 feet 1 inch and weighed around 200 pounds. James held his hand out to the man. James Cage, you must be Dr. Granger, James said. The man took his hand and squeezed hard. James squeezed back, making the man wince a little. Dr. Jacob Granger, he said, letting go of James's hand. Kat nodded to her father and turned to give James a hug. I'll see you soon, Jimmy, she said into his chest. Yep. Just call if you need me, all right, said James, hugging her back. Will do, she said, picking up her trunk with a little bit of difficulty. James cast a small featherweight charm on it and winked at Kat, surprised. Have a good summer, he said, turning and walking back to platform 9 3/4. Triss was still standing there with Dre. Everything go over all right? Asked Triss. Yeah, she'll call if she needs help, said James, but with a little doubt in his voice. Kat was just one of those people that covered up their feelings and that could destroy her if given the chance. I'll see you guys later. Dad is here, said Dre, walking over to the newly arrived Lucius. Lucius greeted his son and the two disappeared with the aid of a portkey. Do you want to port to the manor or fly? James asked. Port, said Triss. James nodded and grabbed her hand before porting away. They arrived on the beach, not too far from the manor. Hey Shadow, look at that, said Triss, pointing to Black Mound lying on the white sand. What is that? She asked, squinting her eyes to see. Looks like a dog. Let's have a look, said James, letting Triss go. He kneeled down by the dog and felt for a pulse. It's alive. Go up and get the door. I got him, said James, levitating the dog. He walked up to the large white manor and in the open door. Take him up there, said Triss, motioning to a bedroom on the first floor. James nodded and carried the dog up the stairs. Lay him right there, said Triss, pointing to the bed in the corner of the room. James laid him down but sensed something that wasn't right. Dropping his barriers, he saw the aura of an animagus. Placing his hand on the dog, he muttered a few words and wasn't surprised that the dog turned into a man. It was the man he turned into that surprised him. Lying on the bed was the gaunt form of Sirius Black. He was painfully thin and looked like he had been beaten with a baseball bat. Triss, look in my trunk and get the green healing potion, said James. Triss ran out of the room and down to where James had dropped the trunks. She came back a minute later with a shimmering green potion. Enerate, said James, holding his hand over Sirius. He jolted and blearily opened his eye. Upon seeing James, he jumped and curled back into the corner of the bed. No, please don't send me back. I didn't do it. I would never become a Death Eater. Please don't send me back. No, 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 he said, rocking back and forth. Triss jumped into action, knowing James would feel a bit strange about comforting a man. Shish, we're not going to send you back. We know you're innocent, said Triss, pulling the distraught man into a soft embrace. Sirius latched onto Triss like she was a lifeline that would disappear if he let it go. Sirius, I need you to drink this so I can take care of your injuries, said James, holding out the potion. Sirius backed away from James. Sirius, would you rather take a shower and get clean robes first? Triss asked as the man buried his head in her robes. He nodded into the robes. Okay, up you get, said Triss, standing and pulling Sirius with her. Shadow, can you get something that will fit him while I help him into the bath? Triss asked. Yeah, are you sure you'll be alright with him? James asked as Triss stumbled a bit under Sirius's weight. I'll be fine, said Triss, leading Sirius off into the large bathroom. James walked out of the room and down the stairs where he left his and Triss's trunk. Opening his trunk, he quickly found a pair of flannel pajamas, pants and top. He lengthened them a bit to fit Sirius' tall form. Slinging them over his shoulder, he walked back up the stairs and into the bathroom. Triss was sitting on the edge of the bathtub washing Sirius' hair as he occupied himself with the blue bubbles covering his BPD form. He really needs a haircut, said Triss, trying to work the knots out of his hair. Let me, said James, walking over and examining Sirius's hair. How short do you want me to cut it? He asked. Shoulder length should be fine, said Triss. James nodded, and with a wave of his hand, Sirius' hair was short and clean. I wish you had told me you could do that sooner, Triss grumbled. You didn't ask, said James. Sure, help me get him out, said Triss, grabbing a towel from a rack near the separate shower. Sirius, are you able to get out on your own? James asked. Sirius nodded and stood, wrapping the towel Triss gave him around his body, and stepped out of the tub. Here, Triss and I are going to step out for a minute while you put these on, said James, handing Sirius the pajamas. Did you do a scan on him yet? Triss asked once they were out of Sirius's hearing range. Yeah, he was beaten while he was there. Several of his bones had been broken and need to be reset. There is some internal damage, but I can fix that pretty easily. I'll leave the bones to you. I won't risk getting too close to him, said James. Why won't you get close to him? Triss asked. James didn't answer. Shadow, tell me what is wrong with him, Triss demanded. He was BPD within the last 2 days, if what my scan says is true. It's not the first time either. It's probably been going on since he first entered Azkaban. He is going to be very skittish around me, or any other guy for that matter, said James, running a hand through his hair. Triss gasped at his revelation. She had figured he had been beaten, but nothing more. No one deserves that. I don't care who they are, said Triss, with a small tear running down her cheek. James wiped the tear from her face. You're right, and it will not happen to him again if I have anything to say about it, he said, looking her in the eyes. I know, but what are we going to do with him? As much as I would like to, I can't and won't stay with him all the time, said Triss. I can call Mel over, said James. Why not one of the others? Triss asked curiously. Jin needs to be with her family right now, and Kat wants to be with her family, so that leaves Mel. I'm sure she will come over if she is asked, said James. You do that then. I will take care of Sirius until then, said Triss, turning back to the bathroom. Mel, James called out. Yeah, what do you need? Mel's voice asked. We have something of an emergency over here. We need your help, said James. How do you want me to get there? Mel asked. You wouldn't happen to be an animagus, would you? James asked. Yeah, she said. What are you? James asked. A wolf, said Mel. Damn, James swore. I'm going to come get you. Be dressed to fly, said James, cutting the connection. He walked back up the stairs and knocked on the door of Sirius' room. Triss opened the door slightly. What? She asked. I have to go pick up Mel. I'll be back in a few hours, said James. All right, said Triss, shutting the door. James grabbed his wand out of his trunk and apparated away. Like Dragon's Home, you were able to apparate out but not in. He reappeared outside of a rickety-looking house that had to have magic holding it together. He walked up to the house and knocked on the front door. Ron answered it. What the hell are you doing here? He demanded. I'm here to pick up Mel, said James. Why? He asked. Emergency. Can you get her, please? James asked. It wasn't every day he was nice to Ronald Weasley, but today was an exception. All James wanted to do was get Mel, go home, and sleep. Ron looked a little thrown off at how polite James was but called Mel and Jin down. The two came bounding down the stairs carrying Mel's trunk. Hello. Mel greeted James. Jin didn't bother with formalities. She walked right up and hugged him. Ready? James asked after exchanging greetings. Yep, said Mel. Good, said James, shrinking Mel's trunk down to the size of a matchbox. He handed it to Mel and she pocketed it. Not wasting any time, he shifted over into an adolescent Aquaria dragon. Never thought you were one for blue, James, said Mel, climbing on. It's the fastest animal in the world, so I suggest you hang on, said James, taking off into the air. Less than a half an hour later, James sat down in front of the manor. Mel slowly climbed off the sleek dragon and slowly lowered herself to the ground as to not lose her footing. That was interesting, said Mel. Scary but interesting. Come on, let's go inside, said James, changing back into his human form. Mel nodded and shakily followed him inside. Set your stuff there. I'll take care of it in a few minutes, said James, pointing to where Triss's and his trunks were piled up. Mel nodded and set her mini trunk on top of Triss's. James led her up the stairs and into Sirius's room. Sirius was curled up with his head in Triss's lap while she played with his hair. Sirius looked up, startled at the sight of James, and curled into himself a little more. James looked over when he heard Mel gasp. Mel was on her knees on the floor holding her temples as if they were causing her great pain. Seeing what was happening, James dropped to the floor beside her and put both of his hands over hers and creating a mental block. Is she all right? Triss asked from her spot on the bed. Yeah, she didn't have her shields up and her mind was overwhelmed by the emotion, said James, helping Mel get to her feet. Why the hell didn't you tell me I was going into a room with a mentally unstable beep victim? Mel demanded. I didn't think your shields would be down, said James. Next time tell me what you're sending me into, Mel grumbled, walking over to Sirius. Do you have any idea how much trouble you could get into aiding the most wanted man alive? A lot, but as of right now no one but us know he is here and I plan to keep it that way, said James. What about Dragon? Triss asked. He is staying with Henry and Teresa in Ireland for the summer. He is doing a study on the people driven insane by the Cruciatus curse, so it's just us, said James. You two can leave, I'll take care of him, said Mel, pointing to Sirius. If you need anything, call Trig, he will get it for you. Your room will be the one next to this one. If you need anything from us, you know how to reach us, said James, walking out of the room with Triss in tow. Today has been rather dramatic, hasn't it? Triss stated. Yeah, and we haven't even had to deal with the ministry yet. You know they will come here to look around. Azkaban is only about 30 miles from here, not the closest place but close enough, said James. What are we going to do when they come? Triss asked. Seal off the room, let them look around, then tell them to get the hell out and threaten to sue, said James, smirking. The next few weeks passed uneventfully. Mel and Sirius pretty much stayed to themselves but did come down and walk around the manor for a little while every day. Sirius was no longer skittish around James and often played game of wizard's chess or exploding snap with him, but he still would only let Mel or Triss touch him. So what's the plan for today? Triss asked, flopping onto James' lap. There is a pretty big section of woods on the island. I think it would be good to take Sirius out on a run to test some of the changes I made to his animagus form, said James. Shortly after Sirius arrived, the ministry had come to search the house. Not only were they looking for Sirius himself but also his dog animagus form. After much consideration, they had agreed to let James make some changes in his form. Instead of a grim-like dog, Sirius could now take the form of a purebred black wolf with deep, dark blue eyes. Sirius still hadn't had a lot of time to get used to it. Sounds good to me, said Sirius, coming down the stairs with Mel in tow. He looked a lot different from the near-death man that had arrived several weeks before. His hair was now neat and clean, tied back into a ponytail. His eyes, while they still had a haunted look to them, were no longer sunken in and were much brighter than before. With a little help from James and Triss, he was no longer painfully thin but was now lean with slight muscle tone. When do you guys want to go? James asked. How about now? Said Mel. Sounds good to me, said James, standing and pulling Triss up with him. Several minutes later, four animals were walking slowly out to the woods. Triss was in her tiger form roughhousing with James in his panther form as Mel and Sirius, both in wolf form, looked on. Eventually Triss, being the bigger animal, as able to pin James. James let out a low purr signaling he gave up. Triss led him up and the quartet walked in companionable silence. Guys, let's run, James's voice echoed in their heads. Sirius jumped at the sound of a male human voice in his head but ran along with the group. James and Triss once again competed against each other but James won, as Triss's animagus form wasn't built for speed, but strength. An hour later, four tired humans slumped onto sofas in the family room. Triss curled up in James's lap while James laid spread out across the sofa. Opposite of them, Mel was sitting up with Sirius's head resting in her lap. Even though he was much better than when he first arrived, his mental state was still close to that of a scared child and he needed almost constant comfort. You guys interested in watching a movie? James asked. Sure, said Mel. What do you guys want to watch? James asked. Something light. Funny, said Mel. How about Pirates of the Caribbean? Asked Triss sleepily. Yeah, said Mel. All right, said James, waving his hand. The same big screen TV he had used during Christmas appeared and the opening credits of Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean started. A few hours later the movie was over and both James and Triss were asleep on the couch. Mel and Sirius were both laying on the couch much like James and Triss, but both were only lightly dosing. A sharp intake of breath from James woke the two of them. Mel stood up and walked over to where James was laying, obviously in the throes of a nightmare. James' mumbling and slight movement woke Triss. She started to wake him but Mel stopped her. He's having a vision. It is very dangerous to interfere with a person in the middle of a vision, she said, helping Triss get off of him without shaking him. A minute or two later James was covered in a thin sheet of sweat and looked like he was battling with invisible demons. Suddenly he sat straight up. Panic, fear and anger in its purest form shone in his eyes. Without a word he apparated away. He reappeared in a small bedroom. The walls were light purple and baby blue with matching and complementing furniture. On the hardwood floor, however, were several smeared dark stains. James walked around the room, obviously looking for something. If you looked hard enough you could see that his eyes were glazed silver with suppressed fury. He pulled the comforted back on the bed and didn't seem surprised that the sheets were covered in red stains, blood. A small whimper caught his attention. Turning he saw that it had come from a small closet. Walking over he yanked the door open. His eyes lost the look of fury and cast a look of concern. Curled up in a pile of her own blood, Cat lay whimpering to herself and bracing as if expecting someone to hit her. Cat, James whispered, gently nudging her chin up to look at him. She shuddered violently as if expecting him to slap her or worse, but didn't fight him, as he locked her eyes with his. Seeing whom the bright green eyes belonged to, Cat threw herself into James's arms and started sobbing. Shish, it's all right, Cat, James whispered to the girl. A thumping similar to that of footsteps caught James's sensitive ears. They grew louder until the door of the room flew open. Jacob Granger walked into the room with a malice glint in his eyes, until he caught sight of James, that is. At first he looked panicked but then the glint came back. James started to glow faintly as he lunged at the bigger man. Before he got to him, pain ripped through his left shoulder. He looked up to see Jacob Granger holding a smoking pistol. He fired twice more but James stood his ground, knowing that if he moved there was a probable chance one of the bullets would hit Cat. Jacob looked surprised and frightened that James didn't even flinch as a fourth, fifth, and sixth bullet embedded themselves in his gut. James smiled wolfishly at the frightened man. Without any warning, James jumped on the man, pinning him to the floor and knocking the pistol out of his hand. Jacob grunted in pain as James hit him in the stomach, hard. How do you like it, you son of a bi.ch, said James, hitting the man again and making him cough up blood. A small pain-filled whimper caught his attention once more. He looked over at where Cat had lain to see her being held in a half Nelson with the pistol to her head by Justin, her older brother. Let him go, said Justin, pressing the gun to Kay's temple. James just laughed and with a final hit knocked Jacob unconscious. Stepping off the man, James turned his attention to Justin. He started to walk towards them when Justin pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. James smirked at the surprised boy and him by his neck, making him drop Cat. You know those old pistols only hold 6 bullets. You should do some research before you try to kill someone, said James, effortlessly throwing the boy across the room. James knelt down next to Cat, who was curled up in a ball, muttering to herself. Gently James picked her up and she latched onto him like a lifeline. With a small pop, both disappeared. They reappeared in a large library where none other than Severus Snape sat reading a large tome in the light of the fire. Dad, I need your help, said James, startling Severus. What in the devil's name happened? Asked Severus, seeing the blood-covered teenagers. She got the shit beaten out of her. Now give me a hand, said James urgently. Follow me, said Severus, leading them out of the library and into a good-sized room not too far from it. Lay her there, said Severus, pointing to the bed under the window in the corner of the room. James complied and set the distraught girl down, but couldn't stand back up as she refused to let go of him. Why don't you heal her? Severus asked, grabbing various potions out of a tall wood cabinet. To heal her, I have to do a scan to see what is wrong with her, and I fear that I may lose control and do even more damage than I have already done to the one that did this to her, said James without any emotion. Why not Ms. Summers if not yourself? Snape asked, helping Cat swallow a potion. Kay went limp in James's arms. Lay her down flat, he said as James stood up. Triss has her hands full at the moment, said James, offering no more of an explanation. You are hurt as well. Go into the bathroom on the next floor. You should find anything you need to heal those, said Severus, motioning to the bloody wounds in various places on James's body. James nodded his thanks and walked out of the room. An hour later, James returned to the room with 6 freshly bandaged wounds. His shirt was pretty much shreds from the 6 bullets that had ripped through it, so he was walking shirtless. Snape was sitting on the bed holding Cat while she cried some more. He could hear her mutter things like, "I'm sorry," while crying into Snape's robes. Snape seemed to be taking it well and was whispering calming words into her ear. Is she all right? James asked from his place in the doorway. Better than she was physically and more than a little distraught. Why are you still bleeding? Asked Sev, pointing to the slightly bloody bandages. I have to conserve my energy. Triss will fix them when I get back. I'm sorry for throwing Cat on you, but things are really wild back at the manor and I doubt it would help her any, said James. It was true. They were still having some problems with Sirius and the ministry, and to put Cat in the middle of it was not the best of ideas. It's all right. Did you happen to get her things before you left? Asked Severus. No, I was planning to go back for them now. The ministry has probably already arrived to see what all of the magical surges were about. Libby Lenton, the head of the Family Affairs Department, has probably already been called out, and I'll make a few arrangements with her, said James. I'll bring her stuff back when I'm done, and don't put any wards up in the meantime. I won't be able to get through them. You don't plan on go shirtless, do you? Severus asked critically. No, said James, waving his hand. A loose black button-up shirt appeared, covering up the bandages. I'll be back in an hour or so, said James, disappearing. James reappeared in front of Cat's house, and as he expected, it was swarming with ministry officials. He walked up and spotted the person he was looking for. Libby, he yelled. A short, thin witch with wavy chestnut hair in dark blue robes turned around. James, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at the manor in Wales, Libby said, shaking her finger at him. I know, but I don't have much of a choice. I need to get Cat Granger's stuff, said James. You know where the girl is then? Asked Libby hopefully. Yeah, she's been under my protection since I first met her. She is staying with a friend of mine, said James. Well, her father and older brother have been put under arrest for child abuse and, from the samples of blood we found in the room, beep. Do you have anything else you would like to add to that list? Asked Libby. Yes, attempted murder, said James. On who? She demanded. Me, said James, showing her the blood-covered bandage on his shoulder. Oh my God, she said, examining it. You need to go to St. Mungo's and have that healed, James. It looks horrible. He didn't shoot the little girl, did he? No, but I have 5 more of these to prove the shot wasn't accidental, said James. If I didn't have a lot of faith in Triss's healing abilities, I would insist you go to the hospital. Come, We've already gathered the girl's things. The ministry is still trying to contact Mrs. Granger to tell her what has happened. She is staying with her oldest. Will I be able to contact you at the manor? Libby asked. Probably not, but my mental connections are always open so you can contact me that way, said James. Well, here are the girl's things. Tell my brother to come visit sometime, will you? She asked as James disappeared again. He reappeared back into Kat's room at Snape Manor and found Snape and Kat in the same position as they were when he left. Here is Kat's stuff. I need to get back. My energy is really waning. I hardly have enough to get back as is, said James, dropping the trunk on the floor. Just one thing before you leave. Kat's injuries. James cut him off. I'm well aware of her injuries and how she got them. Her subconscious pulled me into a vision while I was napping and I saw the whole thing, said James, shivering at the thought of the ordeal. I'll see you in a few days then, said Severus as James ported. Tris! Yelled James, shrinking to his knees in the entrance hall. He had lost way too much blood to be porting, but he did it anyway. Well, this whole summer has been rather dramatic. What's next? Voldemort in a tutu. He thought to himself. Oh my god. What happened, Shadow? Tris demanded, running into the room. Kat's dad shot me. I cleaned them up, but I didn't have the spare energy to heal them, said James. Damn, these things hurt, he thought, only just noticing the pain. Tell me what happened, Tris said, levitating him. Kat called for me and I dropped her off at Dad's after getting shot 6 times with a pistol, going back for her stuff and porting here. I'll elaborate when I wake up, said James, passing out. Shadow. Wake up, yelled Tris's voice in his ear. James sat up bolt right. What's wrong? He asked. Dragon is here with Libby and a few other people from the ministry. Mel and Sirius are already hidden, but they want to see you, said Tris, throwing him a pair of black khakis. James grabbed them and winced as he moved. He looked down and saw his abdomen was covered with bandages. His shoulder looked to have finished healing, but the 3 places in his gut hadn't. Wincing, James put on the pants over his boxers and walked down to the entrance hall where the small group was waiting. Libby and Dragon were there along with Nymphadora Tonks, James's cousin on Severus' side, and 2 other Aurors James didn't know. What in bloody hell happened to you? Asked Tonks, walking up and giving James a quick hug and prodding the bandage. James hissed in pain and grabbed Tonks' hand. No touching, Dora. They hurt like hell on a bad day, said James. You know you are still the only person who gets away with calling me Dora Squirt, said Tonks, ruffling his hair. By all rights you can't call me Squirt anymore, Dora. I'm taller than you, said James, standing up to his full height of 5 feet 10. You grow up too fast, kid. It seems like only yesterday you only came up to my elbows, said Tonks, whipping away a mock tear. James chuckled and turned his attention to Dragon. I'm guessing this isn't a social call, said James. No. Ms. Granger's father is being sent to Azkaban for 5 years and then released if he is still mentally stable. If not, he will be sent to St. Mungo's. Justin Granger will be in Azkaban in 6 months and his mother will handle him after that. Now this is a social call, said Libby, smirking. I still don't see how you are related to old Dragon. He is 40 years your senior for starters, said James. Imagine my shock when I found out my father was still procreating. Ew, said Dragon, shivering at the thought. I really didn't need that mental image, Dragon, said Tris, walking up behind James and gagging. I don't think any of us did, said Tonks, also shivering a little at the thought. So what have you been up to in the last 2 years? Asked Libby. You know, the usual. Saving the world, killing, or trying to kill, evil psychopaths, planning pranks on teachers and students, trying to cure werewolves, and keeping my friends out of trouble, said James offhandedly. Have you managed to get Potter yet? He was so fun in school, but now he's an A.S.hole, said Tonks. Don't we know it? You probably had it easy because you were a Griff, but everyone is prejudiced against us poor helpless Slytherins, said Tris with a pout. Anyway, yeah, I did get him. Didn't get any pictures though. I'll take some and send them to you next time, said James. Oh well, I can dream, can't I, said Tonks. By August 13th everything had calmed down to be almost normal. Kat was still staying with Snape, but James, Tris, and Mel all visited often. Snape didn't seem to mind. In fact, he seemed rather pleased with the arrangement. Not a lot had changed with Sirius, though he was happy about returning to Hogwarts with them this September. Oi, what classes did you guys decide to take this year? Asked Sirius as they sat down for a late breakfast. All the base classes along with care of magical creatures, ancient runes, arithmancy, and divinations, said James. I'm taking the same, said Triss. Aren't you only able to take 3? Asked Sirius. We're giving up our free period, said James. You two must be insane, giving up your free period, Mel said, shivering. Cat is taking every single class there is, Triss said. Sirius and Mel stared at her in shock. There is no way, said Sirius, shaking his head in disbelief. There isn't enough time in a day, said Mel. Kat said she had it all arranged with Evans, she'll probably be taking classes on the weekends or something, said James. The girl is top in our year. If anyone could pull it off, it would be her, said Triss. Do you know what Dre is taking? Mel asked. Arithmancy, ancient runes, care of magical creatures, said James. He thinks we're nuts to give up our free period as well. He thinks Cat is bloody well insane, said Triss with a slight chuckle. Am I going with you guys to Diagon Alley this afternoon? Asked Sirius. If you want to. Did you think up a pet name for him yet, Mel? He's going to be your dog after all, said Triss. Night, said Mel. We agreed on it. It goes with his fur. All right, and remember, no scaring anyone, no matter who they are, said James, giving Sirius a stern look. The dog would probably try to rip Severus to shreds if given the chance. A little more than an hour later, they were all ready to go. All right, everyone, keep a tight grip. This is going to be wild, said James. Group apparition was very different from single-person apparition. It was more like a really dizzying roller coaster ride than anything else. James always got a kick out of it, but he wasn't sure how Mel or Sirius would react, especially with Sirius in wolf form. With a pop, they all disappeared. They reappeared in a small room in the back of the leaky cauldron. Triss looked a bit green. She had never liked that mode of transportation. Porting was much smoother. Mel and Sirius, or Knight as they would call him in public, looked like they rather enjoyed the ride. Well, that was fun, said Triss sarcastically, downing a small green potion. She looked much better. All right then, on to Gringotts, said James, pulling Triss along. Mel and Knight followed them, looking amused. When they finally arrived at James's vault, both Mel and Knight looked very surprised. James walked in and grabbed several bags of galleons, sickles, and nuts and attaching them to his belt loop. Back up to the top, said James to the goblin. What about stopping at my vault? Mel asked. My treat, plus I don't think I could ride this thing any longer than necessary, said James. But you'll run out of money before you graduate, said Mel, looking at the bags hanging from his belt. James laughed. You saw how much money was in there, right? Take that and multiply it by 10, and that is only in the wizarding world. I have twice that in a bank, not including all of the stock and business rights I have, he said, chuckling. Spoil away then, said Mel, looking at him in well-hidden surprise. Great. I hope you are planning on joining the team this year. Triss, Dre and I are the only ones left. Everyone else either got kicked off for bad exam grades or graduated, said James. Maybe. I've never really played before. If I did play, it would probably be for a beater, said Mel. Working with Dre then. We shall see, said James. A loud whistle caught their attention. Ginny and Dre were running towards them at high speeds, just managing to avoid other people in the crowd. Hey, everyone is waiting in the bookshop, said Dre breathlessly. James nodded and let himself be pulled along by Triss, who was very eager to see the twins and Cat. Just outside of Flourish and Blots, a large group of people were waiting. Fred and George were at the front of the group talking to each other. Cat stood just behind them and was in what looked like an animated discussion with Lucius and Severus. Knight growled at the sight of Snape and Malfoy, but a sharp, but not pain-intending, slap on the nose from Mel shut him up. Fred and George were the first to see them and greeted them with enthusiastic handshakes. By the time James was finally able to pry his hand away from an obviously hyper George, the other three had taken notice to them. Hello, James, Ms. Summers, Ms. Crew, said Severus. Lucius greeted them in the same way, but Kat would have none of that. She tightly hugged both Mel and Tris and nearly broke all of James's ribs. She hugged him so tightly. I missed you too, James wheezed. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hurt you, did I? She asked, gently prodding James' ribs. James chuckled. No, it would take a lot more than that to hurt me. I'm practically untouchable, said James, giving her a lopsided grin. As that's so, Cage. Then you won't mind if I do this, said a voice from behind James. Pain exploded in the back of his head, but he ignored it. He turned to see a very muscular Randall Black standing there with his father slightly behind him. Knight growled and was ready to lunge at any time. I thought I got rid of you last summer when I broke your nose. Do us all a favor and get lost, said James, glaring at Randall. That was a lucky shot, Cage. I would have pounded you had that fool Lockhart not been present, Randall hissed. You wish. You probably went running to your daddy the minute we were out of sight, said James. Regulus Black stepped forward. You will not address my son in that tone, Mr. Cage. I will have you suspended, he said threateningly. James raised an eyebrow at him. You can't do that. School is not in session. The worst you could do is call in a bunch of orrs who would just laugh at you, said James. I would not argue, Regulus. The boy is right, said Lucius, looking down his nose at the shorter and younger man. Hanging out with mudbloods now, Lucius, and you too, Severus. Shameful, really, said Regulus, glaring at the older men. No worse than having your son in Gryffindor, said Severus distastefully. While everyone was paying attention to the exchanges between the three men, Randall had been preparing to jump James. James, for his part, had been too distracted to notice the large boy getting ready to pounce on him and was very surprised when he felt himself being pushed to the ground with great force. He was able to turn himself in such a way that he would fall on his back and face his attacker. It didn't surprise him to see that Randall was his attacker and was able to block the first swing. After several swings, Randall must have figured out that he wasn't going to get a hit on him and went for his throat. This was something James hadn't anticipated, and he could only gasp for breath as the stronger boy slowly crushed his larynx. By then, other people that had been walking around had seen what was going on and were running for help, while Severus tried to pull Randall off of James and was not having a whole lot of luck. James started to see black around the edges of his vision and did the only thing he could think of. He ejected his claws and held them threateningly at the other boy's neck. Randall jumped back in shock, giving James enough time to catch his breath and get out of arm's reach of him. Wah! What the hell? Randall breathed, backing away from James. James coughed hard, trying to regain his breath. Tris patted his back lightly, giving him a little help. Thanks, he coughed. His voice was scratchy at best, but he could still talk easily. What happened here? A familiar voice demanded. It's all right, Dora. Everything is fine, said James. My ass. What happened? Tonks demanded. Tris wordlessly pointed to the shell-shocked Randall. He jumped James and tried to strangle him. James acted in self-defense, said Tris, pointing to the claws still protruding out of his hands. James, you watch X-Men too much, said Tonks before turning to Randall. Well, Mr. Black, you are under arrest for battery. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of magic. Please turn over your wand and put your hands behind your head. What about Mr. Cage? Regulus demanded. What about him? Asked Tonks. He attacked my son with those things in his hands. I demand he be placed under arrest, he ranted. There is such a thing as self-defense, Mr. Black. Mr. Cage is under no fault. Your son attacked him and he acted accordingly. Had he injured your son, there might be something I could do, but since he didn't, he is free to go, said Tonks. Regulus looked ready to explode. Taking a deep breath, he turned and stalked away. Tonks disappeared with Randall seconds later. This is starting to be more drama that I can handle, said James so only Tris could hear. She nodded. Well, now that that is over with, let's go shopping. Shadow, I believe you had a small surprise for Kat, said Tris, gaining everyone's attention. Right, come on, Kat, said James, motioning for her to follow him. She did so with no hesitation. He led her into the nearby pet shop and stopped in the front of the shop near the register. For your early birthday present, I'm going to get you the pet of your choice, said James. But, Kat began, but James stopped her. It's your birthday present, Kat. Don't worry about it, said James. Okay. But what should I get? Kat asked, getting slightly excited. Well, I doubt you would want a toad, so maybe an owl or a cat, James suggested. Kat nodded and walked back towards where the cats were. 5 minutes later, Kat had picked out the animal she wanted. The cat was big, furry, and orange. A Kneazle. Good choice, said James, scratching the cat under his chin. Ah, someone has finally decided to buy poor Crookshanks, said the cashier, coming towards them. Kat nodded vigorously. Well, bring him up, said the woman. James nodded and plucked Crookshanks out of the metal cage he was in and carried him to the register. That will be 5 galleons and 9 sickles, please, said the cashier. James handed her the exact amount and handed the Kneazle to Kat, who cooed over him. On the way back, Kat asked, have you heard about Sirius Black's escape yet? Yeah, they announced it in the Prophet this morning, but Mel and I've known for weeks, said James. How did you find out? Asked Kat. The ministry came to search the manor a few days after we got back from school. We're about 30 miles away from Azkaban, said James. Why didn't they notify the public then? Demanded Kat. I think they thought that they could catch him and not have to tell the public of their mistake. What were you, Dad and Lucius talking about? James asked, changing the subject. The same. Lucius still thinks Black is innocent, but Sev doesn't agree. Apparently Black tormented Sev in school but was very chummy with Lucius. I was playing mediator. I think it is possible that Black was innocent but not probable, said Kat. I think I agree with Lucius. From what I've heard of Peter Pettigrew, he was very shy and looked to people stronger than him for protection, but was very sly and cunning. Pettigrew's character in general would make me think he was one of Riddle's lackeys, remember Quirrell? It's the shy and quiet one you have to watch out for. Black's character, on the other hand, shows that he is least likely to be a Death Eater. He grew up in a dark family, sure, but from what I hear they favored their youngest. Regulus and Black left their house at 16. He was a very popular Auror and captured more of Tom's lackeys in 1 month than some of the other Aurors did in a year. He also caught the Lestranges. Add to the fact that no one really knows the story because he had no trial and you have one doubtful story, said James. But true nonetheless, a voice hissed. James turned to see Potter standing behind him. Potter looked ready to kill. His face had a red tinge to it and his eyes blazed as if they were made of fire. No one knows that. Black didn't have a trail and therefore nothing is certain. The only proof anyone has is what Muggles saw. The ministry didn't get there right away, so who is saying Pettigrew didn't just alter their memories and take off? Asked James. They found remains, Mr. Cage, said Potter. A rather cleanly cut, unburned, living thump. That was it. They didn't even find a blood splatter, said James. And how do you know all of this, Mr. Cage? Came another voice James recognized as Evan's. Summer project. Do you think I sit and twiddle my thumbs all summer? Asked James. This was partly true. He had done some research on what they found when they captured Black, and it wasn't much. All of his other free time was spent working with the crystals again. On with both of you then. Don't want to keep you from your shopping, said Evans, walking away carrying Holly and Sarah with a whipped Potter trailing behind. Come on, people. Let's get a move on, yelled Triss from the bottom of the staircase. It was 10:30 on September the 1st and they were going to miss the train if everyone didn't hurry up. We're so going to be late, said James, running down the stairs, levitating their trunks with Jewel curled up around his right arm. Since the chamber she had been rather quiet and stayed to herself quite a bit, as if punishing herself for not telling James about the basilisk. James had to almost make her listen to him when he explained it wasn't her fault about the basilisk. Most snakes either couldn't sense them or were scared shitless of them. Come on. If you don't want to have to hitch a ride to Hogsmeade, get your asses down here, he yelled. Seconds later, Knight and Mel came thumping down the stairs carrying the last of their stuff. Ready, said Mel, sitting down on top of her trunk. Good. Hold on tight, said James. Triss wasted no time in grabbing James's arm. It was a known fact she hated group apparition. She had a very strong fear of roller coasters, particularly the part when you go down, and group apparition was very similar to riding a very fast and loopy roller coaster. With a pop, they all disappeared. They reappeared in a dark alleyway not too far from the station. Triss latched on even tighter to James's arm. Her second highest fear was dark alleyways. No doubt her father had something to do with that. Triss, chill. Nothing is going to happen. I promise, said James, giving Triss' shoulder a squeeze and turning his attention to the three trunks. With a wave of his hand, the three trunks shrunk down to the size of matchboxes. He picked them up and pocketed them. Why didn't I think of that before? He asked himself aloud. Are you sure you're not having owned moments already? Asked Mel, pointing to his hair. James glared at her and ran a hand through his now frosted brown hair. You look like you just came back from California, said Mel. So, I happen to like my hair, and what wrong with California? James demanded. Never mind, said Mel, shaking her head in mock sadness. Enough. We have less than 15 minutes to get to the platform, said Triss, pulling them along. With a quick, notice me not, charm from James, no one noticed the three teenagers and Wolf running into the station and through a brick wall. James, over here, came Dre's voice. James looked at the train and saw Dre starting up the steps. James, Triss, Mel and Knight all walked over, still breathing a little hard from their run. Hey Dre, said James, clapping him on the back. What happened to your hair? You look like you've been in California all summer, said Dre, running a hand over James's hair. Not you too. What do you people have against the States? California rules. It's one of the only places you can go surfing 1 minute and rock climbing the next. Have you ever been rock climbing? Or surfing for that matter? Asked James, throwing his hands in the air. No and no, nor would I want to. All that chalk during rock climbing, yuck, said Dre. Insane, the whole lot of you, said James, shaking his head in mock sadness and boarding the train. Like he's one to talk, Triss muttered, following James with Dre in tow. Did you guys get a compartment yet? Asked Triss. No, I got here about the same time you did. Keep your eyes open for Kat, Jin, or the twins, I guess, said Dre. Shish, said James, entering a large compartment. Walking in behind him, Triss and Dre spotted Kat, Jin, and an older man they didn't know asleep in a corner. Why are we sitting with the new Dada professor? James' voice asked inside Kat's head. All of the other compartments were taken and I didn't think he would mind so long as we were quiet, said Kat. All right people, keep quiet. The mental links are open, just think about the words and it will be like talking normally, said James. I still find that creepy. People say hearing voices in your head is the first sign on insanity, said Dre. No, talking to yourself is fine, it's when you start answering back you have a problem, said Triss. Anyone know where the twins are? Asked James over Triss and Dre's banter. They wanted to go hang out with some of the other fifth years for a while. They said they would come down eventually, if there was any room, said Jin. Okay. Anyone up for another UNO tournament? Asked James. I'm game, said Mel immediately. Everyone else joined in. You know you don't have to be silent on account of me, said another voice about a half hour later, startling everyone. Everyone turned their attention to the professor, who was in the corner with his eyes still closed. He opened one of his brown eyes and James could almost taste how truly tired the man was. It's fine, we have alternate ways of talking to each other, said James, looking at the man in sympathy. With the man's tired state, James could also pick up his werewolf scent, and since the full moon was coming up soon, James knew the man needed his sleep. Knight walked up and licked the man's hand, looking at him in sympathy, and lay down next to him on the floor. It seems Knight has taken a liking to you, said Mel. She had a small look of triumph on her face as she was royal kicking everyone else's ass in Uno. It seems so. I'm Professor Lupin, may I ask for your names? The man asked. I'm Mel Crew, and that is my wolf Knight, said Mel, shaking the professor's hand. And so they went on with names. I'm James Cage. Triss Summers. Gin Weasley. Dre Malfoy. Kat Granger, said Kat, finishing off the list. Quite a group, said Lupin. We still have 2 more down with the 5th years. Fred and George, my brothers, said Gin. The Weasley twins? Asked Lupin. Yep. I see one of the other teacher already warned you about them, said Gin. I was also warned about a group called the Hunters. Do you happen to know who they are? Asked Lupin, raising an eyebrow. What about the hunters? Asked a voice from the door. Fred and George were standing in the doorway looking their mischievous selves. Are you spilling about the hunters to a teacher, James? Shame on you. A teacher of all people, said the twin James assumed was George. Both boys walked into the compartment, Fred sitting down on James's lap and putting his arms around James' neck. Fred, this seat is VIP only. If you don't get the hell off right now, you will find yourself turned into something very unpleasant, said James. Fred was sitting next to George in seconds. Now that has been established, what do you need? Asked James. We decided to join in with you guys to see what we missed. Apparently you started an UNO tournament without us. Who's winning? Asked George. Mel. Who else? Said Tris, pointing to Mel's smug grin. Suddenly the train lurched and pulled to a stop. All of the lights went out. What the hell was that? Asked Kat with a little fear in her voice. I'm sure it was nothing, said Lupin's calming voice. Lumos, said James, holding up his wand. A bright white light glowed at the tip of the wand. James pointed his wand at the door when it was pulled open. Hey, do you know why the train stopped? Asked Neville Longbottom, walking into the compartment. James nearly sighed in relief. No, take a seat for now. It isn't safe for anyone to be up walking around when it's so dark, said James. Neville nodded and sat down next to Kat by the door. 5 more minutes went by and still nothing. Think we should go talk to the conductor? Asked Mel. No, Tris, do you feel that? Asked James. Suddenly a cold feeling swept over them. Kat, Nev, come sit over here, said James, pointing to the empty spaces behind him. What are you sensing? Asked Lupin, pulling out his wand. As a werewolf, his sense of danger was strong, but nowhere near as strong as James or Tris's power. He wouldn't pick up on the danger till it was too late. Nothing good, said James. Just sit and chill. I doubt the halls are safe. Something's on the train. The cold feeling got stronger and James gripped his wand tightly. Knight was whimpering from his place on the floor. Mel got up and sat down next to him, petting him and rubbing his ears. Once again the train door opened. Kat's eyes went wide and she curled up into herself and started whimpering. Tris reacted much the same way. Everyone else, except Lupin, just looked shocked. A bony hand pulled the door open and James knew what was wrong immediately. Get out! James hissed at the Dementor. It hissed back, but not in Parseltongue. Expecto Patronum! Yelled James, pointing his wand at the Dementor. A big silver panther came out of his wand and charged the Dementor, making it turn and run. And don't come back! James yelled after it. Not wasting any time, James dove into his trunk and pulled out several small chocolate bunnies. Tris, catch, said James, throwing Tris a bunny of white chocolate. Thanks, she said, opening it. Dre, Jin, Nev, Fred, George, Kat, Mel, said James, handing off the bunnies one by one. Professor, what type of chocolate do you like best? White, dark, milk, or otherwise? I've got them all, said James, displaying the compartment of his trunk that was full to the brim with sweets. White, thanks, said Lupin as James handed him the bunny. Where did you get all of these? Asked Lupin. Florida. The Russell Stover's factory is right there and they sell their chocolate for dimes and nickels. My whole stash probably only cost me 45 pounds, said James, motioning to the still very full trunk. Are you guys all okay? Asked James. They all answered in the affirmative. Good, said James, sitting down next to Tris and putting his arm around her shoulders. He knew just by looking at her she was really shaken up, even more so than Kat was. You sure you're all right? Asked James as Tris leaned on him. I'll be fine, I always am, said Tris. No, you're not. Your sense of panic was stronger than even Kat's. Not an easy task, said James. Tris leaned into him a little more and sniffed, so low that no one but James could hear it. Just old memories. I think I speak for all of us when I say if I never see a Dementor again it will be too soon, said Tris with a small laugh. So long as you're sure. I'm going to go scare the Dementors away now and go yell at Fudge a bit. Want to come? Asked James with a smirk. I would love to, but the Dementors irk me, so I'll just stay here, she said, allowing James to stand up. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes, no one leave. Hopefully we will be on our jolly way in a few minutes, said James walking out of the compartment, wand in hand. He came across 6 more Dementors and each had to be sent away by his Patronus. Finally he found none other than Cornelius Fudge. He was standing in the door of a compartment of first years with a Dementor standing not too far from him. Fudge, quit scaring the first years, said James, making Fudge nearly jump out of his skin. The Dementor that was standing next to Fudge floated toward him menacingly, or so just about everyone else thought. Expecto Patronum, said James, pointing his wand at the Dementor. For the 8th time that day his Patronus chased the Dementor away. James looked inside of the first-year compartment and saw all of the very shaken 11-year-olds. Here, said James, handing out several chocolate bunnies. As for you, Fudge, what's with the Dementors? They are a precaution. With Black on the loose no one is safe, said Fudge like a bumbling idiot. He was still shocked by James's display of a corporeal Patronus, not to mention how fierce it was. Whatever you say, Fudge. Just keep your pet demons away from the students, said James before turning and leaving the minister to stare at him in shock. By the time he had gotten back to his compartment they were indeed back on their jolly way to Hogwarts. Neville, it seemed, had already left and everyone else was just waiting for him. What did Fudge say? Asked Tris as soon as he sat down. Not much. He just best keep his pets from the students or all hell will break loose, said James. How is it you have so much control over the minister? Asked Lupin. He owes me his job, big time. If he starts acting like a royal jackass I just say a few select words and he does what I tell him, said James, shrugging. How does he owe you his job? Asked Lupin. I'm the only thing standing between him and being cast out of the ministry altogether. Just last year he tried to send an 11-year-old girl to Azkaban without a trial, said James, leaving Jin's name out. Lupin's expression by itself said that he thought Fudge was a bastard. That man is an idiot, he said so low under his breath that only James could hear. True, but the dumbest people always end up being authority figures. It's just the way the world works. Saddam, the terrorist leader in Iraq, is a prime example, said James. Lupin looked at him, speechless. How could he hear that? I could hardly even hear it and I said it, Lupin thought to himself. James put a barrier up around Lupin's mind so he didn't have to listen to the man's thoughts. When they reached Hogsmeade not too long later James and Mel were still going at each other in Uno. It looked like James would win as he only had 4 cards left whereas Mel had 15. Suddenly Mel got an evil look on her face after James laid a blue card down. This is where you fall, said Mel, laying down about 8 feet draw 2 feet cards and a draw 4 wild card. Green, she said, smirking. James groaned and drew 12 cards. 5 minutes later Mel was celebrating her victory. I told you I was the queen of Uno, she said, dancing about the compartment. Lupin looked rather amused at her antics, as did Knight. More like a mind demon, said James, rubbing his temples trying to get rid of the large headache he had. Tris, who was sitting next to him, made him lean forward a bit so she could rub his shoulders, one of the best cures for headaches. Lupin looked curiously at the two. Are you an item? He asked, motioning to them. James and Tris looked at him as if he were insane. Knight, who was still lying on the floor between Lupin and Mel, nodded his head in agreement. He'd been wondering the same thing. I take that as a no then, said Lupin. We should get a move on. We arrived at the station 5 minutes ago, said Dre, standing and pulling Jin up with him. The rest agreed and they made their way the Great Hall and opening feast. I'll never tire of the food here, said Dre, digging into a plate of ribs. Yeah, the house elves do a really good job, said Jin, taking a bite of her steak. House elves? Asked Kat. They run the castle, clean it and make the food and everything else you could think of. Real friendly creatures too, said Fred. George nodded in agreement. Why don't we see them around? Asked Kat. They prefer not to be seen. Kind of sensitive about that. Most of the ones here are elves whose masters have died or given them clothes, said George. Masters? Asked Kat with distaste. House elves bind themselves to a certain family, normally purebloods. They serve the family for their whole lives, unless their master dies or gives them clothes. To give a house elf clothes is the ultimate punishment, said Jin. They're Avs, said Kat with shock. No, said James stepping in. They like to work, and they're treated pretty well. If they aren't treated well, they are likely to turn on their masters and free themselves, said James. Knight growled in agreement. I didn't know they could turn on their masters, said Dre. Well, not exactly turn on their masters. They can't divulge family secrets, but they can give hints, like sign language, but can't say anything directly, said James. I didn't know that, said Dre looking thoughtful. You learn something new every day, said Triss. That is the whole point of going to school if you didn't know, said Mel sarcastically. Dre glared and Triss reached over and gave him a friendly punch on the arm. Ow, Dre said quietly, rubbing his arm. Dumbledore is standing for his speech, said Mel, turning to the head table. Welcome and welcome back, students. Now that you all have been fed and watered, I have some start of term notices. First is that only third years and up may go to Hogsmeade this year, if they have turned in their signed permission slips. Also, as every year, the Forbidden Forest is called Forbidden for a reason. As some of you already know, the Minister of Magic has demanded that the school be guarded by Dementors in light of Sirius Black's recent escape from Azkaban. They are not allowed inside the gates, but I suggest you keep an eye open anyway. Last but not least, I would like you to welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Remus J. Lupin. Dumbledore finished, pointing to Lupin. Everyone clapped politely as Potter, Evans and Snape all scowled at him. What's with that? Asked Kat. He's a werewolf, said James so low only Kat could hear. She raised an eyebrow at him. So, that's no reason to look at him like that. He seemed rather nice to me, said Kat. The wizarding world is prejudice, what more can I say? Asked James. I would keep that little bit of info to myself if I were you. If the school board were to find out about him, he'll be out of a job, said James. Kat looked horrified. How can they do that? Asked Kat. They're afraid the non-humans will rise up and take over the wizarding world, so they belittle them and make sure they know they have no rights. Why do you think I've been working on the crystals for the past few years? I don't think it's right for someone who had no control over what happened to them be bullied and discriminated against, said James. What about Fudge? Asked Kat. What a shock it will be to the wizarding world when they find out that their minister is half-dwarf, said James, smirking. What about you? You're not quite human, are you? She asked. Yeah, elf on both of my parents' sides. Sidhi on my dad's, and my mom's mother was a pureblood squib, said James. Looking through some of the books on his family, James had found that his grandfather was half Sidhi, not human, as he'd originally thought. Powerful combination, said Kat. I'm a powerful person, said James offhandedly. If only he knew how powerful. So far the school year had been rather uneventful. Only one day into classes and James was thoroughly bored. He'd already learned everything the professors were teaching. He hoped that Lupin's first class would be better. James, Triss, Kat, and Dre piled into the Dada room. As was normal for them, they were the first to arrive. Lupin was sitting at his desk in the front of the class reading a book that James recognized as a copy of Cry Wolf by Tammy Hogue. Hello, Professor, said Kat, sitting down between Dre and James in the front row. Triss sat down on the other side of James. Lupin jumped at the sound of Kat's voice. Oh, hello. I didn't expect the students to be arriving so early. Don't take out your textbooks, you won't need them, said Lupin. I like this guy already, said Dre, leaning back in his seat. Anyone is better than Lockhart was, with the exception of maybe Potter, said Triss. You would think he would still be a little grateful to me for saving the life of his wife and daughters, said James. It still bugged him that Potter was such a prick to him just because he was a Slytherin. Daughters. I wasn't aware Professor Potter and Evans had any children, said Lupin, standing next to their table. Yeah, Sarah and Holly, they'll be 3 in December. Minerva McGonagall takes care of them during the school year. It would be dangerous to have them at the school because they've already started doing accidental magic, said James. A hurt look briefly passed over Lupin's face, so fast only James caught it. Before he had time to wonder about it, another group of students walked in and Lupin went back to his desk. After 5 more minutes, everyone had arrived. Hello and welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Don't bother to take out your books, you won't need them, Lupin said, leaning on his desk. Today we will be doing something practical. Can anyone tell me what a boggart is? Asked Lupin. Kat raised her hand. Yes, Ms. Granger. A boggart is a shapeshifter. It takes the shape of whatever you fear the most, said Kat. Couldn't have said it better myself. In that closet over there, said Lupin pointing to a cabinet in the corner of the room, is a boggart. Mr. Longbottom, what do you fear most? Neville looked like a deer caught in headlights. He muttered something so low even James didn't catch it. Can you speak up, Mr. Longbottom? He asked. Professor Snape, said Neville blushing and looking down. You live with your grandmother, correct? Asked Lupin. Neville nodded. Can you imagine the clothes she wears in your mind's eye? Neville nodded again. Step up here with me, said Lupin walking to the wardrobe. Neville nervously stood up with Professor Lupin. What I want you to do is picture Professor Snape in your grandmother's clothes. When the boggart comes out, hold that image in your mind and say, "Ridiculous," said Lupin. Neville hesitantly walked up to the wardrobe and with a small incantation from Lupin the doors opened revealing the image of an irritated Snape making his way towards Neville. Neville took a step back and said, "R.R. ridiculous." The image of Snape stumbled and with a crack he was dressed in a frilly green dress with a moth-eaten raven sitting on a matching hat and a big red handbag. Most of the class broke out in laughter and the boggart leapt up and landed in front of Dre. Instead of Snape there was the tall robed form of a Dementor. Ridiculous, said Dre. The Dementor turned into a large purple and green dinosaur, singing, "I love you, you love me." Dre started cracking up at the sight remembering the prank they had played on Ron, Bull and Randall in their first year. Again the boggart jumped and landed in front of Triss. It shifted from Barney into a man. He had dark auburn hair and light blue eyes, not that different from Dumbledore's. He glared at Triss with malice and made a motion as if to hit her but Triss was faster. Ridiculous, she yelled. The man shifted into a man-size fluffy pink rabbit. James could have sworn Triss muttered, "Take that you bastard." The boggart jumped a final time, landing back in front of Lupin. It took the shape of a large silver ball floating in the air. Lupin lazily pointed his wand at it and turned it into a cockroach. Parvati Patil screamed at the sight of the insect and everyone else giggled, unintentionally making the boggart explode. Very good students. Not exactly how I wanted to destroy the boggart but good enough. Since the lesson ended a bit early you all can head to lunch. Ms. Summers, could you stay behind please? Asked Lupin. Sure, said Triss expecting to be asked to stay behind. Want us to wait? Asked James. Everyone else can go on to lunch but you're staying Shadow, said Triss. James nodded. Why does the werewolf want her to stay behind? Asked Jewel. Because of the form the boggart took, the man that appeared was her father, said James. Jewel squeezed his arm showing she understood and left him waiting for the classroom to empty with Triss. When everyone had left for lunch Lupin turned his attention to Triss. I asked for only you to stay behind Ms. Summers, said Lupin motioning to James who was standing slightly behind Triss. He is just as involved in what you want to question me about as I am, said Triss leaning back on James. Very well then. Who was the man? Asked Lupin bluntly. James could feel anger radiating from Lupin but couldn't figure out where it was directed. Triss felt it too and obviously thought it was aimed at her as she tightly grasped James's hand. My father, said Triss. Why is your father your worst fear? Asked Lupin. James felt Lupin's anger rising and Triss grabbed James' hand tighter. I'm sure you've already figured out why. Can we leave now? Triss asked still holding tightly onto James's hand. No. Does Dumbledore know about this? Lupin asked. He's one of the main reasons I was abused at all, of course the old bastard knows. He's spent the better part of 5 years trying to have me sent back as well. If it wasn't for James the First would probably be dead or worse by now, said Triss before turning and walking out of the classroom. If I were you I'd keep my emotions in check around her. Non-humans and empaths don't mix well, said James before turning around to go find Triss. Mr. Cage, come to my office after lunch please, came Snape's unmistakable drawl. Yes sir, said James nodding at Snape and making his way to the Slytherin table. Triss, Dre and Kat were all talking between one another with Mel, Jin, and the twins listening in. What's up? Asked James. Potter just took 50 points off of us in the hallway for walking too slow. We're planning the first prank of the year, said Dre. Walking too slow. Can he even do that? Asked James. Whether he can or not, he did. So far, we've only come up with turning him into Tweety Bird and having a cat chase him around, but then we have the problem of the cat catching and eating him, said Mel. What about Glacier? I'm sure she'd be happy to help, said James. That would work if I knew where she was. Normally she just stays in my room, but now she's hardly ever in there, said Triss. Knight keeps running off too. Think he might be planning something? Asked Mel. If he is, he better keep his eyes open and not do anything stupid. As good of a thumb as I have on Fudge, I don't think I could save him from the Dementors, said James. It was common knowledge that if Sirius was caught, he was Dementor food. Let's just hope he doesn't do anything stupid, said Triss. I doubt he will. Even if he sometimes has a big head, he's not stupid, said Dre. On to the next topic. What do you guys think of the new professor? Asked James. He's cool. Sickly looking but cool, said Jin. I trust you all have figured out why by now, said Triss. Yeah, they all said in unison. Good. The full moon is in 2 days and I think Triss and I should be out on grounds. I don't think they would let him run loose without some kind of control, but for all we know, no one else knows, said James. Don't think for 1 minute you're leaving me out, said Mel. Already thought. It's safest for only James and I to go. Hell, if he has no control, I plan on hauling A.S. back here and letting James deal with it. He is much more capable of holding his own than you or I could ever be. Plus, he's been working on find a cure for werewolves for years. What better investigation than going and hanging out with one, said Triss. Mel glared at her. Triss is right. What would you do if Wolfie Boy decided it was mating season? Asked James. Mel blushed. Thought so. Sure you don't want someone in the air? Asked Kat. Yeah, I could take to the air if need be, said James. Sounds like a plan. I trust all of you will follow James's command and not go outside, said Triss in a serious voice. Yes, ma'am. Dodge, parry, duck, dodge, drop, roll, spin, flip, kick, James thought as he fought with Triss. Today's lesson was on broadswords, the weapon James hated most. Unlike Oriental or Elven swords, a broadsword was very heavy and hard to control, but it could pack a punch. An Oriental or Elven sword was light and could cut a person with a broadsword to pieces before they could even make one blow if given the chance. However, a broadsword could crack most non-enchanted swords in half with the amount of force one hit would have. The biggest reason James hated the sword was how it slowed his movements down to almost human speed. He didn't like it. Triss was much better and faster with a broadsword. The problem was she depended on the force a blow would have. Even at the slow rate James was moving, she still couldn't get a strong hit on something that was moving. Wow, Dre said from the stands where he and Kat were sitting. They had finally convinced James and Triss to let them come out and watch one of their sessions. This is better than dueling. So long as they don't kill each other, said Kat with her hand covering her eyes. Is it safe to look yet? It's been safe to look. They aren't just randomly striking. All of this is very well planned. If you know what to look for, you can almost predict who is going to hit where and when, said Dre. Kat slowly uncovered her eyes and dared a look. She just managed to see Triss catch James with her blade and cut him from his right side, across his abs and into his back while he was spinning. Kat yelped and covered her eyes again. Several minutes later, James tackled Triss and made her loose her sword. Do you give up? He asked, tickling her sides. Why, yes, squealed Triss, trying to wriggle out of James's grasp. James stopped tickling her and helped her stand up. I hate broadswords, said James. Triss smirked. That was so cool, you guys, said Dre, walking up to them. Thanks, maybe next time you will see us at our full potential, said James. Dre stared. Do you have any idea how heavy these chess are? Asked James, handing his sword over to Dre. Dre could hardly hold the sword in the air. How much does this thing weigh? He asked. Little more than 100 pounds. That is a training sword though, the real ones aren't that heavy but damn near. I don't like using those, too heavy, said James. That's because you depend too much on your agility. We'll work on that tomorrow, said Triss, slinging her sword over your shoulder. You, Tigress dear, depend too much on the sheer force of the hit. Even as slow as I was moving, you could hardly ever get a good hit on me, said James, taking his sword from Dre. No good hits? Asked Cat, eyeing one of the bigger bloody holes in his shirt. None of them are any more than a centimeter deep. A good hit from you sword would break all bones within a 5-inch radius of the hit and give me a good 3-inch cut, minimum, said James, running his hand over the quickly fading scar that had, only a few minutes before, been a bleeding wound. You should sell tickets to this. Do you have any idea how much money you could make? Asked Dre. I already have more money than I know what to do with. Asked Triss. I'm right up there with you in the money department, said James. Wow. I knew you were rich, but I didn't know you were that rich, said Dre. Money isn't everything, said Cat. Got it in one, said James, grinning at her. He'd been thinking the same thing. Come on, let's head in. It's getting close to the time the early birds get up, said Triss, looking at her watch. Why do you guys have to get up so early? Asked Dre, yawning. They had just arrived to breakfast. Only a few Ravenclaw students were up so far, and Kat was still getting dressed in her dorm room. No one else is up that early. They can't see us practicing, said James. Plus, we don't need as much sleep as normal people do anyway, said Triss. Yeah, well, I happen to like my good amount of sleep, said Dre. Quit complaining. I won't hesitate to throw you in the lake, said James. I've done it to Triss multiple times. Or you could just make it rain on his head, said Triss. I think I'll pass, thanks, said Dre, sliding a bit further down the table. James chuckled and spotted Kat making her way down to the Slytherin table. Sorry I took so long. My hair took forever to tame, she said, running a hand over her now straight honey hair. It's all right. You know I could help you permanently straighten your hair, right? Asked Triss. Kat's eyes lit up and the two submerged themselves in the land of girl talk. Girls, said Dre, rolling his eyes. Hey, you don't have to live with one, so stop complaining, said James. Does my mother count? Asked Dre. No, said James. So why don't you want us out with you tonight? Asked Dre, changing the subject. Werewolves are dangerous, but only the one night a month. I've been working with them for a while trying to find a cure, but I've never run with one during the full moon. I don't know how he will react to us, and I don't want you guys getting hurt, said James. Have you forgotten what my form is? Asked Dre. That's just it. I don't know how your form would react if he bit you. You could get the curse yourself. No one else has ever reported being a raptor animagi, so nothing is known about them, said James. I thought the curse couldn't be transferred to animagi, said James. It can be transferred to primate animagi, said James. Oh, said Dre. There was a small beeping noise and James looked at his watch. I've got to run back up to the dorm. I'll see you later, said James, jogging to the door. Reaching his dorm in record time, James opened one of the compartments of his trunk and jumped in. The first thing he saw when he landed was a simmering cauldron surrounded by finely prepared ingredients. James picked up a container with what looked like relish in it. Add diced dragon kidney and stir 7 times counterclockwise. Let simmer until it turns navy blue and becomes as thick as cream, James muttered to himself, stirring the potion. He set the heat down to simmer and started putting his ingredients away. Finishing that, he looked at the potion. It was light blue and about as thick as milk. He walked over to a counter to the left of the table the potion was on and skimmed through the page the book was open to. Let's simmer for 10 hours, he read to himself aloud. That works, said James, shutting the book and making it disappear with a wave of his hand. After he finished cleaning up his workstation, he exited the trunk and locked it, so no one could mess with his potion. He walked over to his bed and picked up Jewel's sleeping form and the schedule he'd gotten at breakfast the day before. 9 o'clock divination. James read. He picked a copy of Unfogging the Future from his bedside table and walked out of the dormitory, Jewel hissing curses at him the whole time. I told you to be awake by the time I got back, said James, wrapping Jewel around his arm. Jewel hissed something else at him before crawling into his robes and wrapping herself around his upper arm. James dashed up the steps of the dungeons, hoping he wouldn't be late for his first class of the day. You would think they would make the damn classroom more accessible, Jewel hissed. She wasn't enjoying the rather bumpy ride. Feel free to find your own way. Damn, what have you been eating? Dear, you're heavy, said James. Does that mean you think I'm fat? The snake hissed menacingly. Like every other female, Jewel was very conscious of her appearance. No, just heavy, said James. Jewel hissed at him again before loosening herself from his arm and slithering down to the ground. James never slowed his pace, if anything, he ran faster. Where's Jewel? Asked Triss when he reached the divination tower. She's feeling fat, so she decided to get up on her own, said James, sitting down between Kat and Triss. Sadly, Ron Weasley had decided to take the class as well and was glaring at them. He just doesn't give up, does he? James muttered to himself. Something you want to say, Cage? Weasley snarled. Just wondering who parented Jin, Fred, George, Bill and Charlie, because I really don't see how you guys are related. You, Percy, and your parents are all have sticks shoved so far up your ass. It's a wonder you can walk, said James calmly. Better than being an orphan bastard, Weasley hissed. James glared at him. At least I don't get my ass kicked by girls. One of the newer rumors running around Hogwarts was how Susan Bones had beaten the shit out of Weasley for grabbing her ass. Weasley snarled at him and moved in for the kill. He leapt at James, making the chair James was sitting in overturn. James used Weasley's weight against him and flipped him over his head, effectively slamming him into a wall. Weasley slammed into the wall and fell to the ground with a sickening thud. A few seconds later, he still hadn't done more than groan. Is he all right? Came the worried voice of Parvati Patil. I don't know. Someone go get Professor Snape and Evans, said James, kneeling over Weasley. He checked for a pulse and was shocked to find it was very weak. Jumping into medic mode, he dropped some of his mental walls and ran a scan. Shit. What happened, Shadow? Asked Triss worriedly. He hit his head hard. He's got a concussion and his neck is broken. I think a few vertebrae are messed up too, said James. Can you fix it? Kat asked frantically. James nodded. Triss, my energy is running low. If I pass out, take me to my dorm. Don't let anyone mess with me, said James seriously. Triss nodded. Normally she wouldn't let him deplete his energy like that, but if he didn't, they both knew Weasley would die. Like he'd done with Evans 2 years before. He placed both of his hands a few inches over Weasley's crumpled form. His eyes slowly turned silver and an invisible wind swirled around he and Ron. Slowly Ron's form uncurled until he was laying flat. A small purple light formed over his temple and slowly moved across his body, healing as it went. Slowly Weasley became more aware and his eyes slowly opened. He was shocked to see a pair of glowing silver eyes slightly above him, and his magic reacted like anyone else's would. It blasted James across the room. James hit a beam on the roof with a sickening crack, dropping to the ground, out like a light. Shit! Yelled Triss, kneeling down next to James. His breathing was steady and his heart rate was normal, but he had one hell of a bump on his head. What is going on here? A voice demanded. Triss looked up and saw Evans and Snape climbing up the stairs to the tower. Cage attacked me, flipped me over and into the wall. Next thing I know, he's standing over me with the whole silver eye thing going on, Weasley yelled, quick to cover his own ass. Don't lie, Weasley. You attacked him and he acted in self-defense. In fact, had it not been for him, you would be dead, Kat yelled, slapping Weasley hard across the face. Most of the Gryffindors nodded in agreement, all having seen what transpired between he and James. A lot of the Gryffindors had lost family in the war. The Weasleys were one of the handful of families that got away untouched. For Weasley to say something like that, even to a Slytherin, was very insulting and frowned upon. Add the fact that James had just saved Weasley's life and Weasley tried to get him in trouble anyway, just made it all the worse. Ms. Granger, go to my office. Mr. Weasley, go to Professor Evans' office. Ms. Summers, no doubt Mr. Cage left directions with you. You have the rest of the day, and tomorrow if needed, to carry them out, said Snape. Triss nodded and levitated James, Kat following slightly behind them. Evans followed soon after with Weasley and Snape tailing her. On the way to the dungeons, Kat silently fumed while Triss thought of different ways to get back at the Weasel, as she officially named him. Kat turned onto a different corridor that led to Snape's office and Tris continued onto the dorms. Tris didn't even bat an eyelash at the second, fourth and seventh years staring at her as she walked down the corridor to James and Dre's room with the unconscious James floating behind her. On a normal occasion some of the seventh years might have made catcalls, but Tris's pissed of demeanor made all of them steer clear of her. Tris easily broke the wards James had placed on the door and walked in. With a small wave of her wand, James was stripped down to his boxers and slipped into the bed. Opening a hidden compartment of James's bedside table, Tris grabbed a small canary yellow bottle and eased it down James's throat. The potion, known as the Energio potion, was a different form of the pepper-up potion. It would double, if not triple, the rate at which James recovered his energy. Waving her wand at herself, Tris changed into one of James's loose shirts and a pair of short running shorts and crawled in with James. As of late, Tris had been having trouble sleeping. The little sleep she did get was plagued with nightmares of white snake men in robes surrounding a cauldron with green flames. It was at times like these she was thankful for having her own rooms, as almost every time she did make herself sleep she woke screaming. Out of desperation she had tried to use a dreamless sleep potion, but that had only made it worse. James sighed and wrapped both of his arms around Tris. Even in his sleep he could sense her distress and wanted to comfort her. Tris snuggled into the embrace, desperately needing the comfort James offered, even in his sleep. Slowly Tris drifted off to sleep, hoping that James's presence would protect her from her nightmares. Slowly Tris drifted back into the land of the living. The first thing she noticed was the pair of arms wrapped around her. Looking up she saw James, a content look covering his face. I like his natural look better, Tris thought to herself drowsily. Glancing at her watch she was surprised to find it was just after midnight. Tris reached over and opened the curtain slightly. She was surprised to see the curtains to Dre's bed wide open with no Dre in sight. He's probably staying with Jin, Tris thought. Tris pulled the curtains shut and cast a small ward on the curtain and drifted back to sleep. Slowly James drifted into consciousness. Looking down he was surprised to see Tris's mane of red hair. He started to loosen his grip on her, but she whimpered and snuggled closer into him. James gave up on getting up rather quickly and glanced at the alarm. 4:23 a.m. shown in green letters. Screw getting up, James thought, wrapping his arms tightly around Tris and going back to sleep. So far Severus was not having a good day. After getting thoroughly reprimanded by Evans, Weasley had run to his head of house, complaining the cage had attacked him and didn't even get in trouble. Disregarding all of the eyewitnesses' stories saying Weasley had attacked Cage, Potter went to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, being the prejudiced bastard he was, called for Cage to be expelled, until Evans stepped in. After Evans and Potter's screaming match, Evans called on Neville Longbottom and he had given a full account on what had transpired between Weasley and Cage. Eventually Dumbledore had relented and lowered the punishment to a reprimand from Snape, James's head of house. And reprimand he would. Severus stomped into the Slytherin common room and into James's room, only stopping to break the wards on the door. Snape was not pleased to find that Dre wasn't in his bed but decided to ignore it for now. Breaking several wards on the curtain surrounding James' bed, Sev got another surprise. With a growl Sev's temper snapped. What the hell are you doing? Go back to your dorm now. He yelled, startling Tris. Tris looked up at him like a deer caught in the headlights and bolted from the room, not looking back. The sound of Sev yelling woke James as well, and the sight of Tris running like the devil himself was after her pissed him off. He started to speak but Sev beat him to the chase. What the hell is going on in your head, boy? Not only are you fighting in classes, you're King your friend, a girl not even 13. Are you insane? What would happen were she to become pregnant? Snape demanded. That really pissed James off. How dare you? You accuse me of fighting in class, then of screwing my best friend. I was attacked and I acted the way I was trained to act. As for Tris, I would never violate her like that. She deserves only the best. She's gone through more and lived than anyone else I know. Compared to Tris, what Kat went through was a walk in the park. Get out of my room and don't ever make any more assumptions about me or my friend, James hissed. He wanted nothing more than to be able to rip his sad excuse for a father to pieces but held himself back. Snape didn't move, just stared in shock. James walked past him in search of Triss, throwing a pair of jeans on as he went. The first place he looked was her room and was not surprised to find her huddled up in a corner sobbing. Triss. Hey, it's all right, said James, sitting down next to her and pulling her into his lap. Triss latched onto him like a lifeline and buried her face in his shirt. Shish, it's all right. No one's going to hurt you while I'm around, James whispered to her, rubbing gentle circles on her back. Triss didn't let up on her tears, even with James holding her. She'd heard what Snape said and it only served to make her more upset than she already was. Triss had thought that James might be mad and hit her, or do what her father used to do when he was angry with her. Triss shivered at the very thought. Slowly she tried to calm herself down, but panic hit her in waves and after a few minutes she couldn't breathe. Triss, it's all right. Concentrate on breathing. Calm down. You know I won't hurt you or let anything happen to you, James whispered. Just from her ragged breathing James could tell she is having a panic attack. James eased down the walls of her empathy talent just enough that she could feel the concern and will to protect coming from him. Slowly Triss started taking deep breaths and stopped shivering. 10 minutes later Triss was totally calm and James brought her mental barriers back up. I'm sorry, she whispered to him. Nothing to be sorry about. If I should be mad at anyone it would be Snape. In fact I'm rather pissed off at Snape. He had no right to say any of the things he'd said. How do you feel about turning him into a big spider and leaving him in Weasley's bed? Double payback, said James. Triss giggled. Sounds like fun, she said. Okay, we can do it tonight, just the two of us, like it used to be before the rest of the crew showed up, said James. Triss grinned and together for the first time in over 2 years they planned out a prank, just between the two of them. The day passed quickly for James and Triss. They stayed relatively close to one another, not really talking with anyone else. James was still pissed off at Snape and had no intention of getting over it anytime soon. Triss was still a bit upset and scared that the anger James carefully hid was directed at her. James assured her it had nothing to do with her and that gave her some comfort. With a bit of persuasion Jewel gave them the password to Gryffindor Tower. By dinner everything was set. James had bribed one of the house elves into slipping a potion into Snape's food at dinner. The potion was one of James's special brews, time activated as well. At approximately 7 o'clock the potion would turn Snape into a spider and transport him to Ron Weasley's bed. The potion wouldn't release Snape until Weasley had busted him up just a little bit, but wouldn't let Weasley kill him. Sadly, neither James nor Triss would be around to see the show, as they would be out with Lupin. Because they would miss the prank and wouldn't be there to take pictures, Triss hired a second-year Gryffindor boy and his first-year brother to hide in the third-year boy's room and wait. The boys were curious as to what they were supposed to wait for but agreed when James let it slip that it had something to do with Snape. The sun goes down at 7:15. You ready to go? Asked James from his seat next to Triss. It was 5 minutes till 7 and James was anxious to get to the grounds. I'm ready, said Triss standing up from her place at the Slytherin table. Be careful guys, said Fred. Yeah, we've no intention of having to peel what's left of you from the ground, said George in disgust. I love you too, said Triss. Really? What do you say to a drink at the Three Broomsticks this weekend? Asked George, wiggling his eyebrows seductively. I would, but I'd rather not have to peel what's left of you off the grounds. I may not have a protective older brother, but James is just as bad, said Triss. George paled and ducked behind his twin, looking wearily at James. James smirked at him. No, I'm worse, he said, adding on to Triss's comment. George paled even more, if that was possible. James grinned. Come on, I know I'm not that scary. When you smirk like that you are. It's like dealing with Snape after a class of first years, said Fred, shivering. Triss shook her head, trying not to burst out laughing. Come on James, we've got a werewolf to babysit, she said, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him out the door. Well, this should prove to be a rather eventful evening, James thought to Triss, as they stood just inside the forest in their animal forms. If he's not in control I'm bolting, said Triss. As if I would let you hang around, said James with a snort. A giant cat paw shut him up. Okay, I get the message. You can take care of yourself, he said, ducking another swat. Triss growled at him before turning and resuming her watch on the castle doors. There he is, see him? Asked Triss, motioning to a dark figure slowly making its way across the lawn. Yeah, the moon should rise in a few minutes, so let's go catch up with him. It looks like he's going to the Shrieking Shack, said James, stealthily walking out of the underbrush. Triss followed just as silently. Several minutes later they were crawling through the tunnel to the Shrieking Shack. They both could already hear the screams accompanying the werewolf transformation. Finally they reached the end of the tunnel and both jumped up through the trap door at the top. Sitting in the corner of the room was Lupin in his full werewolf form. The wolf stood, hackles raised, and growled at him. James rolled over on his back, exposing his belly, showing that he was a friend. Triss followed his example. Lupin rolled over as well, showing peace. The wolf cautiously approached them and sniffed them. His eyes went wide when he recognized the scent. Don't look so surprised, James said in his mind, making Lupin jump again. You're anime guy? Lupin asked, still not quite believing his eyes. What did you think? Asked Triss sarcastically. What are you doing here? Lupin asked, switching over to Professor mode. Making sure you had some kind of control potion under your belt. Don't need someone kicking our best defense teacher yet out because he mauled a student, said James. Lupin looked somewhat hurt by the statement. Don't take it personally. Jamesy over there didn't mean anything. As a matter of fact, I think he was being sarcastic, said Triss. Lupin perked up a bit at the statement. In all truth, we're here to do a bit of fieldwork. James has been doing research on werewolves for a while now, trying to find a cure. So far he's had minor success. He can cure werewolves that are only a few days old and still recovering, said Triss. Lupin looked stunned. What about long-term werewolves? He asked, voice full of hope. I'm close, really close. I've got a type of crystal that can absorb and destroy the werewolf curse, but I'm not sure exactly how to extract the curse, said James. The hope on Lupin's wolf face died, but there was still a small glimmer of hope in his eyes. I think that I'll have it by the end of the year. For tonight I brought a potion with me that will cure the side effects that the curse has. Lupin looked very relieved at that. As the side effect cure permanent? Lupin asked. Yes, as far as tests have shown, said James. Why are you doing this? Asked Lupin, awe radiating from his wolf form. I'm tired of people discriminating against non-humans. I, myself, am not human. I'm a little more than half elf and 1/8 Siddhi. The other 1/4 is pure blood wizard, a very powerful combination, said James. Wow, Lupin said. Okay, enough chit-chat. I want to go for a run. You two are coming, said Triss, snagging James's tail in her teeth, pulling him backwards out of the shack. Lupin chuckled at the two. I'm tired, said Triss, smacking her head down on the table. Go get an energy potion, you know where I keep them, said James, taking a bite of sausage. Or better yet, eat. Triss growled at him. Both of them had been up all night the night before, running around with Lupin, who was sitting up at the head table looking only slightly worn out. The pale, sick look was gone and he actually looked rather healthy. Potter and Evans were looking curiously at him. Snape hadn't arrived yet. From the pictures Colin Creevey had given them, the event was hilarious. Both James and Triss were sad to have missed it. Creevey had also told them that Weasley would be serving detention till Christmas break, at least. How'd it go last night? Asked Dre, coming to sit with them. Better than expected. Have you seen Snape yet today? Asked James. No, but Kat's on a war path. Almost everyone knows about the little prank in the Griff dorm last night. I swear I could hear Snape yelling from the dungeons. Do you know who pulled it? Dre asked, smirking knowingly. James handed Dre the pictures. Seconds later Dre was doubled over in laughter. The particular picture he was looking at was when Snape had just changed back to human form and the look on Weasley's face. That's too cool. Just watch out for Kat. She threatened to castrate whoever did that to Snape, said Dre, chuckling. Speaking of castration, what's Snape going to do to us? He's got to have figured out who it was by now, said Triss. I don't know, but I vote to lay low. I've no intention of getting castrated by Kat or murdered by Snape, said James. Speak of the devil, said Dre looking over at the great hall doors. Both Snape and Cat walked through the door, right at the Slytherin table. We are so dead, said Tris standing up a bit from the table. Not yet. Escape Route 5, said James. Tris wasted no time standing from the table and heading towards Professor Lupin, James a few feet behind her. Hi Professor. Can James and I have a quick word with you in your office? Asked Tris. James locked eyes with Lupin and made a small motion to the two people walking towards them with Hell not too far behind. Of course, this way, said Lupin standing from his seat and walking towards a side door. James and Tris eagerly followed, not wanting to get jumped by Snape or Cat. Several minutes they arrived at Lupin's office, neither Snape nor Cat following. That was close, said Tris. Well, I'm just glad I didn't end up getting castrated, said James. Tris rolled her eyes. Well, did you two have something you wanted or are you just trying to hide from Snape? Asked Lupin with a hint of amusement. It's not funny. You didn't get threatened with castration, said James sitting down in one of the chairs in front of Lupin's desk. Lupin looked like he was trying hard not to laugh. Well, who was threatening you and how did you get Snape so angry? Well, after that little incident with the weasel yesterday, James passed out from overuse of his healing powers. He gave me specific orders to take him back to his room, so I did. I decided to stay with him because sometimes he starts to convulse when he's used too much of his energy. The next morning Snape came in to yell at James for some reason or another and found us in the same bed. I guess he thought we were up to something inappropriate, said Tris, blushing just a little for cover. Actually, she couldn't care less what anyone thought. She needed sleep and James made her feel safe. James picked up where she left off. Snape started yelling and spooked her for reasons I sure you could guess. Lupin nodded. She took off like the devil himself was chasing her and Snape started throwing around accusations. Naturally, that didn't go over too well with me and he and I exchanged words. Eventually I left and tracked Tris down. I offered to plan a prank on Snape and Weasley for double payback. I'm sure you've heard about what happened in the Griff dorm already. Yes I did, but what does that have to do with you being castrated? Asked Lupin, still hiding his amusement. According to Dre, Cat threatened that when she figured out who pulled the prank she would castrate said person, said James, crossing his legs. Lupin looked a bit confused. To Cat, Snape is kind of like the dad she never got to have. If you didn't know, her dad is in Azkaban for extreme child abuse. Snape took her in for the summer and if I read her emotions right, he's offered to adopt her, said Tris. Both James and Lupin looked surprised. When did you find this out? Asked James. 2 days ago, said Tris sheepishly. Good for her then. She deserves it, said James, nodding in approval, but Tris could see the anger, disappointment and rejection lying just behind his eyes. Well, it's time to head out to classes. I believe you have my class first, said Lupin standing from his chair. James and Tris nodded, also standing up and walking towards the door. And Christmas holidays. Finally, we're home, said Tris, collapsing on one of the sofas in the sitting room of the manor. Charlie whistled, inspecting the room. Damn, you've got it good, kid, he said, sticking his head into the hall that lead to the dining room. Thank my parents, said James, laying down on one of the soft suede sofas. That train ride takes too long, and having to sit up the whole time too, said James, cracking several muscles in his back. You make a good pillow, thought, said Tris. James glared at her in response. I still don't see how you two aren't a couple. You sleep in the same bed more often than not, flirt no stop and you cuddle, said Bill, walking down the main hall stairs. James gave him the bird. I swear the next person who says something like that is going for a swim in the outdoor pool, said James, rubbing his temples. Ever since that little screaming match with Snape the first few days of school, everyone teased the two teenagers. Both James and Tris were quickly getting fed up. Okay, no need to threaten us, said Dre, sitting in a loveseat, gin on his lap. The twins, Bill and Charlie, glared at the young Malfoy, and Gin glared back at them. Mel snickered from the lazy boy she was draped across, night snoozing in her lap. The only member of the crew that had decided not to come was Kat. She wanted to spend vacation with her new father. As of October 23, Snape had legally adopted her. She was now officially Catherine Hermione Snape. Kat had decided to drop her real last name and swap her first and middle names, as she wasn't really a part of that family anymore and didn't like her first name. It had come as a shock to most of the school, but James and Tris weren't surprised. As of yet, only James, Tris, and Mel knew about Sirius and his innocence, but they intended to break the news to everyone present when they were all settled in. All right, people, I need all of you to sit down and gather round. Tris, Mel and I have a few things that happened over summer break we would like to inform you about. As I'm sure you all know, the infamous Sirius Black escaped from prison this past June. As I am also sure you know, he was accused of killing Peter Pettigrew and 13 muggles in a rage. Well, that's not true. I know from personal experience that Pettigrew was a Death Eater. I blinded him in one eye when I was 5 years old after they killed my mom and dad. Now, you all have to promise not to fire and trust my judgment. Knight, anytime you're ready, said James, motioning to the dog. Knight jumped out of Mel's lap and landed on the floor with a thump. Slowly the black wolf transformed into a healthy-looking man. Everyone stayed seated and didn't move a muscle. All of them knew James enough to trust his decision on Sirius. Well, no one cursed me. That's surprising, said Sirius in a slightly rough voice. Dre was the first to move. Nice to see you well, Uncle Sirius. I'd get up and hug you, but I'm comfortable right where I am, he said, smiling at him, Godfather. Draco. Wow, last time I saw you, you were this high, said Sirius, holding his hand 2 feet off the floor. In all the time he'd been around them, he'd never figured that Dre was his godson Draco. Drawing little attention to himself, Sirius slipped back to his original seating plan with Mel, still not all that comfortable around other men. James, what proof do you have of his innocence? Asked Charlie. While Charlie trusted James's judgment, he wanted to know if he had any solid proof. I've seen inside his mind. Pettigrew blew up the street and cut his finger off before fleeing the scene. Not too complicated and very effective. Sirius didn't even get a trial, said James sadly. Isn't that illegal? Asked Jin. Yeah, but you know, Fudge. I really don't like dwarves. Their stubbornness rivals his, said Tris, pointing to James. James gave her a raspberry. It's true, Shadow. The elven people are supposed to be very agreeable, but not you, said Tris. You're an elf? Asked Charlie. I could have sworn I told you guys that. Anyway, yes, I'm 5/8 elven, 1/4 pure blood wizard, and 1/8 Siddhi. Very interesting combination, said James. Charlie nodded, not really surprised. Okay, now that it has been established that no one will be killing anyone, I'm going swimming, said Tris, standing up. You do that. I'm going down to the lab. I've got work to do. Everyone, make yourself at home. If you need anything, ask Dolly or Dot. I'm sure they will be happy to help, said James, disappearing down one of the corridors. Damn, said James, ducking a bolt of electricity. Okay, I won't be using that stuff with a crystal again, said James, putting a vial of frog's breath back on his storage shelf. In the last week he'd had absolutely no luck with the crystals. Most potions' ingredients they were exposed to ended up exploding or the like. Tris was getting annoyed that James only left the lab long enough to eat and sleep. Add that to the fact she was hardly sleeping at all, and you've got a very dangerous mix. She had suggested that he take a break several times, but each time he said no. Both of them were very frustrated, if for different reasons. That made an extremely dangerous situation for anyone within 100 feet of James and Tris. James moved to grab another potion bottle off the shelf, but was interrupted by the door of his basement retreat. Tris was standing in the doorway, hardly concealing her annoyed look. Okay, Shadow dear, you are coming up with me for some sunlight, now, said Tris from the doorway. No time. I want to get this done, then I'm project free for your use, said James distractedly. Do you even know what today is, Shadow? It's Christmas Eve. We've left you here alone all week. You need to come visit. It's not healthy being down here all the time, said Tris. James looked at her, rather annoyed. I want to get this finished. James, you still have no idea what you're even looking for, said Tris. James sighed in defeat. All right, I'll come up for a few hours, but that's it, said James, setting the jar of toad livers back on the shelf. Excellent, said Triss, bounding back up the stairs. James followed closely behind, silently laughing at her antics. At the top of the stairs, they were greeted by Bill and Charlie. "It's about time you came up for air. I thought you'd died down there," said Charlie. "Me too. Anyway, since it's Christmas Eve and all, we thought we might have, well, party. Like last year," said Bill. "So, let me get this straight. You want to chill and watch a movie, get piss drunk, and not remember any of it tomorrow," said James thoughtfully. "More or less," said Charlie. "Well, as long as you aren't too by chi in the morning cause you have major hangovers. If you couldn't tell, most of the stuff I keep in storage is strong," said James, walking towards the den. Later. "Who the hell talked me into putting on The Beauty and the Beast?" James demanded, staring at the big screen TV in the middle of the room. "That would have been Jin," said Triss, pointing to the couple snogging in the corner. The four Weasley brothers threw a glare at Dre every once in a while, but he was having too much fun to care. "Well, since they're busy," said James, waving his hand at the TV. The movie switched from The Beauty and the Beast to Shrek. "Much better," said James, relaxing into the sofa, Triss lying on top of him. 15 minutes into the movie, everyone was rolling with laughter. The twins were lying on the floor trying to compose themselves. Bill and Charlie were in much the same state, except they had managed to stay on the couch. Sirius and Mel had disappeared long before and hadn't been seen since, and Dre and Jin were still having a petting session in the corner. "James, I'm getting tired. Can I stay with you in your room tonight?" Triss asked. James nodded, a bit too smashed to care. Triss stood from the sofa, pulling James with her, and slowly, as to not trip over their own feet, walked up the stairs to James's room. With a small wave of James's hand, both were dressed for bed. Triss crawled onto the large mattress first, pulling James with her. James, being a bit tipsy, tripped and landed on top of her. Oops. But James was cut off by Triss. He'd hardly had time to register the fact that Triss was dotting him before he'd found himself lying flat on his back with Triss straddling him. "What are?" Again Triss cut him off. "Please don't fight me on this, James. I want this. I want you as my first," said Triss, again dotting him. James struggled at first, his mind fuzzy and unwilling, but he eventually broke down and started dotting back. As to prevent intruders, James cast a small locking and warding charm on the door. Before James had realized he was shirtless, Triss running her hand anywhere she could find flesh. James groaned as she more sensitive and harder areas. Triss laughed. "Like that, do ya?" she said, grinding her hips into his. James groaned again. Triss went on licking, biting and beeping whatever she could get her mouth on. Suddenly, as things started getting hot and heavy, everything started to fade. "James," a voice called. Things started to dim faster. "James, wake up." Suddenly James' eyes snapped open and he came face to face with a jar of shaved basilisk bladder. James jumped and fell back out of his chair. "Shit," yelled James as he hit the ground. A masculine voice chuckled. James looked up to see Bill leaning over him. "Sorry about that. You really shouldn't fall asleep in the lap though. No telling what could happen if you happen to knock something. Anyway, Triss told me to come get you. A bunch of your professors are here, along with a few other people, including the rest of my family," said Bill. James looked at his watch. The date was Dec. 24. Christmas Eve. "What did you guys do about Sirius?" asked James, standing up from the floor and changing into formal robes with a wave of his hand. "He's up in the privet wing you set up, with Mel. Everyone thinks she's got the flu and they are to stay far away from her," said Bill. "Right then. I suppose we best get a move on then," said James in a fake old English voice. Bill laughed and the two walked up the stairs, James having completely forgotten about his dream, for now at least. "It's about damn time, Shadow," said Triss upon seeing Bill and James. "Your language, Miss Summers," said Lily Evans from one of the many chairs in the den, Sarah and Holly sitting on her lap. "How many people did you invite over?" James asked. "The rest of the crew and their families, and a few professors, including my grandfather," said Triss. James raised his eyebrows. "He's starting to become a pain in the ass." I figured if I let him come and investigate my living conditions, he'd leave me alone. Oh, Libby and Tonks are here as well, Triss added as an afterthought. Okay. I guess that's fine, James thought, ending the connection. Jimmy! Yelled an excited voice. James was nearly knocked down by a mass of moving honey curls. It's good to see you too, Cat, said James as Cat slowly crushed him with her hug. I think he needs to breath, Cat, came Snape's familiar drawl. Cat let go and took a step back. Sorry, she said, grinning sheepishly. Not harm done, I think, said James, prodding his ribs. Nope, all is well. Before Cat had time to scold James for his sarcasm, he was bombarded with two hyper little girls. James. Sarah and Holly yelled, crashing into James's legs. Hello there. Now, when was the last time I saw you two? Easter. Wow, you've grown, said James, picking up his half-sisters. Are you looking forward to your birthdays? Yes. The two little girls yelled in slightly mispronounced English. Careful with those two, Mr. Cage, said Evans from the sofa. You drop them, you die, Potter said, glaring at him. James grinned. James continued talking with the twins for a few more minutes before another voice drew his attention. You seem rather good with children, Squirt. When do you plan on making me a second cousin? Said Tonks' cheerful voice. Not for another 10 years at the least, Dora, said James. What about you, Tigress? Tonks asked. I like kids just about as much as like dwarves, Tonks, what do you think? Asked Triss sarcastically. So I don't get to spoil any little munchkins for another 10 years? Asked Libby, settling down in a chair near the one James, Triss and the twins were sitting in. You are still young enough to have children of your own, Aunt Lib, said James, passing the twins off to their mother. It's not the same. You actually have to raise them, whereas if they're not yours, you can just hand them back to their parents when you're tired of them, said Libby. That's cruel, Lib. Plus, little babies are so cute, said Tonks. Okay, enough of the baby talk. Obviously, no one here is planning on having one anytime soon, so let's drop it, said Triss. She wasn't kidding when she said she didn't care for kids. Did I miss something? Came an old voice from the hallway. A crimson-robed Albus Dumbledore entered the room. Not a thing, Albus, said Potter. Well, now that everyone seems to have arrived, we can start the feast now, or we can wait, said James. Minority chose to eat then. Why do I get the feeling this is going to be a disaster? Asked Triss, looking over at the looks the Weasleys were giving the Malfoys. By then the large group had entered the dining room. Like the rest of the house, it was very elegant, decorated with glass dolphins, whales and other sea creatures. Probably because it will be, said James. Well, you're the hostess, go mingle. James started to go sit next to Tonks at the high end of the table, but was intercepted by none other than Albus Dumbledore. Before James had a chance to do anything, he was nudged into a seat in between Potter and Dumbledore. Triss, help, James yelled. A bit busy, Shadow. I don't think they'll maul you. Just go with the flow, said Triss. James looked up and was that Triss was trapped between Minerva McGonagall and Evans. So how has your holiday been thus far, Mr. Cage? Asked Dumbledore. Fine. Just finished the last of my homework, said James. I wasn't aware any work was assigned, said Potter. Extra credit for Professor Lupin, said James. What on? Asked Dumbledore. James wanted to roll his eyes. Why did Triss invite Dumbledore of all people? He thought to himself. The Patronus charm, said James. The Patronus. Isn't that a little advanced for someone your age? Asked Potter. Are you not able to cast it, Professor? Asked James, turning Potter's question. Potter turned a little red. No, I can't, Mr. Cage, but I'm sure you can't either, said Potter, just barely hiding his anger. James raised an eyebrow. Don't judge only by what you see, Professor, was James' only comment. Half an hour later, dinner was over. It had been a rather tense affair and everyone was on edge. Triss slipped from her seat unnoticed and appeared behind James. Just count this as payback, Shadow, said Triss, emptying a glass of water on his head. James sputtered and glared at Triss. Triss looked like the Cheshire Cat until she saw James' wolfish grin. She squeaked and broke into a run. Excuse me, I'll be right back, said James, running after Triss. James finally caught up with her in the west wing of the manor. James easily picked up Triss' small form and threw her over his shoulder. Triss tried to get him to let go but was laughing too hard to make a coherent sentence. Everyone stared as James walked past the dining room hall with Triss hanging over his shoulder giggling. Dre, Kat and the twins didn't hesitate to follow the two, but it took some nudging from Bill and Charlie to get the rest of them to budge. The large group followed Dre, Kat and the twins, all who seemed to know exactly where they were going. They arrived at a large pool house in time to see James drop Triss into the pool and get pulled with her. When the two surfaced, James whipped the hair out of his face, exposing his scar, and glared at Triss. Of course you know, this means war. That was how Christmas break went. James and Triss continually played pranks on each other, one of their guests often getting caught in the crossfire. When the twins got involved, things really got wild. Looking back, it was a wonder they didn't blow up the manor. The Potters, Weasleys, Malfoys, Snape, Dumbledore, and McGonagall all believed both James and Triss to be totally and completely bonkers. Triss' response was, "We do not suffer from insanity, we enjoy every minute of it." James was sure none of them would look at either of them the same way again. Both James and Triss continued to have dreams, Triss's haunted with men in white masks and with snake-like faces. James kept having dreams of he and Triss doing rather inappropriate things in a variety of places. Triss had opted to sleep with James, using the current snowstorms as an excuse. James quickly grew tired of having to hide his morning happiness from Triss. Once or twice Triss had caught him but wrote it off as normal male hormones. Jin had said Dre often did the same, something about all males being happy when they wake up. Slowly but surely the dreams stopped and Triss was finally able to sleep. One storm night during a snowstorm, however, the dreams decided to return. James had been soundly sleeping when he felt Triss shift a little in his arms. He waved his hand and one of the lights in the room turned on. Sitting up slightly, he gave Triss a quick look over. Her brow was covered in sweat and she was shivering slightly. "Triss?" asked James, shaking her a bit. She didn't even stir. James, slightly worried, sat up fully, bringing Triss into his lap. "Triss," said James, shaking her a bit. She still didn't stir. James placed a hand on her forehead. She was burning up. James cast a wandless cooling charm on her. Pulling Triss fully into his lap and leaning her head against his chest, James placed one hand on either side of her temple. Suddenly everything around him started to fade and a small room appeared. In the center was a large growling werewolf, ready to pounce on Sarah and Holly, who were curled up together in a corner. Potter was laying spread eagle on the floor, his head bleeding, while Evans cradled his head looking desperately at her two daughters. Looking behind the wolf, James saw Triss sobbing over a bloody mess on the floor. "No!" Triss cried to herself, gripping the bloodied shirt of the figure. James didn't have to look to tell the person was dead. Their throat had been ripped out and had bled all over the floor. "Who is that?" James thought to himself, stepping forward. His mouth dropped as he recognized the bloodied figure. It was him, in his natural form. His long black hair was a bloody mess and his clothes were covered in blood. His exotic green eyes were staring lifelessly forward. "Triss?" asked James, placing a hand on her shoulder. Triss's sobbing figure stiffened and slowly she turned to meet James's eyes. As suddenly as it had appeared, the room started to fade. James shook himself a little, clearing his mind of the images from Triss's dream. "James." A small voice sounded. James looked down into Triss's tear-filled eyes. "Hey, it's all right," said James, pulling Triss into a hug. She lost it and started sobbing into his chest. "Shush," said James, lightly rubbing her back. While Triss sobbed into his chest, James's mind was on the dream. What in the world was that about? "I know she's been having nightmares for a long time, but I always thought they were about." James stopped his train of thought right there. Slowly Triss's sobbing slowed and her breathing evened out. James laid her back on the bed and placed a hand on her forehead. She still had a high fever. Reaching over to the table next to the bed, James hit a space on the top and a secret compartment opened. James grabbed a small pink bottle. James lifted Triss' head a little and eased the potion down her throat. Her fever went down a little, but she was still rather warm and sweaty. Slipping out of the bed, James threw on a pair of jeans and pulled the blanket back up around Triss. Waving his hand, he cast a temperature charm on the blanket to keep her from getting too warm or too cold. Slowly, James walked out to the den to think about what he'd just seen. Okay, team. You know the drill. Everyone stick to your positions, help where you can. Ready. Break. Yelled Montague, the Slytherin captain. Well, that's not something I'm used to, said James, slinging his broom over his shoulder. What do you expect now that Flint is gone? Asked Triss from his right. Yeah, did you think he was going to threaten us if we lost? Asked Dre from his left. Just still used to having Flint around, said James. Anyway, I still think you were smart to drop divination. All the professor does is predict people's deaths and the like. It's worthless, said Dre, changing the subject. I didn't drop it cause of the teacher. I dropped it because Weasley was in there. It's enough to keep him from killing everyone during potions. I've no intention of having to deal with him elsewhere, said James. That's cold, said Triss. You can't stand him either, Tigress, said James. Only because he tried to get you in trouble after you saved his weasel ass, said Triss. Hey, don't make fun of his last name. Sadly, it's mine too, said Jin. Sorry, Jin, said Triss. The loud voice of none other than Lee Jordan echoed through the locker room. Well, that's our cue, said James, grabbing his broom. Let's go kick some Hufflepuff ass, said Jin, grabbing her broom. Here, said James, Dre and Triss hitting their brooms together with Jin's. The quartet all walked out to the field where they were met with the Hufflepuff team. Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff captain and seeker, shook hands with Montague at the request of Potter, the acting referee. Potter blew his whistle and both teams lift from the ground, the Hufflepuff team gaining control of the ball. James flew up until he was about 100 feet from the ground and leveled off. Looking at the near black sky, he could tell a bad storm was coming. This should be very interesting, James thought to himself. Several minutes later, the clouds opened up and within minutes everyone was soaked. Hey James. Ya think you could give us a little help down here? Triss's voice yelled in his head. Sorry, can stop natural rainstorms. I'm stopping any lighting from hitting any of the players as it is, James responded. A half an hour later, even James was losing his patience. The score was 40-60 Slytherin and he still hadn't seen the snitch. It was starting to get very cold, but James couldn't figure out why. He knew it wasn't the rain. Suddenly James saw why. A group of 15 or 20 Dementors were gathered together on the pitch grounds. Looking around, James saw several people swaying on their brooms. James picked Triss out of the group of airborne students and saw that she was shaking. Her eyes connected with James's momentarily before they rolled up into her head and she fell. James stared in horror. He was too far away to catch her, so he did the next thing that came to mind. Pulling his wand from his sleeve, he cast a strong suspending spell. It wouldn't be enough to stop her, but it would slow her down significantly. Triss's body slowed and she hit the ground with an inaudible thump. All around him, James could see people falling from their brooms. James cast multiple spells to break their falls. Using his elemental abilities, James used the lightning in attempt to scare the Dementors. It worked. The Dementors fled. While James made sure no one else was going to fall from their brooms, he failed to notice the single Dementor making its way towards Triss. A loud scream from the people in the stands alerted James of its presence. The Dementor lowered itself to the ground and picked up Triss's limp and shivering form. James wasted no time in launching himself toward the Dementor. James was nearly there when the Dementor started to lower its head to Triss's face. No. Expecto Patronum, yelled James, pointing his wand at the Dementor. The silvery form of a large panther burst from his wand and launched itself at the Dementor. James couldn't tell if the Dementor was touching Triss's face or not. He just prayed he wasn't too late. The panther jumped on the Dementor, clawing and hissing at it. The Dementor let out an inhuman squeal and dropped Triss to the ground. Ignoring the Dementor that was being clawed to pieces by his Patronus, James jumped off of his broom in mid-flight and ran to Triss. He slid through the mud, landing on his knees next to Triss's still form. Without thought, James scooped her up from the ground. Her body was cold and limp, her face paler than death. By this time, many teachers and students were making their way to James and Triss. Dumbledore had a look of slight fear on his face, followed closely by anger at the fact that he'd let the Dementors into the school and that he wasn't the one protecting his granddaughter. Potter was not far behind, holding a crying Holly with a stunned look on his face. Evans held her husband's hand, holding a crying Sarah in her other arm, as he walked to where James was kneeling with Tris laying in his lap. James didn't see or hear any of this. His concentration was centered on the girl lying cold in his arms. Carrot Tris. Tris, please wake up. Carrot, said James in Elven. Tris didn't respond. James now had tears pooling down his cheeks, mixing in with the heavy rainwater. Tris, please wake up, said James, shaking her slightly. She still didn't stir. The group of people was now forming a large circle around the couple. Dumbledore looked sadly at his granddaughter and the young boy holding her. The lack of response was too much for James and he broke down sobbing in Tris's hair. No, please no. You can be gone. Please, James cried into her neck. The surrounding people looked on in shock. Never before had anyone, including the other members of the crew, seen James cry. Even Dragon had only ever seen him tear up the one time the night his parents were killed. Now he sat on the ground in the middle of a rainstorm crying over his best friend, who, to all appearance, had just suffered a fate worse than death itself. For several minutes James cried into Tris's hair. Several people looked on with pity. Jin, Dre, Fred, George, Mel, Kat, and Knight all stood next to each other with sullen looks. None dared to go near James in this state. They didn't know what he would do. James just cradled his friend. He didn't know what he was going to do. First his mother abandoned him. His adoptive parents were murdered. His father cared more for a girl he'd hardly known than for his own flesh and blood, and now he was about to lose his best and closest friend. A small voice in the back of his mind drew his attention. James. It's so dark. I'm scared, the voice said. James knew it had to belong to Tris. Tris, where are you? James asked frantically. I don't know. It's so dark. Please help me, she begged. I will, said James. He knew where she was and how to get her back now. Accio Dementor. James yelled, pointing his wand in the direction the Dementor had run. Seconds later a great dark figure could be seen flying through the air towards him. James laid Tris carefully on the ground and turned towards the Dementor. By my right as an elf I demand you return my elf-bonded soul, James hissed. An elf? Yes, you smell of the royal bloodline, the Dementor hissed. Slowly it knelt and picked Tris up from the ground. Surrounding people watched as the Dementor glowed a faint red, pulsed once and then lay Tris back on the ground. It returned to where James stood. May luck be with you, my prince, the Dementor hissed. It bowed low and floated away, surrounding students and teachers parting as it swept through. James had picked Tris from the ground again in a flash. He didn't notice everyone staring at him in shock. He didn't even spare a look as he raced off to the hospital wing in Poppy's care. James kicked the door of the hospital wing open and set Tris down in the nearest bed. Poppy rushed in shortly after. Oh, the poor dear. James, the first need you to get these wet clothes off of her, and put her in something warm, said Poppy, gathering several potions from her stores. James waved his hand and Tris's wet Quidditch uniform was replaced by one of his own long t-shirts. James waved his hand again and her hair was also dry. Poppy returned with several potions bottles and started easing them down Tris's throat one by one. When she had finished she turned her attention to James. Oh, look at you. Get out of those wet clothes right now before you catch cold. She yelled. James waved his hand and he was dressed in long PJ bottoms and a plain black cotton shirt. Here, drink this, she said, handing him a potion bottle. I can't, Poppy. I'm under the influence of a rather strong shielding potion and my stores are completely dead. I'm defenseless as a muggle at the moment, said James. Well, you better get straight into that bed, young man, said Poppy. James laughed to himself and crawled into the small hospital bed with Tris. Poppy, if you could, he asked, gesturing to the small size of the bed. Poppy rolled her eyes and enlarged the bed. Thank you, he said. James pulled Tris into his chest and wrapped his arm around her. The storm outside was still raging and he didn't want Tris to wake and be more afraid than she probably already was. Very slowly James drifted into a deep slumber. When James woke much later, he felt horrible. He knew he was sick, but he didn't care. He looked down at the thing that had woken him up. Triss had latched onto the front of his shirt and was shaking with tears rolling down her cheeks. Triss? Asked James, nudging her a bit. Triss' eyes flew open and looked panicked for a second before focusing on James's eyes. She didn't hesitate to launch herself on him, crying harder than ever. Hey, it's all right, Tigress. Shush, said James, rubbing her back lightly. It was so cold. I was scared, and he was there. He was going to hurt me again, Triss sobbed. James didn't need to ask who he was. Hey, it's all right. I promised I'd never let him near you again, and I haven't. I'm not about to break that promise now, said James. Well, you cut it damn close this time, Shadow, said Triss, making an effort to calm herself down. Slowly but surely her breathing evened out, but she was still awake. What happened after I fell, Shadow? Triss asked. I cast a suspending charm to slow you down, and everyone started dropping like flies. I used a bit of lightning and got rid of most of the Dementors. I never saw the one going towards you. It key. Ed you. I thought you were gone for sure, but I remembered the Elven Code of Bonds. The Dementor had to return your soul, said James. Looks like I owe you one again, Shadow, said Triss, laying her head on his chest. James started to respond but was cut off by an annoyingly familiar voice. I do believe I owe we as well, Mr. Cage, for my granddaughter's life and that of my students, said Dumbledore. Get out, said Triss, not even looking at the old man. Try. I said get out. I don't have the energy nor patience to deal with you at the moment. And, personally, you, trying to convince me to return to my sad excuse for a father, is not what I need at the moment. Yelled Triss. Dumbledore started to say something but was stopped by a PJ-clad Poppy. Albus, I told you to leave them alone. Get out of my hospital wing and stop disturbing me, Patents. Poppy yelled. The old man looked shocked but left the wing. Thanks, Poppy, said James. No trouble at all, James. That man infuriates me. Doesn't listen when I tell him to leave my resting Patents alone. Speaking of that, how do you feel, dear? Poppy asked, motioning to Triss. So far so good, a little cold and shaken but alive, said Triss. How about you, James? You look a little flushed, said Poppy. Well enough. Not much can be done even if I am sick, said James. Why? Asked Triss. I used a potion to stop any flying potion parts from killing me, said James. Triss knew he was talking about the crystals, but she didn't comment. Oh, before I forget, a certain snake came looking for you. No doubt she'll be back in the morning, said Poppy. Okay. I starting to wonder what happened to Jewel. She's hardly around anymore, said James. Nothing to worry about, I'm sure, said Poppy. James nodded. Soon enough Poppy returned to her room and James curled up with Triss again. You sure you're all right? Asked James, pulling Triss to him. Yeah, I'm sure. Who won the game? Triss asked. Good question, said James. He'd totally forgotten about the game. Unless Cedric had caught the snitch while he was busy with the Dementors, then the game had been postponed. I'll ask the twins what happened after we left when I see them next, said James. Why not ask now? Asked a voice from the shadows. Fred, what the hell are you doing here? James asked as the twins stepped out of the shadows. What? Too busy to let us know you're okay. Everyone's been worried sick about you guys, especially after Dumbledore got booted out. Cat has been having kittens. Everyone totally tripped when you summoned that Dementor back to you and started hissing at it. What was with that anyway? Asked Fred. Parseltongue is a universal language of the undead. Vampires and Dementors are one of the few that can speak it. The Dementor had given Triss the key. And I made him give her soul back, said James, shrugging. Well, don't do that again because word in the tower is that you're the next Voldemort, said George. Fred nodded. They think you're his lost great-grandson or something like that, said Fred. James couldn't help it. He laughed. Me. Ha. Old Voldy probably wants nothing more than to disembowel me. Related to him. That's a laugh, said James, chuckling. I think he's cracked, said George. The stress must have gotten to him, said Fred. For once I agree, said Triss, looking at James with a raised eyebrow. You guys beep. Take away all my fun, said James sulkily. Triss stuck her tongue out at him. James grinned and flipped, effectively pinning Triss. Triss squeaked and James tickled her sides. Triss tried to wiggle out from underneath him but was unsuccessful as he tickled her mercilessly. Hey look Fred, dinner and a show, said George grabbing a chocolate frog from a nearby table, eyes focused on Triss and James. James flipped again, putting Triss on top of him. Perv, said Triss from her spot. George laughed. Okay, is there any other reason you're here? Asked James. He was starting to get very uncomfortable. No, we'll leave you to your activities, said Fred winking. James threw a pillow at them but missed. James could hear their laughing as they ran out the door and down the hall. Triss rolled off James and back onto the bed. I don't know about you but I'm dead tired, she said yawning. James nodded and Triss curled up next to him, dropping into a deep sleep almost immediately. The next morning James and Triss were woken by yelling from the hallway. I'll be right back, said James groggily standing up. Running a hand through his hair James walked out the main door, not even bothering to put a shirt on. Some people are trying to sleep, said James. A red-faced Cornelius Fudge turned to face James, along with Dumbledore, Potter, and Snape. Fudge paled. Salutations, Minister. I'd hoped I wouldn't have to deal with you at 7 in the morning, said James looking at his watch. Mr. Cage, said Fudge pathetically. You know I could have sworn I told you to keep your soul beepers out of the school. You obviously didn't listen, Fudge, so I leave you with a few choices. Choice 1. You remove the Dementors from the school grounds. Choice 2. You let me give them their orders, going with the fact that I could communicate with them better than you. Choice 3. You post them further from the school, nearer to Hogsmeade, and then you have to deal with the people there, said James. Fudge thought for a second. After a minute or two he made his decision. Choice 3, said the minister. See that it is taken care of now. The minister looked relieved. Now, if no one minds, I've got a warm bed with a pretty girl waiting for me, said James, disappearing back into the hospital wing. All surrounding people looked shocked. No one had ever seen someone control the minister like James just had without getting sent to Azkaban for blackmail. Where the hell happened to you two? Was the general question James and Triss got when they dragged themselves down to lunch. Neither really wanted to leave the hospital wing, but Poppy had insisted that they go rejoin the school. James and Triss wasted no time in planting themselves in the middle of their rather large group of friends. Upon seeing the two, Cat, Jin and Mel squeaked and launched themselves on Triss, asking multiple questions. While the girls were distracted, Fred, George and Dre all started whispering to James. The minister is here, up at the high table. He's been causing trouble all morning, said Fred. Kinda pathetic. Running around a school trying to cause a ruckus, said George. Anyone interested in pulling something on him? Dre asked. James subtly glanced at the minister. Watch and learn, said James, waving his hand slightly. A large rain cloud formed over the minister and started raining. The minister jumped up and sputtered as rain poured into his eyes. Suddenly, in addition to the rain, the minister started changing colors. James counted 7 different colors before it started over again. How did you do that? Asked Fred as the hall broke into laughter. I didn't. Look at the leg of the table closest to the minister, said James. The boys did as they were told and spotted a very self-satisfied looking jewel. Did I ever tell you your snake kicks ass? Asked Dre. No, but I'll make sure to tell here you think so, said James. The rest of the month went off without a hitch. The Hufflepuff vs. Slytherin game was replayed, and Slytherin, of course, won. The minister didn't cause any more trouble and followed James's wishes to have the Dementors sent further from the school. However, with the ending of school came the end of the year exams. James, being the nice person he was tutoring Neville on potions and transfiguration. Kat was tutoring him in charms, her best subject. After a rather disastrous potions tutorial, James was ready to give up on the clumsy boy. I swear, the kid needs a backbone, it would help him greatly, said Kat as she and James walked down an empty corridor. Yeah, but there isn't much that can be done, said James. Come on, it's almost time for dinner, then we have our stuff to do tonight. I really think I got the cure this time, said James. All right, said Kat, taking a deep breath and following James into a secret corridor. 10 minutes later, they were walking into the Great Hall, heading for the Slytherin table. James sat and took a glance at the head table. To his surprise, Evans, Potter, Lupin, and Snape weren't there. Lupin was no surprise as it was a full moon, but Potter, Evans, and Snape could be a problem. Hey Mel, where is Knight? James asked, a heavy weight growing in the pit of his stomach. I don't know. Why? Asked Mel. I think we have a problem, said James. This was confirmed by Snape running into the hall like the devil himself was after him. Snape ran up to Dumbledore and started whispering furiously in his ear. A grave look crossed Dumbledore's face and he stood up. Prefects, please lead your students to your house dormitories. Do not leave until one of the professors calls for you, said Dumbledore. Shit, whispered James. Guys, duck into the passage by the hall doors. We have big problems, James thought. Each member of the crew nodded discreetly at him. 5 minutes later, the group was gathered in a small antechamber near the doors of the school. What's going on, Shadow? Asked Triss. Something happened. I'm not sure what, but it's bad and I think it had something to do with Remus or Sirius, if not both, said James. What do you want us to do? Asked Mel. All of us that are Animagi are going to go down to the shack. The rest of you are going to hang out here until I call for you, said James. Fred, George, and Jin all made to protest but were silenced by a look from James. The rest of you, if I say pull out, you pull out, said James. Dre, Kat, Triss, and Mel nodded. Let's go. With a wave of James's hand, the 5 of them were completely invisible. Within minutes, they had reached the entrance to the Shrieking Shack. One at a time, said James, pushing the trap door open. Silently, James crept into the room. The scene before him almost made him blow his cover. Huddled together in a corner were Holly and Sarah. Across from them were Potter and Evans, both bound and gagged on the floor. Next to them was Sirius, also bound and gagged, and bleeding from a cut on his forehead. On the far side of Sirius was Lupin. He looked green, and was shivering. James only had to look at him to tell he hadn't taken his Wolfsbane potion. However, it was the final figure that spooked James the most. Standing, swathed in black robes and an eye patch, was none other than Peter Pettigrew. It took James a minute to register that Pettigrew was talking. First, your dear werewolf friend will go after the Brots, then he will rip each of you limb from limb. James had had enough, and he blew his cover. Over my dead body, Pettigrew, said James, making himself visible. Pettigrew turned and looked at James in surprise. Then recognition crossed his eye. You escaped the fire, did you, you little brat? Well, I'll finish you off for good this time, yelled Pettigrew. Tell me you not still sore about your eye, Peter. Damn, you can hold a grudge, said James. Pettigrew turned red. James smirked. His plan was working. Distract Pettigrew while Mel, Triss, Dre, and Kat focused on getting the others out. You brat. You shouldn't even be alive. James cut him off. I can't help it, your boss was so incompetent. It's his fault. Now, why don't you be a good little rat and knock yourself out so I can get one of the Dementors to take you to Fudge, said James. Pettigrew just smirked. James heard a growl to the left and was the now werewolf Lupin lunge for Holly and Sarah. No, James yelled, jumping on the werewolf. Lupin immediately turned on James and bit into his arm. James heard an evil chuckle come from Pettigrew, but was cut off by a fierce growl. James caught sight of Tigress crouched ready to attack Pettigrew. The other 3 were busy untying the other people in the room. In his moment of distraction, James was thrown from Lupin's back. He heard Evans scream as he was thrown into a far wall. Lupin made to go after Sarah and Holly again, but James would have none of it. He jumped on Lupin again, and pinned the large wolf to the ground. Run! James yelled to the others. Dre wasted no time in pushing people down the trapdoor. The werewolf, seeing his meal running away, started to fight James viciously. James just held tighter, not once thinking about changing into another form. James was able to hold the much stronger wolf for about a minute before it threw him again, through a wall. James barely saw it take off down the trapdoor. Seconds later, James was after it. By the time James caught up with it, it was running across the grounds, and had almost caught Sirius, who was lagging a bit behind. James waved his hand at it and it stopped dead. James slid to the ground next to it and forced its mouth open, and poured a small vial of red liquid down its throat. The wolf started shivering and slowly it shifted back into human form. Cat! Yelled James, taking the bind off of the ex-werewolf. A hawk landed on the ground next to him and shifted into cat. Take him up to the school, said James, laying spread eagle on the ground. Cat nodded without a word and wrapped her cloak around the barley-clothed man. James didn't even notice her leave. James took a deep breath and heaved himself off the ground. About 10 feet from where he was the rest of the jolly group. Evans and Potter were staring at him in amazement, but the rest didn't seem too surprised. James caught Triss's eye, and chuckled when she pointed down. Triss was now using Pettigrew as a chair, a bed an ugly chair, but still a chair. Triss stood up and walked over to James. She was the only one who seemed to notice how badly James was hurt. James smiled thankfully at her and used her as a crutch as he made his way over to Evans and Potter. You guys all right? James asked, his eyes falling and the two little girls huddled between their parents. We're fine, but I believe we owe you a big thanks, said Potter, surprisingly. No need, said James. Shadow, we have another problem, said Triss, throwing a look to her right. James groaned as his eyes fell on a rather large group of Auror with Fudge leading. The first person Fudge seemed to spot was Sirius, but James stepped in front of him. Fudge, if you so much as even look at Sirius the wrong way, I will break your wand and shove it up your ass. However, I do have a present in the form of Peter Pettigrew, said James. Fudge's eyes widened as they fell on the stupefied form of Pettigrew. It seems that we all owe Mr. Black an apology, said Fudge, still staring at Pettigrew. One of the Aurors stepped forward and offered a hand to help Sirius from the ground, but Sirius brushed it off and pushed himself up. Okay, Sirius is to get an official pardon, Pettigrew is going to jail. Now that we're all clear on that, I bid you all good night, said James, dropping to the ground in a dead faint. The first thing James heard when he woke up was arguing. Can't people get any sleep around here? He yelled. All noise stopped. Much better, said James, pulling his pillow over his head, perfectly happy to go back to sleep. Carrot, you need to get up, Shadow. Fudge is being a moron again, Carrot said Triss, pulling James's pillow off of his face. James wearily sat up and looked at the people surrounding him. Snape standing in the back of the room looking rather irritated, along with Cat and Dre. Mel and Knight were standing behind Triss, the three of them looked rather pissed. Dumbledore, Fudge, several Aurors, and Potter stood on the other side of the bed. Just behind Triss, James could see Remus lying on a bed, looking rather thin, but much healthier than one should after a werewolf transformation. Anyone care to tell me why you woke me up? I need my beauty sleep, you know, said James only half sarcastically. Where is Black, you ungrateful brat? Fudge shouted. Look, I put Pettigrew in your hands. Why do you still want Sirius? James demanded. There is no Pettigrew. He got away, yelled Fudge, turning slightly purple. So you're looking for a scapegoat? Well, you better drop that King thought right this minute. If you so much as look at Sirius, I will follow through with every one of my threats and then some, James snarled. He was so beyond pissed it wasn't even funny. Fudge turned slightly white. We couldn't be sure that was the real Pettigrew. It could have been a clone, said Fudge. You can't touch a clone, you moron. You know damn well that that was Pettigrew. Quit covering your own ass and make amends for some of the stupid shit you did, yelled James. Fudge paled even more. As mad as anyone had ever made James, he never called them names outright, especially in English. I think the boy is right, Fudge. You owe a lot of us an apology, said Remus's weak voice. Shut up, werewolf, said Fudge, turning on Remus. You attacked a student and are to be dealt with by the Department of Magical Animals, said Fudge. Remus paled. That's ex-werewolf to you, Fudge. Oh, and do I look like I was mauled by a werewolf to you? Asked James, showing his arms. To almost everyone's amazement, they were cut free. Fudge sputtered but didn't say anything. Do you plan on following through like you promised, or do I have to get mean? Asked James, finality in his tone. On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I, Cornelius Fudge, give one, Sirius Black, a full pardon. Because of the ministry's mistake, I grant Black to have all of his belongings returned as well as 100,000 galleons for his false imprisonment, said Fudge, slight fear in his eyes. Damn right, Mel muttered under her breath. All of these things will be put in order after we figure out where Black is, said Fudge. James threw a glance at Knight, who was lying at Mel's feet. Knight stood, and seconds later Sirius stood there in all his glory. You better get the ball rolling then, said Sirius gruffly. Fudge's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hardly anyone had a chance to react when several Aurors started firing spells at Sirius. Stop, yelled James. The Aurors stopped and looked at James. Carrot, I really don't like humans or dwarfs for that matter, Carrot, James muttered. Triss gave him a look that showed her agreement. Sirius, came James Potter's meek voice. Sirius didn't even let him finish the sentence. Don't even think about it, Potter. You were my friend, but you let them throw me into Azkaban without one word against it. If it weren't for the kid, I wouldn't even be alive right now. So it seems the only friend that has stayed true is Remus, and he has been rewarded for his loyalty, said Sirius, indicating to Remus's state. Sirius, you don't, Potter started again. This time Cat cut in. I think Sirius is right, Professor. You betrayed him to a fate worse than death and now you want to apologize. It's not going to happen. The only people Sirius owes any loyalty to are James, Triss, Mel and Remus, said Cat, her eyes glittering with silent fury. Do not tell me you were in the middle of this, Catherine. It's bad enough 3 of my Slytherins were in on this, but not my daughter as well, yelled Snape, advancing on the group. As a matter of fact, she didn't. The only people in on this whole thing were James, Mel, Triss and myself, said Sirius, blocking Snape's path. Out of my way, Black, Snape growled. Sirius didn't move, and Snape pulled his arm back to swing and Sirius. James had none of it and grabbed Snape's arm mid-swing. No one had seen him move. Stop this now, James growled. He sounded so much like his father it was scary. You are being foolish. You will not threaten anyone under my protection, no matter what claims you have over them. I suggest you leave now, before I do something I will regret, James hissed. Snape glared at his son, but said nothing as he exited the hall. I don't know how good of an idea that was, said Triss, her voice echoing in James's head. Oh well, I don't feel like putting up with any bullshit at current second. It's not like he actually cares about me anymore anyway, James answered. Triss didn't respond. She knew it was true that Snape no longer cared for his only blood child, but she didn't want to voice the proof of the fact. Now that that has been settled, I believe we can all go to bed. It's late after all, said Dre, taking charge. Slowly the group left the hospital wing, most still in shock about how James had treated the minister, then a professor. Soon, only James, Triss, Cat, and the twins remained. I really don't think that whole display was the best idea, Jimmy, said Cat sitting down on the bed next to James. They won't remember it come morning, trust me, said James. What story are you going to feed to them? Triss asked. Whatever my very sleepy brain comes up with. I can't wait for term to end. I have every intention to go relax in Jamaica or Hawaii for the summer, said James with a dreamy look in his eyes. You knew. You're scary when you get mad, said Fred. We thought you were going to kill the minister, said George. The thought has crossed my mind more than once. I just can't wait for all of this to blow over. I just hope the rest of the year goes by fast, said James wistfully. George mussed up James's hair and said, Don't worry, it will. Speaking of, we are invited to Jamaica, right? It's over, finally, said Triss, practically dancing with joy as she made her way down to the train platform. James followed behind, helping Fred and George with their trunks. Jamaica, here we come, said Triss, still skipping along. Dre, Jin, Mel, and Kat had already gone ahead, and James and Triss had agreed to go sit with the fifth years with Fred and George. It would be the first time that the whole crew hadn't rid at least some of the ride in the same compartment. The minister had followed through and made a public announcement of Sirius's innocence. With the 100,000 galleons the ministry was giving Sirius as compensation for his time in prison, Sirius was having a house built in Hogsmeade, where both Mel and Remus planned to move. Remus was ecstatic about not being a werewolf anymore, and was even more surprised when James told him he could still use the wolf as an animagus if he wanted to. The Ministry of Magic had all but demanded that James show them how to create the cure so that it could be monitored and distributed. James' response was that it was already covered. Dragon was currently running about the world giving it to werewolves that wished to be cured. With everything finally set right, James fully intended to go relax in his parents' estate, right off of Jamaica. Somehow, Fred and George had managed to talk their way into coming on the trip, and James was almost glad they had. It would be kind of lonely with only Tris to keep him company, not to mention uneventful. James helped Fred and George pile their trunks into the fifth-year Gryffindor compartment. The other fifth-year Griffs didn't look too happy but kept their mouths shut. James, Tris, this is Angelina, Katie, Alicia and Lee. Guys, they are James and Tris, said George. The six shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Angelina, is Oliver planning to come? It's his last ride on the train after all, said Fred. Yeah, he wants to bid farewell to the rest of the team first though, said Angelina. Carrot Oliver would. Isn't he the Gryffindor Quidditch captain? Carrot Tris asked. Carrot he was. He just graduated. I heard he got invited to go play keeper for England, Carrot said James. What are you two talking about? Asked Alicia, eyeing them suspiciously. We heard that your Quidditch captain got invited to go play for England. Is it true? Asked Tris. Who wants to know? A voice asked from the door. Just a couple of our friends, Oliver, said Fred. Nice to meet you then. I am Olive Wood, and yes, I was invited to play for England next year, said Oliver, holding out his hand. James took it. You're a great keeper. You'll be a good addition to England's lineup, said James. I can say the same for your seeking skills. At this rate, Gryffindor won't win the cup till after you graduate, said Oliver. The small group talked, laughed and played game through the whole trip. About halfway through the trip, Jewel made an appearance, surprising Angelina, Katie and Alicia, but soon they were cooing over the green serpent. Too soon for some of their liking, the trip was over. The group went their separate ways, Oliver, Angelina, Katie, and Alicia to find their families, and James, Tris, Fred, and George to find the rest of the crew and bid them a good summer. The quartet looked around the station for a good 30 minutes but never did find the rest of the group. Slightly angry that their friends didn't wait for them to catch up, they departed to Jamaica by a port key James had made. Did I ever tell you guys how much I love Jamaica? Asked Tris. Only about 50 times, said Fred. Now, into the pool with you, said George, shoving Tris into the cold pool. Fred. George. I'm gonna kill you, yelled Tris, jumping out of the pool, but the two of them had already taken off. James couldn't stop himself from laughing. And you? Tris growled, rounding on James. You probably had something to do with this. Tris said, slowly advancing. Sorry, love, not this time, said James, moving out of the way as Tris leapt at him. Sadly, James slipped on a puddle and he too ended up in the pool. Now it was Tris' turn to laugh. Care to give me a hand? James asked, swimming to the edge. Tris reached down to give James a hand but again, ended up in the pool. This time, Tris, love, I did have something to do with it, said James, grinning. Tris growled and jumped on James, effectively dunking him. James surfaced, Tris still on top of him. You asked for it, said James, picking her up and tossing her into the deep end of the pool. Tris went after James again, and by the time Fred and George returned, James and Tris were entangled in a huge water fight. Well, it seems the kid is getting all the action. This beeps, said George. I agree, but watching is just as entertaining, said Fred. Sadly for the twins, they didn't notice James and Tris watching them. With a snap of James's fingers, the twins were dunked into the deep end of the pool. Fred and George surfaced, sputtering in the cold water. Of course you know, this means war, they said in unison. James and Tris looked at each other. What had they gotten themselves into? By the end of the first week, James, Tris, Fred and George were into a heavy prank war. James and Tris were in the lead 14 points to 13 points, and it was easy to see the twins were up to something. Each prank was worth 1 point, successful or not. A successful prank was worth 2 to 3 more points depending on creativity. At dinner on the seventh night of the prank war, James and Tris started to feel a bit weird. It was almost like they were drunk, but both knew they hadn't had any alcohol. Eventually, the whole world went black. The next morning, James woke with a slight headache, but he was comfortable. Something warm was curled up in his arms and he pulled the object closer. As he came nearer to wakefulness, he started to notice things. For starters, there shouldn't have been anything warm curled up next to him, and for the first time, James noticed he wasn't wearing his boxers like he normally did to sleep. This could be very bad, James thought, trying to remember what he'd done the night before, but he couldn't remember for the life of him. Slowly, James dared open his eyes, and they met with Triss's blue ones. Both James and Triss took a second to tally things in their minds. They were tangled up with each other, in a bed, completely BPD, and they couldn't remember anything from the night before. Without warning, both screamed. James quickly waved his hand, clothing both he and Triss, and their eyes met again. Both started to talk when they heard knickers coming from James' closet. James growled and yanked open the door. The twins fell out at James's feet. The twins looked up at James with slight grins, but paled at the murderous look on James's face. James looked over at Triss and she nodded. Both advanced on the terrified twins. With a snap of James's fingers, the twins were bound, hanging upside down in their underwear. I don't know what you were thinking, but that wasn't funny. It's payback time, James hissed. The twins looked truly frightened. Seconds later, the twins disappeared in a puff of smoke. They'll be back by tonight, said James. I'm going tanning. Call me in when they get back, said James, turning and leaving the room. At almost midnight, the twins came strolling in, looking anything but happy. James was waiting for them by staircase. James, you are evil, said Fred. Transporting us bound by our ankles, George continued. In old underwear, Fred added. To a gay bar, they both yelled at the same time. James smirked. Pay back as a buy.ch, isn't it? And those underwear are a pair of Snape's old underwear, said James, grinning evilly. Fred and George looked at each other, then ran up the stairs screaming. Harsh, said Triss, appearing behind James. Payback is such a buy.ch, said James, looking like the cat that got the cream. I thought that was fate. Triss asked. Same person, said James. They are going to kill you, said Triss. Not after I show them my tickets, said James. So you did go ahead and get them? Triss asked. Yep. Well, I'm off to bed. I suggest you ward your door. No telling what the twins will do after they've scrubbed themselves raw, said James. You are so dead, Triss said, walking up the staircase. I'm a mortal tristessa dear, said James. Keep telling yourself that, elf boy, Triss yelled down the stairs. You're an elf too, woman, James yelled up. Only a quarter, Triss yelled down before James heard her bedroom door shut. Crack. James sat straight up in bed. Just outside his window, a storm was howling, a really bad one by the looks of it. Over the howling of the wind, James heard a small knock on the door. Come in, he yelled, disabling any wards he had placed. Triss stuck her head in the door. Hi, she said meekly. Hey, said James. Another bolt of lightning hit and Triss jumped several feet in the air. Come on, said James, making room for Triss in the queen-sized bed. Triss wasted no time in hopping in next to James. To James's surprise, Triss was shivering, from both fear and cold, if what his senses said was true. James pulled Triss closer to him and flinched at the coolness of her skin. How long were you waiting outside my door? James asked as Triss snuggled into him. A while, said Triss, not being very specific. Get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, said James. So, you mean to tell us that you, James Cage, have tickets to the Quidditch World Cup and you are taking us to watch in your own top box, said Fred and George, staring at James in awe. You can thank Dragon for that. This is my early 14th birthday present, said James. Triss rolled her eyes. Are you planning to invite anyone but the people present? She asked. I asked the rest of the crew, but they are either busy or already have tickets, said James. Who already has tickets? Asked George. Dre and Jin are in the top box with Ol Fudge himself, thanks to Lucius. Same with Sirius, Mel, and Remus, it's part of Sirius's official pardon. Everyone else just said they were busy, said James. Who in their right mind would turn down tickets to the Quidditch World Cup? It's insane, said Fred. Cat, you know as well as I do that she could care less about Quidditch, said James. What about Bill and Charlie? Did you ask them? George asked. They already have tickets. Didn't say how they got them, so it's just the four of us, said James. When is the game, Shadow? Triss asked. On my birthday. In 2 days, said James. Is Dragon coming? It's been a long time since we saw him, said Triss. He said he was, but you know him, he could drop out at any second, said James. Me, miss your 14th birthday. Never, said a familiar voice from the doorway. Dragon? Asked James, looking at the man standing in the doorway. Dragon didn't look anything like he had the last time James and Triss had seen him. His long salt and pepper hair had been cut and was now solid black, short and neat. His face no longer resembled that of a 50-plus-year-old man either. He looked to be in his late 30s again. The one and only, said Dragon. I think getting away from us for a while did you some good, Dragon, said Triss, giving the older man a hug. No, I just decided the old man look didn't work for me, said Dragon. So, am I going to get a hug from birthday boy, or not? Asked Dragon, turning to James. James jumped into the older man's waiting arms. It's good to have you back, Dragon. We missed you, said James. I missed you as well. It's been what, 2 years since I last saw you two. You both grew up it seems, said Dragon, just noticing that James stood more than eye level with Dragon's 6 feet 1 inch form. Yeah, we did. So you are going to the match with us? Asked Triss. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Who are they? Asked Dragon, pointing to the awestruck Fred and George. Fred and George Weasley. Somehow they managed to talk their way into coming with us, said James. Sure, I'm sure you've been getting into lots of trouble with the infamous Weasley twins, said Dragon, grinning. Of course. Having wild parties, lots of say. Drinking, you know, the stuff us horrible teenagers do, said Triss. And you wondered why I didn't like leaving you in the house alone. Party animals, said Dragon. You know it, said James. The next 2 days were very eventful. Dragon, much to his amusement, had his hair turned neon pink when the twins tried to pull a prank on James and Triss. After getting caught in the crossfire of 2 other pranks, Dragon started fighting back, turning James, Triss, Fred and George into raccoons. James and Triss had very little trouble returning to their human forms, but the twins had a little more trouble. Not soon enough for the twins, it was the day of the Quidditch match. James had created a portkey to take everyone to a campground where they would wait till the time of the match. James, do you have the Muggle money and galleons? Asked Dragon for what had to have been the 1000th time. Yes, mother, said James sarcastically. Don't make me wash you mouth out with soap, young man. Triss, do you have the tent? Dragon asked. Yes, let's go already. We've been over that list 100 times, said Triss. All right, but don't blame me when we end up missing something, said Dragon. We won't, but we're going to be late if we don't get a move on, said James. Whenever you are ready then, said Dragon. Hold on to the portkey, said James, producing an old teddy bear. Everyone grabbed a limb. Go Ireland, said James, and they were whisked away. You know Ireland is going to lose, right? Asked Dragon. Sorry, can't say that I do. Ireland is the best, said James. Want to place a bet then? Asked Dragon. What's the wager? Asked James. The loser has to walk BPD into that gay bar you are so fond of, said Dragon. Sounds fair. Anything else? Asked James. Nope, said Dragon, shaking hands with James. This day just keeps getting better and better, said Triss. The twins grinned wickedly at each other. Hey Triss, how would you like to make a bet with us? Asked Fred. Triss grinned back. Sorry boys, I don't gamble, said Triss, running to catch up with James and Dragon. Several minutes later, the group of 5 was setting up their tent. There were several obvious wizards and witches running around making fools of themselves. James, Triss and the twins were having a real laugh at the people's antics. Since you seem to be having such a laugh at everyone else's expense, why don't you go for a walk? I'll set up the tent, said Dragon. You sure, Dragon? It won't be any trouble to help, said James. I'm sure. Go visit your school friends or something. I'll be fine, said Dragon. If you're sure, said James, dropping the unset tent on the ground. So, how much longer till the game starts? Asked Fred. A few hours yet. Want to go look for Bill and Charlie? Asked James. Sure, said George. After 15 minutes of walking, the quartet still hadn't found the people they were looking for. Do you think they're even here yet? Maybe we should go wait up by the income center, said Triss. Why not? It's worth a try, said James. James, Triss, Fred, and George reached the Portkey Center just in time to see not just Bill and Charlie, but Ron and Arthur Weasley as well. Bill, Charlie, yelled Fred and George, waving to their brothers. Bill chuckled at the sight of them. Why am I not surprised to see you guys here? He asked, running his hand through his flaming red hair. What are you doing here, Cage? Aren't you Death Eaters supposed to be afraid of the sun? Ron sneered. You best hold your tongue, Weasley, unless you would like to lose it, said James, giving Ron the infamous Snape glare. You will not speak to my son that way, Mr. Cage, Arthur started, only to be cut off. James will speak in a manner he wishes, especially when a pompous brat speaks to him in that manner, said Dragon, placing his hand on James's shoulder. And you are? Arthur asked, glaring at Dragon. Dragoness Cage, Mr. Weasley. I am James's uncle, and guardian. I hope your son will not cause us any problems in the future. Come, James, Triss, said Dragon, walking away from the shell-shocked Arthur Weasley. Uncle Dragon, that has no ring whatsoever, said Triss. It was the only thing I could think of on such short notice. Was that the kid that nearly got you expelled? Dragon asked, turning on James. Yep, said James. He's not worth your time or effort, James Alexander. Letting yourself get pulled into a fight with a kid like that, said Dragon, sounding slightly disappointed. It wasn't James's fault, Dragon. Weasley jumped on him, and he acted how you trained him to act. Did I mention James hadn't provoked him either? Triss asked, her tone angry. She wasn't going to let James get badgered for something he couldn't help. I also taught you restraint. You should know better than to flip someone in a controlled area, said Dragon. Enough. I know what I did was wrong, but I reacted the way I was trained to act when under threat. If you have a problem with that, take it up with yourself. You trained me after all, said James, turning and walking away from the shocked older man. I think you should leave, said Triss, following James. Your middle name is Alexander? Fred asked, pulling James into a shaded area of the campground. James Alexander Shadow Cage, said James. We always thought Shadow was your middle name, said George. It is, I just have two of them. It's not uncommon, said James. What happened with Dragon back there? George asked, slightly concerned. He was angry because I fought with your younger brother. He thinks I should have more restraint, and shouldn't flip people into walls, said James. You can't be blamed for that. It's the brat's own fault that he jumped on you, and then you turned around and saved his life. Ungrateful brat that he is, said Fred. Try telling that to the great taskmaster, said Triss, walking into the clearing. What's up? Asked James. I told Dragon to leave. I swear, everyone seems to have something against you today, said Triss. I'll live, said James. Well, let's go walk around till the game starts, said George. 2 hours later, the quartet relaxing in their own privet top box. This is the life, said Fred, putting his feet up on the table. Feet off, said Triss, smacking Fred's feet off the table. Mean, said Fred. Quiet. Game's starting, said James, watching the field intently. Because I royally beep at writing Quidditch matches, I'm not going to. Just insert the game from the book, without James reacting to the Vila, ECT. And now I continue with just after the match. That was absolutely brilliant, said George as they exited the top box. He and Fred continued their very elaborate dialogue of the game as Triss and James looked on in laughter. Not to mention Crumb pulled the Wronski feint on Lynch, twice. said Fred. I've never seen a more gullible seeker. The same move, twice in one game. That's sad, said George. Suddenly, as the group re entered the forest, James stopped in his tracks. Triss, do you feel that? James asked. Triss stopped and closed her eyes. Fear, a lot of it. There is magic intermingled with it too. Dark magic, said Triss, opening her eyes and looking at James in alarm. Fred, George, fall back, go look for your brother and sister. Triss, come with me, said James, shifting into shadow. Triss nodded and shifted into Tigress, following James as he took off towards the campground. What do you think is going on? Triss asked. I think my dear Death Eater friends came out of hiding. No doubt Dad and Lucius are among them. Watch out for who you are shooting at, and change your appearance, said James. After another minute of running, James and Triss finally broke through the foliage. What they saw shocked them both. Several of the Muggle families that were camping among the wizards were either being spun around in midair or being held under the Cruciatus curse. James saw red. In his fury, he changed into his almost normal form. The only difference was that instead of his hair being black and his eyes being green, he had taken on the elven blonde hair and blue eyes. Like all elves when angry, his skin glowed, and his ears were now pointed. Triss seemed to have had the same idea, as her hair had taken on elven blonde, but her eyes didn't change. Like James, her ears were pointed and her skin shone in the darkness. James waved his hand and all magic stopped. The families held in the air slowly floated to the ground and the Death Eaters turned to look at James. James could practically smell the fear coming off of the Death Eaters, and the relief from the Muggles. Hi boys. Did you miss me? Asked James, a malevolent smile on his face. Several Death Eaters tried to apparate away, but James stopped them. Not so fast, the fun has just begun, said James. At that second, several other wizards arrived at the scene. Among them were James and Lily Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Nymphadora Tonks. All of them stared at James, half in shock and fear, and the other half in slight recognition. Then all hell broke loose. Muggles ran around screaming, trying to get away from the Death Eaters that were firing spells as fast as they could think of them, and the light wizards tried to help the Muggles. One group of Death Eaters caught James's attention. They were gathered around in a circle, all preparing to fire spells. James ported into the middle of the circle to see a little girl, no older than 8, rolled up in a ball crying. The Death Eaters hadn't even noticed James's presence when the group of 10 or so wizards all fired the Cruciatus at the girl. As the cruises made their way towards the girl, James jumped in front of them, protecting the girl with his own body. While one Cruciatus curse was no big deal for James, 10 plus cruises was. James screamed in horrible pain as the curses connected with his body, but he refused to let them reach their intended target. His screaming, however, caught the attention of the light wizards that had just finished off the last Death Eaters. It drew Triss's attention as well. The group of light wizards started firing spells at the last group of Death Eaters, and one by one they started dissipating. James nearly collapsed when he tried to stand up after the Death Eaters had left. The little girl was still crying, and whimpering for her mommy. Taking pity on the girl, James picked her up from the ground and cradled her. Shish, it's all right. I won't let the bad men get you, James whispered in her ear. The bad men fired the green S stuff at mommy, daddy and my brother. I see, couldn't make them wake you up, the girl whimpered. James suppressed a sigh. Yet another child that had lost her family at the hands of Death Eaters. Shish, what's you name? I'll help you find your family, said James. Elizabeth Dursley, said the girl, clutching James's slightly tattered shirt. Evans, who had come to inspect and check on the strange man, froze at the name. Lizzie, Evans asked, nearly ripping the little girl out of James's grasp. Aunt Lily, the little girl asked, wrapping her arms around Evans' neck. Can you guys handle it from here? James asked, looking at Potter. Potter stared at him, trying to figure out where he had seen the boy before, but nodded. Good, said James. James grabbed Triss, who was standing behind him, and they disappeared with a loud pop. Where were you? Fred and George asked, nearly tackling James and Triss as they entered the clearing. Also standing in the clearing was Jin, Ron, Dre, Mel, and surprisingly, Kat. We were looking for you too. Somehow you two managed to disappear on us. It's a good thing we found you. It sounded like all hell broke loose on the campgrounds, said James, giving the twins a subtle wink. You would know, wouldn't you? You and your whole gang of junior Death Eaters, Ron sneered. Hey Weasley, 'member what James said about loosing your tongue? Consider it lost, said Triss, moving to jump on Weasley. James caught Triss before she could even reach Weasley. Chill, Tigress. He's not worth our time or energy, said James. Triss nodded and James let her go. Suddenly there was a loud popping noise, and the group turned around to see a bright green spark flying into the air. The spark exploded, leaving the infamous dark mark ablaze in the sky. This is not good, said James, looking up at the dark mark. You can say that again, said Triss. A few seconds later several ministry officials burst into the clearing. WHO, was it? Which one of you cast the dark mark? An official James recognized as Bartimus Crouch asked. It wasn't any of us, said James. There is no way any of us would know how to cast it. Go search the woods, Crouch. I'll take it from here, said Tonks, walking into the clearing. What happened out there, Dora? It sounded like all hell broke loose, said James. There was a Death Eater attack. They started targeting muggles and two elves showed up. One of them looked like he got a bout of curses, but he seemed to recover really fast, said Tonks. Death Eater attack, my ass. He who must not be named and his followers have been gone for almost 10 years. And those people were not elves. The elves died off decades ago, yelled Fudge's extremely annoying voice. What I want to know is why that blonde guy looked like Evans, said Tonks, turning the conversation. You picked up on that too? Asked Sirius, walking into the clearing with Remus, Potter and Evans, Elizabeth and a teenager James didn't know. How could I have missed it? Asked Tonks. Care to offer an explanation, Lily? Asked Remus. Why is everyone looking at me? I don't have a clue, said Evans, her skin slightly pale. I found something, yelled Crouch, stumbling back into the clearing. In his hand was a very familiar wand. What the hell? James asked, checking his pockets. His wand wasn't there. James, if I'm not mistaken, that's yours, said Triss. No shit, said James. How the hell did it end up over there? James asked. This is your wand, Mr. Cage? Crouch asked. Obviously, said James. Finite, said Crouch, pointing his own wand at James's. A shadowed form of the dark mark came out of the tip. No way, said James. Mr. Cage, you are under arrest for the illegal casting of the dark mark, said Crouch, pointing his wand at James, and firing a stunner. James step-sided it. Like hell I am. I am a minor for starters, and there is no way in two hells I would know how to cast the dark mark, said James. Crouch went to fire another stunner at James, but Triss pulled his wand out of his hand. That is enough of that, said Triss, pocketing the wand. I couldn't agree more, said Fudge, staring angrily at Crouch, who paled a few shades. I, for one, seriously doubt Mr. Cage fired that spell, as he was with all of these other people at the time. Mr. Cage, you and your friends are free to go, said Fudge, still glaring at Crouch. Wow, I'm impressed. Fudge actually acted with intelligence, said Triss. James suppressed a chuckle at her comment. Fred, George, Jin, Dre, Mel, Kat, and the boy James didn't know all followed he and Triss back to their tent. Once inside and settled, James broke the silence. May I ask who you are? James asked the new boy. Roman Lupin, but everyone calls me Rome. I'm Remus Lupin's son. I'm transferring to Hogwarts from Jersey Academy of Magical Arts. I'll be in 4th year with the rest of you, said Rome, shaking James's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm James Cage, as I'm sure you already guessed, said James. Yes, Mel and Kat talk about you all the time, said Rome. Kat? James asked. Kat is staying with us for the time being. Snape is preparing for you know what, said Mel. James nodded. He should have guessed. What happened out there? Asked Fred. A bunch of Death Eaters attacked the campground. Most of them got away, but there was minimal casualties, said James. Anyone you know? Asked George. My aunt's whole family. with the exception of Elizabeth, the little girl Evans was carrying. I'm guessing Evans is going to take her in. If not, I'll pull some strings, said James. How did the girl get away? Asked Rome. I helped her, said James. How? It seems everyone knows something that I don't, said Rome, looking slightly confused. Can you guys explain it to him, please? I have some medical stuff I need to take care of, said James. It was then that everyone noticed how bad he was shaking. What happened to you? Asked Kat, looking really worried. Nothing to worry about. I'll be back, said James, walking into what everyone assumed was the bathroom. What happened to James? Mel asked, turning to Triss. 10+ Death Eaters held him under the Cruciatus curse for about a minute and a half. It took a while for everyone to get to him and start taking out Death Eaters, said Triss. He should be dead. No one could survive being held under the Cruciatus curse like that, said Rome. James isn't normal, said Triss, shrugging. I don't know about you, but I'm not ready to go back to school, said Triss, flopping down on a seat on the Hogwarts Express. You're not the only one. We're fearing the howler we're going to get from Mom when we get to the school, said Fred. Why? Asked James. ROWL scores didn't beat Bill and Charlie's, said George. You guys got 10 OWLs each, said Triss. Bill and Charlie both got 12 or higher, said Fred. Oh well, you only really need your OWL scores if you're going to work for the ministry, said George. I take it you don't plan on it, said James. Us? Yeah, sure. We'd end up blowing up ministry headquarters, said Fred. I can already hear Mom yelling at us, said George, cringing as a very familiar voice echoed through the train station. Speak of the devil, said Triss. Guys, hide us, said George. James rolled his eyes and pulled his trunk out from under the sink. Hop in, said James, opening the trunk to the training compartment. Fred and George jumped right in, knowing anything was better than facing the wraith of their mother. Triss followed the twins, and James followed Triss. Wow, Fred and George said in unison upon seeing the training room. Oi, Triss. Think we should give them a demonstration? Asked James. I see no harm to it. Your choice in weapons shadow, said Triss, walking over to the case where James stored a bunch of his potions. She grabbed her protection potion and downed it in one gulp. Damn, that stuff is nasty. Isn't there any way to make it taste better, Shadow? Triss asked, making a face at the taste. Sorry, that's as good as that stuff gets. The only help I can offer is pinch your nose when you're swallowing. It blocks out a lot of the taste, said James. Catch. James tossed Triss a specially crafted double-edged long dagger. You would think that you would tire of these things, said Triss, plucking her green-handled dagger out of the air. Want to go for two? James asked, motioning to the dagger's twin. Why not? Just increases my chance of beating you, said Triss, catching the other dagger thrown to her. Keep telling yourself that Tristessa dear, said James. Triss growled at him for the use of her full name, but he only grinned. Fred, George, you may want to step back. I'm placing up a barrier so you don't end up on the business end of a flying dagger, said James. Fred and George nodded quickly and gave James and Triss about 30 feet of room. James snapped his fingers and a glowing white ring surrounded he and Triss. Are we using magic? Triss asked. If you want to, said James. I think those daggers should conduct your magic better than your wand even. Good. Whenever you are ready to start, said Triss. James counted down from 3, and they were off. Triss, true to form, made the first move, a left side uppercut and a right side low cut. James jumped back, missing both and launching his own attack. Triss jumped as James dropped and tried to kick her feet out from under her. Missed me, now you got a key. Me, Triss taunted. As much as I'm sure you would love that, Triss. No, said James, kicking on of Triss's daggers out of her hand. Reducto. Triss yelled, pointing her other dagger at James. James took the curse in his right shoulder, and hissed as it burned the skin. Pulling a complex combination of different moves, James quickly disarmed Triss. Triss growled playfully and jumped on James in the form of Tigress. James didn't shift. Triss, something's wrong, James gasped out. Triss immediately shifted back. The burn on James's shoulder was bleeding badly, and not showing any signs of healing. Oh my god. What happened? Triss asked, lightly prodding the burn. James hissed in pain. Something beeped down my power level. I'll be fine in a few hours, said James. Triss pulled him up and James lowered the shields, allowing Fred and George to walk up to them. What happened? Fred asked, concerned. Just a minor energy malfunction. I'll be fine in a few hours, said James. We should have left the station by now. You're free to go back up. I need to clean this, said James, pulling off what was left of his burned shirt. I'll help. You guys go back up, said Triss, pulling James over to the medical portion of the room. Fred and George shared a look before disappearing up the stairs. Triss sat James down on a stool and looked closely at the charred excuse for skin. Walking over to a small refrigerator that James had stored in the room, she pulled a small bottle of smoky blue potion out of it. She pulled a few towels, some gauze pads, and an ace bandage out of a cabinet and set them down on a table next to where James was sitting. This is going to sting, said Triss, pouring the potion on James's charred skin. He flinched, but didn't say anything. Triss wiped off any potion that ran away from the wound and placed the gauze over the burn and wrapped it with the bandage. Good as new, said Triss, keying the bandage. James laughed. Thank you, Mommy, James said sweetly. Triss smacked him. Oi, that was a compliment, woman, James said, ducking another swat from Triss. As the only trained Medi-Witch here, I demand you go up and lay down. That thing is gonna be a bye.ch, said Triss. James rolled his eyes, but complied. The two stepped out of the trunk to find the compartment empty, but neither really cared. It wasn't often they got any time to themselves. James lay down across one of the seats on his left side, with Triss curled up in front of him. Slowly both of the teenagers drifted off to sleep, on doctor's orders of course. This was how a surprised Lily Evans found them a few hours later, though their position had changed a little. James was still on his side, but now had his arms wrapped tightly around Triss's waist. Triss was now facing away from James, and her arms were wrapped loosely around his. Shish. Don't bother them, came George Weasley's voice. Evans blushed at being caught spying and pulled the door back closed, leaving the two kids alone. And now Dumbledore makes his speech, said James, looking up at the standing Dumbledore. Welcome and welcome back, students. As I'm sure some of you have heard, Hogwarts shall be hosting some guests this year. In 1 week's time, select students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang shall arrive at Hogwarts. I expect you all to be on your best behavior. Also, we have a transfer student. Mr. Roman Lupin will join the 4th years by request of his father Remus Lupin. Also, we have another guest. Young Ms. Elizabeth Dursley shall be staying at the school for the time being. She is Professor Evans' muggle niece and I expect you to show her courtesy. Now for Mr. Lupin's sorting, Dumbledore announced, sitting back down. Like the first years, Rome sat down on the three-legged stool and had the sorting hat place on his head. After a minute or two the hat called out, Gryffindor. Well, there's another one of our group in with the Griffs, said Dre. James nodded, watching Rome. He sat down next to Cat at the Griff table, a little too close to her for James's liking. By law Cat was his sister, and he treated her like it, even if their father didn't acknowledge him. James nearly blew a blood vessel when Rome gave Cat a peck on the lips. I'm going to kill him, James growled, eyes trained on Rome. Why? Asked Mel, looking at James in confusion. Then it dawned on her. Cat didn't tell you her and Rome were dating, did she? Asked Mel. As a matter of fact she didn't, said James. Well, they've been going out for a while now. Please, don't go big brother on her. Dre did that already, said Mel, pointing the unhappy-looking Slytherin. She's right, he checked out, but that doesn't make me any happier, Dre ground out. He doesn't check out till he passes my test, said James. Dre smirked at him. Oh come on. Leave Cat and her boyfriend alone. This is Remus Lupin's son. The same Remus Lupin that you cured of being a werewolf. I doubt he's going to try and make her do anything she doesn't want to, said Triss. Dre and James stared at each other. I'll kill him, they said in unison. They hadn't even thought about Rome trying anything with their surrogate sister. I'm so glad I don't have any older brothers, said Mel. James and Dre looked at her like she was nuts. Shit, Mel exclaimed, smacking herself on the forehead. I just jinxed myself, Mel said, banging her head on the table. Triss nearly broke down laughing. Oi, don't think you're not part of the little sister thing, said Dre. Please. The only one who has any sort of control over me is James, and he damn sure won't be playing Big Brother on me if he values his life and body parts, said Triss. Dre looked at her in horror. You wouldn't, he said. She would, said James, erasing all doubt. So, how do they expect us to talk with these people? I doubt all of them speak English, said Fred, shrugging on his Gryffindor outer robe. Somehow the whole group managed to lose track of time, and the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons were due to arrive in 15 minutes. James gave a Fred a look that clearly said, "You are so stupid." Both Tristessa and I speak fluent French and almost fluent Bulgarian, said James. Is there anything you guys can't do? Asked George, sounding a bit jealous. I can't shift into more than one animal, Triss responded. I can't hold onto my family, James replied just as easily. Fred and George flinched. Both knew how tense of a subject family was becoming around James. Most of the group pitied him for his lack of a loving family. Triss was the exception, as she knew what it was like and considered James family, and vice versa. Come on, we need to get going, said Dre, catching up to them. Everyone else is already on the grounds. Okay, we're going, said Triss, pushing James along, with Fred and George following. They entered the hall a few minutes later and walked out onto the school grounds through the main doors, under the disapproving glares of all of the professors, including the new Dada professor, Alistair Mad Eye Moody. See you guys in a bit, said James as the group of 5 departed, the twins to go join the 6th year Griffs and James, Triss and Dre to go join the Slytherin 4th years. The professors made one last round through the groups of students, making sure that they were all presentable. All of the professors, without exception, glared at James and Triss as they went by. WTF? Asked Triss. I don't know. It must have something to do with the World Cup, James responded. As you said, it seems like everything has something against one of us these days. It's still weird. I've never seen Dragon get mad at you for something you did, and I've never seen Fudge do anything remotely intelligent, Triss said. Yeah, well, there isn't too much we can do about it, so let it lie, James responded. Triss didn't comment further and the two of them waited for the arrival of the students. 5 minutes later James caught the sound of horse hooves in the distance. 4 very large pure white horses appeared out of thin air. What are those? Dre asked, looking at the horses. Pegasi. They are a female version of Pegasus. Remember the movie we watched last summer, Reign of Fire? James asked. Dre nodded. Their breeding habits are the same as the dragons in the movie. One male impregnates the females and when the male is ready to die he creates another male, who takes over. Cool, said Dre. Evans shot them a glare and they stopped talking. The first out of the large carriage the Pegasi carried was a woman that James quickly identified as a half-giant. She was followed by several young women and a few young men. One of the young women James identified as part Vila. This belief was only enforced as most of the Hogwarts males started drooling over her. The half-giant James knew as Madame Maxime walked over to Dumbledore and shook his hand. They conversed for a few minutes when a whirlpool started in the lake. Out of the whirlpool came a fair-sized wooden ship. The ship docked and several young men and women poured out, and none other than Igor Karkaroff led them. It took a lot of restraint on James's part not to go strangle the man. He was one of the group of Death Eaters that had attacked and killed his adoptive parents. Like Madame Maxime, Karkaroff shook Dumbledore's hand. After talking for a few minutes Dumbledore signaled for all of the students to go into the Great Hall. The Hogwarts students sat at their respective tables, and the foreign students picked where they wanted to sit. The Part Vila girls group sat at the Slytherin table, across from James, Triss, Dre, Mel and Jin. At the Gryffindor table there was a group of athletic-looking boys, all a little too close to Cat for his or Dre's liking, and Rome didn't seem to like it either. James was surprised to find that the boy sitting closest to Cat was none other than Victor Crumb, a player from the World Cup. Shall we kill him now or later? Dre whispered. Later. Unless he tries anything, James responded. Dumbledore then stood and made a small speech, and the feast began. James and Dre quickly became uncomfortable when the girls from Beauxbatons started eyeing them like fresh meat. They started talking in rapt French, talking about some rather inappropriate things. You really shouldn't talk about people when they understand what you're saying, said Triss in perfect French, not even taking her eyes off of her plate. The chatter stopped and the group of about 6 girls blushed crimson. James and Triss stifled chuckles. And Dragon said speaking other human languages wouldn't come in handy, James said smirking. He immediately regretted saying anything because the girls started eyeing him dreamily. Oy vey. You can say that again, Triss responded, glaring at the blonde French girls. They didn't seem to notice. About 15 minutes later, everyone had finished eating and Dumbledore stood again. I would like to formally welcome students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. I'm sure most of you know the reason for you all being here, but for those of you that don't know, Hogwarts is to be hosting the first Tri-Wizard tournament in over 100 years, Dumbledore announced. Some students clapped, others just looked shocked. 1 week from tonight there will be a drawing from the Goblet of Fire. The bravest student to enter themselves from each school shall be chosen. After you enter your name it cannot be withdrawn, and if you are chosen as the participant from your school, you must participate. Now, before the younger students start to get their hopes up, only students 17 or older may enter their name, said Dumbledore. Some of the younger students booed, but James couldn't have been happier. Finally, a calm, relaxing year, he whispered to Triss. She agreed wholeheartedly. The Goblet of Fire shall be set up in the main entrance hall, inside an age line. I suggest that you do not try to enter your name if you are below the required age, Dumbledore finished. Now, I suggest you all go to bed. Visiting students, you may choose the dormitory you wish to stay in. Good night. I think Slytherin may have a few visitors tonight, said Triss, seeing how the group of French girls were eyeing James and Dre. Oh no, James sighed, smacking his head on the wooden table. Dre seemed to share that belief. Thankfully Jin had seen it as well and was now glaring at the girls. Dre smirked and wrapped his arm around Jin's waist. I think your situation just got worse, said Triss, as the girls' full attention fell on James. Triss, I would normally never ask you this, but help, James pleaded as the girls eyed him hungrily. Of course, come on, said Triss standing up. James followed her lead as she practically attached herself to him. Triss walked side by side with James towards the Slytherin common room, with the French girls following not too far behind. James hardly had time to process what was going on before he found himself sitting on one of the chairs in the common room with Triss straddling him, and dotting him. Now, one would think that these were only small little pecks here and there, but no. These s were full force, on the lips, tongue and all. James was just a little shocked, but quickly caught up. About 5 minutes later the clearing of someone's throat broke the warming couple apart. None other than Draco Malfoy stood over them with a wide, knowing smirk on his face. So, when were you planning on telling the rest of us? Dre asked. What are you talking about? James asked, his voice slightly husky. Both were still too shocked to disentangle themselves from each other. Well, from your current position, I would say you two are rather close, said Dre. We were trying to get the French own to leave James alone, Triss replied. The girls left right after the first minute. You two have been at it for a good 5 minutes, we timed it, said Dre, motioning to Jin, who held a stopwatch. It was then that the two of them noticed the common room was empty. Where is everyone? James asked. No one else is back from dinner yet. Good thing for you guys too, otherwise the whole school would know by breakfast. As it is now, you'll be lucky if they don't know by dinner tomorrow night. And Dre had been right. By dinner the next night the whole school was under the influence that James and Triss were a couple. Dumbledore was visibly sulking and sending glares and the two of them, which they either ignored, or returned. The other professors looked mildly interested, but none asked. It only got worse the next morning at breakfast when the two of them got a letter from Sirius with a full say. Ed. Talk. God help us, James groaned, smacking his head on the table. One would wonder why so many people care, said Triss, glaring at a few of the Bulgarian boys who were looking at her with interest. Please, this is like the scandal of the century. Dumbledore's unofficial granddaughter and a rich orphan boy. I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up in the papers, said Rome, sitting down at the Slytherin table. Yeah, that was quite a show you two put on last night, said Jin. James gave her the bird. Well, look at it this way, other girls aren't looking at you like fresh meat, Kat added. I, on the other hand, and being eyed like a lamb chop no matter how clear I make it that I have a boyfriend. Too true. Oh well, there wasn't much we could do anyway, said Triss. She seemed to be handling the whole thing a lot better than James was, then again, she was always cool under pressure. Right. Come on, we need to get to class. I don't like the look Poppy is giving me, said James, standing up. Triss followed, as did Dre. The three Slytherins all had potions next, while the Griffs had COMC and the 3 years had Dada. Potions went by without any major accidents. However, Poppy had managed to corner James and Triss and give them a full-blown, birds and the bees, talk. James didn't know if his face would ever be the right color again, with all the blushing he did. Triss was in a similar state, though her eyes were glazed over, and James had to steer her to make sure she didn't fall down the stairs or something like that. Come on Triss, let's go train. It should keep people off of us for a while, said James, subtly sneaking Triss into his and Dre's room and into his trunk training room. I'm going for a swim, Triss declared. She disappeared into the bathroom to change into her bathing suit, and James did the same. A few minutes later James returned to find Triss already swimming laps. Silently he dropped into the pool and joined her. Nearly 2 hours later Triss called for James's attention. You don't think your dad will try to give us the talk, do you? She asked. I seriously doubt it. He doesn't give a damn what goes on in my life. I would be surprised if he bothers to acknowledge me at graduation, said James. It sounds like he's turning into quite the bastard, Triss commented. Yep. What about Dumbledore? You think he's going to try to give us the talk? James asked, cringing. No, I swear, for an anti-pureblood person he sure is worried about me marrying a pure-blooded wizard. He's probably trying to find me a husband as we speak. S-hole, Triss growled. What about publicly? Think we should carry on the charade. It would keep the foreigners off of us, and no one would question where we disappear to all the time, said James. Sounds good. But why would it have to be a charade? Triss asked innocently. James was slightly confused. What are you talking? James was cut off by Triss covering his mouth with her own. Like a few nights before, it took James a few seconds to process the fact that his best female friend had her legs wrapped tightly around his waist and was dotting him, tongue and all. Normally James would have pushed her off, but her was, oddly enough, enjoying the contact. A few minutes later James was shocked to find that somehow he had pinned Triss to the side of the pool, removed the top of her bikini and was working on the bottom, while Triss was working on it board shorts. Stop. 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 We need to stop, James panted, backing off of Triss a little. She looked confused, and a little hurt. No, this is wrong. I am not going to take a girl's virginity in a pool, James declared. Triss seemed to snap back to reality, and quickly put the top of her suit back on. Sorry, got to go, she squeaked, running off to the bathroom. James groaned. That did not just happen. I did not almost have say. With my best friend in a pool. Nope, didn't happen, James said to himself, going into his bathroom to change, all the while trying to convince himself that that whole event didn't just happen. Sadly enough for the couple, neither could convince themselves that that little event didn't happen. With that they ended locked in Triss's room for a nice long talk. I take it you're just as confused as I am, said James. Triss nodded. Personally, I have no problem with the two of us starting to date and whatnot, but I'm shutting up now, he said awkwardly. Triss sat cross-legged on her bed in deep thought. I think, she began, that this was going to happen one way or another. Remember our bond? Dragon just told us it was a soul bond, her never elaborated. My guess is that it's more than that, and that we were going to end up together no matter what we did. So you're saying we never had a choice and that we've more or less been destined to fall in love with each other since we were 8 years old? James asked. That's exactly what I'm saying. Not the most romantic ways to get together, but still, it's getting together, Triss sighed, laying back on her bed. So what do you purpose we do? James asked, sitting down next to her. Well, I doubt people are really going to care about the fact that we're together any more than they already do. I don't know about you, but this is kind of awkward, and weird, Triss commented. James agreed. So, what are we going to do to Dragon for not telling us? James asked. Triss laughed. What do you have in mind? Triss asked. I'm not sure yet. I think something that has to do with a pull this winter, James thought. Maybe we should call Fred and George in on this one, Triss suggested. Maybe, maybe not, James said with a grin. For the third time in less than a week, James found himself dotting his best friend, and he was liking it. In the course of about 5 minutes, James had removed Triss's shirt, bra, and skirt, and she had managed to get his shirt and jeans off. With a snap of James's fingers, several locking and silencing spells had been placed up. For the rest of the afternoon and night, the two shared themselves with each other, not worrying about the outside world or what they would think should they ever find out. The happy couple was woken the next morning by pounding on the door. Triss, have you seen James? Dre's voice asked. No. Now go away. I need my beauty sleep. Triss yelled. She and James were both suddenly glad it was Saturday. Okay, love, you need to get up, I'll be back. I need let Dre find me before he blows a gasket, James whispered, dotting Triss on the forehead. All right, see you in a while, Triss said, giving James one last on the lips before he poured it into the bathroom of his trunk. After a quick shower, James spiked his still frosted hair and got dressed. He had no sooner stepped out of his trunk before he was jumped on by Dre. Where have you been? Dre demanded. Well, I was training, but I decided I need to shower and get ready for the day, James said in amusement. Dre didn't look amused. We must go play Big Brother. I just caught Mel in a broom closet with one of the Bulgarians, Dre growled. James was ready to start growling too. Where is she and what did you do to the Bulgarian? He asked. They're both waiting in the common room and I haven't done anything to him yet, Dre said, still seething. James grinned one of his sly grins. Come, we must go play brother. Sure enough, sitting in one of the love seats in the common room, were Mel and one of the Bulgarians. Unlike most of the male Bulgarians James had seen so far, this one wasn't square-shouldered and duck-footed. Like one of the normal people from that country, he had brown hair and eyes, but his build was much like James or Dre's. I think you have some explaining to do, starting with his name, James said, staring at the boy. Mel rolled her eyes. This is Vladimir Krum, he is Victor Krum's cousin. Unlike what you may be thinking, he and I have known each other for more than 5 years, and us dating is nothing new, Mel said, glaring at Dre. Well, Vladimir, what are your intentions towards my little sister? James asked, looking right into Vladimir's eyes. I suggest you don't lie to me, I will know. James pulled on Vladimir's mind up a little, letting him know he could pry into the mind. No odd intentions, I assure you. She is my girlfriend and has been for a long time. Before she came here, she stayed with my family very often, as neither of my parents liked the thought of her being in an orphanage, Vladimir said. James couldn't sense any lies, so he offered the boy a peaceful handshake. Vladimir accepted, and before Vladimir could pull his hand back, James squeezed it hard, as if letting him know what would happen if he hurt James's adopted sister. Vladimir nodded in understanding. Mel and Vladimir then joined hands and stood. Are you two going to Hogsmeade? Dre asked. They nodded and left. What was that about? Triss asked, walking down the stairs from her dorm. Nothing. Want to go to Hogsmeade for a butterbeer? James asked. Triss nodded eagerly. Both had a faint glow about them, but Dre didn't comment. A few hours later they returned to the school, laughing and talking with the rest of the crew. So, tomorrow we all have our first Dada lesson. What do you guys think? Triss asked, leaning into James, who had his arm around her shoulder. It should be cool. All the other students say that Moody is weird but a good teacher. Do you know him from anywhere, James? Mel asked. Only by reputation. He brought in a lot of Death Eaters after Voldemort's downfall, said James. What about the whole Tri-Wizard tournament thing? Dre asked. Well, for once in our busy lives we can sit back and watch others try to get themselves killed, and we full intend to take the chance, said Triss. Damn straight. I've had enough adventure to last me a lifetime as is, James agreed. I know the feeling, said Triss. Well, come on, we better get to dinner, said Dre, shoving the group along. It was finally the night of the drawing of the tournament winners. Triss hadn't really been feeling well that day, and against James's wishes she insisted on going to the feast. James was more or less being left alone by other girls as they all thought he was taken. Dre had a bit more trouble, but having a redhead for a girlfriend had its pluses. The twins had tried to put their names in the cup, as they both would be 17 in April, but ended up getting thrown across the hall and given beards to rival Dumbledores. You sure you're good to go? James asked for the 100th time in the last hour. For the last time, James, yes. Unlike you, some of us get sick sometimes, and you know how much I hate pepper up potion, Triss growled, getting annoyed. Yes, Tristessa dear, James said sweetly, making Triss roll her eyes. She had long since given up on getting James to stop calling her Tristessa. Come on people, we don't want to be late, Dre announced, shoving them out of the Slytherin common room and into the corridors. No need to push, Dre, James said, keeping a firm arm around Triss's waist. You didn't move, Dre said in his defense as he pulled Jin off towards the hall with Mel and Vladimir in tow. James rolled his eyes and followed with Triss at a more leisurely pace. About 5 minutes later they entered the crowded hall and sat in their normal seats. The Griffs of their group were sitting at the Griff table per Dumbledore's orders. At the head table, aside from the normal teachers, were none other than Percy Weasley, Fudge, Crouch, and an ugly toad-faced woman James didn't know. At precisely 6 p.m., Dumbledore stood from his chair at the head table. As you all know, tonight will be the drawing for the winners of the Tri-Wizard tournament. One of the bravest and most powerful students from each school to have entered their names shall be chosen. Minister Fudge, if you would do the honors, Dumbledore said, looking at the minister, seated to his left. Fudge stood up and walked into a back room behind the teacher's table. He came back a minute later carrying the goblet of fire. He quickly handed it off to Dumbledore and returned to his seat. The fire in the goblet flared when Dumbledore touched it. A piece of paper was spat from the opening of the cup and Dumbledore grabbed it before it could fall back in. The first student, Victor Crumb. Dumbledore announced, placing the paper on the table. Victor stood from his seat next to Vladimir and Mel and ran up to the head table, only to be led into the room Fudge had gotten the goblet. The goblet flashed again and another piece of paper was spat out. The second student, Fleur Delacour. Like Victor, she was led into the privet room behind the head table. And finally, Dumbledore said as the goblet flashed again. Cedric Diggory. Cedric stood, with loads of cheers from the Hufflepuffs. Dumbledore started to turn to escort Cedric into the privet room when the goblet flashed again. Dumbledore picked the paper that followed out of the air and read it. With a deep scowl he read out the name. James Cage. James practically fell out of his seat. He did not just say what I think he said, James groaned. You better get going, but we will be talking about this later, Dre said, giving him a look that could kill. James rubbed the bridge of his nose and stood. Trust me to get pulled into some screwed up death trap every year, James thought. James was pulled into the room by Snape, with Dumbledore following quickly. What the hell is running in your head, boy? Entering your name in something that you could very well get you killed. Snape whispered threateningly. Not that you care, Professor. I didn't enter my name in that cup. I don't know who did, but it sure as hell wasn't me. If I wanted to go on some suicidal goose chase, I would have gone to one of the elven realms that are at war, James growled. Nevertheless, your name was entered into the cup and you are bound by magical contract to participate, Dumbledore said firmly. Dumbledore, from what I can tell, the contract was for 3 people, 1 from each school, not for 4, 2 from the same school, James said. Not so, Mr. Cage. The contract was for whoever the goblet chose as a champion. You were chosen, and therefore have to participate, said Fudge, appearing out of nowhere. Do not tell me they have to compete with this boy. Fleur yelled in outrage. James recognized her as one of the girls that had stalked him the first night. Well, I certainly seemed man enough for you to stalk me like fresh meat the first night, James shot back scathingly. Fleur paled. That is enough, Mr. Cage, Snape snapped. Whatever. I am going to go to bed now. Call me when I am needed for anything, otherwise leave me alone, James growled, stalking out of the room. When James got back to the common room, he couldn't find anyone. Sighing in frustration, James walked back into the corridors and headed back to the Great Hall to see if they were still there. On the way, he was met with a frantic Neville Longbottom. Cage, your girlfriend took a nasty fall down the stairs. Malfoy sent me to find you. They're in the hospital wing. Neville spouted, but James was no longer there to listen. He was already halfway to the hospital wing. Poppy! James shouted, barging into the hospital wing. Poppy looked startled by James's sudden appearance. What happened? James demanded. Young Tristessa took a mean fall down a few flights of stairs. If I were you, I wouldn't try to go see her, just know, she is very angry with you, Poppy said, grabbing James's arm when he started to move to what he knew was Triss's bed. Angry with me? Why? James asked, stopping in his tracks. You entered yourself in a very dangerous contest without her knowledge or consent. I would be angry with you too, Poppy said, glaring disapprovingly at him. Whatever, and for your information, I didn't add my name to that stupid cup, James growled, stalking out of the hospital wing. He was too blinded by his own anger that he didn't notice the two snake-like eyes watching him. The next morning, James woke in a better mood. No, last night didn't happen. I was high on potions fumes and was hallucinating, James said to himself. Sorry to disappoint you, Cage, came Dre's cold voice. The tone he used was normally one only taken with Ron Weasley. What's your problem? James asked, pulling open the curtains of his bed. My problem is that you lied to us. You said you didn't want to be a part of the damn tournament. Dre yelled from his position on his bed. I didn't lie to anyone. I didn't put my name in that damn cup. I don't know who did, but it damn sure wasn't me. James growled back, his blue eyes glowing with rage. Whatever, Cage, Dre hissed, turning and walking out of the dorm. James took a deep breath and fought the urge to beat Dre until he believed he didn't enter his name in the cup. First things first, I need to go check on Triss, James sighed, running a hand through his hair. With that, he threw off the covers and got dressed. Within a few minutes, he was down at the hospital wing with a bundle of roses that changed from white to blue to purple and back again. Poppy was nowhere to be seen, but James easily picked Triss's scent up and followed it to her bed. He found Triss staring up at the ceiling with her eyes glazed over. James couldn't place what it was, but something wasn't right. Triss, love? James asked carefully, placing a hand on hers. Triss's eyes met his own and cold fury enveloped her deep blue eyes. Without warning, she pulled her hand from his and slapped him, hard. Poppy seemed to have heard the sound and shoved James out of the hospital wing, but not before Triss got several good swings on him, giving him a bloody nose and a black eye. WTF? James growled, heading back towards his rooms. It was Monday and classes didn't start for another 2 hours, so he had time for a little bit of practice. James entered his trunk and walked over to a big red circle that was in the middle, next to the pool, shedding clothes as he went. By the time he reached the circle, he was wearing only his jeans, and was holding his elemental sword in his hand. A red barrier appeared around the edges of the circle and several shadow warriors appeared. Do your worst. Safety word is fury, James said. The warriors nodded and gave James no preparation time before they attacked. The good thing about the shadow warriors is that they couldn't be killed, as they were little more than tangible shadows made by James's elemental magic. It was almost 30 minutes into the battle that something unexpected happened. One of the faster warriors took a swipe at James from behind and cut him from just under his right arm down to his waist. Normally that wouldn't bother James much, but the problem was he couldn't get it to heal. Using his distraction, another one of the warriors struck him on the back, cutting him from his left shoulder blade to his right thigh. Fury! James called, dropping to the ground in pain. It had been several years since he hadn't been able to heal himself, and he was sure he wasn't under the influence of any potions. Blood was flowing freely from the two wounds, and James knew that he would probably bleed to death if he didn't stem the bleeding, something he couldn't do on his own. In another twist of fate, Jewel, whom he hadn't seen for quite a while, decided to pay him a visit. James, what happened? The snake demanded. I don't know. I can't heal myself, and I know I'm not under the influence of anything, James groaned. One of the things he had forgotten about the shadow blades is that they hurt a lot. Damn it. I wanted to keep this a secret, the snake hissed. James looked at her in puzzlement before she disappeared in a flash of green light. Standing in the snake's place was a woman. She had long blonde hair and eyes green enough to rival James's in his normal form. If James didn't know better, he would have said she was an elf, as she had a build similar to Triss's and her ears were pointed. Jewel? James asked. The woman nodded. How? It is a special ability of my kind, however few have the freedom to harness the ability. I was going to tell you at Halloween when I was sure I would be able to control it. I take the form of an elf, much like Triss and yourself. Jewel's voice had a distinct lisp, but James wasn't too worried about it. Come, let's get you cleaned up. You have classes in an hour, Jewel continued, pulling James to his feet. James winced, but didn't complain as Jewel led him over to a bar stool and started cleaning and stitching his wounds. You were lucky. This could have gone through the muscle, and then you would be really uncomfortable. As it is, this is going to hurt like mad, Jewel commented as she finished stitching the wound on James's side. Don't remind me. The one day I need painkillers is the one day I don't have them available, James growled. Not that I would let you take painkillers, why do you not have any? Jewel asked. Poppy invaded my stores as she was running low on everything, and you know how Snape is about making potions like that. Plus, mine are much better than anything Snape could come up with, James said, pulling on a clean shirt from one of the cabinets. He also grabbed a fresh pair of jeans and boxers from the cabinet and went into the bathroom to change. He returned a few minutes later looking like nothing had happened, though Jewel could sense his pain. So, would you like to explain to me what is going on with this tournament, or what is wrong with Triss first? Jewel asked, changing the topic. Once again, someone is trying to kill me and has entered me into this tournament. Everyone is mad because they think I snuck my way in, and something happened to Triss, and it's my fault, even if I don't know what, James groaned, pressing his forehead on the cool surface of one of the stone walls. I believe you about the tournament. I know that you would never enter yourself into something like that without at least Triss's consent. As for what happened to Triss, I know, but I think she needs to tell you. Are you still able to see others' auras? Jewel asked. No, I can't. I don't know why, but my powers seem to be diminishing, like something is draining them, but I don't know what it is, James sighed, sitting back down on the barstool. Well, for the time being I'm going to see what I can find out about this whole tournament thing. Do you think you'll be okay going to your next class on your own? Jewel asked. Yeah, it's Transfiguration with Potter. This is starting off to be a fun year, James said with a groan. It will only get worse, said Jewel before turning back into her serpent form and slithering away. Not even 5 minutes after classes were over, James was cornered by Mel, Jin and the twins. Look, if you're going to yell at me for the damn tournament thing, save it. I didn't enter my name, James said before the others had a chance to say anything. No, James, that's not what we're here about. All 4 of us know you wouldn't do something like that, then lie to us about it, Mel said, her face completely serious. It's about Triss. Something bad is going on, said Fred, his face much like Mel's. What are you talking about? What happened? James asked, his eyes wide with concern. Whatever Dragon was doing to keep Triss out of her dad's hands isn't in effect anymore. Her father is withdrawing her from Hogwarts at the end of week, sending her to a school in America. That's what she was tripping about last night and this morning. Pomfrey said she's been hallucinating because of an allergic reaction to one of the ingredients in the dreamless sleep potion she was given after she fell down the stairs, Ginny said in a rush. James couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Excuse me, I have people to visit, James hissed, taking off in a run toward the hospital wing. He entered to find Triss curled up in a ball, sobs racking her body. Tessa? James asked. James had adopted the pet name when he and Triss first met, and only used as in extreme situations. James? Triss asked, looking up. Her eyes were puffy and red from crying. They're sending me back. Dumbledore is sending me back to him. I don't want to go back to him. Please don't let them take me back to him, Triss begged, throwing herself on James. Shish, it's all right, Tessa. I'm not going to let him take you back. You are my soul bond and I would die before I let anyone cause you harm, James whispered in her ear. Triss continued to sob into his shirt, but did calm down some. Some half an hour later the two were interrupted by a very unwelcome guest. What, may I ask, are you doing with my daughter? Triss stiffened. Standing to James's right was a man of about 40 years old with graying auburn hair and blue eyes. He was Brian Rockton, Triss's father. I really don't think that is any of your business, James hissed. Brian glared at James. As her father, it is my business, young man, he growled. As she is my soul bond, I'm telling you it's none of your goddamn concern, sir, James sneered. Brian gaped. As I'm sure you are aware, once a child becomes bonded, no matter the age, their parents no longer have any claim over said child. If need be, I will have it state be the Ministry of Magic state this as fact. Now, I suggest you get the F.K. out of my school, James hissed. Brain looked stunned, but he did turn around and leave. When he looked back down, Triss was staring at him in awe. What? Asked James. You made him leave, Triss said, staring at him. I told you, I would die before I let someone cause you harm, James stated as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Triss continued to stare at him. James was about to ask why she was staring, but was silenced by her lips on his. So what's got Dre's knickers in a knot? James asked, sitting down next to Mel at the Slytherin table. Kat was over at the Griff's table, being a little too friendly with Rome in James's opinion, and Dre was at the other end of the table talking with some other pure-blooded snobs. I'll tell you later. It isn't safe to say anything here, Mel whispered in his ear. So how did you get Triss off the hook? Fred asked from the other side of the table. Remember I told you we were bonded. They cannot remove Triss from my presence unless the bond is legally and willfully dissolved. If need be I can have it stated by the Ministry of Magic, James responded. So is Fudge being less of a moron than usual? This came from George. Surprising, isn't it? It seems he'll do just about anything to one-up Dumbledore, even side with me. The group laughed at this comment. Hey, where's Jin? Triss asked, noticing one of the youngest members of their group was missing. With Luna at the Ravenclaw table. Nice girl, but a bit insane, George commented. This earned him a smack from Mel. Luna isn't insane. She just has an active imagination. Insane, active imagination, it's all the same, Fred said, coming to his twin's defense. James rolled his eyes. While you battle it out, Triss and I have other things to talk about, James said, standing from the table again. Triss followed and the two exited the hall, not aware of the glaring eyes following them. So what do you think the first task is going to be? Triss asked, flopping down on James's bed. From what I hear, it's something that can't exactly be good for my health. Jin said Charlie is coming in from Romania, so what can that mean? James asked. Dragons. No way. They're going to let you guys fight dragons. You might as well slit the others' throats. They'll never make it out alive. Triss shouted. Well, the only other thing it could be are vampires, and I don't see Charlie being sent over for vampires, James said. But it's not impossible, Triss asked. In the wizarding world, nothing is impossible, James said. Triss nodded and a mischievous look came into her eyes. Before she could act on it, Mel burst into the room. What the F? K? Triss demanded. Mel rolled her eyes. I thought you guys wanted the details on what crawled up Dre's ass. Yes, don't mind her. She was getting ready to torture me in some way, shape or form, so I thank you for the distraction, said James. He's working on his dad's orders. He told me to tell you guys. Rumor has it, Voldemort got his body back and is preparing to call in all of his Death Eaters. Dre is to be a spy like his father. There is no way around it, Mel explained. Hold on, Voldemort is back. No way. James would have known, Triss yelled. James, however, hadn't heard this. How in two hells could he come back without my picking up on it? There is no way. James thought furiously. His thoughts were interrupted by Mel. James, didn't you say your powers were acting up? Do you think Voldemort could be playing Parasite again? Mel asked. James shook his head. No, Dragon has a block on my power. It has been confirmed by a certain cat I know, said James, throwing a look at Triss. Triss suddenly found her feat very interesting. Well, it could just be a rumor, but we can't be too careful. Now, you two go back to whatever you were doing before I came in, Mel said, turning and leaving the two alone. Professor Potter. James Cage has been called down to the Great Hall, on of the third year, Hufflepuff stuttered. Potter, his face looking extra sour, dismissed James to follow the Hufflepuff boy. James almost couldn't stop himself from groaning as the Hufflepuff started babbling to him. Why me? James growled under his breath. James was almost dancing for joy when the boy left him alone at the Great Hall. Inside, James was met with a very welcome sight. Standing in the hall next to a not-so-happy-looking Albus Dumbledore was Aberforth Dumbledore Ollivander. Hello, James. It seems you are the first to arrive, Aberforth said when he spotted James. James pulled the old man into a hug, having missed the man's friendly face. Oh no, Aberforth said suddenly, looking up at James. You've gotten taller than me. Aberforth yelled jollily, patting James on the shoulder. Well, think of it this way, Aberforth, I'm only going to get taller, James said, his eyes dancing with amusement. Well, I haven't laughed like that in ages. Tell me, how is young Tristessa doing? Aberforth asked. I heard my dear brother tried to send her back off to her father, but was once again shot down by you. Is it true you are now a couple? Aberforth asked, switching over to Elven. Triss is doing well. She nearly had a nervous breakdown when she found out she was to go back to her dad. I'm still pissed at Dragon over that. And finally, yes, we are a couple. One of the other things, I'm going to drown Dragon for not telling me, James responded. What didn't Dragon tell you? Aberforth asked, concerned. He knew Dragon was being a bit of an ass at current time, but Aberforth had never known him to hold back information from James. If anything, he gave him too much information. As you are well aware, when I found Triss we formed a soul bond, but not in a friendly way. Apparently we've been destined to be with each other since the age of 8, longer if you count those time-turner trips, James commented. What time-turner trips? Aberforth demanded. Shit, James thought. No one was supposed to know about that little detail. A few years ago Triss and I got our hands on a time-turner and used it to get in more hours of training. We haven't used it since before Hogwarts, but time-turners to add to your age, James explained. Exactly how old are you now? Aberforth asked, his voice calm and steady. Just over 15. Triss is just under 15, says the ministry documents anyway, James answered. You better be glad I like you, otherwise, I would have to toss you out the window for even thinking about using a time-turner, Aberforth growled. I plead the fifth, James yelled. Aberforth shook his head sadly. That's the last time I let you go hang out in Florida for the summer, Aberforth muttered, causing James to grin. It was then the two noticed that the rest of the tournament champions had arrived, along with several ministry officials and a reporter. All were staring at them. Take a picture. It'll last longer, James growled, moving to stand next to the other champions. Now that we all have arrived and caught up with one another, I will tell you why you are all here. For your own safety, Mr. Ollivander will be checking all of your wands to make sure they are fully functional. Mr. Cage, please present your wand, Dumbledore ordered, holding out his hand. A bit reluctantly James pulled the black piece of wood from his sleeve, gently placing it in Dumbledore's hands. James didn't even have time to react before there was a loud crack and Dumbledore fell backwards, dropping his wand in the process. The black wand rolled right to James's feet, leaving everyone in the room, with the exception of Aberforth and James, staring on in shock. It seems, James, that your wand doesn't like to be handled by others. Can you pass it to me, please? Aberforth asked. James picked the wand up and placed it in Aberforth's hands. Nothing happened. Aberforth inspected it for a few seconds before he gave his report. The wood and its core are in perfect condition. It looks the same it did as the day I made it. Black holly, with a phoenix and daracorn core. A special order, as his wands kept splitting down the middle, said Aberforth, absorbed in the qualities of the wand. Mr. Crumb, your wand, said Dumbledore, having righted himself. This seemed to snap Aberforth out of whatever trance he was in, and without another word, he handed James his wand back. James slipped it right back up his sleeve, ignoring the stares the other people in the room were giving him. Soon enough Aberforth had inspected all of the wands, and the reporter and ministry officials made their rounds. The reporter, a woman named Rita Skeeter, made a beeline for James. Excuse me, Mr. Cage, can I have a word? Thank you. Now, I've come to understand that you are an orphan. How does it feel to not have the support of a loving parent? Rita asked, not even letting James get a word in. Smirking, James picked up his wand and wrote in big, smoky letters, I plead the fifth. No comment. Once James was sure Rita had seen what he'd written, he cleared the letters and walked away, grinning like a cat that got the cream. The next morning, James was surprised to see by none other than Rita Skeeter an interview from him. Summing it up, the article basically made James sound like some crybaby on Jerry Springer. Without so much as a word, James stood up and headed for the Ollery. It seemed Ms. Skeeter would wake up to a nice big howler. Welcome, everyone, to the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. That was all James heard of the opening speech. The first task was only minutes away from starting, and, as far as he knew, no one in the group of champions had been told anything about what they were supposed to be doing. Triss had volunteered to keep James informed of the happenings outside while James went and completed the still unknown first task. At current time James was standing in the middle of a small stone room. James recognized the room as one of the 5 closed-off parts of the dungeons. Thanks to help from Jewel, James had discovered that, in the closed parts of the dungeons, there was only one way in, and one way out. According to Jewel, you couldn't go out the door you came in, and in the door you came out. Because of the current surroundings, James guessed Triss was right, and it was vampires. There was no way anyone at the ministry was stupid enough to let dragons loose in the Hogwarts dungeons. Well, James thought, I could be wrong. This earned a laugh from Triss, who had been listening in on his train of thought. No worries, love, this will be a piece of cake for you, Triss thought to him. I know, love, but I still don't like the fact that the point of this hasn't been explained, James growled. Well, love, if you'd listened to the opening speech, you would know what you were doing, and that the first task starts in 3, 2, 1, now. Triss yelled in his mind, her voice in unison with the announcers. With that, Triss cut their connection, and James cautiously walked out of the first room and into the next, watching for any sign of something that may want to eat him. James was going on the 6th room when something flashed out of the corner of his eye. James quickly found the source of the flash, a silver medallion seemingly floating in midair. Okay, I now know what it is I'm looking for, but not what it is that's guarding it, James thought. As if in answer to his question, the medallion moved, and with it came a body. Now attached to the medallion was a bad, Hollywood excuse for a vampire. It had pasty green skin, slimy black hair and pointed ears. It hissed at James, showing its fangs. Great, I now get to play with ugly, animated vampire dummies. Bloody hard task this is turning out to be. They probably don't even bite, James thought, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The vampire, not sensing any fear from James, attacked. James, having had Triss pull the same move countless times, flipped the vampire over his head, taking its medallion in the process. The vampire didn't seem at all happy about that arrangement, and its once pure black eyes turned a wolfish yellow. James slipped the medallion in his pocket and waited for the vampire to attack. It did. Moving almost as fast as James in his top form, the vampire jumped at him, fangs first. James pulled back his fist to punch the thing in the teeth. Under any normal circumstances, the vampire's teeth would have fallen out, but this one's teeth just inflexed with James's fist, almost like plastic. James yelled, dropping to the ground as the vampire swung at him. You would think they would be just a little more creative. Plastic fangs. Ah! James thought furiously. With that, James kicked it up a notch, always enjoying a good fight. Several hits, and a few scratches later, James becomes bored. Pulling his wand, James yelled, "Decolo." The vampire stopped mid-step and fell to the floor, its head rolling away from its body. "Jewel, tell me how the hell I'm supposed to get out of here," James yelled. "Go down the corridor, to the left and straight down. You will come to a door. Go inside, got down and take the first right door. You should came back to the main hallway where some ministry officials will be waiting for you," Jewel answered. "Thanks," said James before setting off to follow her directions. Sure enough, he was met with several people. It seemed none of the other champions had come out yet. Upon exiting the room, James was pounced on by Poppy and her apprentice, the same woman that had been covering for her in his first year. James couldn't seem to recall the woman's name. As soon as Poppy had deemed him healthy, Minister Fudge came over. Life-size, reanimated, Hollywood vampires with plastic fangs. "What the hell were you smoking when you came up with this?" James demanded. A few people stopped and stared at seeing the Minister of Magic being spoke to like that, but others had seen it happen before and weren't impressed. "It wasn't my idea. If you're going to say something, go talk to the Bulgarian minister," Fudge growled. James glared at him and sat down to wait for the rest of the champions, after giving Fudge the medallion. Diggory was the next person to come out, a good 10 minutes after James had, also holding the medallion. He was shortly followed by a flustered-looking Fleur and Victor. While the ministry left to go sort out scores, the 4 champions sat and talked. "Who vas the first one out?" Fleur asked. "I was," James responded. "Did you guys have to fight badly reanimated vampire dolls, or was it just me?" "No, it wasn't just you," said Victor, whipping sweat off of his brow. James was about to say something else, but was cut off by a familiar figure jumping on him. "Nice to see you to Triss," James wheezed and Triss hugged him so tight he could breathe. "You were the first one out. You won. Even going in blind, you won," Triss yelled, obviously having had too much sugar. "Tessa, love, where did you get all of the sugar?" James asked. Triss pointed to the sheepish-looking figures of Mel, Jin and a blonde girl James assumed to be Luna. "What were the final scores?" James asked, making Triss sit still next to him on the floor. "You came out first, with 4 points, Cedric came second with 3 points, Fleur came third with 2 points, and Victor came fourth, with 1 point, said Jin. "Well, at least it isn't a confusing scoring system. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.